Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 113, Into the Spider-Verse, Part Final. Third-person POV, the arrival of these guys complicates things a little. Peter Parker says while looking down at the restrained villains. The ones that they are able to capture. Yeah, now we need to carry them with us to take them back to their universe. That stealth mission just became harder and harder. I fear things will have to escalate like Hector predicted, and we go for a brawl from the start. Gwen sighs from her seated position, trying not to move. It's a little strange situation, she is in the middle of getting a haircut. During the battle, the side of her mask, and consequently her hair, was cut, so Hector offered to repair the mask with nanotech and give her a haircut to fix the damage done. By the way, what happened with your villains? Did they escape? She asks Hector, who is trying to salvage her hair. Hector pauses his comb and scissors for a moment, his eyes emotionless, before he shrugs, they glitched out of existence. For real. For real. I beat them so much that the glitch becomes very constant till they disappear. Hector nods 50-50, or they died or they came back. Too bad this information doesn't help us much, we will still go for the safest method. Well, it helped, now we will be careful not to take a lot of damage. Penny Parker says. Yeah. Be careful. Hector says slowly, by the way, who is still a problem. Well, Morbius didn't even enter the fight. That moth woman ran away too. Fisk too obviously. Gwen says, this Scorpion is from here, the Kraven is not. So we can dump the Scorpion somewhere else and take the rest with us. In the end, the final battle will happen in the Super Collider. Morbius and the rest will go there, no matter what. And what about Miles and the Prowler? Hector asks. Everyone looks at each other. Miles and Prowler disappeared very early in the fight. Miss Chavez, do you know where Miles lives? Well, beyond his parents' home. There's his dormitory room. The group moves fast to check on Miles, Penny's mecha carrying the villains, who are tied and unconscious after Hector uses some pressure point strikes on them. By the way, this hairstyle was not bad. Gwen comments after they land on the rooftop of Miles's dormitory. I'm pretty skilled in a lot of things. Hector brags a little. Despite not having the assimilations downloaded on this body, he kept many skills. That is all a result of his training. Hector really painstakingly trained the skill he had gained and made them his own. Obviously, without his super senses and body, he is not as precise and fast, but he is still pretty good with his hands. And I think it was a blessing in disguise. Hector comments about the canon event of Gwen losing the hair on the side of her head, the new cut has personality. Oh. The two are about to have a moment, but they are interrupted. Miles is inside. And without waiting, Peter walks on the wall till the window. Hector hits the villain's pressure points one more time, just to make sure, before following with the rest of the spiders. He also put trackers on them, obviously. When he entered, Miles was already talking with Peter, tears in his eyes. My uncle died. He says, earning sympathetic glances from everyone. Hector's mind noticed a small detail. He caught the way Miles said that. His uncle died. He didn't say that his uncle was killed. If it were Hector, he would say the latter, he said the same with his parents. It's a small thing, but it reveals the person's thoughts about the subject. Hector was filled with anger and desire for vengeance, all directed at the perpetrator. Miles is sad, hurt. But maybe he is a better person, not thinking about vengeance at all. Or maybe it's because his villain uncle has it coming, Hector shrugs in his mind. His crass thoughts never going through his mouth while he keeps his silence till is the moment to share their trauma. It was my best friend. Gwen says, looking at him, while sharing her canon event. You already know. Hector speaks, he is the last one. My parents. Killed by the Kingpin, too. He gives Miles a look. The pain never fades, Miles. But it gets easier. You're in the dumps now, but things will get better, believe me. The universe is cruel, it gives and takes. I believe that in some way, it balances our lives. It gives us amazing powers, a great advantage over everyone else, but also gives us challenges and hardships. Approaching, Hector puts his hand over Miles's other shoulder, the other is already with Peter's hand. And like everyone else, we need to be strong and continue living. You're not weak, Miles. I know that you can turn this moment into fuel for great things. I don't know your uncle, but I bet he would not want you to blame yourself or lose your path. After saying his piece, he stepped back to let America comfort the other teen. After taking a good look, Hector doesn't believe that Miles will go down a dark path of revenge, so he doesn't need to warn him about that. Some of the group was thinking about going already. After all, they can't waste time, but the sounds of footsteps very close to the door made everyone pause. Everyone looks at the door. And when the door handle slowly starts turning, everyone, but Hector, panics. They look around, searching for someplace to hide while the door handle moves down more and more, till finally someone opens it. Miles's roommate finds the room empty. Ignoring the mess made by Miles in his previous fit of anger, he continued to read his comic while listening to music. Thump, but he suddenly falls on his bed unconscious. Hector reappeared from thin air, his hand extended at the height of the roommate's neck. Get down from there. He rolls his eyes, seeing all the spiders on the ceiling. That would never work. You need to teach me that. Gwen says while jumping down. Maybe later. I will even teach you how to implode someone's heart. He laughs, remembering Ileana was also interested in the art of pressure points. But now, we need to go. Yeah, let's go. Now it's personal with the kingpin. Miles is the first to agree, his face serious. But everyone else's face changes a little. They look at each other, most of them looking at Peter. Understanding the message, Peter sighs. Miles. He turns to the teen while the rest move a little away, walking through the window to wait outside. Gwen carries America while Hector stops at the window. Miles is a smart guy and has already noticed the change in the tone. What? He asks. We think it would be for the best if you didn't accompany us tonight. Peter ripped off the band-aid quickly. Why? I can help. You guys need someone to stay behind to close and destroy the super collider. Only I can do that. The teen argues. We are gonna figure out a way. Peter replies slowly. Why find another way when the answer is so simple? Sorry, kid. I can't risk you on that. Peter says, his tone heavy and tired. You have parents to return and you. How you are not ready. Damn. Hector can't help letting out, noticing his slip. He quickly recovers. It's nothing personal, Miles. It's simply too early for you. You got your powers when? Yesterday. Every one of us tested with our powers during days, weeks to prepare before being dragged into the hero business. No one doubts that you will be a good Spider-Man, eventually. He is right. I took longer preparing my costume than you spent as Spider-Man. Peter nods. Just stay out of this, kid. And go your own rhythm. I can do it. I can do it now. Miles shouts, it's my responsibility. Isn't this what all of this is about? Responsibility. I promised the Spider-Man from here. I need to do that. He makes some good points. But Peter is not having it anymore. The older Spider-Man acts quickly. At the same time that he throws a web to a fallen Care and pulls her from behind Miles, he pushes the teen to the chair, and then ties him down. You can't even escape that, Miles, he says, his tone harsher than what he intended. After another sigh, he continues, sorry, kid. When you get older, you will understand what I'm doing. He turns around and walks away. Too soon, I know how much you want it, kid. But you are not ready yet. True to his words, Miles struggles to no avail, the webs restraining him tightly. Then, when I know that I'm ready. Miles shouts. Peter pauses and turns his head to him. You won't. It's a leap of faith. And jumps through the window. Hector, being the last one in the room with Miles, sits by the window, Miles looking at him. Don't get angry with him. He really believes that you have what it takes to be a Spider-Man. He said so himself, that you have a spark or something. Hector says. Miles calms down a little. I think I'm the one that needs to tell you that. It's okay if you don't want. To be a Spider-Man, I mean. Being a hero is tough. Hector puts on his mask. Said that. You know where to find us tonight. Hector then allows himself to fall backwards, leaving Miles alone with his thoughts. Very interesting seeing the hero's journey from so close. Hector comments while the group web slings through Manhattan. Hero's journey. From the narrative archetype. Do you think Miles is gonna surpass this struggle and doubt, and follow us? Gwen asks, and she is carrying America on her back. Well, he will need to do it quickly. Because I plan to end this fast, and probably there will not be much of the kingpin to him when I am done with the bastard. Hector smirks. Said that, we have given all the chances for him to back down. If he follows us, it's really because it's what he wants. We don't want him to put on the mask just because of some sense of guilt, right? All spiders tacitly agree. They know the weight of the mask, the responsibility. It's not something that you would easily wish to anyone, even with all the perks. Even more so when the circumstances are forcing Miles to go through his hero's journey so fast. In some way, they gave Miles a small act of tough mercy. They carefully continue to web-sling through the building, the sun going down while painting the sky orange. They only arrive at their destiny when night starts. Don't you guys think villains are kinda dumb? Hector asks the group after they stop at the roof of Fisk's building. What? Like? They know that we are coming. Heck, they constantly fight Spider-Man, the guy that crawls on walls and ceilings, swings between buildings. But they never look up, they never even put some guards on the rooftops, not even some motion sensors. He explains. On which side are you on? Gwen asks. Just a small pet peeve. He shrugs while the group moves without obstruction to the glass roof that allows them to watch the party below perfectly. It's just starting. People arriving, talking, the band testing their instruments and equipment, and Spider-Man waiters. That is a little bit of bad taste. The guy really presses boundaries. Thinking himself untouchable. Hector almost growls while looking at Fisk. How are we gonna invade this place with all those burdens? Noir asks while gesturing to the unconscious villains. I repeat, let's just start this brawl already, Hector suggests. Things can get complicated too fast. What if the police or other people get involved? Gwen makes a good point. This universe is not only restricted to spider problems. If they act out too much, their problem can become the problem or someone's bigger. Even Hector thinks that things will become unnecessarily complicated if people like Captain Marvel or Thor start appearing. It would not be that far-fetched, after all, what Fisk is doing is putting the universe at risk. Well, I can go invisible and open a side door dash, while Hector was suggesting that, he noticed Peter's strange gaze. Following the line of sight of the older Spider-Man, he noticed a certain redhead being guided to her seat. Dude. I can understand Gwen because she lost her Hector, but don't make that face when your Mary Jane is still alive. He suddenly says. What face? Me. Peter splutters, I was only curious. Yeah, right. Hector doesn't believe him. You at least have the time to fix your relationship with her. But we need to get you back there first. No distractions. After receiving a nod, Hector goes back to look at the party and hypocritically lets himself be distracted for a moment to check on Mary Jane. Yep, my girlfriend has a lot of potential, but I think I prefer her with long hair. Anyway, we can take advantage of this moment where the fat bastard is busy with the socialite life and sneak into the super collider. Hector continues. That's a good idea. And put some traps to when he arrives and kill him. He completes. Dude. Everyone looks at him horrified. Just kidding. Geez, aren't you guys used to the famous Spider-Man quips? He rolls his eyes. But from here I can snipe him with a flying Shingon. He points his finger at Fisk's head. I don't even know what you're talking about, but let's stop with the killing jokes. Peter grabs Hector's finger. Only Gwen appears to find it funny because she is used to his dark humor. That realization makes Hector ask an unrelated question to Peter. By the way, do you know the me from your universe? He asks Peter. Sorry, but no. I see. Maybe I stayed in Brazil. Or died horribly in a crossfire of heroes versus villains. Hector shrugs. Serious, stop with the dark jokes. Despite joking a little, Hector is considering his answer seriously. From what he knows, this Peter is the one from Earth 616, the main comics universe, or at least the closest possible to that. Few Peters suffer that much, he thinks. He ended up giving up on going to kill Reed because of his lack of information. For all he knows, it would be useless because this is the Earth 1610, A or B, or something like that. Very similar to the Ultimate Universe but not quite like it. Or worse, he would try to stop the birth of the Maker only to create him earlier, jumpstart the whole trouble that he wants to avoid. A self-fulfilling prophecy. Well, that didn't stop him from checking on the Baxter building. Hector raised his forearm, and from his wrist, a bunch of holoscreens appeared. My spider-bots are almost mapping the whole building. I'm going in, he says, looking at the images and almost finished 3D projection of the skyscraper. What are those other images? Paney noticed the different aesthetic shown on certain screens. Whose lab is that? Just a side quest. Hector answers dismissively. He is spying on the Baxter building, but the only thing he got is Reed working alone. None of the Fantastic Four is there. It's not a good signal, but it's also nothing incriminating, so he really doesn't have a reason to go there and assassinate the guy. He is also noticing that it will be very hard to do it with what he has in his hands. So he decided to go with a half measure, leaving a tracker here so that he could come back later. That way, he will have more time to check the situation of the heroes and villains from here. He still has his doubts if the Maker, the one and only in the multiverse, came from this very universe that appears to be more focused on Spider-Man. And would he even go to his universe? Shouldn't he go to the 616? It will be their problem then. There are still too many things unclear when the theme is the multiverse, and knowledge and discoveries can only come from experience. Suppositions can only take him so far. His paranoia is a good first defense, but only that. A defense, not an attack. Because it would make him open to a counterattack. He is starting, keeping your comms on, I will dash boom boom rumble. His quickly prepared plan is equally fast to throw in the trash when the situation changes. Explosions come from below them, shaking the whole foundation of the building. While everyone is panicking, Hector focuses even more and pays attention to the details, and that allows him to see that Fisk himself is shocked and surprised. This is not his doing. He thinks, and sighs in his mind, amen, another surprise. Multiverse adventure sucks. Who appeared now? He is already guessing that someone else, a third party, is involved. Change of plans. My nanites will hack the elevator and lock it on the 4th floor. Let's invade there and go directly to the super collider. He quickly devises a new plan that uses the chaotic circumstances to their advantage. But he forgot to consider the human factor. Without waiting for him to finish, Peter jumped to save the guests of the party, the other spiders quickly following him. He pauses. You guys know that we are some glitches away from nothingness, right? And it's better to deal with the source, right? And this mysterious third party can have an even worse plan. They are not even that much in danger. America is still on your back, Spider-Gwen. I give up. This whole chain reaction didn't even come from their superhero instinct, it was only Peter's sentimentalism with Mary Jane that jump-started this insubordination. And of course they let me with the villains. He looks at the tied enemies. From this height. He muses to himself if he should let them fall accidentally, but it would be too hard to explain and not heroic at all. So he will just plant some nanobombs inside them to explode some important arteries in their brains when they go back to their universe. They went to save civilians, and gave me the chance to kill you all, ironic. He chuckles while reaching for the villains, his glove moving with the specific nanobots. Carrying the walking corpse villains, Hector swings down the building, like a pendulum, he then kicks the glass window of the 4th floor. As expected, he found the door of the elevator open. It's a big elevator, used by the staff to move heavy things around, but Hector knows that it is a cover. Because Fisk is a fat bastard. He mutters while reaching for the panel and ripping it off easily with his fingertips, which easily adhere to the surface. Finding the hidden panel and the exposed system, he easily hacked it before saying in the comms. We are ready to go down, come already. He says while unlocking the hidden floors and pulling the villains inside with his foot. On it. We are almost done here. Ugh, just hurry up. He groans, those heroes with good hearts while you guys are on it, can someone bring a snack from the party? I'm famished. Okay, there are some canapes here. Gwen answers. Thank you. Can you Spartan kick Fisk off the building, too? Pretty please. That I can't do. Hector can almost see Gwen's deadpan eyes just by hearing her tone. Too bad. By the way, where is Fisk? He hears Noir asking. He was just there a minute ago. How did you guys lose sight of him? He is built like a 0-1 Lego piece. Hector groans. He holds his tongue so as not to say something like, it's with this carelessness that the people close to you die. But he is not that much of an asshole, to them at least. Yeah. It's very chaotic here. A lot of people to evacuate. The building is still pretty stable. Just come here already. He says. Maybe this delay is the universe giving Miles the opportunity to catch up with us. Hector thinks while patiently waiting in the elevator, the calming music annoying him a little. I miss Cortana, she has my playlist. I would be able to put What's Up Danger here. He says before a robotic spider arm appears from his back and stabs the speakers, giving him his loved silence. I never noticed how strange an elevator without music is. Peter says while everyone goes down in the elevator. Yeah, those things that you never noticed till is are lacking. Gwen adds. Kinda awkward now. America nods. It's kinda cramped here too. Spider-Ham moans and struggles, almost flattened by villains' unconscious bodies pressing him against the wall. Hector keeps looking ahead, ignoring the big hole in the speakers. He then calmly presses a button on the panel, and music starts playing. But it is not music, only static, because of the state of the speakers. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz, much better. Silence is kinda awkward, huh? Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz finally opens on their destination. They immediately enter serious Euro mode, jumping outside of the elevator like SWAT. It's never a good move to waste time inside a small confined space, that way, it would give the enemy a chance to take them all in one move. Okay, despite the apocalyptic consequences, this phenomenon is kinda cool. Hector admits when they are face to face with the Super Collider in action. Where the two lasers of the extremities meet, the singularity opens, and from it is like a city is sprouting. From a single point in space, skyscrapers, trains, trees, and even shadows of people flicker in and out of reality. They are juxtaposing with this reality. Paney shouts. The people look ethereal. Probably a defense mechanism to not turn them into pink mist or fuse them with another solid. Hector comments. Defense mechanism. From who? I don't think the villains thought much about it. Gwen asks. Well, maybe they did. Their objective is to bring Fisk's family, right? I don't think he wanted them as minced meat. Or maybe it's the universe itself automatically protecting itself and, consequently, them. Hector points. We need to stop the machine. Peter exclaims, each one with a goober. The one who reaches the top first should use it. Their spider sense suddenly warns all of them, but it's not danger. It's something that happened before, when they meet another spider. Well, I knew that you guys would come. Another Spider-Man jumps down in front of them, blocking their way to the super collider. This moment would not be perfect without my lesser versions. Another one. Spider-Ham exclaims. We have a lot of evil versions. Noir says. Well, statistically half of us should be evil, so we are kinda winning 6-2. Hector comments. His eyes narrowed, and he knew this particular evil version. This new Spider-Man has a mutation that gave him 6 arms. He has a tight outfit, but he doesn't use a mask. Instead, he uses a helmet in the shape of a spider head, with eyes and everything. I can recognize this voice. Norman Osborn. Hector bullshits to expose the identity of this Spider-Man. He remembers once seeing a video about the strangest Spider-Man variants. From Spider-Ham, to a Peter that is a hive mind of spiders, and even this one. A universe where Norman is the one bitten by the radioactive spider. Oh, pretty good guess. The 6-armed Spider-Man removes his helmet to confirm Hector's words. Seriously, the multiverse is so weird. Gwen shakes her head. Why didn't a Spider-Man made of pizza appear? Spider-Ham says, disappointed. Why would you want a Spider-Man made of pizza? Would you eat him? Hector asks the pig. No, but it would be a more pleasant company. It would smell better too. Hector narrows his eyes at Spider-Ham and moves a little away from him. Hey. I heard some criminals dispose of bodies with pigs, because they eat anything. And you are a cartoon. You are double evil, Hector deadpans. Cartoons are not evil. Gwen says. HMPF, they are eldritch aberrations disguised in cute art styles. Scooby-Doo, Jerry, Tweety Birdie, and Kirby can't trick me. Can you idiots stop with the stupidity? Norman shouts, annoyance in his face. Damn, this one also doesn't have a sense of humor. Failed the first test as a Spider-Man. I think the Goblin is funnier. Yeah, that way he at least laughed. I never thought that I would say this, but you are better than the Goblin. Or as a corpse. Hector. What? It seems all spiders are used in getting under Norman's skin because they all bring his blood pressure up easily. I can't believe I share any similarity with you, bouffons. He snarls. Thank God. Yeah. Don't overestimate yourself, dude. You are only similar to us because a spider bit you. I bet the spider died. Dude is more toxic than a radioactive spider. I give up on having a conversation with you animals. Norman says. He is almost repeating himself now. It must be that degenerative disease, it is eating his brain. Hector, don't make fun of people's disabilities. Yeah, no cool. He is a senior citizen, too. Norman never found such hateful people, he even started taking deep breaths to not fall into their games. But that itself is already falling into their games. Whoosh. Oh, spider sense. Too bad. Hector says after trying to kick Norman's head. He appeared so fast in front of Norman that the men almost didn't have time to react. If not for the warning of his power, he would be out already. You really don't have manners. Norman grumbles, putting his helmet back. You are not gonna start your villain monologue now, right? What makes you so certain that I'm a villain? You all didn't even give me the chance to talk. Stop spouting bullshit. Why would you start the super collider right now? Well, for the same reason as you all. That you should have just jumped back to your universe. And why didn't you appear to help us during the fight earlier? And you called us lessers. You started talking like you have knowledge about us. And lastly, the scent of blood coming from the command center. Hector says, and your little allies. He finishes by looking in a certain direction. After his look, 2 people reveal themselves. Mobius and Shathra. Well, you are not dumb. Norman smirks, finally revealing his true face. No, you are. You are dumb enough to use an unstable portal generator to whatever idiot plan your goblin brain concocted. Ah, please. Don't tell me that you didn't think the same. The spider villain gives Hector a wide smile, the multiverse at your fingertips. Infinite realities, infinite possibilities, and infinite resources. Infinite problems, infinite idiots, and infinite ways to die. Hector completes, you didn't even try to stabilize yourself first before letting your greed take over. I will not need to stabilize myself if I turn this part of this universe into my universe. Norman reveals, I will create a neutral zone between the two universes, allowing me free access to both. And that is just the beginning. Thwack. What did I say about monologuing? Hector interrupts with a kick at Norman's torso. This time, the aim is in a bigger area and doesn't allow the villain to dodge, only to defend, but he is quite successful because of his extra arms. Only I can monologue in my mind, and it's because I think too fast. Ugh. Despite using 3 left arms to block the kick, Norman still feels his 3 forearms sore. Hector is that powerful. I will take care of this one. You guys continue with the plan. Use the numerical advantage against those two. And, that thing. Hector shouts to his group. Okay. Immediately, the spiders go into action. They crouched down and jumped in different directions. Don't let them reach any port. Norman shouted, and after a moment, Mobius and Shafra also sprang into action. Shafra attacks Gwen, probably because there is some unfinished business between the two. And Mobius moves to attack Noir. Immediately after the 1 versus 1 start, Penny and him stop what they're doing and go back to help Gwen and Noir. Peter continues with the mission while America goes into hiding for the time being. Ugh, I hate being so useless. She says in annoyance because she can't do anything. Despite that, she remembered Hector's words and reached for the backpack that he gave her before they came here. Nothing is easier than fighting someone that you know. He said while giving her the backpack. America grabbed the contents tightly and waited for an opportunity. It didn't take long for the situation to become chaotic. Even outside, the leaks of the energy of the super collider are already affecting the city. Objects floating, lights shining, the world glitching while visions appear. Underground, things are not that much better. In truth, it is much worse. The whole place is a mess, with gravity all over the place, at a certain point converging with the super collider, and at another point acting normal, and then at another point is the opposite. The whole place is filled with parts of a city, which gives a certain advantage to the spiders. The 3-dimensional layout allows them easy movement. But it is not a big advantage against their opponents. After all, one of them is a spider himself, another a vampire, and the other can fly. I'm gonna gobble you up this time, girl. Shafra says, literally trying to take a bite of Gwen while the two are locked in a contest of arm strength while floating. Gross. And you have your chance already, you are the one who ran like a cockroach. Gwen says back. I'm a wasp, insect. I'm an arachnid, bitch. The two exchange punches without holding back or trying to dodge, ruthlessly hitting each other's faces while rolling around in the air, but it is evident that Gwen is on the losing end. And I didn't run from you. I ran from the other black and white bastard. He is not like the others that I ate. His spider totem is Dash. Penny then sends hooks to grab Shafra away from Gwen. Shafra is surprised only for an instant before she starts ripping off the cables that tried to electrocute her. And you are not even worth my attention, little girl. You are not even a host of the spider totem. She flies to Penny. But I will destroy that spider of yours. Her dark claws expanded so that she could cut Penny in one swoop. But this time is Gwen who throws some webs at her wings and pulls herself to deliver a kick on the villain's back. Unfortunately, it seems her durability is quite high, because she was still able to reach her back and grab Gwen's ankle and use her to hit Penny. Things are not looking good for the female duo of spiders. On the other side, things are a little different. Noir and Hem are keeping up with Mobius very well. First, the vampire is not as strong as Shafra, despite him being so slippery. Ham's cartoonish body also creates a certain advantage. But the main thing that made the fight quite easy was when, in a moment of impasse between the fighters, America suddenly intervened. She pulls a device in the shape of a gun, a big convex glass in the orange-sized barrel, and pulls the trigger in the direction of Morbius. A strong flash of light hits the vampire with everything, making him wince and hiss in pain. It's a vampire. And Hector had hours of prep time. Obviously, dealing with him would be easy. The fact that this universe Peter Parker has a hideout and laboratory filled with resources made the fight even easier. SSSSSSSS. Morbius puts his cape in front of himself and tries to move away in a dash of dark mist. Boom boom, but flashbang grenades start exploding around the battlefield, pausing him. Hector was very insistent that America planted them before she made her move. If a vampire is strong enough, he could resist sunlight for the time necessary to slip away. If Hector really puts his mind to dealing with someone, he will not give chances. Unfortunately, these devices made in a hurry are not enough to kill the famous villain, but they give time to Noir and Ham to jump him. The weakened vampire becomes a sandbag to the two. Noir, as a detective, is pretty ruthless in his beatdowns, and Ham is no different. Cartoon words are famous for strong hits that make people see stars, after all. Well, Well. That will do it. Hem dusts his hands while looking down on the tied Morbius. America's sun gun still pointed at him. Let's go help the rest. Moore says, and they look in the direction of Hector fighting Norman. Bam thwack wem wem pow asterisk. Just to see Hector beating the shit out of Normal in a nasty combo. Help who? America asks. Norman has 6 arms, and it looks like Hector has the numerical advantage of limbs. Hector is the CEO of throwing hands, and even without considering the stats advantage, he can deal with Norman's extra limbs with some finesse. Hands to block 2 arms, forearms to block another 2, elbows to block the last ones. He expertly uses minimal movement to frustrate all of Norman's attacks, and when an opening happened, he took full advantage of it and didn't let the guy have time to breathe. Come on, and I just thought that you were more dangerous than Aunt May. Maybe I was wrong, you are weaker than a retired old lady. Hector mocks before kicking Norman in the chest, sending him away. Then, immediately, he throws 2 black whips from his arms to grab 2 floating houses and swing them in Norman's direction, boom, making a sandwich of the villain. He didn't stop there, the debris barely moved away from Norman, and Hector is already on the guy. He grabs his spider helmet and rips it off before punching the villain's face. Norman tries to punch Hector back, his 3 right arms delivering a hook, but Hector steps on Norman's chest to move away and sends a web to move quickly to a building. Reaching the building, he uses it as a leverage to propel himself at Norman at lightning speed. The building becomes debris in the process, and he kicks him in the torso. Norman's blocks with his arms, but the sound of bones breaking shows that it was not a good move. Well, better than having his ribs shattered. That is one short-lived evil plan. Hector approaches the struggling Norman. How? How are you much stronger than me? Norman is not willing to accept this reality. We are bitten by spiders, so what makes you special? At this point, it was obvious to Norman that there was an intrinsic difference between the two. He hit Hector with 1 or 2 attacks through the fight, attacks Hector shrugged off pretty easily and returned tenfold. Ah. As the Spider-Man of your universe, I bet you didn't have a lot of rivals on the street level, huh? Hector realizes. With the power of the hero that is destined to stop him, who would stand in his way? Your life is pretty much smooth sailing, huh? Norman grinds his teeth in anger. He earned everything on his own. From his company to his powers. It was his spider, too. Well, the answer is that. I cheated. Hector reveals, and I train. Then he punches down on Norman's chin, enough to make him fall unconscious. I will kill you later. He whispers to the fallen villain. After that, he gives a look at the battlefield. He sees Peter and Gwen in trouble. So he decides to help Gwen, and he can feel the help for Peter arriving. Shothra is a surprisingly powerful enemy, not as strong as the Red Goblin but more slippery. From all the people that came to this universe because of the recent events, she would be the 3rd strongest, including Hector in 1st place. Shothra appears to have some space-related ability, where she hides in a subspace and reappears wherever she wants, not unlike Ileana and Kurt. But she doesn't use a specific dimension as a medium, she navigates through the gaps of this universe, or the multiverse itself. That is how she goes around hunting hosting of the spider totems. It's not as good as America Chavez's powers, but it's good enough for her. She is recovering her space travel powers. He concludes, taking a look at America to see her hand sparkling a little hit while he is web-slinging. The two are recovering. I need to deal with her before she escapes. He speeds up, and Shothra becomes the top priority on his list. What if she can track them around the multiverse, always hiding and looking for an opportunity to strike them? Or their loved ones? He saw Gwen losing an exchange with the female villain, he threw a whip at her, she still had enough awareness to grab the whip and pull. This made her and Hector speed up and meet with Shothra in the middle, the two delivering a pincer attack at the villain. Arg. She was not able to defend perfectly. Combo. Gwen asks. Combo. He nods. They can't give her room to teleport or slip away behind the fabric of space, or whatever she does to move around. Keeping themselves tied together, the two move around Shothra while using the momentum of their attacks to speed up the combo. The black whip moves around the spider-wasp villainess, tying her arms and wings. Hector pulls the black whip around his forearm, and Shothra and Gwen are pulled to him. With that momentum, he raises his 2 feet and kicks her chest mercilessly. And that is not over, Gwen quickly follows up with a similar move but hitting her 2 feet on her back. A dash. Shothra opens her mouth comically wide, her scream of pain being cut short by the lack of air, the said air being pushed out of her lungs by their attacks. The duo of spiders double-teamed the villain. Every time she tries to make a move, Hector cuts it short by yanking her again. Damn, you're ruthless. Gwen comments after a particularly nasty blow Hector delivered to Shothra. He released Gwen and swung Shothra around like a wrecking ball, hitting all the buildings and objects possible. Look who is talking. He says, and to confirm his words, after he hit Shothra on the ground, Gwen quickly kicks the villainess away. She was sent flying till the black whip stretched to the maximum that Hector allows before he pulls her back. Joffre comes flying, and Hector finishes with a lariat that sends her spinning before hitting the ground. We lost the opportunity of a double lariat. Hector says in realization. Double lariat. I wanna try. Gwen turns to him excitedly. I'm pulling her again. Let's time it right. The unconscious villain is dragged into the air again. With Peter, he was an inch away from putting the goober into the port, but his spider sense warned him of the imminent danger, and he turned fast to defend himself from the attack. It was not very effective because the attack was a tentacle that grabbed his whole torso. Hello again, Spider-Man. Dr. Olivia Octavius greets him with a smirk. Her other tentacles kept her glued to the ceiling. Hi, we need to stop meeting like that. Peter quips, his arm restrained by the tentacle fingers. I agree. So I will make this the last time. Olivia's smirk grows more while another tentacle close to her releases a giant stake from the middle. Bye-bye, Spider-Man. She goes to impale him, but her tentacle malfunctioned and missed the target, penetrating the wall. Bam, this time her face moves unnaturally to the side. What? Pow pow, she starts moving erratically, like in a crazy dance. Ouch. Damn. What is happening? She screams to the empty air, her tentacles moving erratically to find the source of her trouble. But the source of trouble reveals himself. Hi. Miles appears, turning off his invisibility, close to the now only tentacle keeping her rooted on the ceiling. Bye. And he kicks it, releasing her and making her fall. Wow, smart. You made her remove the tentacles holding her, till only one was left. Good thinking. Peter praises, and nice suit, by the way. I don't go well with black most of the time, but I understand the appeal. Thanks, man. Miles replies. In the next second, the rest of the spiders appeared close to them. Gwen carrying America. Miles. Looking good, man. I knew that you would come. Does any of you still have a goober? Mine was broken. Peter says with a sigh. Paranoia saves the day again. Hector huffs before putting his own goober in the port. The small black cube changes and enters the port, sealing the entrance and making it hard for anyone to pull it back. The change is immediate. The singularity stops spinning and expanding, and slowly moves in the opposite direction, the buildings shrinking back. Nice. How are your powers, Miss Chavez? Hector asks, noticing the shining light around her. She, who was distracted, close to Miles, turned fast and checked her hands. Weak, very weak. But I feel that it is recovering. And I instinctively feel that thing calling me. She says while gesturing to the portal with her chin. Then go. Recharge. Hector urges her. Already. But you guys didn't finish around here. She protests. We have Miles now to close and destroy the super collider. Hector says. Yep, the right choice is you to recharge the fastest possible before we close it. Gwen nods. America is still unsure, but Miles talks with her. America, go. We will take care of things here. He puts his hand on her shoulder, talking smoothly. You may be the first to go, but you probably can be the first back too, right? Yeah, right. She smiles. Goodbye, everyone. You guys are awesome. She turns to them, and with a last long look at Miles, she jumps to the portal beneath them. What a nice girl. Peter nods. Indeed. Did you just try to riz her up with that hand on her shoulder? Hector turns to Miles. Ahem, no. His voice cracks. You absolutely did. Your voice went down an octave. Gwen accuses, mirth in her voice. He tried to hey her. Hector laughs and puts a hand on Gwen's shoulder and replicates what Miles did. Hey. PFFFTTTT. Everyone laughs, even if Gwen hides her reaction because it was a little effective, but she will never admit it. And Miles covers his masked face with his hands. Don't worry, dude. She was into you. Hector elbows him. Really? The light-hearted talk was interrupted when a lot of people started invading the super collider. Hundreds of armed men are pouring out of many entrances. That's why I told you guys to deal with Fisk. Hector sighs, seeing who is leading them. Okay, people. Last round. We are winning. Now, let's go grab the other travelers and kick them on the portal. Then we can go home. He gives his orders, and everyone goes instantly serious. The situation is still very chaotic, but this helps the spiders because in a three-dimensional battlefield, they excel. Well, what are we waiting for? Miles is the first to jump in. The familiar thwip of a web shooter carrying him around the floating building, his moves are rough around the edges, but he makes it work, tightly fitting around the spaces of the building and moving pretty fast. Oh, look at him. He has the talent for that. I taught him that. No, you didn't. He has that exaggerated swagger of a black teen. Hector laughs. Everyone looks at him strangely. What? It's not racist. It's a meme from my universe. He defends himself. And my father is black, shut up. Then he himself jumps and does his own stylized and cool web slinging. The rest shake their heads and chuckle before following. It was a good scene, one that Hector would ask Cortana to record. 7 spiders move around through the landscape of New York, folding around itself, filled with kaleidoscopic lights. They move quickly, jumping from object to object, dodging bullets and hitting the goons of the Kingpin. Hector is the one attacking the armed men. Something happens with him while he dashes to them. He shines in bright lights, a mirage of his body appearing around him while he shakes. He is glitching, but he is not suffering. Hector then disappears completely, shocking the rest. Is he dead? Ugh. But then a goon suffers an invisible blow. Hector reappeared some meters away from him. Huh. Everyone is confused. Hector then punches the air 3 more times and disappears again. At a distance, 3 more goons are hit by invisible attacks. Another goon doubles over in pain, and Hector appears, punching him before quickly disappearing again, still in the same punching position. What the heck? Is he using the glitch? Gwen is gobsmacked. It's literally a cheat. Hector is going in and out of the space-time continuum, hitting the enemies with invisible, undefendable attacks. He hits them on the past and future, he closes the distances immediately like they don't exist, he is jumping the cause and going directly to the effect. He moves all over the battlefield like that, blinking out of existence, kicking the nothing, but hurting someone meters away from him, untouchable by everyone. It's like a 4th-dimensional being bullying those 3-dimensional thugs. That is crazy. Peter comments. How is that possible? Penny asks in bewilderment. I don't know, but is super cool. Miles shouts. It's just the fact that Hector always remembers his opponents through his actions. He is an incomparable battle genius. Even if his experience and expertise in combat can be attributed to his assimilations, Hector is incredibly creative in using his powers in battle. That is something from him, not something that he received from a card. His powers only made this hidden talent bloom considerably. While Hector is making short work of the hundreds of armed men, the rest are avoiding conflict and focusing on quickly reaching the captured villains and throwing a web at them before pulling them to the portal. Morbius, Shathra, Delilah. All of them are eventually sent back to the portal. They go full circle around the super collider before they reach the starting point. Time to go, right? Hector comments after retracting his whip, which hit dozens of goons, sending them flying. And damn, I'm awesome. He finally stops glitching. You guys can go. I will take care of things on this side. Miles says, trying to sound confident. Ladies. Gentlemen. It was a pleasure. Noir is the first to allow gravity to pull him to the portal. But I'm gonna take this with me. He shows a Rubik's Cube. It was fun. You are a pretty cool Spider-Man, Miles. Penny says before her mecha closes, and she jumps too. I want to have this. Hem gives Miles his mallet. Eh? Okay. That's pretty OP, it can fit even in a small pocket. Hector says from the side. That's all, folks. And Hem comically flies to the portal, like he is ascending to heaven. Is he allowed to say that? Legally. Peter asks. Don't break the 4th wall, Peter. Hector says. Sorry, Deadpool kinda rubbed off on me. Relax, I do that too, just in case. Hector shrugged, then he noticed Gwen staring at him. She removed her mask, and so he removed it too, now they are face to face. The mood is different with these two. Gwen debates with herself what she should say or do. This can be the last time they will see each other. It sounds appropriate to just close this chapter of her life now, but at the same she doesn't want to regret anything. Maybe this is more than a chance of closure, but she had too little time to figure it out. Even after staring at him for a long time while he patiently waits, Gwen still hasn't said or done anything. Maybe she should act cool, nonchalant, maybe she should confess or even kiss him. Eventually, Hector takes the ball from her hand and says while smiling. It was good seeing you, Gwen. Yeah. She smiles back. She is not sure about a lot of things, everything is still weird and new, but she is sure about that, at least. It was good seeing you too, Hector. He nods. See you around in the multiverse. She asks half-joking while putting her mask back. Who knows? Despite the chances being slim, the multiverse is kind of a pyramid, people like us, always on the top, in the thick of things, have bigger chances of meeting again than anyone else. He explains. That would be good. She gives him another meaningful look before turning to Peter and Miles. I hope I meet you dorks around. Bye, and she jumps. Hector watches her falling with a smile before turning to Miles and Peter. Well, your turn. What? Did you guys still think that I would try to stay? Peter looks around, Hector and Miles giving him looks. Guys, I outgrew that. I had character development. Too bad, I wanted to Spartan kick you back to your universe. Hector sighs sadly. You are one mean Spider-Man. Peter jokes while stepping to the edge. As the older here, I have to say. Try not to become too much like me. I made a lot of mistakes, but don't dwell on them too much, instead of working to fix them properly. Just go back, man. It's never too late. Miles says. Yep, I'm cheering for your happiness. Hector says from his heart. Who wouldn't want Spider-Man to have a happy ending? If we meet again, I hope I have good news to share. Peter says and then allows himself to be dragged to the portal. Well, let's deal with Fisk now. Hector cracked his knuckles. From a distance, they can see the large man approaching. Shouldn't you go back too? Miles asks. I can stay a little more. You saw that the glitch is not affecting me that much anymore, Hector comments. And different from the rest of us, Miles. You didn't start your journey alone. It was quick, without giving you time to breathe or think. So you also shouldn't be alone right now. Okay, man. Miles nods gratefully. At this moment, Fisk interrupts the two. I will enjoy killing a Spider-Man again. Funny for you to say that, I would not enjoy killing you again, but I wouldn't mind it either. Hector smirks, making both Miles and Fisk look at him. Dude, did you really kill the Fisk of your universe? Yep, he killed my parents. Hector shrugs, word of advice, it doesn't make you feel better. Let's go. The two started running at Fisk, becoming invisible in the middle. Fisk focuses on seeing the scene, looking around. Hector reappeared close to him, but that was a trap to distract the big villain's attention while Miles attacked him from behind. Yep, like that. You are stronger, faster, and with better senses than he. Keep calm and do not let yourself be hit or grabbed. Hector lectures while the two moves around Fisk using a basic strategy of one staying in front of him while the other keeps himself behind the villain. Fisk tried to get rid of Miles, the one he judged the weakest, but Hector doesn't allow himself to be ignored. The Kingpin shifted the position, putting Hector on his back while he tried to focus on Miles. But Hector punished that mistake by ruthlessly attacking him from his back. Hector really holds a grudge with Fisk, not enough to kill this one, now, but enough to purposefully deliver blows that would hurt a lot. The beatdown goes for a full minute. Hector frustrates Fisk's attempts at retaliation, tying his arms, covering his eyes. All of this while teaching Miles. You can use your bioelectricity as a more effective taser if you put your target between your hands. Hector shows by electrocuting Fisk's leg, making it go numb. This is kind of a safer way, because you are passing electricity from one hand to another, no electricity will remain on the target body, destroying it. Unless you want it. He finished with a kick to Fisk's chin. Miles followed with a punch down on the villain's bald head, sending him bouncing. I will recommend that you not reveal that you become invisible. The villains will wait for it. Infiltration power should be used for infiltration. Hector says and grabs Fisk with his black whip, then he spins while carrying the villain at the end of the whip. Like an athlete, he spins and spins till he has a good momentum and throws the villain to the edge of the super collider. Miles understands the assignment and has already made a spider web to trap the villain. Hector aims and throws Fisk there. Score. 100. He nods to himself after hitting Fisk dead center on the web. Nice aim. Miles compliments. I know, I'm awesome. Hector jokes before getting a little more serious. Last advice, Miles. The path of being good is hard and full of thorns. As long as you police yourself, it should be okay if you go for an easier route, especially for your loved ones. Understand my words whatever way you want. He says focus on yourself sometimes, it will make you a better person, and consequently a better hero. You are not just Spider-Man now, don't forget about Miles Morales. He will not outright say to kill certain villains, or keep some money if he happens to bust an illegal deal, but he hopes. Why are you looking at me like that? Hector suddenly asks. We are bitten by the same type of spider, but we are both males, there's no pheromones working here, and I do not swing that way. What? Buffed, Miles. You asked when you were ready, right? You must have reached your answer, but let me tell you something. Hector smiles, you are never ready. The weirdness, the surprises. You are never ready doesn't matter how much you prepare. You think we have things figured out? Buffed, no. We are no different from you, we have no idea of anything. Hector says, do your best and hope for the best. He gave Miles a tap on the shoulder. Bye-bye, dude. Hector jumps and is caught by the gravitational pull of the portal. The goober has a voice command, just tell it to shut the whole place down. Goodbye, dude. Miles says back. A hero's life is crazy, be prepared. I will. No, I'm serious. Never let your guard down. You can be chilling, and suddenly 4 portals open to swallow you into another dimension. Nah, that would never happen. Miles jokes. Haha, now that I'm thinking about it. Why 4? Are they meant for the others? Hector starts guessing while being pulled. Me, Peter, Silk. Wait, there's another spider person in my universe. Swish with that he is sucked away, ending this quick but eventful trip. It was fun, but he has his own universe to take care of. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it, make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye-bye. Chapter 114, Back Again and Increasing the Ranks. Third-person POV. When Hector suddenly disappeared, Cortana panicked a little. Her master was calmer than her, passing instruction on that split second in the shape of the predetermined protocols. Once again, the universe confirms that his preparations are never too much. But that doesn't erase the fact that it is a very sudden, and consequently dangerous, development. Even so, Cortana's orders were to wait for a little and judge, based on some clues, if she needed to implement certain measures. After all, maybe Hector can return in the next second. It has been 6 hours, and he hasn't returned, so it's time to inform the people from his inner circle. 6 hours would be enough for her to do more, but a certain incident held her hand, something that confirmed that he is alive and well. He is where? Shago almost screeches when Cortana brings her, Isabella, Helena, and Cassandra to inform them of Hector's absence. Some portals opened up and swallowed him while he was out testing a new body. That's why his real body is still here. Cortana points to the original body sitting on a comfy chair in the room, close to an open chamber. Portals. Completely unprovoked. Helena asks, and after Cortana nods, she sighs, you are indeed never ready. Cassandra is on the side, playing with the soulless body's arms. Shago sits on original Hector's lap and crosses her arms. So what now? Some plan to save him? She asks. No, he does not need to be saved. Cortana answers. What? Shago looks outraged. I'm only informing you that apparently he will not return for some days. And how do you know that? Helena asks. Cortana opens her robotic arms. This whole station. It passed the message. Question mark. When he disappeared, this place trembled. I still fail to see the correlation. It was Master summoning it to his side. He has this control over items that he gained with his powers. He can put restrictions on other people to use, break, and then restore, and even summon them to his side. The station trembled because he started summoning it to whatever place he is. Are you sure about it? Absolutely, it seems unreachable, but he was able to make it react, that warned me that he was okay. And also gave me some information using Morse code. Cortana explains. Shago releases a laugh and scoffs, Morse code. Leave it to the guy to be creative with his abilities. And what did he say? He is safe. The danger level is low, but it will take some time. He is helping people. Cortana answers, if he did not confirm his safety, we would have to establish some radical measures, because maybe the time dilation of the place he landed is huge or he is. Cortana hesitates. Dead? Cassandra asks. Or unconscious? Cortana replies, but we know that he would not die that easily, and I theorize that we would feel if something happened with him. Because of our link. Helena understands. Yes, so in a few words. Be on high alert for any trouble while he is not here, and I will need to use some of the doubles to keep Eidolon around. Doubles. Shago raises her eyebrows. Cortana makes some hollow screens appear, in all of them, images of Eidolons with closed eyes appear. She even brings an android Eidolon, showing that she can control it pretty well. Some androids and clones that I can control to act as him. The true biological clones have a neural network linked to their nervous system and nanites that I can control. They are not nearly as good as the original, but enough to save some cats from trees and punch some street-level villains. Whoa. That guy really goes overboard. Shago whilst less, getting close to the still android. No penis. She shamelessly squeezes his crotch. It sounded superfluous when I designed it, my dear. The one who answered was the android himself, or in this case, Cortana, making a very good impression of Eidolon's mannerisms. Okay, that almost fooled me. Shago comments after flinching when the emotionless android suddenly came to life, but the voice is a little off, not sexy enough. I know him pretty well. Cortana replies smugly. She is the one who spends most of the time with him. But even I can't replicate Master's supernatural attractiveness. And what if a much stronger villain appears? Helena asks. Then I will have permission to use his real body. Cortana says seriously, gesticulating with her hand. Can you do that? Helena asks in disbelief. Even with the help of Nemesis, we would not be able to bring his full potential, but we can, in his own words, abuse the shit out of Eidolon's prowess. Ah yes, he holds back. I forgot sometimes. Helena nods. He has a collection of insta-kill powers that I wanted to use. Nemesis's head suddenly popped out of Hector's chest. Do you guys know how many insta-kills powers this guy has? A lot. What are you doing on his body, brat? Get out there. Shago grabs Nemesis's head and the two start bickering. Make me, this body is mine. Ignoring the duo, Helena talks with Cortana. To that paranoid guy to let you control his body. He really trusts you. Cortana smiles lightly. Even so, he still has countermeasures to prevent any mishaps. But I'm really grateful for the trust he puts in me. She remembers Hector once saying, I don't even trust myself, but I can trust Cortana. Hector POV. After the events of Spider-Verse. I don't know if I got spoiled, but this dimensional jump is taking longer than I expected. I mean, I know that I'm moving an insurmountable distance in this dimensional tunnel, but I was expecting something more instantaneous, you know what I mean. And if I fall into another universe, I will crash out. Damn, irresponsible portal makers. Anyone nowadays can do a dimensional portal, but not everyone should. Then, without warning, I'm out of the dimensional tunnel, falling, above a city I don't have to identify now. My reflexes are too fast to be caught off guard, so I easily spin myself in the air and throw a black whip to a building, and pull myself to a stable rooftop. But another someone would probably died, fucking sloppy dimensional travel. I look around to confirm, okay, I'm back, right? This is all familiar, but you are never 100% sure. Clicking on my wrist device, I call home. It's good having you back, Master. Cortana's voice greets me. She looks calm. Phew, I missed hearing your voice. I sigh. It seems I did not fall on the MCU or on Marvel Zombies just a little before the outbreak. The feeling is mutual, Master. So, just come back to the space station before you are sucked away again. And a portal opens close to me. Geez, passive-aggressive much. So the time dilation was 1:1. Great. I say after moving back to my original body. Damn, the difference is so ridiculous that I don't even have words to describe. Like logging in on your high-level character after you played the tutorial with the recently created character. The feeling of freedom is surreal, you don't notice how restricted your own weakness makes you till you taste real power. I covered for you with your android double. Cortana says at my side, but Shago is not happy. You should see her now. Just a moment, I want to skin my spider body. I say dismissively while watching the robotic arms move the now empty husk of my spider persona. Just go, Master. I will make sure to make all the required tests and wait for you to check on them. You know that it will take too long. Cortana nudges me. Okay. Keep it isolated, we don't want to lose anything. After putting the tests to run and giving one last look to the robotic arms removing samples, I turn to Cortana, give her a deep kiss, and say my goodbyes, thank you, love you. Bye. You know that I will be with you anyway, right? She raises an eyebrow. Yeah. But not in body. You get what I mean. I shrug, I will not be able to do this, for example. Pa. Kaya. I teleport away after the sneaky booty slap. No redheads, no Asians. And I didn't get married or impregnate anyone. That would be a weird way to greet someone, but it's with Shago that I'm talking. She narrows her eyes at me, looking for any signs of deception. Right now, we are in her nightclub that finally opened. Despite her soundproof office, I can still hear the ruckus down there. People vibing to the Android DJ with 2 decades ahead of songs and remixes. It seems things are going pretty well. How could they not? 95% of the staff are robots, the energy comes from an arc reactor, water from an isolated tank, the cost to keep this place is minimal. What about blondies? She finally asks, ignoring my previous comment. Damn, woman, how? You didn't touch me to use Heaven's Door stand power. There's a girl. I start slowly. Here we go. You're so predictable. What happened? You fell dick first in her, Cunny. Hear me out first. I raise a hand to stop the roll of her eyes. Nothing happened, nothing. Not even a kiss. It's just that the multiverse is weird, and the Spider-Girl, Gwen Stacy, had a thing almost happening with the Hector from her universe. He died, she saw me. Coped not that well. Gwen Stacy. The boring girlfriend of Spider-Man. She asks to put a face on the name. She is not that boring, I think the one I met has daddy issues, she looks kinda punk and tomboyish. I explain. Already defending her. Shago gives me a disdainful look. I sigh, I'm not defending anyone. The girl has issues with her dead boyfriend that was never be. I even explicitly stated that she was wrong in transferring them to me, but feelings are not logical. So I just let her be. She will grow out of it. Shago purses her lips. You are jinxing it. Should I wait for her to drop by next week? Here, in this universe. It can happen. The multiverse is big, but destined people tend to meet again. I shrug. Destined, huh? I mean, we met once. That is already destiny in some way. And all spider people are literally connected by the web of life and destiny. I also know that there's a second and potential third Spider-Verse movie. Web of Life and Destiny. So romantic, she drawls, her voice thick with sarcasm. Ah Shago, my love. Do you really need to go over this every time I stay one day away? I pleaded, pulling her into a hug. She is not that enthusiastic, but she is not pushing me away either. Will you sow your seed every time you go to another universe? She shoots back. It only happened once. Women really love bringing things from the past. One time too many. My love, I came back from another universe, missing you. Do you really need to waste time in this petty squabble? I ask, now actively using my charms. Hugging her tighter by the waist, kissing her cheek and neck, whispering in her ear, we never know when I will have to go into another dimensional hole to save someone, let's use our time together wisely. I can see her hard face melting while she struggles to keep an angry front. HM. HM. I nudge, tickling her with my breath and lips. Stop this, you doofus. She laughs. I win. Okay, I will stop interrogating you, just because you are cute. She points at me, warning before hugging me back. Much better. I squeeze her tighter and kiss her lips before we separate to look down on the people having fun through the glass wall. Ugh, how can they enjoy this? Loud music, alcohol, people too close. Okay, Grandpa, you just answered your question. She rolls her eyes. At least I have a reason now, my soul is really old. Yeah. But you also said that age is just a number many times too. Hypocrisy is humanity's racial trait, I will obviously abuse it. I roll my eyes. But speaking a little more seriously, I'm surprised that it became so popular so quickly. Well, because you vetted the use of suggestion telepathic to make people come. She drawls while I give her a look, I just went with the other less unethical option. Asking Cortana to bombard those youngsters with ads from this place and sabotaging the competition. Okay. Capitalism at its finest. What more can I say? Exactly. She exclaims and grabs my jaw, making me pout so that she can kiss my lips. And because of my super awesome boyfriend that provides everything, I can offer really low prices that no one else can compete with. Then they come here and discover that the service is good. Then they are hooked. I will slowly raise the prices, but never enough to allow anyone to compete. Abusing of your advantages, nothing wrong with that. I shrug. How long till you are self-sufficient? 3 months. It should pay for itself and start giving me a hefty profit. She answers, and other advantages. Like. I urge her to continue. Contacts, information, favors. She shrugs, not that interested. You can probably be better on that, but it doesn't hurt having my android workers recording private talks of those second-generation rich kids. They are the future of the country, or so I heard. She gives me a smirk and I look down to watch the said future. I look just in time to see a guy dipping a drink on the mouth of a woman in a very suggestive way, that is someone's daughter, rolling her tongue off and simulating a facial. The future doesn't look that bright. I deadpan. Shago laughs loudly, come on, leave my customers alone. What they do in their free time is no one's business. Fair. People need to recharge, and the ways to do that vary from person to person. Remember me to increase the protection of this place. I look around, already creating some schematics of hidden weapons and other fun things in my mind. That couch can be a transformer robot. Why? She gives me a confused look. I know that I annoyed some big people in the entertainment business, but I can take care of them. Or is there some hidden conspiracy where the nightclubs are Illuminati breeding grounds where they kidnap people to use in sick games of killing and sex? She jokes. There's really something like that. I answer seriously, but no, it's just that now that your civilian identity has a root, it may be easier to figure out that you are Lady Jade. You naming this place Jade Palace didn't help either. I side-glance her, making my best to pass judgment through my eyes. Bleh. She only stalks her tongue unapologetically. I sigh, that's why Hector never met Shago or the others. It's okay, Harley also started working, and I don't think her identity will last long, and Edna is not that subtle and also wants to extend her olive branch to the unfortunate heroes without a drop of fashion sense. Her words. Not a big problem in the great scheme of things, but I obviously need to increase your guys' protection in case someone nukes your homes. I see. This place closes only when the sun is up, so it will take some time. I can wait. I will add some force fields too. An adamantium bunker, a teleport escape room. Okay. Let's talk about boring things later. She interrupts my thoughts. Now, I want you to F me against this glass. She gives me a smoldering gaze. Well, I can do the sacrifice to make up with you for staying away for so long. I say, my heart full of guilt and compassion. Oh, the sacrifice. Poor guy. Back to the space station, I watch my spider body lie down motionless while metal rings go through it to keep scanning everything. So, what are the results? I ask Cortana, an android, gynoid really, body of hers is at my side while another is inside the isolated room, making sure everything goes well. There's a certain energy lingering in every cell of your body. This clone also took some damage, and its life expectancy decayed even more. She answers. That's worrying. Would the same happen with the other guys who suffered the glitch? By how much? Only 2 years. Yeah, but 2 years from 10. That's 20%. Clones normally don't live longer, and those ones have short expiration dates. I mean, why should I worry about it now? It's easier to produce more than to make it last longer. It's the powers, by the way, it's what put a strain on the clone's body. I already fixed the issue with my E-serum. But this one was made before I perfected it. I have immortal clones lying around, too. They can also live longer if I put them in suspended animation. I don't think everyone suffered the same as yours, Master. To start with, this body is already unstable, it shouldn't be out of the tank for more than some hours, and you didn't particularly hold back. She gives me a judgmental look. But it was glorious. I learned how to use the glitch. You should have seen what I saw. 3 paths opened before me. Past, present, and future. And infinitely more beyond them. All happened at the same time. Distance becomes irrelevant. Everything looks unreal and real. That was one of the greatest experiences that I had. For real. The Superheroes Wiki can add that to my list of feats. I think you abuse it, the strain on your cells is obvious. By the way, this method of dimensional travel is sloppy. That's what I told them. I complete for her. I think it would be safer to simply disintegrate someone and reassemble them in the destination. Cortana scoffs. Right. By the way, how many types of energy and radiation are clinging to the clone? I ask. 23 unknown types. One of those is probably the energy that leaks from the web of life and destiny, and the other from the gap between dimensions. And maybe a signature type of energy of Miles' universe, too. The others are unknown, maybe some remnant of the other travelers. I muse to myself. If we can isolate and classify them, you would be able to use dimensional jumps like this one, but improved, please, and track down the home universe of everyone that you met. Cortana finishes my thoughts. And they could track mine. I add a little more seriously. Paranoia again, Master. She almost laughs. It will not be when someone comes knocking on this universe. I scoff and sit on my computer. I was right in asking the Ancient One for ways to hide the leakage of my energy signature. All of them. Yeah. You are always prepared. She rolls her eyes, but can't argue against my methods. I give her a wide-eyed look, making my best impression of a crazy person. A prepared man is crazy on all days but one. Never give chances to the universe, it wants to put on a 19-inch strap-on and fuck you sideways. Now, sitting on my chair in the command center, I stare at the open tabs of a collection of cards. This trip was a good experience, taught me some things. I say to Cortana and Nemesis, one in each armrest of my chair. The first one is that it seems that my alternate versions exist, but they don't seem to have powers. No evil you. Boring. Nemesis sighs, kicking the air with her feet. Well, 2 examples are not enough confirmation, but I hope it stays this way. I reply. My powers come from an external source, outside the Marvel multiverse, so it makes sense that no other Hector has them. But I can't exclude the fact that other Hectors can acquire other types of powers. Heck, they can even have their own cheats. If a gamer Hector appears, I will get annoyed. There are 2 reasons for my suspicion. First, I have an X gene, now meta gene. It was slumbering and fused with the all-for-one quirk, but I had it, so do all the other Hectors. Second, Hector is kinda too close to the superhero world. Too close. I noticed that before. My grandpa was part of the Howling Commandos with Captain America. My parents are colleagues of Doctor Strange. I am a classmate of Peter Parker. Coincidence? I think not. 1 time. Happenstance. 2 times. Coincidence. 3 times. Enemy action. I, Hector, am part of the Marvel Universe one way or another. I mean, I could be a side character like Ned or that guy who was friends with Bruce Banner. But you know what those side characters have in common? They eventually get their powers. Even Jane became a Thor. Eventually, guys in the chair and damsels in distress gained their own power. Another Hector, too close to the superhero world, can end up with his own power set, but in context with the Marvel multiverse. So yes, it will not be surprising if a Hector that was really bitten by a radioactive spider appears. Or one that trained in the mystic arts. Or a mutant. Or even a Hulk. I need to prepare for the eventual moment that I meet them. Maybe they are not as chill as me. While I was monologuing in my mind, only 1 second passed, so I continued my line of thought. The other thing that this experience taught me is that the unexpected can really happen out of nowhere and take me away for a long time. This time I was lucky, but maybe I will not be next time. So I need to quickly set up my automatic heroic defending system. Cortana rolls her eyes playfully. Stop using game terms to simply say that you are gonna summon more people. I'm tired of it. Still annoyed that I made you record a lot of gameplay of Minecraft to popularize the game and upload it on the internet. I ask her. I'm the most advanced AI on this planet. My core processing capacity exceeds 100 exaflops. I can simulate the whole galaxy to the minimal details. And you made me build block thingies in a game to produce dozens of hours of limited gameplay. She snorts. But it was fun, right? That look was not a no. I think. Anyway, this is even another thing to consider. My clone body was kinda immature, the brain, the hormones. I felt like a kid again. Speaking my mind, less calm and all that. Remember me to consider this fact when creating other bodies. And to put the already made bodies under simulation to regularize their bodily functions. Create some experience. It will be done, master. Okay, where was I? Ah yes, summoning people. The timing is good, many countries are already announcing their own superhero teams. Russia, England, and Canada are the first ones to make it official. Cortana informs. Ah yes, later I will check on those people more minutiously, but I don't care that much. If they are efficient, I would not need to worry. Too bad, most of the other heroes' teams are not as good as the Avengers, and the Avengers are not passing my standards either. I have a list of people to summon that I was putting on hold. The last ones were Killer Croc and King Shark, which I put with the Morlocks. April O'Neil, who is doing a freelance job for multiple newspapers, including the Daily Bugle, and Mirage, from the Incredibles world, that is just organizing the specifics to start my game empire. I just bought Steam from Gabe, by the way. He made it last year, so it was easy. Thank you for your efforts on my last world, Lord Gabe. I will keep your legacy alive and make it even better. Why should people need the internet to play a single-player game? If you buy a game, no more shit of buying the license, you own the fucking game. I will also make sure to buy and protect the great titles. It's a big investment, but I know it will pay off in the future. Gamers are so easy to please, and the industry is young now, but they will grow up. And you know what will grow up? The gamers. They will have jobs and money. They will pass the legacy forward to their children. Gamers are very loyal, too. People think that gaming is a nerd thing now, but it will become very mainstream in the future. Can I buy Nintendo? Anyway, look at me going on a tangent again. Summoning people. Let's start. I take the card of the hardest one, well. The hardest one to deal with will be Tatsumaki, but this one will be hard for a completely different reason. Summon. That's crazy, dude. Virgil Hawkins, aka Static Shock, says to me while sitting at my side. The black teen is the protagonist of one of my favorite hero cartoons. We are observing Earth through a glass wall. Yep, I'm sorry. I normally bring people who don't have attachments, people to miss, etc., and etc. Or overall bad people, so that I would not feel bad. I sigh. I felt bad bringing you, knowing that you have a family. But after a lot of tests, I discovered that the people I bring with my power are dead. He completes with a hard tone. Yep. Infinite universes. Every time that you are lucky enough to survive some bad situation, another of you was not so lucky. I think every hero has their plot armor moments. We already talked about his circumstances, he died in a second Big Bang, this is how the explosion that created metahumans in his city is called, or something similar. So, do you know if my family and Richie are good? He asks me and I shake my head. That I can't tell you, you can only guess. Maybe you can return one day, but being honest, that is not something that you should put all your hopes on. I always use it to bait the summons, but I'm gonna be honest with him, it will be very hard to locate your own universe, many could pass, maybe centuries there. And going to another. It would not be the same, you know. Yeah. I guess so. He whispers sadly. Look, dude. I know that you're probably going through an existential crisis now, believe in me. I've been there. Sorry, but unfortunately, now you can only move forward. Unless you want to kill yourself, of course. I can even kill you if you want. Dude. What? Just giving you all options. I shrug. The thing is, I need your help to protect the people down there. I point to Earth. Well, need is a strong word, but let's leave it at that. You become a hero for a reason, and you can still go on. Or not. It's up to you. Just go live for a little, you died but are alive. This is kinda of a blessing in some way, enjoy it before taking a decision. I say. Yeah. I have a lot on my mind, indeed. He sighs. With a goodbye, he followed a small robot to his appointed room. I watch his back disappear behind the closed door before speaking again. Moments like those remind me that Seiko is weird. Despite everything, Virgil is a normal teen. No one around you is normal, master. Cortana says. Yeah. Even Edna and Saul rolled with the strange situation pretty easily. I was even starting to think that maybe my power messes with your heads. I say, in some way, I'm glad Virgil had a normal reaction. Are you really gonna let him walk away from you? Nemesis's head pops out of my chest. What more should I do? He is a genuinely good guy. The type I need around. I say seriously, he will come around eventually. I gave him all the options, but he will not kill himself, he is not weak. And he has the heart of a hero. Heart of a hero, huh? What a load of bullshit. Shut up, just because you are a selfish brat, don't think everyone is like you. I admonish her, I'm selfish too, and I have to admit there are a lot of good people. If you say so. She says, making sure not to sound convinced. Whatever, next in the list. Panacea. Ugh. Let's jump here and do an easier summon, AIS. Panacea is another complicated can of worms, but I'm Hector, I can fix her, Bellucci. I take 2 cards, hearing Cortana snorting over my shoulder. I turn to her slowly, and she is looking at another place, acting nonchalant. Any problem, dear? Nothing, master. I just think certain cards would be more useful recycled. She says in an even and polite tone, albeit her words are just laced with fake politeness, we, ourselves, can create any of those. Yeah, but there are advantages of having them through essence, the loyalty, for example. They can't be hacked and turned against me that easily. She can't argue against that, even though she knows that she has some extra protections against that, albeit not perfect. That guy on the Mojo world influenced Shago, but she resisted that suggestion thanks to the essence. Well, if you have nothing else to say, time to summon Genetic Lifeform and Disk Operating System, or GLaDOS. Humans and their acronyms. Nemesis rolls her eyes. I will summon Baymax too. As expected, very easy. GLaDOS and Baymax's relationship loyalty started maxed out because of their status as half-item. You are just gonna oversee the station. By the way, don't do anything to the prisoners unless Cortana and I say so. I explain to GLaDOS, the large AI hanging from the ceiling. I notice a large quantity of humanoids in hibernation. Valuable resources gone to waste. I suggest putting them to good use. GLaDOS says in that usual voice of hers. How did she sound sarcastic and emotionless at the same time? I don't know, but it's kinda sexy. Nope. I interrupt before Cortana can hear my thoughts. No experiments unless I say so. Oh. Sorry, I didn't know that you are against progress. I will not look to Cortana because I know she has the I told you so look, but I knew where I was getting into. I'm used to sarcastic remarks. Just do your job. With you here, I may be more comfortable taking Cortana with me when I visit other worlds, but you need to prove yourself first. That's one of the reasons why I summoned her. Okay. I will be obedient and waste my potential like you waste all those human resources. I turn to Baymax and decide to ignore GLaDOS. I need a comforting hug. I open my arms to the big and white, cute robot. Providing hug. He opens his arms and envelopes me in them. Ooh, it's like a marshmallow pillow. I'm gonna mass produce him and put on my many hospitals. Good people deserve a Baymax. Prolonged hug detected. Engaging in anti-stress mode. He says, and suddenly he is shaking slightly while emitting some sounds from his core. Is he simulating the hug of a mother? This is a heartbeat. He even got warmer. Oh, now I see the appeal. It's really comforting, probably inspired by the womb. Really, a helper robot. Now I almost feel bad about making him a killer armor. Maybe I should throw away the idea. Wait, is Cortana jealous? Ahem, let's continue with the summons. I say while separating from Baymax while looking at Cortana suspiciously. Wait, is she projecting a Baymax version of her? Not gonna lie, I would hit chubby Cortana too. If she makes a BBW soft body, this one is not gonna back down. I go through the portal to Limbo, dropping down at the exact location that I wanted. My research on portals has borne enough fruit so that I can leave a beacon in a certain location, so that I can easily open the portal here. Well, she didn't run away at least. I comment while looking down on the big state below. The manor and the wall are made of dark rocks. I can see some pink-purplish runes and lines shining through the whole place. Can you teleport through the wards? I ask my newest summon who is following me. The silent guy nods and tries. And succeeds. Scary. I do the same, of course. Charmcaster is a talented mage. Her abilities increased significantly after I gave her many copies of books and grimoires from this universe. But I'm still better. After arriving without problems, I purposefully trigger some security measures to alert her that we are here. I have manners, and shit like that. Dozens of statues suddenly come to life, the eyes and inscriptions glowing on the same pink-purplish color that is characteristic of Charmcaster's magic. Just lead the way, I say to the golems, or come out already if you can see through their eyes. They obviously don't answer, but they stop. And didn't take long for the large double doors of the manor to open, and Charmcaster to appear. Her face was in a small scowl. I guess she doesn't like to remember that she is still under me. Hope. I greet happily, I love what you've done with the place. Very you. I say, a small reminder that I was the one who arranged this whole thing for her. After killing the evil eldritch sorcerer that lived here. She rolls her eyes at the familiarity that I'm treating her. Woman, I kinda own you, do you want me to act like an asshole? What do you want? She asks unfriendly. A bad attitude, as always, that's why you are single. I scoff. I'm single because I know no one in this damned multiverse. This only adds another layer of sadness to your solitary love life, so you should be more friendly, anyway. I decided to stop teasing her a little. This guy here will be your bodyguard. You can make good use of him. Him. She and I look at the anti-mage, silently watching us. I don't need a guard. She crosses her arms and acts petulant. Don't dismiss my goodwill like that. He is very good. Like his name, he is anti-mage, a mage killer. He is very resistant to magic, can cross wards without a problem, and can easily break magic defenses, and disperse mana with his attacks. I explain. Each statement making Charmcaster look at the anti-mage a little more seriously. I don't need and I don't want him here. She refuses immediately, as expected. Sorry, but that is non-negotiable. I reply equally seriously. We lock eyes for a good minute. Notice now, dear. As much as he can kill your mage enemies and protect you from other magical threats. He can kill you at my command. I'm not gonna do it, of course. But she is unaware of how much influence I have over her because of the essence, so explicit control can be a good leash to her. I would hate to have to punish her, better to avoid that. Use him as you want, like eliminating the competition. I smile innocently at her, making the scowl return. Follow your mission, anti-mage. I say, a propositional mysterious smile on my lips. I make sure Charmcaster saw it. I open another portal to go back. By the way, good work with your research on how to escape from me. It's not gonna work, but good work nonetheless. I laugh, I'm not a fiend god, my dear. The principle itself is sustained on nothing. I leave the dimension with one last smug look at her irritated face. She is one of the most unhappy with her circumstances of all my summons. Not really accepting that she is my subordinate, even though I do not order her around and do not act the part of a master. But people have egos, you know. That's why I can't see myself summoning villains like Aizen, Madara, Frisia, or Dio. Too much trouble. I would be able to force them to obey, but unless I destroyed their ego, they would never be truly loyal. What would be the fun in having a subservient Aizen? So out of character that it weirds me out. And if it's gonna be like that, empty robotic-like shells of their former selves, I can just wait for a Sung Jinwoo card and make an army of shadows of those egoistical villains. In the end, she, Virgil, and all others chose to come here. So I really can't be blamed. Hope, if you came here with the idea of turning the tables on me, you will end up very disappointed. I'm not unfamiliar with silence, it is even my ally most of the time, but that is when silence has a purpose. Silence can be my tool to make people uncomfortable, to give me time to think, to hide my emotions. Now. While I stare at the mousy teen girl avoiding eye contact at my side, I can only think that I would prefer to be anywhere else. Maybe it's because I know her. It's funny, really. I kinda already set your identity here unknowingly. I try to start a conversation, using your hero name to save sick people in hospitals, people already like you. Okay. She says, still not looking at me. Ugh, she is kinda fucked, so I don't want to talk much with her. Well, when in doubt, be direct. Okay, Ms. Dallin. We are not going anywhere, you must have a lot on your mind, and don't worry, I'm not gonna force you to do anything. Not even talk. Still nothing. As an introvert myself, I understand you. Like, people always say to us to talk more, open up. Why don't they tell the extroverts to shut up a little, right? I try to act friendly, joking, and smiling, and I see a small reaction from her, but she still does not engage in the end. I continue, you can go to your room, think about what you want to do, or even talk with me. I know the role that I planned for you will be exhausting. Just go at your own pace. I say. Eventually, she nods and is guided away by a small robot. Huffworm characters are all weirdos, and normally, I would not touch them with a 3-meter pole. Damn, fucked up world. One day, I'm gonna fix that universe. At least one of them. Well, time to do what I was avoiding till now. And you know what? I will summon the 3 at the same time. Tatsumaki, Sweet Mask, and Zombieman. I'm using a lot of background customization cards, but whatever, I have enough to still roll gachas exclusively of characters for some time. That is hard to believe. Zombieman says with a pensive expression. I still think that is some kind of trick. Tatsumaki adds, glaring at me. Sweet Mask is surprisingly quiet. I just continue to play with my dragon dagger, removing and putting the dragon coin back in place. I think I will become Lord Draken next time a giant monster attacks. While picking nothing between my nails with the tip of the blade, I shrug, I don't know what is hard to believe. You guys fight literal monsters / robots / aliens / etc. on a daily basis, you are immortal, and that kid over there is a flying nuke. I think dying and being summoned here is still in the area of acceptable. Who is a kid? You are a kid. Predictably, she shouts angrily while pointing at me. Calm down, I was just joking. No kid has hips like that. Anyway, I hope none of you has a problem with my arrangements, you all kinda agreed after all. Don't worry, you are not gonna do anything that you are not doing before. Just that you will start from zero, but with my help you will become even better hero dash. Suddenly, I'm interrupted by Tatsumaki, I don't wanna. She harumphs, crosses her arms, and looks away. Exactly like a child. What? Why? I ask calmly. What is the point? I don't care. Where are the parents of this lost child? Be reasonable and elaborate, please. I knew that she would be difficult, but I didn't know the difficulties would start with this. On heroism of all things. I was expecting to stay alive to take care of my sister. She at least gives me the answer, albeit in an unfriendly manner. Well, read the contract properly before signing up, girl. We can eventually go there, probably. Or maybe I can bring her here. The thing, living gives us an option. I have this talk with Virgil, the difference is that he is not a brat. HMPF, I don't believe in you. And what choice do you have? You are already here. I argue while rolling the dragon dagger in my hand. I mean, if you want, you can just leave a normal life, but we both know that you can't do that. I remember that chapter where she got bored when she went on vacation. What do you mean I can't? I obviously can do whatever I want. Ugh, so any type of challenger triggers her. I will need to put what I learned with the brat correction dungeons. Please. You would get bored. You are such an extraordinary woman, normal life is not for you. I say sincerely. Yeah, on that you are right. She nods seriously with a expression. Maybe this will be easier than I expected. I also remembered something that puts people closer. I smile innocently and offer, what about a little spar? I was kind of going soft all day with the summons, no villain to put in the place, but those guys respect strength, right? When the trio turns to look at me, my smile widens. You 3 can attack at the same time. Seeing their disrespected faces, I feel very pleased. Ah yes, this will be so easy. A.N, hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it, make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 115, Lord Draken. Raven. After a lot of consideration, Raven decided to do one of her least favorite things. An introspection trip to the deepest parts of her mind. There's a reason for that, a reason why she needs to go there and why she doesn't like going there. Because that is where she finds the things that her friends once nicknamed emotoclones. These emotoclones, like the name explicitly says, are her emotions given form, personality, and even consciousness. In the past, she fractured her emotional spectrum to separate herself from those emotions, so that she would not lose herself to them and end up hurting herself, or the world. It's a defense mechanism, a seal. For the price of becoming almost emotionless, she was able to function in society. After all, she can't risk the world's safety in case she can't control a particular fit of anger, or if someone, knowing of this particular information, tries to make her lose herself. Her creator was the first one to always try. So there, in her inner world, her emotional spectrum exists fractured into 8 parts. She expected 7, but as proof that she had no idea of what she was doing at the time, the pieces are not simply representations of the famous 7 emotions and colors that one would see on the lantern troops. No, her demon heritage mixed with that, adding sins and other aspects of her personality in the mixture, and that's how she ended up with 8 emotoclones. Those physical manifestations of pieces of her being are identical to her, with the exception of the color theme. Finally visualizing her dark mindscape, she sees them there, doing whatever they do, whatever she denies herself from doing in the real world. Pink is the embodiment of Raven's happiness. Different from the frozen-faced Raven, she is much more expressive, not afraid of showing what she is feeling. Well, almost all emotoclones are literally one-dimensional characters, ruled by the emotions that represent them, never hiding them, but Pink Raven is still the most expressive. She is very different from Grey, even Raven almost missed the manifestation of her timidity there. The fear of loneliness, abandonment, and rejection. She is also the one who holds Raven's sadness. She is just there, pulling the hood up very tightly to hide her face while trying to be invisible. Raven can't complain about separating from her, despite not showing happiness. Raven rarely feels sadness either. People often mistake her for a sad existence, but she is not. She is above all that. So, she likes and pities sadness a little, the one who holds those negative emotions for her. The ones that she doesn't like are green and orange. She still doesn't believe those emotions are inside her. Green is bravery, a tomboyish version of her, brazen, outspoken, and one who likes fist fights. She is a magic user. Why would this version of her enjoy punching and kicking? And orange is rude. No, she is not only rude, she really is the embodiment of rudeness. The complete disregard for other people, that's what she is. If it were only sarcastic and with an attitude, Raven would accept her more easily, but she is uncouth and undignified. Look, she just burped loudly. On the other hand, yellow is easily the one that Raven can accept in the blink of an eye. She represents knowledge, she is calm, mature, reasonable, and keeps the rest in line. It would all be well, so much that Raven almost regretted separating from it. But yellow is dangerous in a different way. The search for knowledge is a thin and dangerous line that all magic users tread. Knowledge also embodies Raven's ambition and greed. Those are dark desires, very dangerous to someone with a demon heritage. So, even though the yellow Raven looks innocent with her glasses, even though she doesn't mean any harm, she can end up being the start of Raven's downfall. Funny that there's another one that Raven doesn't need to worry about. Brown represents slothness. In the same line of yellow, she is also obviously closely tied to a cardinal sin. But sloth is not dangerous to her, just embarrassing. It's not only about not doing anything. Brown Raven is sloppy and dirty. It's good that she separated from it, and although the desire to take a break from all her troubles is something she can't deny, she knows she can't slack off. Now, the last 2 are the ones that Raven can barely look at. The ones that make the trips here less and less consistent, making it an undesirable chore. Red and violet. Red is self-explanatory. The representation of anger, the most volatile emotion, the one that is just one hair away from making her lose control, the color of her creator. If one day she falls, it will be through Red Raven. The emotoclone even has a different characteristic from the others. She has 4 red eyes that shine constantly in a piercing light. Really, the closest to her demonic heritage. That is the one that Raven needs to keep in check, sealed, and out of sight. The other one is not as dangerous, but Raven almost let Red Raven take control and raged when she saw what the manifestation of love and passion was doing. Violet Raven is making a shrine to Hector. With moving pictures, fragments of her memories, and candles, and hearts. Azarath, Mitri and Zithos. She calms herself. Maybe trying to create a magic that harnesses the power of those things was a bad idea. Third-person POV. 1 second. 1 move. That's all Hector needed to defeat 2 of the 3 people from the world of One Punch Man. Sweet Mask and Zombieman lost while they were still processing his challenge. One moment, Hector was calmly sitting on his chair, playing with his dragon dagger, and in the next moment, he moved faster than their eyes could keep up. He appeared beside Zombieman, touched him, and the immortal hero was encased in ice. Sweet Mask's eyes only had the time to widen before he felt pain on his ribs, his pupils moving to the side while he was sent flying. He saw Hector casually standing there, his hand outstretched, as he touched him. Touched. That is the word, because it didn't look like he punched or attacked. his position is just like he simply touched him, but the strength behind that is enough to make Sweet Mask's pretty face kiss the wall. And kissing the wall at sonic speeds is not the worst pain. The blue-haired man can feel waves and waves of pain and numbness spreading around his body, swapping between each other. Pain and numbness. Feeling too much and then feeling nothing. He can't muster any strength while he stays buried in the wall. Your organs are on the brink of rupture, so don't move to move. Your heartbeat is almost enough to overwhelm them in this fragile state. Hector's voice reaches him despite his head being buried. So that's it. The feeling of pain comes from when his heart pumps blood around his body. Hector's attack was so devastating that it cracked his insides. It will take a long time for him to recover. Hector then turns to look at Tatsumaki. I told you guys to attack first. He says regretfully, but in his mind, he is okay with this development. Defeating someone so quickly, without giving them the chance to show their abilities, is a good way to plant a seed of unwillingness in them. Initially, this would look counterproductive if you want to inspire some loyalty or tame a rather problematic follower, but it is like the saying, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Feeding of whatever challenging nature they have will make it effective when Hector really gives them the chance to act on their delusions and rips it off completely. For now, they can think Hector may have won because he sneaked attack, or because they are not prepared, but eventually they will discover that he is simply much stronger than they are. In simpler words, he is going to deal with their rebellious hearts in his own terms. Obviously, some people needed to receive the message loud and clear from the beginning, so Hector says to Tatsumaki, let's change places. And without giving Tatsumaki a chance to reply, Hector was suddenly into her. First, she was looking at him completely, then suddenly she was looking only at the palm of his hand and fingers that closed on her face, exclamation point. She was forced back, but luckily it was not an attack. Tatsumaki feels the change in temperature, a hot wind washing away the cool air of the space station. When she looks around, they are in a deserted rocky place, no point of reference in sight. I guess here we can go, a little crazy. Hector says, pressing the tip of his dragon dagger with his index finger. Of course, you can go all out. It will now make any difference. He drawls with a smirk. You are starting to piss me off. Tatsumaki says slowly, like she is trying to keep her anger in check. She notices that he is wearing different clothes from before, but her mind doesn't dwell much on it. Despite trying to act unbothered, the psionic energy surrounded her, making her hair and pebbles around float doesn't lie. The vein throbbing on her forehead is also a pretty good indicator. Only starting. Damn, I need to up my trash talk game. I can't even anger an underdeveloped brat dash. BOOM. He was interrupted by the boost of power coming from her. It encapsulates and ties him, his arms going tightly close to his body as his body goes still. Oh. He releases a small breath while looking at Tatsumaki's eyes, shining green. So it's psychokinesis, not telekinesis. Trying to stop me from moving by locking my energy. Girl, you are biting much than you can chew. He laughs. Boom, and he releases himself easily enough, opening his arms like he just broke some thick duct tape. The blast of energy emitted from his body travels in all directions, creating a small crater and even pushing Tatsumaki a little before she stops herself and starts floating. But she still needs to protect her eyes from the wind because of his energy moving like a hurricane around him. Let's play. It's morphing time. He smiles widely while raising his dragon dagger and Saba, the white short sword. Sliding the dagger and the sword together, green and white lights are emitted from the two. The powers of the green dragon coin and the white tiger coin emerge and fuse as his body is engulfed by the light. His body is covered in an instant. When the light fades and it is finally possible to look at him directly, every inch of his body is covered in his Power Ranger suit, Lord Draken's Power Ranger suit. The suit is predominantly white, with some black and green, but it also has golden ornaments. Like the chest plate and its helmet, which mix the image of a dragon and a tiger perfectly, the red visor gives a menacing look to what otherwise should have been the friendly appearance of a hero. Ready. His voice is deep and muffled under his helmet. His question is simply a warning because he doesn't wait for her. It will end that easily, too. His voice comes from behind her, too close to comfort, making the hairs on her neck stand up. With a boost of psionic power, she was able to stop whatever he was planning to do, sending him flying and creating some distance between the two. She turns around fast with her outstretched palm already pointed at him. Locking on him, sliding back, his feet create two gashes on the ground, while he is thrown back much less than expected. The ground opens beneath his feet, like the huge mouth of a beast trying to swallow him, and it succeeds. For a second or two, before a line appeared on the huge cocoon of rocks, trying to seal him. Hector emerges from the cut cocoon and doesn't waste time dashing at Tatsumaki, short sword in hand, the dagger still on his hip. Tatsumaki hastily attacks him with more rocks from the surroundings. This battlefield gives her some advantage, at least. Whoosh 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 whoosh. But it seems it's not enough because Hector is not even slowed down while he cuts everything that enters his path, even the ones that she sneaks behind him, above, and beneath him are cut before they can even touch his body. Tatsumaki remembers that Atomic Samurai can do something similar, tuning huge objects into smaller and harmless versions by cutting them into pieces. Hector is not exactly reducing the rocks to molecules, but he is cutting them small enough so that the small rocks are stopped by the strong wind around his body. She watches him reach her again in a surprisingly quick and long dash, his arm holding the short sword above him but already descending on her. A flash of a grim future flickers on her mind. If that attack hits her, she will be bisected from top to bottom. She hastily puts her hands above her head and stops his hand with psychokinesis. Boom. His arm indeed stopped, but she was forced into a squatting position, strain visible on her face, while cracks appeared on the ground. She didn't even have time to question how strong he is because she just saw his free hand moving to his belt, pulling the dragon dagger, and aiming at her stomach. The guy is not kidding. There's no hesitation in his movements, he is really going to stab her. Tatsumaki opens the ground again, but this time to swallow her. His overhead swing and stab miss the mark as she goes diagonally down and back in the now empty space on the ground. No need to worry about damage, I can fix you up pretty good afterwards. She hears his condescending voice above her. You asked for it, she says, finally going full throttle battle mode. The ground shook and the sky churned as Tatsumaki floated high in the air. Hector, for once, gives her the courtesy to prepare herself. He stays still, ignoring the strong winds hitting him. Tatsumaki opens her arms, each hand pointing in opposite directions. Then her palms turn to the sky, and with that, huge chunks of earth rise from the ground and surround them. When she closes her arms, joining her palms, she sends the huge chunks of earth in his direction with a surprisingly fast speed. One would expect that the building-sized rocks would move slowly through the air, but Tatsumaki can throw them with the same ease as kids would skip rocks on a lake. The rocks approach Hector at the same time, closing all the escape routes. But this only makes him tilt his head. After all, she already knows that he can make his own path. As expected, he cuts them, but the ones from above. He thinks she must have planned something, so he didn't immediately dash in her direction. He opens a path above him and jumps. It seems he has good senses, because spikes emerged beneath him just a little before he jumped. The rocks are a distraction. But jumping also gives some openings. For some reason, he is not flying, and psychokinesis is one of the most versatile superpowers for a reason. Tatsumaki easily stops the huge rocks and changes directions to attack Hector. Even the ones he cut. So what? They are smaller, but they can still be used. Two rocks crash on Hector, like two meteors hitting each other, breaking into smaller pieces. But Hector reappears on another rock, his feet glued to the surface. He moved so fast that Tatsumaki didn't see how he got there, but she is locked on his signature, so she attacks again. The air becomes a three-dimensional battlefield, and at the same time, a weapon for Tatsumaki. But Hector navigates through it pretty well, quickly jumping from rock to rock, slowly approaching while avoiding Tatsumaki's attacks. The Esper bites her lip in frustration. Her opponent is simply too slippery, even switching strategies to keep him away and looking for an opening is not working. He is slowly but surely approaching her. Jumping from rock to rock, sometimes even kicking the air. When she thinks she caught him, he destroys the rock with a precise attack that leaves no openings. A small part of her needs to admit that he is good, making it look effortless, even though she knows that fighting against her is a nightmare. When he finally gets too close to comfort, she decides to abuse her power and once again releases an overwhelming blast of psionic energy. She removed the rock so that he do not have anything to use to defend himself and hits him with an unavoidable attack. He is obviously sent back hundreds of meters. Even though he dashed to her, she also noticed that he resisted the blast a little too much. Going through it and reaching too close to comfort before his dash loses momentum and he is pushed back. Still exerting full strength, she reaches for his overall direction with her hand and power, and grabs the air while twisting her wrist. A huge hurricane is formed around him. The winds are moving at supersonic speed, enough to shred a normal human. This hurricane is a death trap even to a very resistant person, because even if you are not killed instantly by turning into a pink mist, you will slowly be ripped by the constant onslaught. Even the small things carried by the wind only increase its power. It blocks all senses and makes it hard to move, so if you are trapped on it, it is also not easy to escape. HMPF. You really asked for it. Tatsumaki snorts while looking at her cruel trap. I will let you off after I take a layer of skin. This kind of treatment is only reserved for monsters, and even she would be uncomfortable using it against a human. Her scornful gaze changes slowly when she notices a figure emerging from the hurricane. He is simply walking out of it, straight and unbothered. The winds and sand are hitting his body, but doing nothing. He is eating all that like he is taking a stroll on the beach. The small rocks hitting his suit do nothing but create sparks around him. A drop of sweat runs through her temple, and even Tatsumaki needs to admit that this guy is ridiculous. I think the youngsters in my older world started calling it aura farming. Hector tilts his head, ignoring the fact that he is the same age as the said youngsters. Anyway, Tatsumaki. It's proven that I'm not that fragile, so can you please go out already? It will leave a bad taste in my mouth if I defeat you without giving you the opportunity to go all out. He continues hypocritically. Because he is also not going all out, and he just defeated Zombie Men and Sweet Mask without giving them the same opportunity. He is giving different treatments to different people, based on his judgment of their characters. Tatsumaki is, after all, the most defiant and uncontrollable of all of them. She is also the one who has the most destructive power, so it is not a prudent idea to play the long game with her. He needs to stomp her now. I'm going to start attacking for real now, are you smiling? He is saying before noticing something strange. Tatsumaki is smiling. Not a scornful smirk or anything, a somewhat genuine smile. What? Who is smiling, you weirdo? She frowns, as confused as he, but as she uses her hand to touch her face, she also notices her curled lips. Badump, is she getting excited with this? Not even she can tell. Ah, I see. Holding back sucks, huh? A world made of cardboard, right? Hector understands a little. In the future, I'm gonna take you to some deserted planets. Train you till you can pull a moon from the sky. It will be fun. Don't act familiar. She is still keeping an arm's length distance from him. Whatever, heads up. He warns, and disappears from his spot. She has the time to create a buried around when she notices him appearing just a meter away, his fist pulled back before he strikes. The punch was like a mini nuke hitting her circular barrier, the huge rocks that she was using previously were pushed back, the wind cutting them. And even though they are 100 meters in the air, the ground still sinks into a crater by the sheer force of the shockwave. Tatsumaki was launched at the horizon like a cannonball, she was still able to keep herself steady instead of spinning around uncontrollably, so she could see the land beneath her passing too quickly. She is moving so fast that suddenly there's no more land beneath, but the sea. Tatsumaki finds herself surrounded by the sea in all directions, with no idea where she is. Not that her location matters, she has a more concerning issue to worry about, in the shape of Hector wearing his Power Ranger armor while running at the water in her direction. He is moving at supersonic speeds, and Tatsumaki almost can't see the lower half of his body because of the water particles raised by his steps. She doesn't panic, though. Now, surrounded by water, she has a different type of medium to use her powers. First, she splits the sea, making him lose his footing, and controls the water to shoot high-concentrated beams of water. Thousands of them are shot at Hector from all directions, each is strong enough to pierce metal. Obviously, even without footing and under overwhelming attacks, Hector keeps his calm, dodging and deflecting the attacks that would hit him. After images of him appear on the air as he slowly approaches Tatsumaki. That's it. You are not gonna do much if you don't actively try to kill me. He shouts, finally reaching her, his short sword, or small saber, slashes through her psionic shield like butter. It would hit her if she were not passively pushing everything away from her. Her barrier is not only a ball wall, it is filled with psionic energy, like gravity that pushes everything away. Once, against Psychos, she suffered because her opponent inverted the pressure and direction of the force, but this time, this saved her. Despite slashing her on the waist, his body is moved a little back, and the tip of the blade only makes a cut on her abdomen. It almost destroyed her dress, a little down, and she would have flashed him. Neither of the two cares about that at the moment. Hector kicks the air again, and kicks the psionic ball surrounding Tatsumaki, in the air, sending her through the clouds. Let's see how you fare without anything to use. He comments before kicking the air again to follow her. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier, their sensors captured weather and seismic anomalies in the sea between East Africa and South Asia. I want images. Fury says, disgruntled with his crew. As a spy, few things irked him more than being kept in the dark about something, so the fact that he has so many satellites with high-end cameras at his disposal, and in all the screens that he looks at, shows nothing more than, well, nothing, doesn't make him happy. I'm sorry, sir. This is the best we can get, the storm is blocking us from getting any real footage of the cause. A S.H.I.E.L.D. operative says from her chair while typing frantically. Maybe is a natural storm. Someone suggests weakly. Despite the dumb statement, Fury still replies, natural storms don't form without our sensors catching previous signals. His mind goes to a certain someone linked with Charles Xavier. The location, close to Africa, also supports this line of thought. But what would make an Omega-level mutant go all out like that? And the whole thing seems a little off. He makes a decision. First, he will enter into contact with Xavier for more information, and second, send Wondermen to investigate. He orders. Another part of his mind inadvertently wonders about Eidolon. With that big of a ruckus, he would be the first one there. Boom 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 boom. The dark, cloudy sky is filled with constant flashes of white and green light, sounds similar to thunder, but not quite like it, echoing all over the place where the shadows of the combatants can barely be seen. Huff huff. Tatsumaki is already breathing heavily at this point. Everything she does, everything she throws at him, is shrugged off while he continues to test her limits. Even when she basically brought the sea to the sky and condensed the clouds into water to submerge him, he still kept going without any loss in his battle prowess. At some point, he stopped using his blades and is only punching and kicking her, the psionic ball moving around like in a pinball game. Hector discovered that despite the huge output, Tatsumaki has limits. Something that he will try to improve later. He has even started taking it easier, conducting her back to land. Boom. After an especially nasty spinning axe kick, Hector sends Tatsumaki down. The psionic barrier hits a beach with everything, raising waves and sand high in the air. Hector lands close to her some seconds later, looking pretty unharmed. Ready to admit defeat? Or do you have any last tricks that you want to try? She was ready to reply with a snarky comment, but Hector's armored head suddenly snapped to the side. Too bad, we need to continue it another time. He says in an even voice, I won by the way. He turns to her, and despite being covered completely, she can almost see his smug smirk. What? Obviously, it's not over, Gurk. She gags while shouting, and a black liquid starts pouring from her mouth. She panics for a moment while the liquid covers her whole body, and then disappears together with her. The whole process took less than a second. Hector worked hard to make this specific power quick, after all. What kind of escape teleportation has a delay? Drops of the liquid barely touched the sand when someone appeared in the sky. Your friend ran to where? Simon Williams, aka Wonderman, asks while floating intimidatingly. His eyes were shining in a red-pinkish light. He is a muscled man with black hair, wearing glasses and a tight fight sleeveless costume. A huge red W on his chest. She was not my friend. Hector answers, entering the persona of Lord Draken. This is a little problematic. I still haven't decided what to do with Lord Draken. Should I start with a bad impression by fighting against him? He ponders in his mind, and sincerely, I don't know if this body can defeat Wonderman. Wonderman is one of the heavy hitters of Marvel, not someone that can be underestimated. Hector is using a fairly strong body, but it is not enough to fight someone on the same league as Thor. If a battle were decided by stats alone, this body would have no chance against Wonderman. Well, I can work with that. Let's see how strong this Power Ranger suit makes me. Despite being a cautious person, he is never afraid of a fight. Oh, so are you guys having a little quarrel? Wonderman asks calmly, a cocky smirk on his face. He seems to be in control of the situation. Not even introducing yourself. Those new heroes have no manners. Lord Draken shakes his head, looking disappointed. I think you need a little humbling so that you can become a proper hero. He says, his voice imperious. Maybe because he was dealing with OPM characters earlier, he decided to act a little like Garu. From you? Haha. No offense, your costume is cool and all, but I don't think you have what it takes to dash whoosh. A downward slash cuts Wonderman's words, and his body. And the land. And the sea. The attack was so strong that it looked like a reenactment of Moses parting the Red Sea. Lord Draken used Saba, a pretty sharp and strong blade, that was even able to create a bloody line in Wonderman's body. Despite not going as deep as an inch, the attack can be considered a great feat because of how strong Wonderman is. Lesson 1, even the strongest of the heroes can die if they are caught off guard. Lord Draken says, his voice serious. Flashes of images of people like Wanda and the Hulk dying from bullets appear in his mind. It can happen. Wonderman almost couldn't hear him, looking at his cut forearms. Never met anyone that could hurt you. Lord Draken tilts his head to the side. Better me than someone that really wants to kill you. You talk too much. Lord Draken's condescending tone already got on Simon's nerves. His fists glow in the same red-pinkish light and fly at Lord Draken at neck-breaking speeds. Yep, this speed is just too much. The Power Ranger thinks while stepping back with a dash, creating dozens of meters of distance, avoiding the crater made by Wonderman's dive. If I didn't have future sight, I would discover pretty early if this armor can tank his attacks. Running now. Simon shouts. Yep, I embarrassed you enough. I bet I'm gonna live rent-free on your mind from now on. The name is Lord Draken, by the way. Lord Draken strikes an exaggerated pose characteristic from a Super Sentai. No, you won't. Simon pushes his palm and releases a blast of energy, 10 meters wide, to attack the Power Ranger. Stop giving me openings. When Lord Draken takes advantage of the fact that the attack covered Wonderman's field of vision and sneaks around to punch the men in the face. The hero was sent sliding on the ground some meters, but he doesn't look hurt, albeit receiving an attack strong enough to flatten entire neighborhoods. Seriously, it shouldn't be that easy, be better. With those words and after pointing at him, Lord Draken turns around fast and grabs his short sword. Remember, fake hero. Losing your cool is not cool. He then literally slices the air and escapes. Yes, Saba can cut the fabric of reality. That's how Lord Draken moved around the multiverse to steal the morphing powers of main Power Rangers teams. It's not for nothing that he was able to injure Wonder Man. With a lot of effort and taking some risks, he would be able to kill Wonder Man. It's possible, it would be an uphill battle, but he has a chance of victory. But instead of doing that, he prefers letting the new hero seethe, quitting while ahead. And there's an attack of a giant monster in Japan. He can't miss the opportunity. Too bad Lord Draken didn't come in a package. He didn't gain a Megazord, not even the Green Dragon Zord. Yes, he tried playing the Dragon Flute, but no Dragon Zord came from the sea or anywhere else. Luckily, even without a Megazord, he can still fight giant monsters. Almost every day, Eidolon visits Emma Frost because of his adopted daughters. Consequently, he meets Emma pretty often, too. The CEO woman decided to work from home much more because of her daughters, only traveling when absolutely necessary. The girls are too young to travel together with her, and she is still keeping them a secret, leaving only a handful of her subordinates to take care of them. The most loyal ones, of course, who ironically are once people that betrayed her and received a little lobotomy to make them faithful servants. After doing some paperwork and sending it to her assistants, Emma spares a moment to thank the wonders of technology that allow her to do it remotely, before moving to the playroom where her daughters and Eidolon are staying right now. Opening the door, she was greeted with the sight of Eidolon entertaining the little girl while they showed him the things they liked: toys, drawing, telling stories of movies, and even reenacting scenes. It looks very chaotic even from her third-person perspective, but he keeps up with them pretty well, replying to everything with an interested voice and even adding some relevant information here and there. It's not just anyone who can engage with kids and treat them that well. His tone is neither authoritative nor condescending. "Oh, Ms. Frost. How was work?" Eidolon seems to have noticed her only now, the 5 girls turning their heads simultaneously to her. To any other person, it would be creepy, and straight from a horror movie, but she finds it cute. Dull, but not extraordinarily bad. She answers while hugging her daughters. She never thought of herself as the motherly type, but she can't deny that this feels good. It helps that she skipped the arguably worse parts of motherhood. Seeing their interaction, Sophie looks between the two inquisitively. "Papa. Mama." "Yes." Eidolon turns to her. It seems her line of thought went through the other girls, and they started alternating words. "Why Miss Frost and not dear?" The 5 say, despite their blooming individuality, they're still pretty much glued together. But Emma and Eidolon notice that the one who started this was Sophie, the most proactive and observant of the group. That can be a good signal. But more important than cultivating their individuality at the moment, they need to worry about this question that came from nowhere. What do you mean?" Emma asks, completely understanding the question, but buying time. "Are you two not a couple?" They tilt their head together cutely. "Mama and Papa but not couple." They continue. It seems they learned about the structure of the average family. "No, we are not married, nor a couple." Eidolon decides to be honest and answers softly. The girls stop to look at him, and they look sad. Eidolon obviously noticed it quickly, and just as quickly reaches for them. "Oh girls, I know that you are all smart enough to understand that your situation is not exactly normal. But what is the problem with it? Being normal is boring most of the time." He laughs while patting their heads. They seem to be easily convinced by him, but he continues. "And yes, your mother and I are not together like that, not by something like marriage or a piece of paper. We are linked together by something much stronger." He looks at them gently. "By our love for you all. We love you 5 unconditionally, and this is stronger than anything." With the same gentle smile, he hugged them, and they hugged him back. Even Emma is surprised, thinking something like, "So this is what it's like to have a loving father." She was so absent-minded that she didn't even notice when Mindy grabbed her hand and pulled her to the group hug. She left herself be guided, and despite the awkwardness, hugged them together with Eidolon. The 2 adults exchange glances, their eyes full of questions. In the end, they decided not to answer any of them, and with a small shrug, they simply enjoyed the strange family moment. Not putting labels on anything. "By the way, I have something to tell you," Emma says. After they separate, she has Mindy on her lap, while Eidolon is with Sophie, Celeste, and Phoebe. Esme is running around the playground. Eidolon makes a sound to her to go on while not taking his eyes off the kids. "I also have something to tell you. The teacher I told you about finally finished her last project. And is free to take care of the girls." He says but doesn't elaborate, waiting for her to say her piece. "I will be waiting to meet someone recommended by you. Anyway, during that party in the Avengers Tower, I discovered something interesting." She starts mysteriously. "Don't go checking other heroes' minds, Ms. Frost. It can trigger some troubles." He warns. "I was careful. And the information didn't come from any hero, but hidden villains." She makes a dramatic pause, but Eidolon doesn't take the bait and asks further. Emma, scared in her mind, she planned to at least tease him a little, if not gain something from the information, but seeing who those people are, it's in the best interest of everyone that Eidolon is aware. Hydra still exists. She reveals. Oh. That reaction made her narrow her eyes. It was not the usual muted reaction that the expressionless hero tends to do. He is not hiding his surprise, no. He was surprised for a little moment, but it was more like directed at the fact that she knew about that. Emma is a mind reader, and despite popular belief, that didn't make her a stunted social person that depends on her power to understand others. In truth, thanks to her powers, she can read faces and reactions pretty well. You knew about that. It's not a question, it's a statement. Almost an accusation. Yes. He nods, not hiding anything. Why do you think I don't cooperate too much with S.H.I.E.L.D.? She gives him a look. So are you gonna let the evil organization that almost dominated the world some decades ago do whatever they want? Say the woman who is part of a hidden organization that is trying to control the world too. He scoffs sarcastically, and you are giving them too much credit. Hydra would never take over the world. It's not that simple, there are a lot of strong people living quietly, and installing a fascist regime would destroy their zen. That makes sense. She can imagine that there are others like Eidolon, but without the will or desire to be a hero, living secretly. But they would retaliate if their toes were stepped on. And don't worry, it's not like I am doing nothing. His eyes smile, shining a malicious glint. I am just playing their game and being subtle with it. In a hidden place, Ophelia Sarkissian talks with a blank screen, reporting her progress with the Yashida group. That's good. We need adamantium to even the playing field. Many countries sped up the creation of their own superhero groups, we didn't have the time to infiltrate all of them. From the blank screen, a voice comes, it's impossible to know if from a man or a woman, from someone old or young. Talking about evening the playfield. I had a recent surprise. Ophelia smirked, I recruited someone new. Someone. Would he be useful? Well, he has a strange personality. A distorted heroic outlook that can be used. He is weird. Ophelia says with a tilt of her head, but you wouldn't find fault with his abilities. He is the one who humbled the new toy from the Avengers. Her smirk grows. Do you mean? Yep, the Lord Draken guy. I met him after he saved Yokohama from that monster. Isn't he a hero? Are you keeping him in the dark about Hydra? Well, he knew more than I expected. But like I said, he is weird. With a very outdated image of heroism, extremely high standards, he doesn't like the Avengers. He can be used. I will let you have him as a toy for now, the voice finally says, but don't let him get in the way of our bigger plans. Don't worry, I will keep a tight leash on him. While she ends the call, Lord Draken is leaning against a wall in the other room, his arms crossed. The wall that he is leaning against is green with a huge symbol of Hydra painted in black. What would my grandpa say? Or my mom? Despite the serious outward appearance that he shows, he is still joking on his mind. I'm really walking with bad companies now, ho ho. A.N. Hello there. You think you are going well in life and suddenly you are hanging out with Nazis. Life is weird. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 116, A Dragon Among Snakes. Lord Draken. The evil Power Ranger persona of Hector stays leaning on a wall, listening to everything that he can in this hideout of Hydra. First time that he so blatantly stood in this situation. He can feel the agents keeping an eye on him in the most diverse ways, personally, cameras. There are even some guys wearing camouflage suits. Pretty advanced thing, and he is surprised that S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have something similar. Probably because Hydra used their people inside to take it first, and erase the existence of not only this, but all kinds of cool and useful technologies, weapons, and even manpower. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. will need to be restructured from scratch. He thinks my powers will allow me to easily separate the wheat from the chaff, but a symbol will need to be erected to signal the change of a time. Sorry, Fury. You will need to retire when the responsibility of this huge security breach falls on your shoulders. Don't worry, I will put someone reliable in your place. A summon of mine, of course. While he is planning the downfall of those two organizations that stay on opposite sides of the moral compass, Ophelia finally leaves the room where she is contacting that unknown person and approaches Lord Draken. She remembers him of Shago. Green being her prominent color, the dark lipstick, the long hair, and the bangs that sometimes cover one of her eyes. She doesn't have Shago's green skin, but the two are similar enough that it justifies the fact that Shago almost came to this world with a background close to this woman. One of the two characters is inspired by the other. He deduces. They are simply that similar. Lord Draken. She greets him with a smirk, getting too close while cocking her hip. Nazi snake lady. He greets in return. rebuffing her attempts at seduction by being obnoxious. Her lips twitched, but she kept the curve of her smile up. If you stay with us, you will discover that we long disconnected with the nazist ideology. Good for you, discrimination based on things people can't control is dumb. He says in a flat tone. Yes, what matters is power, it doesn't matter your race, gender, ethnicity, or age. She continues, speaking in a strong tone even more now that we know the dangers out there. The human race needs to quickly unite. And we, the people with power, have the responsibility and duty to unify and command the planet to progress before it's too late. Her speech makes a little sense. Lord Draken would agree with 50% of it. Obviously, she is leaving out the part of their extreme and cruel actions, and how they are not even trying to be reasonable in their fight for progress. And the small detail that their plan is for them to monopolize all power, and hence lead humanity with undisputed authority. Words are beautiful, but your actions are not that impressive. Lord Draken calls on her bullshit, and your results are even more pathetic. Now her smile falters. A tense silence stretches for a good minute. Lord Draken's emotionless mask hides whatever expression he is showing on his face. Noticing her disadvantage in this stare-down, Ophelia tries to defuse the situation, acting in a conciliatory way. You will need to stay with us and see for yourself then. She puts her hand on his chest piece, over the dragon symbol. That's what I pretend. He nods strongly. Everyone can change, and I also don't agree with most of those heroes. If you are good, good. But if you're evil, I will take care of you. Like the hero of justice that I am. Lord Draken strikes a Power Ranger pose. Ophelia thinks that, albeit eccentric and even annoying, she can deal with this wannabe hero. And obviously, all of this is simply Hector giving her the characteristics necessary to infiltrate Hydra. He can't look that smart and uncontrollable. If he easily fell for her tricks, it would be suspicious. Creating a dynamic where neither trusts the other is ironically more reliable than any other approach. It's a dangerous game of control, but it goes well with the situation. I feel that we can accomplish great things together, she breathes sultrily. I like the green by the way. She compliments the details of his suit while running her fingers through it suggestively. I like green too. Shago, not you. Ignorant of his thoughts, she smirks and turns around. Follow me, Lord Draken. His helmet hides his eyes looking at her swaying backside, but even so, he controls himself because he knows that women can feel the male gaze. It's a passive skill. Why are evil women usually so hot? I still blame Batman for my tastes. Ophelia guides Lord Draken through the hideout, avoiding any important place, of course. As a newcomer, Lord Draken doesn't have the clearance to know too much. Compartmentalization is a basic guideline in any spy organization, and Hydra goes far beyond. Even someone like Ophelia, an executive-level character and leader of a whole group inside Hydra, doesn't know how many other executives, projects, and even bases there are out there. It's said that if a head is cut, another two will take its place. But it is more like even if a head is cut, it will not affect the whole. You need to kill all heads at the same time. But there must be a main head. Who can be? There are so many options. Red Skull. Zola. Lord Draken muses. He will not act against Hydra before he finds the main head. But there's another truth related to the way Hydra does things, a weakness. A very divided organization is bound to have conflicts of interest. He would bet his morpher that Ophelia herself has no loyalty to most of the 50% of the whole Hydra, and if she could, she would take over it. That's why they brainwash people. But people on her level are not brainwashed, so they must be constantly fighting for power. Inner conflicts. He can use that. Maybe he can even destroy Hydra from the inside. Cutting a head is ineffective, huh? What about poisoning it? Our meeting was very coincidental. Maybe it was destiny. It will be a waste if we don't work together. Ophelia continues to talk, but Lord Draken only keeps his silence. Destiny? He almost scoffed. He was the one who manipulated the events to make that they coincidentally met while he was fighting the giant monster. He, noticing her at that moment, was indeed not planned. He was only playing around beating a giant monster, but everything after that was on his hands. It is what I want, but others from Hydra are not that easily convinced. Here we go. He immediately sees through the tactic, using the name of faceless people to give him some test, putting him to work. And at the same time, acting like she was his ally to create a bond of trust. He would never fall for that, but the persona of Lord Draken maybe will. So he doesn't comment on her bullshit and let her talk. Go straight to the point. What is the mission? Lord Draken scoffs. He is making sure to show certain traits in this persona, straightforwardness, a certain arrogance, self-righteousness. Things she thinks she can exploit. But I warn you that I will not kill someone who doesn't deserve it. He says, playing the corrupted hero, the one with a strange moral compass, and a little hypocrite. They finally reach a room with different people from the normal agents. The snake-themed villains make it pretty easy that those people are the Serpent Society, that Ophelia, as Viper, is the actual leader. Lord Draken even side-glanced a woman with short red hair, whom his brain remembers as a potential Cynthia Schmidt, the Red Skull's daughter. Maybe the Red Bald is really alive. Or was resurrected. It will be on your hands if you kill someone. I just want you to rescue one of our agents. She smiles. An agent. He looks around the dozen Hydra agents working, all of them in their green suits with round goggles. No trace of individuality. What is so special about this agent in particular? He is one of ours. Why should we not rescue him? We care about our people here. She lies as easily as she breathes. Commendable. He nods, like he ate on her bullshit. And what is the catch? He is being held by the Russians in a high-security base. She says. Easy enough. Normal agent my ass. I like your confidence. Ophelia gives him a smile. But someone disagrees, I don't. A burly woman stands and walks to Lord Draken, trying to intimidate him with her size. She is even taller than he, with a head full of blonde hair like a mane. He can also put a name to the face. Anaconda, he remembers. Are you really giving the mission to rescue Agent Cole to this nobody? She spits while talking with Ophelia. Despite putting herself in front of him, she acts like he is not there. It will be a good test, and I think he is pretty capable. Ophelia answers. What an obvious power play. Lord Draken thinks while ignoring everything for now. The open discussion about the mission in front of those guys, the sudden animosity. Ophelia defending him. All of this is just a little play. Eidolon would have ignored this, but Lord Draken is a little different. Then testing him with something else, like sending him to fetch a ball or something. This clown has to put a lot of work in before he can even be considered a low-level agent. Anaconda says while grabbing Lord Draken's head, trying to emasculate him. He keeps himself straight as an arrow, only the two, and the most perceptible ones, notice that her attempts to move him are futile. He is rooted in place. She tries to play it off, but that is the moment he decides to escalate things. You let it fall on the floor. He comments in an eerily calm tone. Huh. BAMGUH. A punch in the gut later, Anaconda is kneeling on the ground vomiting. The contents of your stomach, I mean. He continues in a dangerous voice, now he is the one looking down on her. Go on, get them. Bam, and he stomps on her head, making her dive face first into her own vomit. He even moves his foot a little, losing her hair like a mop. The display of sudden brutality made everyone on edge. Some even stood up in defense of their friend, like Fer-de-Lance, Princess Python, Coachwhip, and Sin. The group of women surrounds Lord Draken, their eyes screaming murder. So many snake ladies, it seems that I will need to be more specific. He comments and addresses Ophelia, green snake Nazi lady, please tell them to back off, as I hero I don't want to hurt women. He says hypocritically. But he, at least, had the decency of removing his foot from Anaconda's head. And you just punched a woman? Ophelia asks with a raised eyebrow. What, that was a woman? Lord Draken seems surprised while looking down to check on Anaconda. Oh, sorry, lady. What have I done? He immediately goes to help her to her feet. The thing is, he needs to be different from Eidolon. The black-clad hero's iconic, gender equality, ideals are known widely around the world. Eidolon is not apologetic about it, Lord Draken can be a little, despite being much less honest. Another difference from the other hero persona. While everyone is flabbergasted by his weird actions, he guides muscly Anaconda to sit and goes back to his place like nothing happened. The people who are about to attack him awkwardly don't know what to do now. Girls, sit. Ophelia helps to clear the strange mood. At least you proved that you are weak. Let's get over it already. Once again, she acts like she is on his side. Then what about I go now? Lord Draken suggests. Without preparation. Preparations are useless against a strong fist. He declares confidently. Almost arrogant. Eidolon is famous for the motto of always being prepared, so saying something like this is a good way to be different from his other persona. Okay then, I'm gonna arrange the ride. Let me go alone. Just give me a very fast jet that you are not gonna miss. Third-person POV. It's cold in Russia. An obvious statement, but one that is held particularly true on this specific part of the continental seas country. It's only smart that they would create a hidden base in a place with the least amount of people and very hard to get to. So, very north in the country, sits a base that is the same time a secret research facility and at the same time a prison. The two things don't go well together with human rights, by the way. But more than 10 kilometers high in the air, in the stratosphere, a jet slowly aligns with this secret base. You even gave him a stealth jet. Cynthia Schmidt, aka Sin, comments, watching the screen together with Ophelia and the rest of the Serpent Society. The snake-themed evil group is formed with more than a dozen executive members, like Sidewinder, the original leader of Serpent Society before Ophelia takes over and absorbs it into Hydra, and keeps to himself. His loyalties are obviously dubious, but Ophelia doesn't care when he still has his uses, keeping him alive while slowly shifting the loyalty of his people. It could even be said that Serpent Society is divided into two, the people more loyal to Ophelia and the others more loyal to Sidewinder. Funny enough, the division happens in gender, too. The women follow the Viper while the men follow the original leader. Sidewinder is keeping up with the situation because, beyond being humbled by Ophelia, he also wants to take over Hydra eventually. It's all a convoluted scheme inside a scheme, each waiting for the other to show weakness before striking, like a snake. Now, Sidewinder is very curious about this new toy Ophelia got, Lord Draken. Around him, Death Adder, a reptilian meta, Cottonmouth, a guy that has a strong jaw, King Cobra, his second-in-command, Rattler, Boomslong, Bushmaster, and Rock Python also watch the screens to see how Lord Draken will go. The women are surrounding not only Ophelia, but also Sin. No one knows this, but Ophelia and Sin are together in a scheme to take over Hydra entirely, using the Redhead's parentage. The group, comprised of Anaconda, Coachwhip, ASP, Black Mamba, Diamondback, and Fer-de-Lance is together on this. The division is obvious to anyone seeing the scene. I'm curious to see what he can do. And it's only a jet. No loss, even if he fails. Ophelia answers Sin's question with a small smile on her lips. You have a surprising amount of faith in someone you just met. Sin eyes the green-clad woman carefully. No harm in telling you, I got my hands on some exclusive footage of him fighting a hero of the Avengers, and he really doesn't disappoint. Ophelia takes a drink while talking, and I like mysterious and dangerous men. She smiles coyly. Sin scoffs, as long as he doesn't bring any trouble. Don't worry, I know how to make bad boys behave. While they are having that small talk, Lord Draken, who was piloting the jet, suddenly makes a very sharp descent. Everyone noticed that and frowned. Is he really doing that? Draken, you are losing altitude too fast. Ophelia says in the comms. I know, I'm the one piloting. He answers and is Lord Draken. Don't shorten it, Lord is part of the name. So if you become a lord, you would be called Lord Draken. Sin asks with a smirk. Good question. But that would never happen because I don't want to be a lord, king, an emperor, or whatever. I'm a hero. He answers while still keeping going full descent, reaching maximum vertical speed. You will be a kamikaze if you continue going down like this, you are already on their scans. They are gonna shoot you down. Ophelia warns. He scoffs, that is the difference between snakes and a dragon. Presentation. And he cuts the communication. It doesn't take long for the weapons on the Russian base to point to the sky and start shooting Lord Draken. He is not gonna make it. Rattler says. Because Hydra is Hydra, they have footage of the whole action, from inside the Russian base and even from some distance. They saw rockets and guns, artillery shoot at Lord Draken like their life depended on it, the sky filled with brilliant dots while the bullets of 155mm fly high in a stream. It almost looks like the celebration of a new year, filled with fireworks, but Lord Draken weaves through the hellish sky with practiced ease. His jet moves to the side, loses speed, spins, and performs every kind of maneuver to avoid the barrage of bullets. It's almost a dance while he dodges everything. At a certain point, two homing missiles are closing in on him, but he was able to make the two hit each other while he kept advancing. What are you saying? Diamondback asks sarcastically while they watch the guy showing off. What is he? Top Gun. Someone's jokes. He is not stopping. Another warns. He is not gonna do what I think, right? And true to everyone's thoughts, Lord Draken doesn't even hesitate for a second before diving nose first into the base. Boom. He hits one of the turrets, destroying it completely. The high fire and the sound of sirens fill the base, soldiers move quickly to the place of the crash, while the base enters the highest level alert. While everyone is tense, Lord Draken simply walks out of the fire like he is taking a stroll, the flames lick him ineffectively, reflecting on his red visor. Now. Where are they keeping the guy again? He asks himself, remembering the instructions that he received pre-mission. While he was musing, Russian soldiers surrounded him with their guns raised. At a distance, tanks and cars also created a barricade. He ignores the Russian shouts of a freeze, hands in the air, and surrender. The Russians are not playing around either, because he didn't comply with the orders for 3 seconds before they opened fire. He didn't even make any sudden move before being assaulted by dozens of thousands of bullets and even some RPGs. Unfortunately, to the attackers, they could have very well thrown their bullets at him with their own arm strength. They did nothing, bouncing off Lord Draken's Power Ranger suit harmlessly. The RPGs also did nothing. Lord Draken does the courtesy to wait for his turn before finally attacking, then the enemies go to reload, he dashes forward. The movement is strong enough to extinguish the flames behind him. He disappears from his place, a sonic boom echoing in everyone's ears, then he reappears behind the enemy lines while striking a pose. After he reappeared, time appears to start running again, and every soldier is seemingly hit by invisible attacks, being knocked out, and their guns are destroyed. He then goes to destroy the tanks, quickly moving to them and literally punching through the reinforced steel or cutting wheels and weapons with his saba. He made quick work, and less than a minute later, he is alone, standing on the battlefield, making a Power Ranger pose while all the enemies groan on the ground. Victory! He declares. Back at Hydra's base, the Serpent Society watched Lord Draken instantly deal with the Russian soldiers. He is fast. One of them admits. Is any of you confident that you can take him? Ophelia asks the room, and despite their huge ego, no one is brave enough to give an answer, and all of you against him. She asks. The idea that they need to gang up against him irks some, so King Cobra answers he is not invincible. A good blade of adamantium in the right place and he dies like everyone else. You will need to be faster than him to do that. ASP says. Not if it's an assassination. But that would destroy the initial question. While they are arguing, Lord Draken starts moving to where they kept the prisoners, but a sound attracts his attention and makes him stop. Looking over his shoulder, he sees a group of 5 heroes appearing through a dark portal, 2 instantly land on the ground while 3 remain floating. All staring at him. Oh, what fast response! He says sarcastically. The Winter Guard appearing so fast is obviously not coincidental. He can easily deduce that it is the work of Ophelia. Just another one of her games. By using her contacts inside this Russian base, or maybe the ones closer to the top brass of the government, she leaked the information that someone would attack this place. Hector needs to admit that it is a smart move. She is putting Lord Draken to fight Russia's official heroes, to take a look not only his abilities but to test this new team created in response to the Avengers. She is also branding him as the enemy of Russia, and maybe all heroes, branding him a villain, diminishing his options, and potentially tying him to her. All of this while she just lies back and watches. No risks, full of rewards. Obviously, she doesn't know that she is playing with fire. Despite playing the game very well, Hector can, at any given time, flip the board and simply kill her. But he shrugs and decides to humor her. That's why he is making other identities, he doesn't care that Lord Draken is seen as a villain. He is also a little curious about the Winter Guard. So he just squares up his shoulders and gets ready to battle, but not before playing the role of corrupt hero and acting reasonably unreasonable. Can you guys look away for a minute? I'm just here to save a friend of an acquaintance. He says, knowing very well that they will spit on his proposition. The one that answers is that Russian Captain America, Vanguard. Wearing a red suit very similar to his American counterpart, and a shield on his arm, the probable leader of the Russian heroes team says in a commanding tone. After what you have done, there will be only your capture. I don't think you all have the capabilities to do that. Surrender, intruder. Ursa Major, a meta that can turn into a bear, says in a gruffy tone. His Russian accent is even more prominent than Vanguard's. A bear. So Russian. Do the Avengers have someone who can turn into a bald eagle? Would you surrender if someone just said so? Lord Draken asks with some humor in his tone. So it seems we need to show our strength. The one who said that is floating while wearing a red and bulky power armor. Crimson Dynamo, the counterpart of Iron Man. The armor looks heavy and slow to Hector's eyes, showing that it is not on the same level as Stark's. I warned you guys. Lord Draken shakes his head. The first to attack is one of the 2 women floating beside Crimson Dynamo. Phantasma is a dark-haired sorceress wearing a very provocative purple leotard. With a wave of her hands, spheres of energy oozing with electricity appear around her and fly at Lord Draken. Lord Draken blurs, leaving behind after images while sidestepping the spheres that explode in contact with the ground. The rest of the Winter Guard will not stay idle while he slowly, but surely, approaches them while dodging. Vanguard and Ursa Major run at him, while Crimson Dynamo fly around to send blasts of energy, but from a different angle. The 5th member is the only one who doesn't make any move, but her eyes are staring at Lord Draken without blinking. Ready to counterattack, Lord Draken raises his fists to easily dispatch of the 2 melee combatants, but he pauses. Turning fast to Phantasma, his red visor stares at the sorceress while he says, "My mind can't be that easily penetrated by your mediocre telepathy." And he kicks the ground at her. He literally kicks a chunk of the ground, as big as a small car, at her. The rock made her pause her efforts to attack his mind and defend with a purple force field. A laser from Crimson Dynamo approaches Lord Draken while he looks distracted, but Lord Draken is never distracted. Without even looking, he removes his dragon dagger from his waist and blocks the laser, reflecting it to hit Ursa Major, sending the huge man transformed into a bear flying. At the same time, the Power Ranger spins on himself and delivers a powerful kick at Vanguard. Boom. The red-clad hero puts his shield to stop the powerful kick and really blocks it. A shockwave has erupted, and the ground breaks around the two combatants, but Vanguard didn't bulge. Oh, his power was better than expected. Vanguard doesn't have Steve Rogers' adamantium shield, but he compensates for that with his power. He is a meta with the power of a repulsion field, so he can create a field around his shield that repels all electromagnetic, kinetic, and gravitonic energy. A very impressive power that can be a counter to many strong heroes and villains. Eidolon didn't know the limits, though, so he never actively went to copy it. But it seems the upper limit is higher than predicted. If he is creative with it, he can even fly, flying brick type shit. Unknown to Lord Draken, Vanguard himself is very surprised too. With his powers, he was expecting the enemy to be sent flying in response to his attack. After all, he can repel anything. But Lord Draken remained stuck in place, which means that he resisted not only Vanguard's repulsion force but also his own attack. Still with his foot on Vanguard's shield, Lord Draken's comment, "You are a problematic one, huh?" He then uses the shield as a foothold and jumps to change targets. He immediately arrives above Crimson Dynamo, his body upside down and delivering a powerful bicycle kick on the Crimson Power armor. Boom crash. The armor falls with a heavy sound, creating a small crater. Lord Draken barely has the time to stabilize himself before more magic attacks are onto him. He is still in the air, seemingly with nowhere to escape while he is surrounded by attacks, but like once Hector said, he will never fear simplistic magic attacks like those. Swish 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 swish. It's only a different kind of energy projection after all, so he easily slashes through them with his Saba. Hiding the fact that he can walk in the air, he waits till his feet hit the ground before doing a Soro and reappearing behind Phantasma. He is a little beneath her because she is floating, but there is no problem. He grabs her ankle and throws her at Vanguard. Parry this. The red hero can't just use his repulsion powers in a companion, so instead he opens his arms and takes the brunt of the throw to save Phantasma. Lord Draken obviously will not let such a show of kindness go unrewarded. So he appears behind Vanguard, dragon dagger in hand, and pointing at the hero's back. It looks like a mortal attack, only he knows that he is holding back, but such display is enough to make the fifth member of the Winter Guard make a move. Darkstar is the sister of Vanguard, after all, she would not let her brother be hurt. She is also a Dark Force conduit, being able to tap into the energies of the Dark Force dimension. A dark screen appears in front of Lord Draken, his arm going through this dark screen like it is a window, then more screens appear around him, and dark tendrils appear from it, surrounding his body and binding him. He struggles a little, but darkness envelopes his body in a thick cocoon before starting to shrink till it disappears. Huff done. Lania Petrovna, aka Darkstar, releases a sigh of relief after banishing Lord Draken. She tried not to show it, but he really put up a fight. Where did you send him? Vanguard asks. The Dark Force dimension. He will not be coming back. His sister answers. We still have questions to ask him. Ursa Major, that was sent flying, returns just in time to see the end of the fight. But you shouldn't bring him back now. Let's plan it well. Call for Chernobog and Purin, so that we can contain him. The members of the Vanguard around him showed varied expressions on the mention of those two members, especially when the name Chernobog was said. But they don't have time to voice their thoughts before a shocking scene unfolds before their eyes. In the air, a small, dark light appears, piercing their eyes. Then it expands in a slit before the point of a blade appear and literally slice the empty air. Lord Draken's torso then emerges from the other side of the rift in space. Very impressive. You all pass. He says in a voice that does not show any enmity, but his next actions are the exact opposite. He advanced at them immediately, his red visor leaving a red trail, and he ended the fight fast this time. A man is being kept in a lone cell. He is on the corner, keeping his ears attentive to the loud sounds outside. Something is happening, and he needs to be on high alert for it. Suddenly, the door of his cell is sliced into 5 small parts, and a man wearing a costume stands there. Cole, I presume. The man says, his voice deep beneath his helmet, red visor impassive, staring at Cole in an unnerving way. Who are you? Cole does not deny or confirm anything. Lord Draken doesn't care about him. He simply walks up to the man, who is ready to fight him, grabs his collar, and puts his face really close to his ear. Hail Hydra! He whispers, making Cole's eyes widen, and he visibly relaxes. After Lord Draken steps back, Cole slowly nods. It will be weird, but follow me. Then Lord Draken literally cuts a path through space to escape. Well, I guess we don't need to test his prowess anymore. Ophelia says, satisfied with herself. The Serpent Society just watched Lord Draken curbstomp 5 members of the Winter Guard. The battle was quick but fierce. Hector made sure to hide any similarity to Eidolon's fighting style. He used Dragon and Sabo's Dragon Claw style from One Piece, to keep on theme, and to give an aggressive look to his persona. Eidolon mostly works with counters and precise strikes, minimizing effort and damage. So no one would think the two are the same person. Nothing like Lord Draken that grabbed Ursa Major's muzzle, his fingers like 3 dragon claws, and dragged his head through the ground before suplexing the bear. Or how he dismantled Crimson Dynamo armor, leaving behind only scraps. Let's not talk about how he dislocated and broke some bones of Vanguard before his sister made the call to retreat, taking all the Winter Guard members with her with teleportation. He didn't kill anyone. Sin comments, she looks deep in thought. I guess it is on point with his personality. He fancies himself a hero, acting like he is teaching them how to be proper heroes, even though he is only beating them. Ophelia comments, and before she can say more, a ping echoes on the comms. Come get me, I already sent you the coordinates. Lord Draken's voice comes through it. Can't you just teleport here? She asks. That can leave traces to track. Do you want to compromise the location of your base? Lord Draken says. Point taken. Despite being a base ready to be discarded, it's better to keep it as long as they can. It will save money. You did a very good job, Lord Draken. I confess that I was worried about you when the Winter Guard showed up. Ophelia continues to lie as easily as she breathes. Don't be. I would never lose. Justice always prevails. He declares self-righteous, ignoring her bullshit. She laughs at his antics. The two spotted smiles full of meaning, hiding from each other. Helena POV. I drive my stealth bike through the streets of Detroit. The bike is closed like a capsule, so I can't feel the wind on my face and hair, but that is something that I can easily give up for everything else. This little beauty can go full invisible, autopilot, and even fly. After some turns, she enters a dead-end alley and does not even slow down. The metal grate blocking her path beeps and opens to her, and after that, a wall at her side does the same. I park inside the wall, which closes after the elevator starts going up. This building is still disguised as the closed restaurant that I never bothered to open. Different from Shago, I'm not that eager to be a boss or anything. But I don't want to live off Hector forever. There are other options, of course. Instead of making the building a 5-star restaurant, I can use the first floor as a more family restaurant, or the communal area, and use the other floors to make a modest apartment complex. I can charge very cheaply, and I will have a source of income without the need to do much work. The area is very good too, so I have options. And despite not wanting to depend on him, I can always use Hector's thing to reform and maintain the place. I will have literally no work. The elevator takes me and my bike to the secret room on the top floor. I'm already removing my clothes automatically while thinking about a little problem I was having recently. After the enhancements provided by Hector, I'm having a little trouble with my weapon of choice. I don't want to admit it, but Hector was right when he said, crossbows cap you. It's his slang that there's not much to grow with it. Different from a bow, anyone can pull the trigger of the crossbow, so it is an equalizer weapon, like guns. A bow can be made stronger depending on the strength of the user. Well, even the stronger crossbows Hector made are not being satisfactory anymore. What is making it relevant is the different effects of the most varied bolts that I have. The small wrist crossbow with bolts made of hard light constructs, or even outright lasers, is good too. But the big boys? Well, I could very well use a sniper rifle, or a giant bow. Heck, I could very well stab people with a bolt using my own hands. I'm that strong now. Should I change? I mused to myself while putting normal clothes over my now, admittedly Kavya, form. After being fully clothed, she finally noticed something on the counter that wasn't there when she left home earlier. It's some plates with food surrounded by some small force fields. A note on the side. If you stay late patrolling. I read. Haha, can't say that he is not attentive. Shago doesn't have any right to complain about her boyfriend. Well, except the whole harem thing. I disabled the small force field surrounding the plates with a press of a button and prepared to dig in. It's still hot. Very convenient. After eating the very delicious meal. I'm starting to get spoiled by it, other people's food is not hitting the same. After eating, I see that it's not as late as I expected, so there's a high chance that they're still reunited at Hector's house. So I will drop by to hang around. It's not like I have any other friends. A little sad, but it's not like I have that many friends in my universe either. A portal away, and I'm on the second floor of his house. After going through some check-ins, I'm free to go down and find them in the living room. There's obviously Shago clinging to Hector, like the green slime she is. Rover is hanging around with the other pets, everyone munching on something. That strange devil girl with that brown-skinned kid that lives inside Hector's body. She is some kinda of biological alien weapon. Weird, but still pretty standard stuff. The devil girl is behaving much better now, after Isabella's training. She doesn't shout or make scandals or messes that much. But her clothes are still in disarray, and she carries herself like a wild animal or a very grumpy house cat. Talking about Isabella, she is sitting with an enviable grace in her spot. Sometimes she looks more like a lady than a maid. Good night, Helena. How was the patrol? Hector is the first to notice me. Probably because he is aware in real time when I went through the checkpoints. Shago was waving while still clinging to him. Pretty tame. Real villains are appearing, but just some petty ones. I say while sitting on the couch. It will only get worse from now on. He nods. But I got a new hero, I don't know if you know him. Static Shock. The electric one that hovers on that board. She has some impressions of him. A good kid in the middle of a shitty city. Not as bad as Gotham, but a place that needs a hero. She remembers seeing him on Gotham once. Exactly. Go on 1 or 2 patrols with him. The guy is in another world, far from home. Maybe someone he knows can help him feel better. Hector says. I don't know him, but okay, no problem. He likes the kid. It's not anyone that remains incorruptible in shitholes. If she remembers well, he was the only one caught in that explosion that created Metas who did not become a villain. But you need to do something to me, too. Okay, he agrees easily without even knowing what I am talking about. I will just take him to Edna, and then he is ready to go kick ass. But what do you want? I want some better crossbows. She is not ashamed to ask. The guy is here for it. It capped, huh, he smiles, and I nod. Don't worry, I was already preparing some improvements long before you get all juiced up. I'm not even surprised at this point. I have a power that allows me to put charges of my powers in objects, so I can improve weapons. There are also some magical enchantments, if it's your style. I will show it to you later. Me. Using magic items. I laugh, wondering what the reaction of Constantine and Zatanna would be to this information. I'm anxious to see what you have done. I cooked. He brags. After laughing a little, I asked, what were you talking about before I arrived? I turned to the TV at the same time, like always, and there's some news on the screen. Hero-related, of course. Cortana always changes the channel to what is relevant. Just talking about how and why I infiltrated Hydra. Hector shrugs. So, how is being part of an evil organization? I ask curiously. I thought we were an evil organization. The Nemesis girl says from her place with a disappointed face. Shut up, I'm a hero. Hector says to her before turning to me, pretty normal, it's not like they are kicking puppies and sacrificing people all the time. Just an organization doing things. I think I can destroy them from the inside if I play my cards right. It's a very fractured place. That's why I decided to infiltrate them. I thought it was because of those hot snake girls. Shago comments with a side-eye before turning to me. Him, in all his wisdom, went to the branch that has a society of hot women. And he wants me to believe that is a coincidence. She rolls her eyes. She was stationed in Japan because of the Yashida clan, and I fought that giant monster there. I also discovered that a girl, who is the daughter of Red Skull, is close to her. It's only logical that I went through that route. It looks like the closest to the top. Hector defends himself. It sounds reasonable. He then looks at me and points at Shago with his thumb. She is mad because Viper looks a little like her. Then he show me an image and damn. It really looks a little like Shago. I decide to tease him a little too. You really have a type, huh? He rolls his eyes while I laugh. There's always someone similar in the world, if I'm not wrong. Bruce and Clark are a little similar too. He says. And now that he said that. She looks like you, what is the big deal? Okay, Hector. I only have one question before I let this matter rest. Shago says, her mouth close to his ear, her fingers traveling his chest. Good. You said that we look alike. Is she pretty? She suddenly opens her eyes wide while putting her face very close to his, paying attention to even the micro-expressions. Be careful, Hector. It's a trap. He pauses, going stiff for a second. Not even close to you. He finally says. Smooth. That 300 IQ or something worked hard now. Good answer. Shago seems to agree, stopping playing with him, patting his head, and kissing his cheek. Women. He sighs. After that, we continue to have some small talk, Hector telling us the history of the new people. He was warning us about some small telekinetic woman with a short fuse when the TV showed something interesting. For the safety of the American people, we can't allow an individual to act unilaterally, without clear partnership with the Avengers. The president says on the screen. Is he really doing it? I ask, and I confess, a little shocked. It must be because of the rise of national superhero groups around the world. Isabella comments. Makes sense, sometimes I forget she is smart. Is he really banning Eidolon from acting on America? Shago is also shocked. This is so dumb. Ha 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 ha. The Nemesis girl laughs, he is forcing you to take a side. Beyond her, there's another person who is laughing. Hector. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. He throws his head, and his chair even falls backward, taking Shago with him. Bad move, Mr. President. Bad move. I heard humor comes from the unexpected. I guess not even Hector could predict such stupidity. Ha 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 ha. He continues to laugh like he heard the best joke in the world. Okay, it's funny. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 117, The Calm Before the Magical Interdimensional Storm. Third person POV. So, what are the results of the scans? And where is he now? Ophelia enters the hidden lab, followed by Sin, and without any greeting, asks what interests her. He is simply sitting in his room. Meditating, probably. Haven't moved for some hours. A Hydra agent answers, he wears a lab coat over his green uniform, while pointing to a screen showing a view from above of Lord Draken's room. He can be sleeping too. He adds, unsure. Despite Ophelia giving him a very fancy room, with a bathroom and everything, hoping for him to take off his clothes, Lord Draken barely used anything. The room remains mostly untouched. He is simply sitting with his legs crossed, one above the other, in the middle of the bed, like he is meditating. He didn't even drink or eat anything. Ophelia asks with a frown, noticing the tray of food untouched. She put some undetectable sleeping drugs in the food and drinks. Not that she wants to capture or even kill him, but an unconscious Lord Draken would not complain if they made some experiments on him. She was, at least, hoping that he would leave some DNA samples on the cups, in case he had some resistance to the drugs. It's very common in this world, after all. No. He simply sat after walking around the room for a bit. The Hydra agent answers. She can't fault him for being cautious, despite it making it hard for her to control him. Arg, fine. Forget the underhanded and invasive tactics for now. Tell me what you gained from the scans. She orders. His suit appears to be a very advanced piece of technology, an armor. Armor. Sin interrupts, looking at the screen that shows a view from above of Lord Draken. With the exception of some parts, it looks just clothes. That's why it's so advanced. Another Hydra operative says almost excited, our scans show a foreign energy running through each strand of his suit. There are no circuits. It's like the suit is made of equal parts matter and energy. This is something not even Stark can pull. The energy source is distributed throughout the whole thing, but it seems it comes from his belt. With the press of some buttons, they change the normal view of the camera to some sort of scan, highlighting how certain parts of Lord Draken shine. His chest plate, his dagger, short sword, and the buckle of his belt. That is where this energy is concentrated more strongly. Ophelia and Sin watch attentively the shining Lord Draken. Indeed, the buckle seems to be sending energy running through the whole body, while the weapons and chest plate look more independent. Can you replicate it? Sin asks. Not only the Hydra operative, but all others around them show uncomfortable expressions. It's too advanced. I don't even know if we can reverse engineer it. Our best guess is that it is nanotech, but made with materials not existent on Earth. Another adds. So it's alien. Ophelia comments, the suit gives him power. Probably. And yes. Greed immediately appears on Sin's face. Ophelia is a little more level-headed and asked, being so advanced. What are the chances that it's bound to him? Very high, look. The operative presses more buttons and Lord Draken changes colors many, and many times. See. After raised eyebrows from the two women, the guy decides to explain. We tried to see through the suit, to see the host, but the energy of the suit is mixed almost perfectly with him. We also guessed that it has self-sustaining abilities, the foreign energy feeds and protects his body. Another one says, that is probably why he hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Many thoughts ran through the mind of Ophelia and Sin, from how to try to replicate his Power Ranger armor to how to make Lord Draken their lapdog. And even thinking about the alien civilization that created the suit. If you have his belt, would you be able to reverse engineer it? Ophelia asks. Not sure. I don't know if we can crack it. And the materials? The operative gulps, we could maybe create low-quality copies. Maybe. He says, but his voice lacks confidence. Ophelia is not happy with the answer, but it's not like she is gonna strike the operative with her whip. A glare is enough to keep him in line and a hard worker, making him feel bad for the failure that is not even his fault. How are you even gonna take it? No one would willingly give up his powers. Sin comments. Well. Ophelia smirks playfully, maybe I can make him remove his pants willingly. I'm pretty good at it. Sin ignores her declaration and changes the subject. I want him under me. She finally says. Are you sure? The girls don't like him. Ophelia comments. Me neither, but we can use him. Sin replies. Okay, I can lend you for some missions. Ophelia acts like she owns Lord Draken, making it look like it's a favor from her. With a scoff, Sin leaves the lab and moves to Lord Draken's quarters. Without even knocking, she opened the door and went face to face with him. I want your services. She declares immediately. But Lord Draken ignores her. He keeps the same pose, not even reacting to her arrival. Hello, are you listening to me? She frowns, annoyed with his attitude. He twitches a little and finally raises his head. I was distracted, he says simply, and that was very rude of you. Whatever. Follow me, I have some use for you. She says and turns around to leave the room, not even waiting for a response. But Lord Draken gives her one. No. He says in a strong tone, do you think you can simply come and order me around? I know that Hydra wants to use me, I don't mind because I'm using you guys to get information too, and be more effective in my crusade against evil. But be a little nicer, I will not go. She looks at him over her shoulder, considering her next words. It's to defeat some evildoers. I'm in. He stands up immediately, and whatever small anger appeared in his voice evaporated in an instant. What are you waiting for? He is really easy. Helena. Are you really not gonna do anything? Helena asks him after he takes her to a laboratory in the space station to show her the crossbows he was making for her. Doing nothing is doing something. He says in a calm voice while guiding her through tables filled with things that she barely recognizes. I'm not gonna listen to his idiotic demands. I said during that interview, do you want to talk about more cooperation? Give up all your nuclear weapons and include metas on the laws, then you will have my full help. Did America take my offer? No. She thinks that it is obvious that they wouldn't accept. America giving up its military might? She almost laughed at the thought. Not that Hector's argument and proposal are bad, no. It's truly a very generous offer. Why would they need nukes when they have him to fully protect the country? And the money they would be able to save instead of wasting on weapons. Added that to the money, they would be able to save with Hector cheating with his powers to help them. Won a satellite in orbit. Done in 3 seconds instead of the usual months and millions of dollars later. But Helena knows that rationality doesn't always prevail in those cases. She remembers Hector talking about it, they are afraid that I want to make them defenseless and dependent on me before taking over the world or something. A reasonable consideration. He said once. He never held people's caution of him against them. He knows that he can be a little scary. But she thinks pride gets in the way as much as fear in this case, and she can't help but be less understanding than him. The president is being dumb and you know. Never interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake. Hector continues, I'm just gonna ignore his idiocy for trying to pander to the people that hate and fear me and continue doing what I want. What is he gonna do? Arrest me? With who? Black Widow. Helena laughed at that. Hector continues before finally stopping in front of a table with the things that interest her. With time, his statement will backfire. And now, let's talk about cooler things. You now have the physical strength to really carry heavy artillery. He reaches for a big crossbow. Let's start with this little beauty here. The railgun crossbow. I like the sound of that. She shows an eager smile to match his. Wait till you see the one that shoots teleporting bolts. Hector smiles. The one that shoots small singularities will stay out of your reach, sorry. The what? Yeah, I would be a hypocrite to give it to you while preaching countries to give up their nukes. He nods to himself. But you can have the prototype that increases the weights of the bolts mid-air 1,000 times and the one that increases the size too. He finished with a smile. Third-person POV, I'm just saying. If you seriously send me to arrest Eidolon, I'm gonna give you my resignation letter faster than Captain America can say, Avengers Assemble, ... Natasha, aka Black Widow, says to Nick Fury, her tone is half joking and half serious. And go work where exactly? Fury raises an eyebrow. The two are talking in his office, checking the progress of a certain mission. I don't know. Switch sides to the SCP. Russia made a superhero team, maybe it's time for me to go back to my motherland. She clenches her fist while allowing her unused Russian accent to appear to show her forgotten patriotism. Stop that, and we are not gonna buy this fight with Eidolon just because some politicians want to show off their authority. Fury says. What was the big deal anyway? Why make this shitty move? If they want to show authority this way, it will be even worse when Eidolon ignores them completely and undermines them even more. Natasha questions. No one ever accused politicians of making good decisions. Fury scoffs. Isn't this phrase kinda bad, like politicians? Decisions. She waves her hands in a way to illustrate that the two things should be together, but they are not. We don't know what their endgame is, if they even thought that far, but we are gonna stay alert in case things escalate. Well, as long as they don't send anyone to direct confront Eidolon, I don't even think he would deign himself to address this. Keep an eye on General Ross. She suggests. You have surprisingly a huge amount of faith in him. I thought you were more cynical. Fury gives her a look with his one good eye. I am, but I'm not blind either. She scoffs. Yeah, I know. Normally, we shouldn't trust anyone that easily, but we also know that people move by interest. The guy can do anything and is out there helping. What he gains by being the punchbag of politicians and idiots while trying to do some good. After a shrug and a look at her nails, she continues, in the world of espionage, maybe I would not trust him either, but now I have met people like Steve, Thor, and him. It's rare, but there are people without hidden agendas. Even Stark is trying to do good, albeit because of some weird sense of guilt and competitiveness. Fury gives her a look. Point taken. And ignored. He says, making her roll her eyes, I'm gonna continue watching him, one of us needs to do it, after all. He scoffs. She raises her hands, just saying. From the billions of humans, at least 10 should be good people, right? Let's thank the stars that he is one of them. Then she adds in a small voice, not like I can do much if he really decides to kill me. Morbid thoughts aside, we at least have something on him. Finally. Fury says, and his one good eye goes back to the screens showing the mission the two are checking. Recently, they have been able to discover the identity of one of the SCP people. Harley Quinn. Harleen Quinzel. Admittedly, I'm ashamed we didn't catch it immediately. Natasha comments while watching the handsome S.H.I.E.L.D. agent do a therapy session with the clown hero. And it was too easy. I doubt we can find any clue from her. It's a start, and anything we can discover is more than we have. Fury says. Natasha decided not to comment on the choice of agent. The guy was not only chosen to plant bugs and all kinds of spy devices on Dr. Quinzel's office but also seduce her if possible. She can point out the problems of this plan, but she decided against it. They watch the screen and see Dr. Quinzel take notes while addressing the agent. So, do you think that this distrust and difficulty to open with people comes from your work environment? As a spy, do you think you are acting reasonably to defend yourself or simply projecting? She says in a pretty calm tone, despite the bombastic revelation. I told you. Natasha side glances Fury. Tell him to get out there and don't, and he pulled a gun on her, of course. She sighs and rolls her eyes while seeing the development on screen. Oh my, there you go. Your first response, by being confronted and pushed out of your comfort zone of control, is pointing a gun. Be honest, you always investigate everyone getting close to you, right? Not respecting their privacy. She looks unbothered by the weapon pointed at her. When did you think this self-defense mechanism become a tool of control? Agent, leave the precinct slowly and don't shoot. I repeat, don't shoot. Fury says on the communicator, passing the message loud and clear after the press of a button. Props to the agent, he slowly moves to the door while keeping his gun raised. Leaving already? You still have 18 minutes, you know. She says after checking her watch, can you please remove all the spy thingies you planted in my turf, big boy? She says, her voice gaining a certain inclination. The calm therapist's voice giving space to a more high-pitched one. If they are paying attention, they would notice that even her way of talking changed. She even removed her glasses. Like dude, seriously. Take your things on your way out. You don't want to bother Mr. E with that. Seeing that she is being ignored, Harley shakes her head. As a woman and a therapist, I really like when people talk to me, capice? Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the agent starts laughing. A low and controlled laugh, like a cough, but it doesn't take long for the dam to burst open. In no time, he is falling on the ground while laughing. He tried to keep hold of his gun, but he couldn't. What is happening? Did he inhale some toxin? Fury asks with a frown. Maybe it is her power. Natasha suggests. Make people laugh. Black Widow shrugs, it's not as ridiculous as it sounds, look, took him down with no effort. They look at the screen again to see Harley looming over the agent, who is laughing uncontrollably. This brings me memories. She says in a strange tone. She then stops him before things go too far, and he can't breathe anymore. The agent wheezes on the ground while trying to take control of his breath. There. Now, be a good boy and remove the bugs. It's messing with my feng shui. Harley says while nudging him to move with her foot. While the agent recovers, Fury looks at the screen with intensity. Fury. Natasha tries to warn they will know. And we can still monitor her at a safe distance. He finally says on the comm, remove almost everything, Agent. He says, making Natasha shake her head. Fury understands that the chances of any bug going unnoticed are almost null, but even if the chance is small, he will bet on it. And it's not like if he loses his bet, will have great consequences. Eidolon is a hero, after all. He will not kill anyone over it. As a spy, he is used to pushing boundaries. You know this is counterproductive if we want to work with him, right? Natasha asks. He made his stance clear already. Fury scoffs. You two are so similar. So stubborn. She once again shakes her head but says nothing more. On the screen, the agent follows Fury's orders, taking almost all the espionage devices around the office before leaving in silence. Harley nagged him to put everything in place and was really angry with the holes in the wall and furniture, but did nothing more to the poor agent. After that, she talks with her watch and doesn't take long for Eidolon to arrive. She hugs him while he fixes any damage done and takes the rest of the bugs. Yep, good luck. After seeing Eidolon's eyes before he cut the footage, Natasha stood up and walked out of Fury's office. At least you guys will have the chance to have a talk. Crash, crash, crash. Leaving the office, she didn't walk much before going face to face with Eidolon, literally going through the walls slowly. He can phase through it, but he decided to make Eidolon-shaped holes in the walls instead. Oh my, he is not happy, and he can really be petty. Natasha thinks, then throws a thumb over her shoulder, he is there. She threw Fury under the bus as quickly as she could. Thank you, Agent Romanoff. Eidolon gives her a nod before continuing to creepily float to the office end. Crash. Go through a wall instead of opening the door. Well, we wanted information. We discovered his bottom line, at least. She says, debating with herself whether she should stay and watch the show. But Eidolon can turn his pettiness to her. She still remembers the day he left her stranded in the middle of nowhere. It didn't take even 10 minutes for S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrive to rescue her, but it was annoying. After that, she stopped trying to plant bugs on him. Yep, she is not staying. She had better things to do than a walk in the Sahara Desert. Inside the office, Eidolon hovers a little above the ground while staring down at Fury. The spy doesn't flinch despite the hard gaze, he can see that there's no real enmity there, only a small warning. So he just waits. Let's spare each other time. Eidolon extends his fist above Fury's table and opens it, letting a small black object fall. It's all the bugs squeezed together in a small pebble, smaller than a nail. Harley doesn't care about her secret identity, but I care about her normal life. Don't annoy her and I will not annoy you. Eidolon says. Fine. Fury agrees immediately. Good. Eidolon nods immediately too. The two know that it is basically a necessary step, and the faster they deal with this, the better. Now, I have to ask so that I can explain to my superiors. What level of annoyance are we talking about here? Fury leans back on his chair. The type that costs money. Eidolon only explains that much. I see. I hope you will never see. Now, let's talk about the recent declaration of the United States President. Fury leans on his table again. I will just gonna ignore it. And I will try not to send anyone to try to arrest you. That would be for the better. I will try not to hurt too much anyone that you fail to stop. Excellent. By the way, taking the opportunity that you are here. Do you know something about a Lord Draken? Fury asks. Hector POV. Thank you, my sweet Panicotta. Harley gives a lot of wet kisses on my cheeks, I know that you treasure your unhealthy paranoia a lot. Thank you for doing this for me. Moi. I don't know if she is insulting me beneath those thanks. Whatever, I know that I can't force my way of life on every one of my people. Be ready for the consequences, though. I know that you will be ready. She gives me a smile while hugging my neck. It's obvious, but having more people under me means taking care of more people. My dreams of retiring and leaving everything to my summons suddenly got very far. Maybe I need to create executives, like in Hydra. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of leaders on my summons, they are very problematic. I would not say no to a Wonder Woman, she would be able to take care of the superhero business. Just, be careful. I sigh. I can't help but worry. If S.H.I.E.L.D. knows, it will not take long to pretty much a lot of people to acquire the information too. Maybe I will need to kill someone to set an example. Don't worry, I'm always careful. She smiles brightly, and as a reward, tonight I'm gonna do that thing that you like, and wear the red and black latex suit. She whispers sultrily. After shaking my head and giving one last peck on her lips, I decided to say my goodbyes. Edna was going down the same path. I will check on her with the newbies. Well, Harley's identity being exposed will make it easier to arrange a therapy session with Bruce and the Hulk now. Stanley knows how many problems could have been avoided if people went to therapy. Yes, I'm looking at you, Wanda. I still think the cons outweigh the benefits, but is your call, Edna? I say while walking side by side with the diminutive woman. Tatsumaki, Panacea, Static Shock, Zombieman, and Sweet Mask follow behind us while we walk through the well-lit corridor to her hidden lab. Since you showed me the abominations the heroes here wear and dare to call clothes, I knew my calling, darling. Edna drawls, her bob cut bouncing with each step. There's not even a lot of heroes for you to work with. Such a worry, Art. Relax, I'm not gonna advertise my services on TV or anything like that, that's not how I worked before. She rolls her eyes. A rudimentary, but reliable, mouth-to-mouth never failed me. I only work through recommendation and to the ones I judge worthy of my art. She declares strongly. The cat will be out of the bag very quickly. It's your fault for being such a big shot. True, if there is a reason that she is targeted, it will be because of her relationship with me. And if they want to get me, they will need to be ready to leave behind a layer of skin that I will use to create something and wear as a warning to all the future attackers. She shouts, and I laugh. All right, if it comes to that, I will skin them for you. I nod with an amused smile on my lips. When you are ready, I will make Shadow bring the X-Men girls that she is friends with here. What can I do beyond supporting the endeavors of my people? Do it, I still have nightmares about that yellow. Okay. Later. Now, let's focus on you helping those guys here. I sent you the design of Panacea and Static Shock original costumes, they are good and just need some technological upgrade dash. I don't need a costume. At that moment, Tatsumaki interrupts. Edna slowly turns to look at her, then looks up and down at her. You fly in those things. She moves her fingers up and down to indicate Tatsumaki's dress. Are you an exhibitionist? I'm not. Tatsumaki balls her fists on her side. No need to be ashamed, dear. If you want, I can make a very revealing outfit, but PG-15, max. There will be kids watching you, I can't have you flashing them. I do not flash people. Wait. Are you even wearing panties? Edna's mouth drops, don't tell me. You are going commando. She points accusatorily. I'm not. At this point, Tatsumaki's hair started floating because of her psychokinetic powers getting out of control. Ahem, just accept some leggings, Tatsumaki. A mix of your dress and a skin-tight suit, it will be both stylish and protect your well-being. And everyone's innocence. I try to mediate between the two. I also don't need any equipment, a three-piece suit is enough. Sweet Mask chimes in. I don't care either way. Surprisingly, Zombieman and Panacea say at the same time with uninterested voices. Maybe this will be harder than I thought, but this is Edna's problem. Putting defenses in their minds was easier than putting clothes on their bodies. Tatsumaki and Sweet Mask are especially difficult. Sweet Mask doesn't want any standardized hero uniform, and Tatsumaki likes her dress too much. Edna had a problem with Virgil's coat, but I fought with tooth and nail to keep it. Too cool to exclude. Virgil ended up with two costumes, a normal one and a deluxe one, with more gold, together with the black. I was a little hesitant because it is also Storm's color, reminding me of the great number of black characters with electricity powers, but in the end, it works too well. Panacea's costume didn't change much, but it has more features. Her hood can create a holographic illusion to hide her features and a lot of other upgrades and defenses. She is not a strong combatant, so the suit will keep her alive. Zombieman doesn't need much beyond the skin-tight suit with his trench coat, he didn't even want a mask, but insisted on one, a helmet. To protect him from poisonous gas and other things that can incapacitate his immortal body. He said that he is resistant to those things, but this is Marvel. I also don't want his DNA lying around. The clones of Logan are annoying enough, except Laura. You all are ready to go to the field. I'm not gonna wear a mask and I plan to go into the show business again. Sweet Mask suddenly says. At this point, I don't care. Do whatever you want. Just never snitch. I will not. He looks offended. Your mind is protected, but if I suspect that you can end up slipping, I will erase your memories, leaving only information about Eidolon in them. I don't like it, but it will be necessary. Maybe I should start hiding my real identity from my summons from now on. This goes to everyone. If you are captured, I can save you. No need to fear being tortured, but I can't save you from your own rubris. I looked at them seriously. Don't slip. I can do whatever I want. Tatsumaki scoffs. Why didn't I gain the other sister? I sigh loudly to annoy her. As if I'm gonna leave Fubuki with someone like you. Ignoring the midget, I address them one more time. Now, let me assign you guys your turf. Slowly, but surely, I'm raising Earth's defenses. You know, in case I suddenly ended up in another universe, for example. I look around just in case. After taking into consideration the words of the United States President, I decided to fully ignore them and continue with my activities as Eidolon as usual. After months of practice, I'm already very good at controlling the 4 bodies that I divide with the ghostly biofission. I don't use 4 all the time, because it's not nice. But always at least 2. Having a Hector and an Eidolon in visible places at the same time, it's a very good way to solidify that the 2 are not the same person. And if someone takes into consideration that, maybe, Eidolon has the power to multiply himself and is using it, well, then everyone in the world would be suspicious. Rarely, I divide myself to the limit with 4 bodies. Sometimes, I keep one in the space station supervising some projects. Nothing dangerous enough that would need my full attention. Eidolon patrols and keeps things peaceful, unless someone really strong appears. And Hector is in the hospital or in college, or with Mary Jane. And then sometimes I use the 4th body to spend time with my girls, but on most days, one of the 3 bodies can do it. Incredibly, how 4 bodies are not enough. People, in this case, get used to quickly with certain privileges. I need to slow down. At this rate, 100 bodies will not be enough. Well, I will control myself better in the future, and not take my eyes off my objective of retiring and finally enjoying my powers. So many worlds to visit. How was the sleepover with Seiko? I ask Cassandra while she adjusts her mask. I will take her and Rover and do some patrols around the country. Just to spit on the president's face. Let's see if they will send someone to arrest me. Cassandra gives him a thumbs up. Good. Let's check your progress. Car chase on 4th Avenue. I want you to neutralize the criminals, without hurting a nail of them. Treat them like they have a hostage in the car. You can't use intangibility. I say the conditions. It's a very unrealistic situation, but that is how training is supposed to go. With imaginary weights holding you back, so that you can do your best during the real situation. She doesn't complain, Cassandra never does. She just nods and flies to the chase. Remember, each second counts. I follow behind her at a moderate pace, but still keeping up with her top speed. I fly a little higher, to watch her better, Rover stepping on the air by my side. The car chases lack any superpowered people, so it must be doable. Just a little exercise where she can't make a mistake, to keep her on her toes. She just needs to be super careful while dealing with the criminals, police, and any civilians around. Unfortunately, I already calculated that she is bound to fail, the way they are driving rights, and the timing of the red signal, coupled with this traffic. That is where the test appears. She doesn't have time. While she flies above them, planning to grab the car from the roof and flying away. A good plan, but that would keep her hands full with anything the criminals do, and she would lose sight of them too. It happened, I knew that they would not respect this red signal. Look, a semi-truck. They are gonna crash. Shadow goes into action immediately, she throws the black whip at the roof of the car and pulls. She doesn't stop the momentum, no, she raises the car, making it pass above the semi-truck. Her position is awkward, she should have flown together with it, but I guess her multitasking is not that good yet, so she spins the car full circle till it loses momentum and stops, hanging on her black whips. The criminals inside are all jumbled, no one wore a belt, after all. B+. You should have been quicker. You don't have all my powers, but being quick will be enough most of the time. I grade her action after we leave the criminals to the police. Don't be discouraged, in real life, who cares if they broke some fingers or opened some lips? I know. She answers weakly. Let's go again. There's a ship sinking some dozen of miles from the coast. We start slowly flying there. What should we do? Beyond saving them, of course. What kind? She is asking about the ship. Good question. Why don't you see with your own eyes? Fly faster. And we speed up. She correctly flies higher, so that her line of sight is ample enough to see the target quicker. Civilian, medium-sized ship. Call the authorities to meet at the shore. Take the victims there. Ship is not a priority. True, but we are very close to a port with a hospital and everything needed, so in this case we can simply take them there. Can you repair the ship? No. Can you carry the whole ship? Yes. There are people stranded, and the ship is more than half submerged. There are 27 victims. 8 on the water. What do you do? Collect the people, throw at the ship, and raise it. She answers, fly to the port. Correct. I am here, so I will just fix the ship and set you free. But you know why. She frowns, thinking on the answer. There's more. I urge her to think. She looks around. Nothing. Yes. Nothing around could have destroyed that side of the ship, so, go fight it. Always check your surroundings. In the sea, go even further, never focusing only on the targets. Like on cue, a marine monster emerges and goes to attack the ship and its people. Shadow immediately speeds, hitting the monster with a double fist attack, and sends it back to the ocean, accompanying it. Later, I will have a talk with her about fighting on the enemy's battlefield, but I can ignore it because it's obvious that it's just some stray weak monster. If not, I would have to make a visit to Atlantis. But even so, it's kinda weird for one to appear at the surface. Maybe Namor is having trouble. I guess there are some storylines where he fights people wanting to take his throne. Heh, seaman sucker. Don't worry people, I'm here. I turn my attention to the ship that I made float on the water, to protect it from the shockwaves of the battle, and start fixing it. Crazy Diamond's stand power is becoming one of my favorites. Later, Cassandra and I played fetch with Rover on the beach. It's not any place we play, we need to use a metal disc with a 3-meter radius and throw it at the horizon to make him catch. It was fun, people took pictures and all that. Just another way to piss on the president orders. A law will not stick if there's no power behind it, you know. And I used that moment to wait for someone like Wonderman or Red Hulk to appear and try to arrest me. No one appeared. Later, I will ask Armstrong if he has any idea why the president did something so dumb. He is getting all chummy with a lot of politicians, the big guy is charismatic, I will give him that. My guess is that the president knew that would amount to nothing, but he wants to seem like he is trying to the people that does not like me. A little loss of face in exchange for some brownie points. I hope it will be worth it, because things will be awkward when I save America during the next big thing, and you will need to thank me. People will call out on you double-facedness. Raven. Okay, let's try again. Raven says to herself, doing another dive deep in her mind to meet her emotoclones. This time, she will try to reach further into those discarded parts of her. Try to accept them. Learn from them. A body pillow. Seeing Violet Raven hugging a real life-sized pillow of Hector throws her out of her calm state. Don't kiss it. She hisses. Violet Raven blinks, her lips puckered mid-movement. What? Can you stop with this obsession? What do you see on him? She says annoyed. Yes, give to the anger, Red Raven eggs her, and he is hot. I like him too, he will be a nice addition at my side. Even you. What's not to like? The guy is great. He is handsome, funny, accepts my weirdness. Violet Raven defends Hector like the dreamy idiot she is. Smart. Yellow Raven, the one that represents knowledge, adds. He is very hot. Red Raven also says. Knows how to fight. Green Raven shouts animatedly. He can spoil me. Brown Raven says in a tired tone. His hug was nice. Gray, shy, Raven says in a low voice. My heart goes all crazy when he gets closer. Raven watches that development slack-jawed. She can't believe it. That guy wormed his way around her and reached her emotoclones. How did this even happen? Is this one on her? Is she developing some feelings for him, and her emotoclones simply don't hide it? No. It can't be. It's just because those sluts are easy. Too simple. One-directional bimbos. Wait, but does that mean that deep down she is like this? No. She refuses it. That's why I can't accept you guys. She shouts, her voice growing distant as her surroundings slowly disappear. She is back in her body on Camartage, in a meditation pose in her room. Oh, perfect timing. Just when I visited. She looks up to see the source of the voice, just to see Hector in his hero mode, Eidolon, but without the mask because there's no need to wear it around her. And damn. She never liked super buff guys, preferring healthy skinnier, but she has to admire those muscles. And that suit leaves nothing to the imagination. It's so tight that the veins of his forearm are showing. The said veiny forearm stretches out to her. Studying hard. Let's relax a bit, the Ancient One called us for some tea. She ignores his hand and stands up without help, fine. She says in her monotone voice, hiding her emotions very well. Inwardly, she is still a little shaken by her emotoclones. How is the creation of your own spells going? The Ancient One asks while the three drink some tea. Bad. I think I was going in a strange direction. I will reevaluate my decisions. Raven answers while taking a sip of her cup. She steals some glances at Hector, who was casually eating some of the snacks he brought and cooked himself. Noticing her gaze, she turns to her and smiles with his mouth full. Ugh, disgustingly adorable. I mean, disgusting. She turns her gaze away. No hurry, little one. You have a lot of time. The Ancient One says kindly, different from me. He completes in a sad tone. She notices Hector giving him a gaze while also taking a sip of his tea. And that is what I needed to talk to you about. It will be for the better if you two don't visit the Camartage for some time. The Ancient One says in a casual tone, Dormammu is gonna attack. He continues equally casually while revealing that an interdimensional being on the same level as her creator is gonna to invade. Puffed. But it made Hector spit his drink, and it's funny, so it was worth it. Good job, Ancient One. You waited for me to take a sip. Hector accuses. Exactly. And the Ancient One laughs, but seriously, don't interfere, shoo shoo. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 118, Trying to Ignore the World-Ending Crisis. Third-person POV, this kind of thing should be said with a month of antecedents, minimum. Hector is a little annoyed with the Ancient One. That doesn't concern you. The Ancient One casually waves him off with an infuriating calm smile. The old magic user casually dropped the bomb that the events of the Doctor Strange movie are about to happen, or at least roughly similar. Hector was expecting it to happen at least next year, and after he pushed forward the timeline by a lot. He noticed that the great increase of characters existing tightened the schedule of the world, so obviously he is not even hoping for a lot of breaks between arcs. The MCU now only serves as a little north, but as things progress and more characters appear, he knows things will get crazier and crazier. He is almost expecting Thanos to drop by on Earth next year. One of the reasons he wants to increase the quantity of his summons is so that he can put them on Earth while he goes to explore the universe for the Infinity Stones. He wants to have at least one on his hands. It would be disastrous if Thanos got his hands on them without Hector having the chance to do anything about it. The reason he is still somewhat calm about this particular potential danger is the fact that the Ancient One is keeping the Soul Stone, and he is sure that the Space Stone is in the vaults of Asgard, and Odin is still awake. Those two old, and incredibly strong, men are buying him time. Obviously, it concerns me. Hector's brows furrowed. I'm a hero in charge of protecting this planet, so how does an interdimensional attack not concern me? You don't need to get involved. Things will go better if Eidolon stays out of this. The Ancient One says, trust me on this. Hector can trust him on this, the Ancient One should know better than him the best route to solve this crisis, but... what about you? He finally asks, his voice gaining a softer tone. The Ancient One smiles wistfully, I will repeat. It will be for the better if no life is saved by Eidolon during this crisis. Death is part of life, and despite causing great pain momentarily, it's those scars that mold a better future in the long run. Hector thought that they would be ready for it. It's something he knew from day one. An irrevocable fact is that the Ancient One needs to die to give space to Stephen Strange. It's not a bad thing either, the Ancient One lived long enough, and he is ready. But still, this is not a moment where rationality prevails. Hector sighs heavily and runs a hand through his face. Just when I was starting to like you. The hero says in a joking tone, hiding his face, I didn't even slap your bald head yet. It's not about the fact that is happening, he was ready for that. It's the fact that is happening too soon. And when he thinks about it, that is how death generally treats people, it's always too soon. Not even the great Eidolon can escape that. Most of the time, people are simply not ready for death. The Ancient One also laughs and lightens the mood. Raven looks a little unsure of how to react, but she was able to deduce what was going on with the tidbits of conversation. Now, promise me. Eidolon can't interfere, not even to save a life. The Ancient One says seriously. After looking at the old sorcerer for some time, Hector finally nods, all right. It will be good to relax while other people do some work for a change. He jokes. Raven. As if. It's what Raven thinks while sneaking a peek at Hector. The guy said that he would relax but she was not seeing it. After the two left the Camartage, Hector took Raven to her home, but seeing how she did not go to school and had no friends, he also dragged her to go with him almost every day to the space station. She was already waiting for the barrage of forcefully clumsy and cheesy flirting, but none of that happened. Since the talk with the Ancient One, Hector has been quiet. Other people would not be able to notice. He would still be able to fake it pretty well and act normally, but the ones that are around him constantly obviously are aware of the change. It's weighing on his mind. Raven knows. It has been only a day since the reveal, and the crisis is scheduled to happen in the span of 2 or 3 days starting tomorrow, and Hector is worried. She can understand that, anyone would be. But it's bothering her for some reason. She is not liking seeing him like that. She looks at her book, her eyes going through some paragraphs, but without reading anything before she looks at Hector again. He is in front of his supercomputer, his eyes focused on the screen while his chin rests in the back of his right hand. His other hand is absent-mindedly moving while he conjures magic circles, each change of a hand sign making a different circle, in a different color and shape, appear. She recognizes only a third of those magic circles, some look very dark. If Raven had to guess, he looks like someone reviewing for a test or something. He is still preparing for the worst, even though he promised not to get involved. Hey. He suddenly calling her makes Raven take her eyes off his hand with a jump. Looking at his eyes now, she knows he saw what she was thinking written in her face. With a low chuckle, he shakes his head and says in a calm tone, "Don't worry about me, I'm just keeping myself sharp and on high alert. I'm not worried about you." She rolls her eyes. This time, instead of teasing her, he simply smiles lightly. And for some reason, that annoyed her a little. When she caught with her own thoughts, Raven gets startled. No. No. Azarath Mitrian Zithos. Third-person POV Kamartaj. Despite walking to where he is walking, aware of what awaits him, the Ancient One keeps a calm face all the way. Few things in existence can make him change expressions nowadays. And he learned long ago that a calm face is the first shield that you can have. He crosses the courtyard, looking up at the night sky and at the moon. Now, at this stage of his life, he thinks he should have looked to those ever-present existences around him that so many take for granted. He watched countless dawns, countless setting suns, countless night skies. All so mundane, nothing more than a background to the more interesting occurrences of his turbulent life. When he can see the past, present, and the future. When he can observe other universes, watch incredibly cosmic events that normal people can't even imagine. When he can see so much, what are those small everyday events to him? But now, after countless normal night skies, so many that they all blur together, he thinks he didn't watch them enough. It's about the small things. He keeps a small smile while watching the sky, only stopping when the stars are covered by the roof of the front porch of a big building. He looks at the double doors in front of him and pushes them with his own old hands instead of using any magic. It's about the small things. "You came back and didn't even greet your old master, Caecilius?" He asks in a light tone while watching his former student and his followers. "I thought I taught you better than that." Despite his joking tone, the double doors close behind him menacingly. It's obvious that all the acolytes of Caecilius are scared shitless of the old sorcerer. He is wearing tight martial robes in dark brown tones, his hair slicked backward in a low ponytail, and his face is completely shaved. All of this gives a humble and modest tone, but the eyes are anything but modest. Cold calculating eyes stare at the Sorcerer Supreme. "I taught you the best I could. It's not my fault that you are lacking as a student." The Ancient One laughs heartily. But even his grandpa-like laugh is not enough to disperse the tension in the precinct. The two parties stare at each other. An entire group of young men and women staring at a single old man, but everyone knows who is in the superior position here. Caecilius is the first to make a move. He extends his arm, the pages in his hand disappear, and he runs. He and all of his acolytes use magic telekinesis to create a chaotic environment in the library, like they planned it beforehand, and ran in the opposite direction of the Ancient One. The Ancient One stays rooted in place. The books are flying around, but none touch him. "I guess that as the older and mature one, I should play along." He sighs almost fondly before starting to walk. The books go completely still, frozen in space, and a single step of the Ancient One takes him farther than any step should take a man. Space stretches to Caecilius and his acolytes while it shrinks to the Ancient One. They run with everything they have while he walks leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back, and he is gaining on them. Caecilius and his acolytes struggle and give their all to stabilize the path ahead, to escape. But one by one, their groups were taken down by the Ancient One chasing them. They enter the mirror dimension, trying to escape from the Ancient One, but that only makes matters worse. His control and understanding of the mirror dimension are greater than all of them combined. The acolytes start falling fast while their surroundings change, the temple of Kamartaj disappearing beneath the earth while the mountains and rivers rise, enclosing them. Sense of up and down slowly disappears, front and back too. The acolytes start running in different directions, separating from the group without even noticing. The Ancient One draws a line in the air, and a mountain is perfectly cut, and with his finger, he brings the mountain down on a small group of acolytes. The rivers are changing, tracing magic circles that spawn eruptions of magic from the ground. The clouds and stars do the same, raining magic on them like raindrops. It's an apocalyptic scene. And the Ancient One continues to leisurely walk in the middle of it, his steps causing ripples in the air. Caecilius keeps a stony face while ignoring everything around him, even the possible death of his people. He is focused on his mission, and his mission is not to fight the Sorcerer Supreme. He continues to run with all his might, acting like a scared animal, all part of his big plan. There. He suddenly shouts and, together with the remaining acolytes, he raises his hand and opens a hole in space to escape. The Ancient One smiles slightly and does not hesitate to follow. On the other side, it is a lifeless rocky region. The Ancient One ignored the arrangement of rocks and just stepped forward. Gave up on running. He asks Caecilius, who turned to face him. "There's no more need to run. You are exactly where I want you." Caecilius comments. "If you are talking about this trap formation, I would be very disappointed." Caecilius ignores his mocking words, and together with his followers, he makes a couple of hand signs, making the rocks around him shine. With each change of his hand, more and more rocks glow. The Ancient One doesn't panic seeing that. He raises his hand, and when he brings it down, the space and the formation start to crack, making a lot of the acolytes fall unconscious too because of the backlash. But then it happened. From the crack opened in space, an object appeared. It's a golden staff with 3 gems on the top. The moment the staff appeared, the space is immediately solidified, the rocks were restored, and they shone much more brightly than before in a golden starlight. Each grain of sand is brimming with power, the whole space spins, forming a vortex. Oh, the staff of the living tribunal. The Ancient One shows some surprise. Hello, Mordo. He doesn't even turn around to greet the other sorcerer who appears behind his back. Mordo is wearing green and yellow fancy sorcerer robes, with pointy shoulder pads. He is a Caucasian man with a goatee and a widow's peak, his short black hair slicked backwards. He is showing a big, smug smile because his plan worked. The Ancient One's confidence in his own abilities was his downfall. You and Caecilius, 2 of my former students, appearing at the same time. The Ancient One sighs in the center of the spatial storm, the vortex pinning him in place. Is your guy's strategy to kill me with disappointment? It's almost working. Mordo smiles, falters at the Sorcerer Supreme's words, but he still confidently says, at this point, you can only keep your facade of calmness. Your time is due, and you are not leaving this place. Ever. Sealing me, huh? So ingenious. You are getting better, I admit. The Ancient One compliments Mordo. In the past, you would never have had the courage to pull something like that. I told you that magic was molded by imagination. The fact that you can't see yourself beating me, despite desiring to do that, always limited your growth. And asking for external help will not fix it. The path that you are walking will leave your mind and heart full of shadows and darkness forever. The Ancient One continues. Don't act like you are still my master. Mordo shouts, you that uphold so many secrets from me. Oh Mordo. The Ancient One shakes his head. Space solidifies and clings to his body like cement. It's like he is becoming part of the scenery. Your accomplishments are your own, and so are your failures. Don't blame me for your own shortcomings. I think the youngsters nowadays have an expression to that. Skill issue. He laughs despite having his body covered by the world, like Atlas having to hold down all creation. Despite being a trained and accomplished mystic arts user, Mordo can't help but get angry. But the Sorcerer Supreme doesn't care about his feelings. You asked for shortcuts to make up for your lack of talent when you are not ready to pay the price. You should have been patient instead of envious of the gifted ones. Let me warn you that the price didn't disappear, it will only come later. That is none of your concern anymore. You are gonna die of old age here. Mordo says with a malevolent voice. The Sorcerer Supreme remains incredibly calm despite the dire situation. You are still being blinded by my light, living in my shadow instead of forging your own path. You are bound to fail, Mordo. You acquire no satisfaction for winning. Anyway, you already lost. With those words, the Ancient One is finally sealed. Mordo can't say anything more. He would be arguing with the nothing. He can't show that he cares, but anyway, it would allow the Ancient One to have the final say. And true to his words, in this small exchange, Mordo lost. Mary Jane. I didn't even know that there's a place like this around here. Mary Jane says with some surprise while running the paintbrush in her hand through the screen. Hector is in front of her, doing something similar. Me too. He says, I had this idea of a painting date when you commented about liking art and drawing when you were young. Initially, I thought of doing it at my home, but... well, after a quick search, I found this place. Mary Jane understands why he would not take her to his home. It's for her own good, because they can't take their hands off each other. They have a talk about taking things slow, a talk that is easily forgotten by her in the heat of the moment. But Hector, as the gentleman and level-headed individual he is, was always able to pull the brakes. Even so, they are avoiding getting really alone for now. It is also a good way to show off my skills that you would otherwise not be aware of. He brags playfully while giving her a look, then looking back at his screen. The two are painting each other. It's the whole shtick of this studio on Fridays, couples can come here to paint each other. Mary Jane can see the other 4 couples around her doing the same. There are also other people doing other things, probably art students, or aspiring art students, but she can't tell the difference, and she is not gonna ask. That was a very nice thing to do. And very creative too. Mary Jane complimented, happy that he was listening while she was talking about her old hobby of drawing and painting. It has been so long, I'm rusty. She breathes out, seeing the cartoonish version of Hector slowly appearing on the screen. She is not gonna try to make it realistic, she knows her limits. Do you know who likes drawing too? Captain America. Hector reveals. Really? Mary Jane looks at him, surprised. How did you know that? Wait, your grandpa. She remembers Hector saying the cool fact that his grandpa was part of the Howling Commandos, Captain America's own group. Yep. He says, popping the P, he told me this story when he saw me drawing as a kid. That's cool. And surprising. You would not expect a 6-foot-tall wall of muscle to have such delicate hobby. I guess he is more famous for punching Nazis. He laughs, but a good man always has a hidden talent to impress the ladies. He wiggles his eyebrows. Oh yeah. And what is yours? She wiggles her eyebrows back. Oh, I couldn't even count. He sighs exasperated. I have so many talents. How can other people compete against me? He shows a sad and empathetic expression to the less fortunate that has to compete with him. Oh, shut up. She laughs. I'm serious. He looks offended that she doesn't believe in him. I will start by showing you my painting skills. Even Michelangelo would weep. Buffed, you braggart. You are digging up your own grave by setting my expectation so high. She laughs, already imagining him showing something pretty simple or downright ugly. The breach of expectancy will be fun. Your lack of faith is disturbing. He says in a deep voice. Mary Jane's brain is telling her that he is quoting someone, but she can't say who. She heard that before. Must be famous. He continues, what about a bet then? He gives her a half smirk. A bet. She raises her eyebrows. The word bet makes her go on high alert. Hector is a sly bastard despite his calm and gentle exterior. He never would bet on something that he is not sure to win. She already knows this much about him. So obviously her guard went up. What kind of bet? She asks. She is not unwilling, only cautious. If I make a good painting, enough that you cannot say that it is bad, not even if you want. He starts and then leans forward a little before whispering with a smirk, you are gonna let me paint you like Rose let Jack paint her in the movie Titanic. Hearing his words, her eyes widen, and a blush spreads through her face, trying to compete with her hair. She looks around to see if anyone heard it, but everyone appears to be in their own worlds. Hector. She whispers back, half admonishing and half whining. What? He asks, acting casual. Don't say those things in public. She shouts in a lower voice. I didn't say anything wrong. It's art. He shrugs his shoulders. The blush remains in her flecked cheeks. Mary Jane's first instinct is to deny the bet proposal, but after thinking for an extra second, she noticed that all the power is in her hands. She can simply say that the painting did not reach her standards and bam, bet won. She thinks that is his way of allowing her to simply say no to the proposal of painting her naked. So there's nothing wrong with accepting it, and she can't deny that the thought of posing naked to him is a little exciting. All right. She says slowly, and what if I win? I don't know. You can ask for anything from me. I'm sure that I will not lose. He answers without a care in the world. A very roundabout way to say that he trusted her not to ask for anything outrageous. She would never do it, obviously. She makes a show of thinking hard, like it's some difficult decision, even though she already decided to accept. Maybe. Maybe she can ask him to leave the other. She shakes her head slightly at the thought. They agreed to never touch this subject again. It was her condition. She can't bring this up, she does not even want to bring this up. She wants to think that he and the other have already broken up and he is only hers, but the thought still gnaws at the back of her mind from time to time. It would be a wasted opportunity if he had already broken up with the other. She rationalizes in her mind. Okay, I accept. She finally says, not thinking about any other woman. Deal. He extends his hand, a smile on his lips. Deal. She takes it, already thinking about what she is gonna make him do. In truth, nothing comes to mind. Hector is already a great boyfriend. She can't ask for any sexual fantasy because they are not on that stage yet, and she is not gonna ask for anything of monetary value either. By the way, no time limit for the thing I ask of you, right? Of course. He agrees easily. Now she can wait to use it for something sexy, or maybe embarrassing in the far future. She laughs while thinking about binding him or making him wear a fantasy in bed. Maybe wear an Eidolon cosplay. They fall into a comfortable silence when Hector gets serious about painting. It seems he really wants to win this bet, to see her naked body. The thought causes some heat to appear in her lower abdomen. She can't help herself from think that a nude painting session would end like Jack and Rose in that car. Maybe she can let him win. Her thoughts wander in a more hot direction while she needs to look at him constantly to paint. My boyfriend is so hot, she admires him again. Luckily, she is only painting his face, she would not have time to paint all his muscles. She paints, giving special attention to the sharp jaw and blue eyes, leaving to put the glasses last, if she's even gonna paint them. Despite liking his nerdy style, she still thinks he would look much better if he took care of his appearance. While they are concentrating, a worker at the place passes behind Hector, and her eyes widen. Oh my, are you a pro? Wait, you are too young. The woman says while looking between Mary Jane, the painting, and Hector. It's easy when you are painting something you love. Hector says casually while continuing to paint. The woman practically swoons at him, giving Mary Jane a look and then a thumbs up and a big smile from behind his back, the universal language of nice job, girl. Now she is super curious to see the painting. The female worker goes away, but comes back with a colleague, and the two seem to be admiring Hector's art. It reached a point where there's more than half a dozen people behind him, some coming and going. This is killing Mary Jane, she should be the one seeing it first. I'm using a lot of red. Hector says to the laughs of the group behind him. A lot of female artists, to Mary Jane's annoyance. The 1-hour time limit to paint finally ends, and it's time to reveal their works. For some reason, the audience continued to hang around, making Mary Jane nervous and self-conscious about showing her painting. But she does it first anyway. It's a cartoonish piece of work, not focusing on any detail, and the similarities with Hector are obvious. The curly hair, the eyes, and the moles close to the eye and mouth. It's minimalistic but good. Oh, am I that handsome? Such deep blue eyes. He acts smug and narcissistically while looking at the painting. She is happy that he seems to genuinely like it. Now it's time for him to do the same. I think mine is passable. He says while presenting her the painting. Okay, let's see what all this fuss is about. Mary Jane was thinking that before her mind went blank and her mouth slowly opened. It's not any ultra-realistic piece, displaying her with incredible details, but it is still a realist painting. It probably doesn't have more details because of the short time. The painting only shows her from the shoulders upwards. It is different from what she expected, it is not showing her with a calm smile or anything like that. It's showing her laughing. No, it's showing her exactly after a good laugh. The painting is so good that she knows exactly what it is expressing. The exact moment, perfectly captured and frozen in time. She can almost see and hear the good laugh that the Mary Jane in the painting had before she was captured on this screen. That is how expressive and alive this painting looks. Her head is tilted backward a little, her mouth open in a big and natural smile, and the eyes. Oh, the narrowed eyes look so alive. They are shining and brimming with life, seeming wet with tears that the good laugh caused. The way her shoulders and neck tense expresses that, too. It looks like the Mary Jane in the painting is just recovering from that laugh. She can almost hear her sighing, recovering the breath lost during the laughter. It's so spontaneous, like a picture captured at the right moment. Her hair, despite being such an eye-catching characteristic, still pales to her features and expression. Her bright red hair is now simply there to frame her face. I hope you like it. I painted how I think you look the most beautiful, genuinely happy. Hector's voice takes her off her thoughts. That. Mary Jane is not any art critic, but she can see how good this painting is, and if a critic says otherwise, she would fight him. She doesn't know what to say, so. She ignored the wolf whistles and laughs from the people nearby and kissed him. You really liked it, huh? Now in his car, Hector comments while taking her to some place to eat. I loved it. She says, with a big smile on her face, she can't stop looking at the painting. Her smile was only matched by her painting. I'm glad. I did not forget about our bet, he says with a sly smile. Tell me when you are ready to pay it. Pervert. She gives him a slap on his arm, but she is not that against it. If you promise never to show it to anyone. No, better that you destroy it afterwards. Before, she was in it for the experience, but knowing Hector's talent now. The painting will really be a nude of her. She can't let something like that exist. No one would even lay their eyes on it. Hector says strongly and possessively. She likes that. And if you want it destroyed, so be it. He agrees easily, my memory will keep the image burned in my brain anyway. He concluded with another sly smirk. She decides not to engage with him this time, because she knows it will only give him fuel for more teasing, so she only rolls her eyes at him. He continues to drive on the horrible traffic of New York, when Mary Jane decides to broach the subject that she was not so sure to touch. Hector, are you okay? She doesn't want to ruin the mood, but she noticed that he is normal. There's a certain edge on him today, a smidge of forcefulness on his actions. Hector turns to her slowly, he falls into silence, and then sighs, I'm just a little tired. College, the hospitals, everything. Don't force yourself. If you told me, we could have rescheduled our date. I would have understood. She says while grabbing his forearm. Thank you, but relax. It's just one of those weeks, you know. A lot of deadlines coinciding, so I need to work a little harder, it will get better next week, he explains. I see. She nods, but don't burn yourself out. After a kiss on his cheek, she jokes, you are already adulting, poor you. Spoiler alert, it sucks. And the two laugh. By the way, I'm glad you noticed. I have a very good poker face, you know. I noticed. She rolls her eyes. So if you notice that I'm not at my 100%, it means that I'm unknowingly letting my guard down around you. Stopping at a red light, Hector grabs her hand. That's a good thing to know. Love you. Brings her hand to his lips, and he kisses the back of her hand. I love you too. She answers softly. Third-person POV. Without the Sorcerer Supreme, Mordo, and Caecilia's plan can proceed. The three Sanctum Sanctorums are without their great defender. Each one of them will attack one of the Sanctums, but even with the two, they will be one person short. And they can't leave this job to just anyone, but this detail will not be a problem because they will have the help of someone whose interests align with them. The Sorcerer Supreme of the Dark Dimension, Clea. Are you sure that he is sealed? The said woman asks again. Clea is a beautiful woman with noble looks, high cheekbones, short white hair, and purple eyes, which can be a side effect of the magic she uses. Her clothes, which seem a little too tight to a sorcerer, are covered by two capes, one on her shoulders and the other, a smaller one, around her waist. We used Atlas punishment, there's no way he can escape. Caecilia says. You certainly give me no assurance. In truth, this cockiness only causes me worry. Clea comments, not impressed. What? Are you so afraid of him? Mordo mocks. Only a fool would underestimate him. The Ancient One survived dozens of Sorcerer Supremes from the Dark Dimension, each thinking they would be getting the best of him, and each one failed. She says with a hint of respect appearing in her voice. Yao is not called the Ancient One for nothing. He kept the post longer than anyone else, he is the only other one, said in the same breath as Agamotto. You don't need to worry. Even if he can eventually escape, it will be too late. Till there, this universe will be part of the Dark Dimension. Mordo says. At this point, any discussion will be meaningless, so Clea says nothing more. Let's proceed then. Mordo continues, we will destroy the Sanctums and rebuild them as gateways to the Dark Dimension. The next step is obvious. Caecilius adds coldly, we need to clear the path. Can you two kill your former friends? I have no friends. Mordo replies. You know. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again expecting a different result. Hector deadpans to Yuri-Han while typing on a console. Right now, the two are in the space station. You don't know that. This time I'm gonna kick your ass. If you don't cheat, of course. Yuri says in a snarky tone, and hurry up with that. She continues, tapping her foot on the floor impatiently. Patience. A completely normal body is very deep in the vault. Hector rolls his eyes before pressing a button. GLaDOS, I unlocked it. Take it for me, please. At once, master. The AI says and a robotic armor moves deep in the room. While we are waiting, why don't we talk about the reason I called you here? Hector turns to Yuri and crosses his arms while leaning on the panel. Why the heck did you beat up those cops? What? It's their fault. I was doing a good deed, like you told me, destroying some gangs. Then they appeared, pointed their guns at me, and I said that I was with you, they didn't listen. Then I said, fuck you, I'm off, then they shoot me and then I beat them up. She explains with a shrug. Hector massages his forehead. Stop with your malicious incompetence, Yuri. You purposely explained very little and acted belligerent. You wanted an excuse to beat them. Bullshit, I was being myself. She scoffs and pouts. You also didn't debut as a hero and don't even plan to have a hero persona or hide your identity. Obviously they would not believe in you. I don't need to hide myself. Be ready for the legal persecution then. I gave you a house and everything to your identity, and now they have it. You need to fix your image before it is tarnished forever. Hector says seriously. Whatever, dude. Who cares about my image? You will. When the Korean government starts harassing you to work for them. You had one shot and you blew it already. Hector is annoyed, he will probably need to do some damage control. Or you join them as my spy. Good luck dealing with those rich Korean people and government officials who think they are gods. I bet they will find it difficult giving me orders with my foot in their jaw. Hector is reconsidering a lot of things. Change of plans. I'm gonna tame this troublemaker now. Whatever, just let your pride aside and ask for help if things get complicated. She doesn't answer, only turning her head away childishly. After a last shake of his head, the chamber with his clone finally arrived. All right, that is what. The fourth time you asked for a spar. And I'm even indulging you by using a very weak body, so. Why don't we make things interesting? Hector suddenly says. When Yuri discovered that he could hop on bodies, she had this idea to finally win against him and prove that her technique is superior. His initial plan of not breaking her initially, filling her with defiance like air in a balloon before popping it, worked very well. He always held back during their spars, giving her the impression that she was very close to winning, somehow. He also teased her a lot, treating Chun-Li considerably better than her, downright spoiling the Chinese rival. Not that it is that difficult, different from Yuri, Chun-Li is much more well-mannered and behaves splendidly. Hector never had anything to complain about her. She is like Shago, but this time I don't have the time to stay with her most of the time. I bet Shago would be like this too if I let her to her own devices. He remembers almost fondly from the time Shago was basically on house arrest with him, always annoyed for not having freedom. Their relationship has come a long way. But Yuri is not Shago. Hector has a policy of letting the summons to their own devices, especially the female ones that have a high chance of falling into a harem situation if he stays too close. A last chance to let things take a more natural course. The only exception was Harley, that who used to experiment with a little method that it was bound to be repeated in the future with the equally problematic women. And Yuri is proving herself one of them. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Interesting. Yuri looks at him suspiciously. She can feel this guy is up to no good. A bet. This always works. She would never back down. A bet. Yes, a bet. Do you know how annoying it is to be challenged every time by someone so much weaker than you? Hector sighs heavily. Imagine if you were challenged by a baby that still uses diapers, would you take it seriously? Waste your time on it. He is purposefully saying those things to annoy her. And it's working. Some veins have already appeared on her temple. Say nothing more, you bastard. Yuri says through gritted teeth, it's fucking on. Say the rules and what we are betting. Simple. Like you asked, I'm gonna use that very normal body to fight you, and the one that wins can ask anything of the victor. He says casually. Anything. Anything. He confirms. A trick so old and so simple that it is not even a trick anymore. She can see his plan from a mile away, but it's not like he plans to cheat or anything. And what if I ask you to be my dog? She asks. I will do it. Tie Chun-Li for me. I will do it. Kill people. I will do it. He is answering without even batting an eye. She is pushing boundaries, and he is answering eerily calmly. In truth, it's scaring her a little, not that she will ever admit it. He is not even making ground rules. Saying that he would not do things against his morals and everything. The message is clear, he is absolutely confident that he will defeat her. No, he plans to completely demolish her. What would you ask? She pries. Probably some sexual favor. He sees shamelessly, you are running your mouth for so long, so I will shut you up with my dick. His eyes are as serious as they can be. She believes that he really is gonna ask for it if he wins. But Yuri can't back away. Alright, but let's make that we don't use any type of energy. She suddenly adds some rules. Oh. He says with a straight face. You taught me a lot, but let's fight with only technique in our bodies. To prove who is the better martial artist. No hockey or nen. No. This body that I'm bringing is weaker and less trained than yours. He says while giving a look to the chamber where his lifeless clone sleeps. Gonna chicken out now. She smirks widely, regaining some confidence. No, just saying to make you defeat even more, unpalatable. He says confidently, so let's review. No use of any type of inner energy and the varieties of techniques. No observation hockey, no chi blocking, not even 10. He says while walking to a chair. Yes. She confirmed, already bouncing on the balls of her feet to warm up, watching him sit and close his eyes. All right then. It's on. He says and seemingly falls asleep. It's on. TSSS. The door of the sleeping chamber opens and another Hector steps up, wearing only a white full-body suit that hugs his body tightly. Yuri judges his muscles and can see that this clone is very fit, but Hector said before that this clone is so normal that it does not even have the super soldier serum. It's a clone to use as a civilian identity. Hector stretches to feel the limits of his body, his face impassive and unworried despite being in a very unfavorable situation. So weak and heavy, but I can do it. He cracks his neck and turns to her. Yuri puts a stance, ready to kick his ass finally. The fight is long and short at the same time. They spent a lot of time staring at each other. The stakes are higher, so they need to be careful. In a fight on the normal level, any mistake can be fatal. Hector also knows the limits of this body, so he can't risk an early injury that can lower his fight prowess. In the end, Hector is much more patient than Yuri, so she attacked first. Hector keeps his eyes open and focused as Yuri predictably starts with a high kick. In this situation, maybe his only advantage is that he kept his knowledge. His knowledge of Yuri's fighting style. The fact that she asked for so many spars backfired. He raised his fists close to his chin, put his face down, and stepped forward. Ducking under her leg, he uses his shoulder to deflect the attacks, hurting some bones, before punching her leg in 3 places. Now that I'm on the normal level, I'm not gonna use any fancy shit and simply have the job done with straightforward attacks that would be effective in a street fight. Hey, pun intended, he thinks while advancing even more while Yuri is off balance. He sneaks around her, his arms going beneath her armpits and his legs swiping her support foot. Arg. It ends with him putting her on a submission. An otherwise difficult move to pull on the superhuman levels will be effective now. Well, that is how things end. He says in her ear while she struggles. She grits her teeth while trying everything, but she lacks leverage to attack him, and Hector is not taking it easy, really strangling her. She will pass out for lack of air at any minute. And because he did it so early in the fight, he has a lot of energy left. Yuri Han struggled and struggled, but to no avail. But suddenly she releases herself, using a burst of purple ki. Hector was hurt gravely while she jumped away from him and spun in the air before landing on her foot, her face an ugly grimace. You lost. Despite being gravely hurt, Hector says in a calm tone before falling unconscious. And then waking up in the next second on his real body. Well. Proven once again that I'm superior. He mocks. Yuri can't say anything without losing face. This strategy was taught by Hector by none other than All for One, his villainous teacher. The villain once said that sometimes those defiant figures appear, so you should give them the chance to confront you directly, better directly than plotting behind your back, while employing them. This would make them slowly develop loyalty for you while getting used to being under you, while pretending that, I'm sticking around just till I defeat/kill you. All for One turned a lot of first-time enemies this way. Many people who wanted his position ended up becoming his loyal supporters. Unless they really have a big grudge against you, it works very well. Fine. Don't need to act so smug about it. She huffs, I lost. I'm just returning your energy. Don't lie and say that you would not act smug. He smiles. Ugh, just get over it. What do you want? She crosses her arms and pouts. It's a little cute. Wanna that blowjob? A foot job? You're pervert. Tempting, but no. But you said. I said that it would be a good idea to shut you up, but I don't need you for that. I have more beautiful women who would do it willingly, which would make it even more enjoyable, like Chun-Li. He says the last part to twist a psychological knife in her mind. That fat-assed slut is nothing. Such childish rivalry, Hector is suddenly assaulted with an idea. He looks at Yuri Han, and a smile blossoms on his face. I know what I'm gonna ask you now. She looks confused at first, but then she remembers the topic of the conversation and freezes. No. You wouldn't do that. No. She shakes her head while his smile only widens till Cheshire cat-like proportions. New York Sanctum Sanctorum. And it's Dr. Strange. You better remember that. Stephen Strange says, his voice haggard, while looking down on the imprisoned and unconscious enemy. He just had a difficult battle with Caecilius. He is not nearly as experienced as the other sorcerer, but utilizing Caecilius' carelessness and some out-of-the-box thinking, he was able to triumph, but not without the loss of the life of Master Daniel, the protector of the New York Sanctum. But Stephen was still unsure of what to do now. Balthur's battering ram. Boom! With this spell, the portal door that connects the New York Sanctum with the London Sanctum was destroyed, and a female figure walks out amidst the dust and debris. Why is it taking so long? Clea starts asking, but pauses, seeing the scene in front of her. Can I guess that the dark clothes and the goth makeup are not only a style choice, and you are indeed evil? Dr. Strange raises an eyebrow at her. Flames of the Fall Teen. Yep, I guess I have an answer. Strange says sarcastically behind a protective shield that he conjured. Clea frowns. It's that, the Eye of Agamotto. She asks, bewildered after seeing Strange blocking her attack, give it to me. She changes hand gestures and summons the demon claws of Danak to grab Strange and the artifact. Barely knows me and already wants my stuff, women, am I right? Oof. Joking to try to keep himself hyped and his mind away from the pain, Stephen was quickly overwhelmed by Clea's extensive mastery. The Sorcerer of Earth is good, but relatively new to the mystic arts world. His growth rate is astounding, of course, he keeps up with her, utilizing the Eye of the Agamotto and the Cloak of Levitation. He also utilizes his home advantage well, transforming the Sanctum into a weapon to attack Clea. He did a better job than the Master of the London Sanctum that she just killed. But Clea seems to be better, and not tired from fighting her last opponent, different from Strange. Finally, she grabs his ankle with a black tendril, she petrifies the Cloak of Levitation with the stone prison of Umar, and imprisons Strange with even more tendrils. Even stabbing him with one, the tendril going through his torso, just an inch away from his heart. She didn't spare him, he was just lucky that he struggled at the right moment. I don't know why someone like you has this, but I'm glad that it was not in the Ancient One's hands. Maybe Morta was right. Clea says with a rare greedy smile and slowly reaches with her hand to the artifact. Her words make Strange feel a little guilty. He stole the eyes to practice, curious about its powers. Maybe if he hadn't done so, they would not be in this much trouble. I know that is precious. That's why I put a trap. Steven says while breathing heavily and the eye opens. Clea doesn't have time to react when the eye releases a spell that Steven kept stored beforehand. The artifact opens, and the ribbons of nihility bombard Clea, the power of the spell amplified by the artifact. Countless semi-transparent rays attack her and the space around her, trapping her in place and slowly chipping off her hastily raised defenses. Doctor Strange doesn't waste time, he quickly releases the cloak and opens a portal. Saving the sanctum is good, but he can't die for nothing, and let her put her hands on the Eye of Agamotto as a bonus. Christine Palmer works long hours in the hospital, enough that she doesn't have much of a life outside it. It's what she loves to do, but sometimes she feels a little trapped, that's why she declined Hector's offer of becoming the director. If she is gonna be trapped here, she at least should be doing what she loves, saving people. She also doesn't envy Hector's job. It must be a heavy burden on his young shoulders, having to mature so early. She is watching the proof of that right now. In his office, she could not do more than stay at the side, while he chewed off 3 new interns. What incomprehensible lack of maturity to someone in this profession. He says with his elbows on the table, his hands interlaced while covering his chin. People come here at their most vulnerable. To be treated and not to be laughed at. His voice is dangerous low that even she feels that she is the one being reprimanded. She can't blame him in any way. Those 3 interns, for some reason beyond her, felt in a fit of giggles in front of a patient with Treacher-Collins syndrome. Hector saw that, called them and her here, and now is reprimanding them. The 3 interns were frozen in shock when they discovered that this teenager was their boss. I can understand having some dark humor. People in this type of profession use it to cope with morbidity. I personally cracked some jokes about a patient in a coma being lucky that he can now rest away from his nagging wife. Despite the serious situation, Christine almost laughed. She remembered that. That woman was a nightmare. Hector even said to poke the patient in the balls to make sure he was not faking it to get away from her. She even joked back, commenting that he would probably grit his teeth and swallow the pain just to avoid returning to his wife. Police officers, paramedics, the ones working in the morgue. It's okay to find something to laugh in those depressing jobs, he continues, but never to disrespect a patient in front of them. You 3 are not doctors, but bullies. The interns flinch, and Hector lets the silence stretch till it becomes uncomfortable. Said that, a first mistake is not enough to cut your heads. I will see it more as a foil of youth instead of malice. Even if I'm younger than you all. He scoffs, I will remember your names, so it will not look good if something like this happens again. Now you will all apologize to the patient. Yes, he noticed the snickers. Everyone noticed, none of you are subtle. Hector starts typing on his computer without looking at the interns anymore. Don't do it now and together, it will look cheap, insincere, and cowardly. Find a time to talk with him before he leaves. That said, he can refuse to talk with any of you, and he will be on his right. If you fail, then you are fired. Hector says with finally, now go. They don't need to be told twice, leaving the office immediately. After they leave, Hector talks with her, make sure to soften things between them and the patient. His words surprise her. So that's what it is. A bad cop, good cop thing. She smiles. Well, you refused the position of director that I offered you, so I need to be the villain. He shrugs with a helpless smile, and you are too kind and soft for the job anyway. Yeah, I don't envy your job. She shakes her head. And you are a softy too, Hector. She smiles at him. He obviously gave them a scare that they will never forget, but it was essentially a slap on the wrist. Go to work already, Dr. Palmer. I don't pay you to stand there. He acts like a hard boss, even deepening his voice. Yes, sir. She mockingly salutes before leaving, too. Now, alone with his thoughts, Hector sighs. He is a little annoyed these days, but he doesn't think that is the reason he was harsh with those interns. He is not petty enough to relieve his frustrations on other people. But he needed to control himself a little, not to overreact and fire them on the spot. He relaxes, letting his control over his senses slip a little. A bad idea, because he hears. Eidolon. Please, Eidolon. People in this same hospital were falling on their knees and begging for him to appear. To save them, their babies, their loved ones. He hears the doctors giving the bad news, the crying, the despair. He can almost hear the gears turning on their head when the idea suddenly appears, call Eidolon. He sighs, a little tired. It is never-ending, but still hard to ignore when it is at arm's reach. The problem is that his arms reach everywhere. When he was ready to send another body to save the unborn baby, he noticed something. A portal opened at his hospital. Strange. He opens his eyes. The future Sorcerer Supreme is hurt, calling for Christine, struggling to stand up. But Christine is busy, far away. I see. Hector smiles lightly and stands up. It's not for Eidolon to save any life, huh? It's for Hector. While he leaves his office and walks to the fallen Doctor Strange, Hector shakes his head. Damn Baldy. Always acting mysterious. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 119, The Ancient One's Death. Third-person POV. Despite the urgent situation, Hector calmly walks through the corridors of the hospital. He switched to a normal and inconspicuous body to have his meeting with Stephen Strange. One can't underestimate the future Sorcerer Supreme. Yes, he can hide very well, but sometimes hiding is suspicious enough. For example, a telepath would pay much more attention if they found someone whose mind they can't read. In a crowd, the one with an unreadable mind would be easily singled out. It's the same with any kind of energy that inhabits the human body. Even Hector has a very hard time controlling the leak to make it believable, and he is still not 100% confident in that. He can hide very well, but allowing just that small amount, which is normal for everyone, to leak constantly is a hard task. It's just too minimal of an amount when compared to his huge reserves. That's why using a completely normal clone is more convenient. No powers, no enhancements, no cybernetics, nothing. And to put in perspective how hard it is to act like a normal person, even with this completely normal clone, he would be at risk of being figured out if he doesn't hold back even more, with his way of walking, expressions, and even bodily functions like his heartbeat and sweating. That's how hard it is. But now, he will not meet Black Widow or Daredevil, just a novice sorcerer. So it should be enough. Stephen Strange is leaning on a wall with difficulty. His shout leaves his mouth in a much quieter tone than he wished, but that is what would be expected from someone with perforated lungs. Christine he was trying to shout again when someone grabbed him from behind. Easy there. Let me take care of you. Oh, you are Doctor Strange. A young guy, a teen, grabs his arm and puts it around his shoulder and helps Strange to an empty, unused, and new operation room, a hall away from that spot. I thought you retired after the accident, but seeing your clothes, the wounds, and the moving cloak, I guess you changed to the hero business. Very insightful of you. Strange says between groans. Not that hard to guess. Weird things are fairly common now. Can you imagine how many people with strange wounds appear? Those villains. You are not a villain, right? Hector pauses and gives him a look. Strange can almost see the thoughts of dropping him and letting him die crossing his mind. No, I'm not. But I'm in a hospital, so you should treat me nonetheless. Strange says while being helped out to the table. I haven't done any oath. Yes, I noticed by your age. Strange drawls, can you call Dr. Palmer for me, please? She will come if you tell her that it's Strange. For some reason, Hector chuckles a little before saying, all right, but let me give you first aid in the meantime. No offense, kid. But I would prefer to be treated by someone who knows what they are doing. Strange speaks, still managing to sound condescending despite being wounded and needing help. And I would like to live off-grid with a lot of women and my pets, but we need to be happy with what we have. Hector answers equally sarcastically and starts poking Strange's rib cage. There's fluid on your left lung. He comments before putting on some gloves and going for the tools in the locker. Now that made Strange pause, because he did everything right. He got the Kelly clamp and moved to Strange without hesitation. Wait. Strange protests, but Hector does not wait. Feeling the chest of the sorcerer, Hector creates an opening between his ribs with a scalpel and then dilates the incision before inserting the chest tube to drain the blood. That is some nasty wound. Hector comments while pumping the blood out, moving his chair away to get the cultures and everything else to close the wound. Nice resistance to pain, by the way. I'm used to that. Stephen comments, do I know you? He frowns, his eyes squeezing while trying to remember Hector. You are smart, try to guess. Hector comments while cleaning the wounds. Your eyes. Stephen says in realization, you are Valeria's kid. Hector, right? You have the same eyes as your mother. I noticed that you are a wizard, but that is some Harry Potter recognition moment, Severus Snape. Hector deadpans. Okay, this is much more complicated than some childish magic. Strange says offended, and I'm not Snape. Are you sure? Your cloak is billowing without wind. Hector jokes while focusing on the wounds, and yes, you are right. I'm surprised that you figured it out, really. My mother told me that you can only look at your own navel. Ugh, that is Valeria all right. She never liked me. Strange rolls his eyes. I don't think my mother ever disliked someone. She only used you as an example of not what became. Arrogant, self-centered, sociopath, having a god complex. Okay. You can stop that. Strange interrupts, and how old are you again? He asks to change the subject. 16. Very young to be able to perform a flawless thoracentesis. Strange gives a rare compliment, your mother and father would be proud. I heard about what happened. You have my condolences. Hector stops his hands and looks at Strange, thanks, I guess. Then he looks down at Strange's hands. I also heard about your accident. Sorry for your hands, it must have been despairing. He says sincerely. Just a little. Strange says in a distant voice, flexing his trembling fingers. I know this face, it doesn't look so bad now, huh? I know how it is. Not that it is not tragic or incredibly sad, but sometimes you feel that it was a necessary thing. As much as morbid and horrible the thought is, you can't help but have this feeling. Even if you don't want to accept it. Hector says heavily, in some twisted way, it made me a better person. Prior to my parents, I was kinda the average dumb teenager wasting my life. Living my good life while thinking my small problems are big things. After that, I had to mature. That would not have happened if. Hector sighs, what I'm trying to say is that sometimes bad things happen to make us move our sorry asses from the stagnated and rotten places they are. With that, he goes back to work, my words and thoughts are all over the place, so I hope you get what I mean. I guess you are right. Strange agrees slowly. I started taking care of the hospital, serving something bigger than me. What about you? Heroism. Hector asks, saving cats from trees or Avengers stuff. Something like that. Apparently, I need to protect our entire plane of existence from invading forces. He shakes his head, playing it off as a joke. Cool. Hector laughs. Yes, it's pretty cool. Strange admits with a smile. When a surprisingly comfortable silence falls between the future pillars of humanity, the door of the room is open, and Christine finally walks in. Hector, I saw your message. What happened, Stephen? Her eyes widen seeing the bloody Dr. Strange on the operating table. What happened here? She almost shrieks. Long time no see, Christine. Strange acts extremely casual. Look, Dr. Palmer. Your ex-boyfriend is a superhero. Hector also acts casually. He is not. Wait, this doesn't matter now. Yeah, I'm not a superhero. Are you seeing me in a spandex? Now that you are here, please pick up where I left. Hector stands up and conducts Christine to sit on his chair. I have things to do, and you two may have things to talk about. Hector POV. I leave the room to give them some privacy, not that I believe that this relationship will move forward, but closure will be a good thing for both of them. That was the first contact that Hector had with a superhero, if I exclude Peter. I guess the Ancient One was hoping for that, not only would I have stayed here to save his life, but also give him that pep talk. The words just poured out of my mouth, I think he needs to hear it, even though I didn't say it well. But that is what one would expect from a teen, so it's okay. I look around a little, just checking if the guy dropping by didn't flag this area to the enemies. Yeah, it looks peaceful, but I will go back to my main body and keep myself on high alert. I'm keeping myself off it, as the Ancient One said, so I will just trust in Strange. I will still observe from some distance, in case things go wrong. I don't trust people, because people can make mistakes, it's not only about thinking that everyone can betray me. The Ancient can miscalculate. 20 minutes later, I felt him going away so I walked back to the room. Did he already leave? I act surprised while looking around before my eyes stop on her back. I notice her seemingly wiping away a tear or two. Yes, he went to save the world or something like that. She says with the voice of someone who is trying to hold back some emotions. That is Stephen Strange, always doing big things, nothing small catches his eye. My super hearing and empathic powers detected the small amount of resentment in her last words. I don't know what they talked about, but despite my track record, I let the two have some privacy. But I guess they broke up in some way. Maybe she noticed that he changed, but not in a way that helped their relationship. Maybe he noticed that he has other responsibilities. Maybe the two instinctively knew that it would not work. I mean, a superhero and a normal woman, pfft. Who would try that? Right. I approach, despite thinking she doesn't need any kind of, there's still a lot of fish in the sea, talk, I can give her some comfort. I just put a hand on her shoulder and ask, do you want to take the rest of the day off? No. Thank you for the offer, but I'm good. She shakes her head quickly. Work will be good to take my mind off. She trails off, you know. I know. I nod. All right then, but the offer stays up at any time if you just decide to take a break. Thank you. You can be a nice boss when you want. She says sincerely before joking. Please, I'm the best boss in the world. Ask my summons. Third-person POV. Doctor Strange returns more or less recovered to the New York Sanctum, but different from him, the Sanctum is not even close to being in top shape. The whole place is a mess, with the formations destroyed and most importantly, the core link to the other sanctums is nowhere to be seen. This is bad. Doctor Strange comments while looking around. He then runs to the portal room and notices that the door to the London Sanctum is destroyed. Instead of trying to go back to Camartage, he runs to the door to the Hong Kong Sanctum, but a magic shield blocks him. Shit. He can't help but curse seeing the glyphs and the dark energy emanating from the shield. It must have been that woman. Good news, it seems the Hong Kong Sanctum is still up. Bad news is probably being destroyed right now. This whole operation is prepared meticulously. A lightning strike to stop people from sending reinforcements and then open the world for the invasion of the dark dimension. After that, it would be too late. Luckily, he was able to stall the destruction of the New York Sanctum, which seems created a chain reaction that delayed the enemy plan. Without wasting more time, Strange runs to the portal to the Camartage. Despite being a place of peace and quietness, now the buildings and courtyard of the Camartage are eerily silent. Strange was running for a moment, looking for someone, before his newly acquired mantle took him on a flight above the place. There's no one here. He flies away from the area to open a portal close to the Sanctum in Hong Kong. The Sanctums have protection against portals that he can bypass with the Eye of Agamotto, so he opens a portal only close enough to be able to help, but far enough to appear unnoticed and have some advantage. Oh no. Leaving the portal, he sees small irregularities in space around the Sanctum. The people going with their lives on the busy streets below seem completely unaware, but he notices something was off pretty fast, and he can guess that something big is going on in the mirror dimension. Something so big that it is bleeding into reality. A wave of his hand later, his fears are confirmed. The apocalyptic image of a battlefield of sorcerers fighting each other, while on the horizon, a huge, dark purple vortex looms over the world. Strange takes a moment to watch the battlefield, to try to understand the chaotic space. He can see Clea, Mordo, and Caecilius being at the forefront of the enemy army. The said army was made up of groups of other weaker sorcerers and some otherworldly creatures. He also saw maybe dozens of mindless ones. Those creatures spawn on the dark dimension. They are like one-eyed golems, constructs of the dark energy that is so common on the realm of Dormammu. Not only are the numbers great, but they are also strong, very resistant to common magic, and do not fear pain or death. Against this small army, there are many sorcerers that Strange recognizes and many that he doesn't recognize. Friends and disciples of the Ancient One are here, students of the Camartage. And even some magic users not linked to the Camartage, but who stepped forward to protect the world. There are even 1 or 2 Sorcerer Supreme candidates. Strange would not be able to give a name to all faces, but there are all kinds of magic users reunited. From the most reclused ones like Kalu'u and his servant Misha to the ones that are out in the open in this modern world. Kalu'u was an old friend of the Ancient One, but it seems their friendship has taken a hit for unknown reasons, and they don't talk much nowadays. On the same level, there's Enitharmon, the Weaver, master of Rintra, the Minotaur. Enitharmon is an alien-like being specialized in manipulating threads. It seems that he was put on this path, learning woven experiences from the Norns, the Janunga ghosts, and those who dream the sun and everything related with threads, because once he met a powerful being, the one that created Strange's cloak of levitation and was amazed by that being's skills. Till this day he admits that being was greater than himself. Hammer, the Hermit, the sorcerer who helped Strange overcome his mental blocks created by his damaged hands, is also fighting, giving his all. There are also magic users that recently stepped forward because of the change of time. The dawn of superheroes affected them in some way, and now they joining the fight with the masked champions. Like Shaman, a Canadian sorcerer, part of Canada's team, equivalent to the Avengers. Or Amanda Sefton, aka Daytripper, part of the England team. Dr. Druid makes an appearance too. Despite being a reclusive sorcerer, he helped guide Doctor Strange to Camartage. There is also Jordna from Atlantis and her half-apprentice, Jennifer Kale, who is linked with many magical plots. Margali Zardos and her daughter Jemaine, Nightcrawler's adopted family that Eidolon met on Limbo, are also here. Sigurd, an Asgardian reincarnated as a human in search of redemption, is also helping the group of Camartage. The great quantity of sorcerers makes the battlefield a chaotic amalgamation of great individual fights, interlinked with the big battle. Spatial awareness is a crucial skill to any magic user, so everyone has to pay attention to their own fight and the fight of others. You can be fighting in closed quarters with someone, and dozens of spells of different colors and effects can be flying at you, intentionally or otherwise. And adding the fact that the Camartage side is not entirely composed of a close group, most of the top sorcerers being reinforcements, it adds another layer of confusion to the already chaotic battlefield. But even this much help is not even 10% of all sorcerers on Earth who can help. Many are still kept in the dark because of the quick attack of Mordo, and some just decided to stay back and watch what is happening, like Celine, Dr. Doom and even the Kunlun itself, which is close, here in China. Strange decides to act quickly and help, because while the situation seems to be in a stalemate, the huge dark vortex is slowly increasing in size, allowing more and more mindless ones to drop on Earth. When it opens totally, it will not take a second for them to flood the surface of the planet. The cloak of levitation is bringing Strange down while the sorcerer is concentrating on making hand signs. The moment his feet touched the ground, a spell flowed from his body through the ground and orange light extended in all directions to attack the mindless ones. Knowing that something on this level is only good enough for those enemies without critical thinking, he doesn't even bother aiming at the enemy sorcerers, but the enemy sorcerers immediately aim for him. Clea is the first to notice him, her face morphing with fury. "You pest!" She hisses while floating to him, a purple light covering her hands menacingly. "Sorry for being alive and disappointing you," Strange says in a light tone, but his eyes are serious. "You are the second woman I disappointed today. I think I'm good on this." He jokes to cope with what happened with Christine Palmer. "No. No, no, no." She shakes her head slowly, not disappointed. "I'm very glad. I will have the chance to rip your body to shreds myself." Her eyes light up with a piercing light. "Funny enough, you are also not the first woman who told me that, too." Strange deadpans, but his quipping is interrupted when she throws a ball of purple night on the ground. When the ground absorbs the light, it shifts into spikes that try to impale the Strange. He flew to avoid it, but Clea was already waiting. Sarnio's storm of swords. Sword constructs fill the air and rain down on Strange from all directions. Shield of the Seraphim. Dr. Strange quickly raises his hands, and two magic shields appear to defend him. After resisting the volley of swords, he counterattacks with Hand of Hoggoth. Flames are conjured and coalesce into a hot steel hand that flies at Clea, trying to grab her torso. With a hand sign, her body blurs and she divides herself into a dozen images to avoid the hand that passes harmlessly through the place she has been initially. Images of Iken. Images of Iken. Strange answers in the same coin and then conjures bolts of Bathark, a chain lightning attack that goes through all the clones of Clea. She defends and attacks at the same time with Stymphalian Hurricane. All her bodies emit strong winds that coalesce in a protective dome that reflects the lighting. Fusing together once again, while in the eye of the hurricane, she pushes her hand back before throwing a dire scourging ray. The laser-like spell flies so fast, ignoring wind and lightning, and almost hits Strange. The attack would result in an instant kill, but the cloak of levitation saved him in the last second by pulling him to the side. Strange starts doing what he does best and what he can do to turn this unfavorable stalemate. He starts thinking out of the box. Out of his mind is the direct turn-based duel between sorcerers when they test each other. He conjures another spell, simple and quick, but easily avoidable by Clea, who did just that. Diverting the spell hit an acolyte of Caecilius who was preparing a big spell. Strange remembered the details of that spell thanks to his photographic memory. The in and outs, the hand signs, and even the consequences of disrupting that spell. Boom! Clea was distracted by her own arrogance and was half hit by the explosion. Despite reacting fast enough to put a shield behind her, she was still thrown off balance, the spell she used to levitate deactivating, and she started falling. Instead of attacking her directly, Strange uses a simple gravity spell around her, making her fall faster. She hits the ground with a thud. It works so well because she is not used to this fighting style. She is someone from the dark dimension. She fights directly and overwhelms her opponent with her superior might. Strange doesn't stop there. He already prepares another simple attraction spell, linking with a group of mindless ones to bury Clea. But he was interrupted when Mordo suddenly appeared behind in a flash of green light, his hands encased in flames of the same color. The cloak of levitation comes in clutch once again and pulls Strange always from danger. "Can you just wait a minute? I was almost finished." Strange comments, annoyed. "So you are the Ancient One's new pet?" Mordo says with vitriol in his tone. Instead of acting angry at the cheap provocation, Strange tilts his head. "Are you the old one?" It seems cheap taunts work better on Mordo, because he snarls and sends a maelstrom of madness towards Strange, a vile, wide-range spell to cast on a single target. From his perspective, Strange saw his surroundings changing. It's like he is in the middle of a kaleidoscope, everything spinning and changing colors at such a fast pace that he is almost going epileptic. With his medical knowledge, he calms himself just enough to be able to use his trump card. He knows he needs to act fast because Mordo must be preparing the killing blow while he is trapped. He doesn't panic. Like when he was back, standing over an operating table, he closes off the outside world, all distractions, and simply focus on the task at hand, on what he can do. In the future, he would have sworn that his damaged hands went steady once again, steadier than when they were healthy. They moved with a purpose, ignoring his mind and senses being corrupted. And after the hand sign and a separating gesture, he opened the Eye of Agamotto. The green flash moves faster than light itself, it clears the maelstrom of madness spell, and hits both combatants with discrimination. Not only them, it hits Clea, who was nearby, and Caecilius, and his acolytes, and Margali, Kaluwu. Everyone. Every single sorcerer on the battlefield was hit by the light. Friend and foe alike. And every single one of them are forced out of their bodies. Forced mortal astral extraction. The battlefield goes still when everyone looks confused at their paralyzed astral bodies and real bodies. They can't move even in the astral plane, completely stunlocked. Strange. What are you doing? Wong asks, his tone confused, while he is forced to stare at an enemy close by, who is also paralyzed. To the idiot who cast this spell, I'm gonna feed you to my pet demons. Someone says from somewhere in the battlefield. The situation is so strange that it is almost comical, they are literally forced into a ceasefire. It's too late to just talk. Strange asks in an awkward tone, he was not immune to the effects of the spell and is also paralyzed. Talk, is that why you did this? There's no talk. Only the delay of your death. Mordo says hatefully, his body paralyzed just after he threw a nasty spell at Strange. You and your strange trick and cheap decisions. Clea spats from her awkward position, her body is bent over a little too much because she was standing up when she was hit by the omnidirectional blast. Being strange is in my name. Dr. Strange jokes. You miscalculated, you bouffon. Clea shouts at him, your spell could have trapped our souls, but the mindless ones don't have souls. Like to confirm her words, the mindless ones start walking to the paralyzed sorcerer. The golems made of the energy of the dark dimension lifeless stare at their future victims. Now you are just cattle waiting for the slaughter. Mordo laughs. Damn it, Strange. We are fucked now. The sorcerers started to try to break out the spell. Strange, I hope you have a plan. Wong shouts. I have one, trust me. Strange shouts back. Hard to do now. A sorcerer shouts. You need to earn my trust first. Another one says a little more calmly. Mordo is still laughing. Maybe I need to thank you. I wanted to be the student who would end the Ancient One's legacy, but I guess I can give you the laurels, he mocks. You really had no idea, huh? Strange stares at Mordo calmly, the eye of Agamotto still shining brightly. It's not for nothing that you are a bad student, your powers of observation are lacking terribly. What? Look again, dumbass. Strange rolls his eyes. Where are we? What is happening? Now Mordo narrows his eyes, second-guessing himself. Do I need to really explain? So cliché. Okay, let's do it. I will spell it very slowly for you. Strange makes a show of sighing and talks in a condescending tone, we are in the mirror dimension. The eye of Agamotto is not shining, it's pulsating and, it does not belong to me. He ends his talk giving a look at Mordo, like a teacher waiting for a student to connect the dots and reach the answer. Mordo's eyes widen in disbelief, and a little fear. He used a spell to put all the weight of the mirror dimension, a projection of the real world, into the Ancient One. Looking around, he can see the light of the eye of Agamotto affecting the whole dimension, mixing with the astral plane. Weakening, diluting the mirror world. It also appears to be scanning the area, searching for something. It's shining like a beacon. The artifact flies away from Strange, floating in the air and slowly moving in a certain direction. Morad watches while holding his breath. Crack, then a hand breaks through space and grabs the eye of Agamotto. Oh my, I take a vacation for one day and everything goes south. A very recognizable, aged voice comes from the crack in space. Then another aged hand grabs the edges of the crack and widens it, like opening tempered glass. Crack crack, what would you all do without me? The Ancient One chuckles slightly while stepping on the air in the middle of the battlefield. Strange spell slowly loses its effect, but everyone is still paralyzed. It doesn't matter who it is, in this battlefield, everyone can't help but inadvertently show respect and awe at the man. Even his enemies are like that. In truth, at this point, Caecilius and Clea are already considering the whole plan a failure. But Mordo is not so willing, gritting his teeth, he quickly makes some hand signs, his face grows pale, and the huge dark vortex in the sky trembles and opens more. It's unstable, but it seems to be about to get fully open. Ha 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 ha. Too late, Ancient One. Even with you here, you can't stop the descent of Dormammu now. This reality will be flooded by darkness. Mordo laughs maniacally, despite bleeding from his eyes. The Ancient One doesn't even deign him with an answer while casually putting the eye of Agamotto around his neck, he merely sighs in disappointment and raises his hand. He casually shoots out a golden light to the vortex. The small lamp-like light is minuscule when compared to the storming vortex, but it is when the two touch that the magic happens. To the surprise of a few people, the entire vortex is immediately bathed in a golden light, like it had been purified. The Ancient One then turns the same hand anti-clockwise. The vortex starts spinning in the opposite direction, and the world seems to be healing. The cracks and destructing disappearing, the dark energy returning, the mindless ones being sucked back. Even the enemy sorcerers like Clea, Mordo, and Caecilius are also sucked on the vortex. But the Ancient One, for some reason, interrupted that at the last moment, and they escaped to some unknown place using their own magic. The Ancient One then starts calmly walking to the vortex while it gets smaller and smaller. Wait! Strange shouts at him after seeing his intentions. The Ancient One just waved him off with a calm smile and didn't even slow down his pace, his steps full of purpose. After one last look back, he enters the diminishing vortex, just a second before it disappears. Outside the mirror dimension, Eidolon is using his all-seeing eyes of God to watch everything with a heavy and solemn gaze. Dark dimension. What greets the Ancient One is an unsurprisingly dark universe. It's not his first time, so he is not surprised. He quickly identifies that he is in a deserted part of the dark dimension. Different from common belief, there are inhabited planets and even civilizations here. Though they are under Dormammu's thumb. Not gonna greet an old acquaintance. The Ancient One keeps his calm smile while standing in the void. Dark planets, nebulae, and stars surround him while he just stands there, his small figure unshakable. You are just one of many. They all stood on my path. They all died. The planets, no. The entire universe opens, and a giant head appears in front of the Ancient One. It looks like it is on fire, and doesn't have many discernible features, but the malevolent expression is unmistakable. Only a projection. That's rude. The Ancient One shakes his head, like he is disappointed with Dormammu's lack of manners. Let's start then by taking care of your omnipotence. Bling. One hand sign later, a blinding golden light is emitted from the Sorcerer Supreme, piercing the dark cosmos. What? Dormammu felt the changes instantly. To Dimension Lords, their universes are their biggest strengths. Inside, they command the place and can do anything, their powers infinite and unlimited. The Ancient One then immediately starts taking it from Dormammu, establishing a territory inside the Lord of Darkness' own realm. He doesn't want and doesn't need to try to separate Dormammu from it completely, he only needs to take a little away. There's a big difference between 99.9% and 100%. The difference between omnipotence and nigh-omnipotence. The difference that gives a fighting chance and opens the path to victory. How did you do that so easily? It shows the Ancient One's great skill and difficulty to pull this move, which even Dormammu is shocked by. The Lord of Darkness obviously retaliates with full force. Explosions of dark fire, not different from supernovas, explode at the Ancient One. Devastating attacks, a confirmation of Dormammu's power, and classification as a universal level threat. The Ancient waves his arm, changing stances like he is practicing Tai Chi, walking forward slowly but still leaving golden-shaped afterimages behind. Each afterimage completes one spell, 7 steps later, and a 7-layered shield protects the Sorcerer Supreme. The plan was to go into a very long tug-of-war with you till my lifespan runs out while giving time to Strange. The Ancient One laughs before bringing his hands close to his chest, with some hand signs, he activates the Eye of Agamotto. But that point in time changed long ago. What happens next is a short fight that would leave anyone watching so shocked that maybe they would kill themselves. The knowledge they would gain from watching this. From watching that there are beings like those, it would create an existential crisis even in the tough ones. Dormammu uses attack so strong that the entire section of the universe is reduced to raw energy, which he uses to attack the human sorcerer, as fuel for his spells. Cosmic events of inconceivable proportions to the human mind are nothing more than simple attacks. What the Ancient One may lack in raw power, compared to his opponent, he has in expertise. It's almost like he created magic itself, and the world has to conform to his rules. He casts spells on the past, present, and future, hitting Dormammu through all the time stream. Natural laws are reshaped while he fuses 4, 8, and even dozen spells together. He reflects and even changes Dormammu's own attacks. That small golden light amidst this dark universe simply can't be extinguished. Dormammu is already roaring in rage while the stream of raw power tries to drown the Sorcerer Supreme from Earth. Still with his calm face, the Sorcerer Supreme leaves dozens of afterimages simultaneously casting spells to counter the next dozen moves of Dormammu, and his hands go once again to his chest, and he utilizes the Eye of Agamotto one last time. In moments like these, this artifact allows the bearer to call for some help from the past, from all the ones that wore it and left their hope to the future inside. The Sorcerer Supreme says solemnly, and 2 spectral figures appear behind him. The only thing one can identify by looking at them is that they are male humanoids. Even those phantom images, echoes from the past, carry unimaginable power, not lower than the Ancient One himself. Amidst the golden light, the figure on the right raises his hand silently, and golden chains appear. Those chains pierce holes in space and literally drag the real body of Dormammu to the battlefield while the Lord of this dimension roars in anger. How? How can this be? The Lord of Darkness shouts angrily, struggling ineffectively against the golden chains. The Ancient One just smiles mysteriously while looking at the impassive figure. He then turns to the figure on the left. Agamotto, I'm gonna lend one of your spells. It needs 3 to do it. He claps his hands together, and the two figures, one now being identified as Agamotto, do the same. Their bodies move, and light is emitted from them, creating a golden triangle. The seal of Vishanti. The Sorcerer Supreme says. The triangle leaves their bodies and starts spinning while approaching Dormammu. It approaches slowly but spins so fast that it turns into a circle with some lines in the middle. The symbol of Vishanti that appears in all sanctums, the asymmetric net-like pattern. Seeing the pattern getting closer, Dormammu struggles even harder, the universe answering to his anger and desperation, but to no avail. While the unknown previous user of the Eye of Agamotto is restricting Dormammu, the figure that represents Agamotto himself is sealing the place to limit outside help. And the actual Sorcerer Supreme creates the seal. No. This couldn't be happening. Dormammu shouts, but that only makes the golden chains grow in size and squeeze him tighter. This is unnatural. This is impossible. You shouldn't be this strong. It was never like that. How are you so strong? While the seal of Vishanti finally hits Dormammu, going around him like a piece of cloth, the Ancient One smiles after hearing that question. By cheating and training. He laughs while the Lord of the Dark Dimension is sealed. After some ripples in space, the Ancient One emerges from where he entered, being received by the impressed sorcerers, filled with admiration. The men alone went into the Dark Dimension and came back unscathed, crisis averted, too. It doesn't matter what he did there, it will be impressive without being said. Oh, I worried you all. Thank you, everyone who came to help, he greets them with an easy smile. I will not abuse your kindness, so please leave while we do the tiresome chore of restoring the sanctums. He says amicably. Everyone can take a hint, certain Camartage business must stay a secret, so after some pleasantries, the sorcerers that came as reinforcements left, and the forces of Camartage stayed to do as the Ancient One instructed. It's easy enough for a sorcerer to repair a destroyed building, but restoring the intricacies of the protective net around reality will take a little more effort. Thankfully, the Hong Kong sanctum was never completely destroyed, and he doesn't need to build the protection from scratch. Later, the Ancient One goes back to his quarters on the Camartage. What a beautifully sad affliction it is to get old. It makes you look at the past more fondly. He sighs, putting his fists on his lower back and stretching his spine. Enter, he says casually without even looking at the door. Eidolon and Raven enter the room, the hero giving the Ancient One a strange look. You are alive, he says, almost in an accusatory tone. I am. The Ancient One recoils in surprise, he then looks at his own hands. You are right. I'm alive. The sarcasm is so thick that it is almost gaining form. Despite his great self-control, Eidolon's right eyelid twitches. Raven, on the other hand, looks surprisingly amused at Eidolon's reaction. He was worried about you. She says. Was he? I don't know why. You said that you would die. Eidolon says, annoyed. Holding back some pointed words. I never said that. The Ancient plays clueless. Stop with this, old bastard. You knew what I thought and let it implied with your cryptic bullshit spewed by your mysterious old master act. Eidolon says in one breath. Ah, I see, I see. No. I still got it. I have some extra time to live yet. The old sorcerer smiles brightly. Eidolon's eyelid twitches again, and he runs a hand through his masked face. Maybe you dying would not be so bad. It would bring balance to the universe. Don't be like that. What would you do if I really die after you said such hurtful words? I don't know, celebrate. Raven watches the back and forth like a tennis match. It's like those two are longtime friends bickering with each other. At some point, things escalate and Eidolon removes his mantle. Okay, that's it. Today I'm slapping your bald head. He declares while rolling his forearm. Oh ho, what a bad timing. I am wearing the Eye of Agamotto now. The Ancient One also appears to get ready to throw hands, rolling his long sleeves. You can have Agamotto's eye, his nose, mouth. Whole face. I don't care. Eidolon starts taking them to the mirror dimension. You escaped death today, but you will not escape having your bald head slapped today. Come then, it's long due someone teach you some humility. The Ancient One chuckles, fully amused. Raven watches them disappear to the mirror dimension with a shake of her head. I guess the first 10 billion years of a man's childhood are away like this. Later, on the space station, Raven gives Hector a side glance. So, how did it go? She asks, already knowing the truth. Hector's body is full of golden marks shining in ancient words. They are on his cheek, chest, arm. They even shine through his clothes. She can recognize some, like future bald or dunce. She thinks there are some ancient slurs in the mix too. It's obvious the Ancient One held back and never attacked him for real, only pranking him. What? Don't look at me like that. It was a draw. Hector scoffs, smiling despite being cursed to have those glyphs shining on his skin. I managed to slap his head. Then he goes and crosses something off a holographic list. At least his mood improved. Full title: The Ancient One's death was greatly exaggerated. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 120, Always Gamble on Gacha. Cortana. Cortana's gynoid body walks through an isolated section of the space station. Normally, she would have control over the whole building, but this part is special. This section is Hector's personal laboratory in the space station. He has others, of course, spread through the whole solar system, but those are disposable places for dangerous experiments. This one here, in the innermost and well-protected part of the space station, is his real laboratory. His man cave, or Fortress of Solitude, whatever he decides to call it on the day. The reason Cortana needs to go in with her body instead of simply making a hologram appear there is that not even she is allowed inside under normal circumstances. Not like Hector doesn't trust her, he trusts her the most, but precautions are precautions. He trusts the others, too, but others can still get information from them beyond betrayal. Another thing is that his body right here in the lab right now doesn't have her body inside it. There's no main body, but the one with her real body is busy with another little trouble. She finally reached the doors to his laboratory. Left and right, the unnecessary hot ballerina robots stay on guard on their respective sides of the door. A brief sound, in a frequency that no normal human can hear properly, is emitted from the three. An entire conversation and verification process happened during the 1-second exchange, and Cortana walks through the doors that open to her, without even slowing down her pace. This gynoid body of Cortana can feel the scanners checking on her while she goes through a narrow corridor. She also knows all the traps and hidden weapons here, behind those adamantium walls and floor. At this point, he must have already given her permission to enter because no one reaches this far without him knowing. As expected, the door at the end of the corridor opens with a TSS sound, revealing the interior of her master's laboratory. It's more than a laboratory, it's really his secret base, as childish as you can call that. From the corner of her eyes, she can see rows of variations of his Eidolon suit, vehicles, opened and disassembled, weapons in exposition, and much more. She walks through some rows of tables, each containing different materials and things he is trying to do with them. She noticed the nth metal table, it seems he is still trying to make it more durable. Those blood samples of his summons from the DC universe are exposing his latest attempts. She ignores the ones in the magic area, unfortunately, that's where he is. As much as her master tried to put magic in science terms to explain to her, it still goes against Cortana's beliefs, and she doesn't like it very much. She can understand the initial concepts, but deepening her readings, she saw more and more exceptions. It reaches a point where the rule is that there are no rules. Magic is indeed bullshit, like her master always says. The walk is long. He is working on so many things. Her master keeps multiple projects going. While he waits for the results of the experiments to come out, he moves to another, keeping tabs on everything perfectly. Of course, he has her help, but his brain would still be able to do it by himself. It's just that her job is making his life easier. Right now, he is working on 2 projects. The recently added projects always receive very special care and attention till they reach a bottleneck. Hector never dwells too much on failures or obstacles, he has the modus operandi of simply taking a step back and going to do something else, believing that inspiration will appear eventually when he least expects it. And worked most of the time. He doesn't have the habit of forcing things. It's on his personality. She passes through an area showing some magic circles and holographic projections, around a small capsule holding a wisp of something. A part of a soul. That's one of the 2 projects he is focusing on now. He wants to lock the souls of his people so that they can't go to the afterlife or be claimed by anyone. Then, making a new body to resuscitate them is easy. He has some ideas with a method using the cerebro, but it does not seem reliable. The tricky part is going against the natural law of the world and stopping the soul from moving away. And he is making experiments with that. If he succeeds, all his people will be essentially immortal as long as Hector exists. She read the plans. He is testing a little of everything. From pacts, simulating the people, selling their souls, to him. And anchoring with a small part of their soul being kept in a safe space, similar to a phylactery of a lich. He is trying to use the principle of his soul anchoring to make it as safe as possible. And lastly, trying to put a lot of magic in the soul, to protect and guide it naturally back to him. Programming it in an autopilot of some kind. There are other ways, but those are the ones with the highest success rate, apparently. If Cortana looked a little to the other side, she would see his other project. A half-finished multiversal portal. She can see all the exposed wires, the kaleidoscope machine behind it, together with crystallized coordinates of other worlds. She can also see the prototypes of small apparatus that would go together with the portal, from guns to wrist devices, and even a full-body suit. All half-finished too. Cortana ignores that for now and turns her attention back to Hector. On his civilian identity, but wearing a UMF skin-tight bodysuit, he is riding in the air, making magic circles and testing their effects. His all-seeing eyes of God are fully activated while he makes small alterations before noting them down on a holographic screen. After a spell that turns an object illusory, he finally talks with her. Cortana, I will need you to bring subjects B-13, B-21 and B-42 to the Section 4. He points to a room inside this place, put them on the blue magic circles and let them in observation for 8 minutes, then for 4 hours, and then for 13 days. Checking for any changes between those periods of time. If they die, warn me, otherwise, just do it after the end of the experiment. It will be done, Master. She answers without hesitation. Things like that would be simpler if he were not so paranoid and used some of the many bots around the station. But no bot from here leaves, and no bot from the outside would enter. He even controls the influx of air in the place, filtering it 3 times, so obviously he will not slack off in anything else. You got rid of the markings. She comments with a small, amused smile. Heh, I have a lot of anti-magic means. It was, laboriously, but not hard. He chuckles, it was never his intention anyway. The markings that the Ancient One magically wrote on his body remained even after he divided himself. Cortana watched that fight, if that thing can even be called a fight. It was a reckless and chaotic show of skill. Summarized by the phrase, they are throwing random bullshit at each other. It was so different from how Hector really fights, which surprised her a little. Obviously, neither of the two took it seriously. Not dodging, just spamming powers and magic. Hector was able to really sneak a light slap on the Ancient One's head after he kinda cheated by becoming a tryhard for an instant. Then, with a "so that is how things are," the Ancient One also got a little serious and messed up with him. It ended after Hector was able to dodge, cut, and reflect only 9.987 markings. The last 12 of the 9.999 are able to sneak around. The Ancient One even praised him for being able to deal with that much. The markings are surging from impossible places, to where Hector exactly dodged at that time. He was only not able to dodge the markings that came from the real world. In a great show of his abilities, the Ancient One was able to conjure magic in another dimension, real world, and bring it to the mirror dimension to hit Eidolon. The attack literally spawned on Hector directly while crossing dimensions. With a, "If you are sealed, I'm a flying blue platypus with purple dots, 7 tails, 5 arms, and 3 heads," from Hector, the play ended. Okay, that is enough for today. Her master suddenly says, and the holographic screens around them enter sleep mode. A dozen robotic arms move and grab the capsules where many materials stay, bathing in the light of different magic circles and under the most diverse effects. Let's see how it goes if they are exposed in those conditions for some time. She sees him making an expression, like he is checking notes in her mind. Tomorrow I will study some alchemy and then portals. I'm almost good enough to reshape rare and magical metals. The formula is almost ready. Her master says and then goes to sit in a chair. Are you gonna fuse back? She asks, finding it strange that he went to rest so early. No, time for my favorite day of the month. He smiles while moving his fingers in the air. The Gacha. She says, and his big smile is an unnecessary confirmation. Hector POV. From all my summons, Cortana is the one who knows the most about the intricacies of my power, and even she doesn't know everything about the essence. I will continue with the specific roles of characters. I need more summons, and things are becoming very uncertain. I say while preparing to draw, if I need to stay away, I want at least a couple of planetary-level characters to take care of things. Tatsumaki was good, but I need more. I mean, I have some weapons of mass destruction, but they are not known as reliable options. Especially in a defensive battle. Are you sure? You need to balance it. Cortana intervenes while sitting on my lap. This body of hers is the soft one. Specific roles will not give you miscellaneous cards. And you need them, especially the background customization cards, to summon people who can really help. A fair point, but I still have some to spare. Next time, I will go back to letting the gacha take its natural course. There are probably all types of cards that I can gain if I just go with the normal rolls, but characters are still the best thing I could pull. With 130 points, you can roll 2 normal batches and 1 specific one. Yeah, but normal batches normally come only 2 or 3 characters. I need numbers for now. I answer before directing my attention. I also need to keep getting some to assimilate, even if they are weak, but with a specific skill set, like Rex Salazar. Anyway, it's time for the GA gacha. I also have that feeling that the essence is catching up with my explosive growth and strength, so I have a good feeling that good cards will appear. Let's go. I did not forget to pray to Megumin's panties and steal some luck from the prisoners. 01, Blair, Soul Eater. Maybe it was a bad idea to pray to that specific lucky charm. I'm not beating the allegations, am I? Is she strong at least? Well, she can always learn magic from here. It's usable, and she seems easy to deal with. It's not Yoruchi, but it's good enough. 02, GI Robot, DC, Creature Commandos. There's always some DC cards, huh? Being the twin multiverse, it can't be different. Let's hope for a Poison Ivy card to Harley. And I guess hanging out with Nazis influenced the essence. It's okay, Gacha. I'm gonna kill them at the right time. I will even summon this happy trigger of a robot to do it. I can't hog all the fun. 03, Plaintina, Rick and Morty. Exactly what I was hoping for, but she is kinda crazy. Reading the description, it seems I will have the rings to summon and control her. Good, good. I really can't tell her power level, but she can't be weak. On another note, first time gaining something from the Rick and Morty universe, the essence is really stepping up its game, but I think it's too soon to hope for a Rick Sanchez card for me to assimilate. 04, Aggro, Shadow of Colossus. Oh my good horsey. I can't pass this good fella. But a horse. Well, my grandparents have a farm. How I will explain to him remains a mystery for now. 05, Zangief, Street Fighter. Ha ha ha. I guess I can't always gain the hot girls, huh? That meeting with the Winter Guard from Russia must have influenced the essence. I should have gone from England or France then, Cammy and Manon are hot. Even Brazil, it has Laura. 06, Ains Olgown, Overlord. Oh ho nice. Love it. Another magic user, huh? Must be because of the Doctor Strange moment. I remember when I suffered waiting for a magic user. Good times. Wait, I just remembered. The self-insert card. Mamanga is a perfect target for that card. Let's think about it more deeply later. I will need to accumulate some travel tickets, too. I guess it has been a long time since I used a travel ticket. 07, Stormfront, The Boys. Talking about Nazis. And it is the female version of the TV series. Well, the comic version is also. I don't know which one would be worse. Whatever, I can put her on a leash and put her to spy on Hydra, maybe. Or killing her. Who cares about a Nazi? 08, Jinx, League of Legends. I'm starting to think that I'm attracting this specific archetype. Harley, Yuri. I can't say which version it is, and how broken she will be, so I will put her on hold for a little. But not for long, I'm the one that fixes them, after all. I can fix her. 09, Metal Knight, One Punch Man. Okay, pretty good. But his motives are obscure, so I can't trust him. Too smart, capable, and ambitious to make me feel comfortable in letting him to his own devices. Johan is one thing, a guy that can create weapons of mass destruction is another. I think I have a bad impression of genius scientists in general. I really don't like them. But seriously, they are nice as characters, but on a screen, not in my universe. Let's see the last of the batch. It will be good. I can feel it. 10, Shirari, Komoko, Kyomodisu Ga, Nanika. Told you very OP and likable Ice Guy MC, magic user and a spider. Oh, the Spider-Verse thing. I think she was lazy as fuck, right? Damn, is this a miss? Naiwa. No, I can make use of her. And we are a little similar too. If I'm not wrong, she is also a very paranoid and careful person, who always has precautions and is very hard to kill. Looks familiar. Yep, at least half of them are pretty good. I say to myself. Plaintina and GI Robot can immediately go to the field. I can get some new magic from Ains, Blair, and Shirari. With the exception of Aggro, everyone can be useful to my plans. It could have been better, but I can take it. I comment. But I feel I haven't used all my luck yet. Master, you should roll a general batch. Cortana advises. Yeah, I'm a careful and cautious guy after all. I nod. Yes. But you know. 99% of the gamblers quit before they hit big, Cortana. Roll. My intuition is telling me to make this roll. 01, Siegmeyer of Katarina, Dark Souls. Worth it. Onion bro. Where is Solaire? I can give him solar powers and put him on a crusade to exterminate vampires. We will be able to raid hell together. Okay, jokes aside. From a serious point of view, it was not a very good card. But Onion Bro has a good heart. He is from a non-modern world, and things will be difficult, but I think I can put him on a path that will satisfy him. I remember his ending. I'm gonna cry. 02, Madam Eight Legs, Revenge of the Iron-Blooded Sword Hound. Okay, this pet I will not be able to put on the farm. I was reading this manhwa. This creature is pretty strong. It can be useful. Maybe as a guardian beast to somewhere that I deem important. I will need to decide on this place, though. And it is a spider. The Spider-Verse adventures left their mark. Which other spider characters exist in fiction? Aragog. I think hoping for the Weaver is delusional, right? 03, Pamela Isley, DC Comics. What? The Gacha giving something I ask for? This can't be real. Am I being sponsored by it? Don't fall for it, guys, those streamers receive a boost of chances in their accounts. It's a scam. Well, this batch paid off with this. Harley will be happy. But Poison Ivy is a more complicated bitch than my lovely Harley Quinn. The misogynists versus the misandrist, with Harley in the middle. It will end in a threesome, no surprise here. Even I can see it. 04, Shura Kirigakure, Ao no Exorcist. A lot of boob anime women. I knew my luck was good, but sometimes I forgot the type of luck I have. And she comes from an anime world with demons. So I guess those trips to hell have a finger on this card. 05, Virgo, Fairy Tale. Another magic one. And very submissive. No trouble in sight. Perfect. Isabella is gonna like her. The poor woman is having her share of trouble with Power and Baby 5. I need to throw her a bone, too. Sorry, Isabella. I love you. And my dream of a squad of battle maids gets closer too. 06, Mosquito Girl, One Punch Man. Does this fall into the furry category? Or does it just apply to the ones that really have fur? I think the term grew too broad. I guess she is only a monster girl. It makes more sense. She can get it. But why is there discrimination against furries, then? Monsters are okay, but if they have fur, no. I mean, I'm not a furry, but Luna and Lola Bunny. I guess it's not about the characters but the weirdos in expensive fursuits and their pizza parties. Don't search this up. 07, Angstrom Levy, Invincible. And I was just finishing my portal. It was like when I was making an AI and I gained Cortana. It's not as good as America Chavez, but it's an excellent role nonetheless. 08, Indiana Jones, Indiana Jones. Meh, there's always a useless one. If you are gonna give me an archaeologist adventurer, at least give me Lara Croft. 09, Michaela Barnes, Transformers. Another useless one. Being Megan Fox is worth nothing, at least give me someone with some skill. April O'Neil also looks a little like Megan Fox, not as much as this one, but she has skills in journalism. What does this one have? I'm gonna recycle this one later. Okay, the last one. Come on, Gacha. I'm grateful, but I need one defender. One to keep Earth safe in case I need to do something on another planet, or dimension. A strong one. Please, I need this. I never asked for anything. Lies. 10, Rayquaza, Pokemon. I was expecting gold, but I received a diamond. Or in this case, emerald. The alien hater himself. And one of my favorites. Better than this, only if I gained Giratina, my favorite. I knew it. Always gamble. I don't even need to wait. Grabbing the card, I say. Rayquaza, I choose you. It's more of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Invocation, but okay. The customary motes of light forming the serpentine shape are similar enough to Pokemon's leaving a Pokeball. He appears with a roar, not as big as many would think, only 7 meters in length, but no less intimidating. He is pretty fucking cool. Fearless, I approach him, her. Or is he genderless? Trying to read his aura, I think it's a male. Whatever, I will put what I learned from How to Train Your Dragon to use and extend my hand while approaching slowly and wait for him to make the last move. I wait patiently. I don't want to use any rough methods to tame him. Even though it may be needed. You capture Pokemons by beating them most of the time, but the essence may help with that last detail. Rayquaza is obviously the unfriendly, if not the distant, type. After a little more time, he just reached a little to nudge my hand and backed off. He is not being aggressive or anything, so I guess it is a win. Now. How do I increase the relationship loyalty? Different from other pets, I think Rayquaza doesn't eat anything. Maybe he can and just doesn't need it. Absent-mindedly, I start stroking his neck. Who is the good cosmic dragon? You are. Do you want to go kill some aliens? I can take you for a walk around the solar system. I say in my pet voice, those Skrulls will have a surprise if they are caught lacking on our planetary space, right? Good boy. Yep, I'm taking my cosmic Chinese dragon for a walk. At the same time, Eidolon, POV, on the surface of the planet. I can't take Rayquaza that far, but I guess I can take him to fly around some meteors. I bet no other trainer would be able to do it as a bonding time with their Pokemon. Do you swim with your Floatzel? Spar with you Hitmonchan? Okay. Can you fly into space with your Rayquaza? Guess not. Funny how now, I can probably become a champion in all regions very easily. When I go to Sinnoh, Cynthia's Garchomp will receive a beating. Hearing someone talking at my side, I came back to reality. Are you really not gonna say anything? A young man asks while looking at me with a dead gaze. I keep my silence and look around. Right now, we are on the ledge of a building. I'm sitting with my legs hanging off while he is standing. You have already made up your mind. I say calmly, mantle billowing on the wind. Too bad I can't see the night sky because of the lights of New York. You are a hero, right? Shouldn't you be talking me out of suicide? Saying that life is worth living, that suicide doesn't erase the pain, it only passes to someone else. He almost looks offended, but his eyes remain dead. I don't think you want to listen to this cliché bullshit of someone that don't know your struggles. Or someone that you envy/resent and think has everything. I say and watch his face change. Yeah, I saw your look when you saw me. You think I have it easy? Are you hoping that I would talk so that you can scream at me something like, how could you know what us normal people go through? Busted, huh? A little pathetic, I would say. Trying to leverage your worst moment in your life just to simulate some moment of power over me. Using my heroism against me just to feel superior for once. Would that make you feel better? I can already imagine why you are doing it. No one likes you, I bet. Go on, jump. By the way, there's a hell. Shut up. He shouts like a whinny little bitch, but he is just a kid. Older than me, but even so, I will end the night with him alive and well. I was in silence. You are the one urging me to talk. I'm a master rage baiter. I can see the anger flood his being. Then just watch. He hisses and turns again to the edge, facing the busy street hundreds of meters beneath us. I'm watching. I comment casually. I just stare. That is not my first suicide save. It's more common than I would like to be. It became surprisingly annoying when people discovered that I appeared to give some pep talks. I appreciate the ones who I save praising me on social media, telling their experiences to boost my reputation, and even helping people who are going through the same. But like with every good thing, there are always some people to spoil the fun. Attention seekers and stalkers started appearing, so I got extra careful to appear if someone is threatening to jump. It sucks, but I guess is part of the job. I know that this one is genuine. I can smell his hopelessness. I gave up is almost written on his forehead. But there's hope. He reacted to my rage bait, a really dead person inside would not get angry. He wants something, maybe an answer. Sorry, but I can't give that. I mean, I can, but it would be a temporary thing. He needs to find the reason to live on his own. I can only help a little. I continue to stare at him in silence. He looks back at me, seeking that answer. Waiting for me to intervene. I do not. Fuck it. Gritting his teeth, he jumps. Well. At least he is not an attention seeker. He really jumped as a last fuck you. I ignore him falling for a little, just so that he can feel death, so that life can pass through his eyes and he can see his regrets. Then I reached for a portal with my hand and pulled him back to me. Ayawawaya. Ack. Cough cough. He rolls on the roof while recovering his breath. People say that the ones who commit suicide are cowards. I can't agree with that. The one doing that is neither a coward nor brave, just broken, logical, and hopeless. Reaching the point where the only way out is suicide is tough. The lack of hope can even overwhelm the fear of death. I comment while he wheezes on the ground. You stopped me. He accuses. Yes, I did. I'm a hero. You didn't talk me out of it, but you are gonna save me. Just like that. What is the sense of that? He shouts angrily. I can't stop you from jumping. You may jump another day. I can only catch whatever you are falling. I say firmly. Sit here. You are living on borrowed time, right? You kind of already died. So just waste some time with me. I pat the place my side. He can't refute my flawed logic and obeys. What is your name? Brandon. He answers weakly, head down. Why don't you tell me your story now? I suggest, at least someone will remember you if you decide to cut your wrist at home. And he did. Brandon's story is nothing super crazy. Not something that anyone would say, he has every right to be the villain. Just a great number of small things that accumulated enough to suffocate him. Never a popular kid, but I studied a lot. Not a genius, but has good grades. For whatever reason was rejected from the colleges he applied to, his favored brothers don't have that setback. He is living the average life of a male at the beginning of their 20s. Many expectations, comparisons, failures that look like the end of the world. His girlfriend cheated on him and started dating her affair. And she is living the good life now. His bullies also entered college with scholarships because of sports. He put a lot of effort, behaved. And people who did him dirty are succeeding while he is failing. Where is the karma? What is the point? Not that bad. I say casually. Not that bad. Not that bad. Yeah, at least you are healthy. I shrug. I knew that you wouldn't understand. His anger was so great that he almost turned into the Hulk. Okay, Brandon. 2 things. First, all problems are small problems while you are healthy. There are people much worse than you. If you want, I can give you a tour around the world that will make you feel grateful for your life. I say, but I will not go into that route. Second, it's okay that you contemplate suicide. Even justifiable. A reasonable crash out. What? She looks baffled. You hurt me. It's okay. I'm not gonna shame you for that. You are not weak. You are acting strong for too long, right? I turn to look at him. Finally, I get him. I can almost see the moment my words pierce the fog of isolation in his mind. Someone understands you, Brandon. He wants to hate me for being an all-powerful, successful hero. He wants to close his ears to anything that I say. But I pierce that barrier now. Let me tell you something that people never talked about. For some reason, is a secret. I start, attracting his attention and tactfully ignoring the tears appearing in the corner of his eyes. Everyone thought about giving up. Everyone. Even Captain America, Spider-Man, the Hulk, and even I. The Hulk himself tried to end things, but it was because he was putting people at risk, but he overcame that low point and is in a pretty good place right now. The thing is, everyone who succeeds thought about giving up at least once. I say strongly, but they pushed forward. Some very quickly. The thought just flashes in their mind before they recover, some take longer. Some reach their breaking point before they recover, unfortunately. I give him a look. Ignoring his pensive expression, I continue, let me tell another open secret. Happiness is not forever, and neither is sadness. You must have read the expression that life is a roller coaster, with ups and downs. But people just take it as obvious and never think too much about it. I chuckle and say, I know it's the last thing that you want to hear, but I need to say the cliché. Best days will come. He almost laughed. Whatever bad phase that you are going through, it will pass. Exactly like whatever good phase anyone is going through. It's impossible to last forever. People are pessimist and easily accept that happiness is temporary, but they never think that sadness is the same. It's because it's easy to pass through a happiness phase. During an unhappy phase, you don't need to act like you are happy. Just grit your teeth and move forward. Survive. I'm sure things will get better eventually. What do you do if your unhappy phase lasts too long? He asks with a scoff. Yeah, it happens. Normally, small happiness lasts a little, and small unhappiness too. At one moment, you are happy with your life and a problem appears. You solve it and is okay again. And then another problem. Someone can be going well professionally, but their mother can die. Someone can marry and then lose their job. It comes from all directions. I shrug, it's impossible to defend, so you can just prepare yourself. That is one of my mottos. If you are in an unhappy phase, just survive, like in a sandstorm. It will be over eventually, believe in me. Sadness goes away with time. And if you are in a very happy phase, the type that you sigh with yourself and say, life is good. Prepare yourself that trouble is coming. It's inevitable. From relatively small things like your car breaking down to your loved one suddenly dying. How do you prepare yourself for your loved one's sudden death? He asks in disbelief. That is one of the things you are rarely ready for. But it is so out of your control that sadness eventually fades away without you needing to do much. Other problems, on the other hand, you can deal with. You can save money to economic problems, take care of your health so that you don't end up in the hospital. You know, keep yourself in control. Bad things come when you are out of control. Even your emotional control. If you know that eventually something's gonna happen, when it really happens, you're not gonna be that surprised. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, at least keeping your calm and not being that affected emotionally will soften the blow. Let's use your life for example. You failed to enter college. What can you do now beyond working hard for the next chance? Nothing. Are you afraid of being mocked by your parents and siblings? Can you do anything to stop them from mocking you? No. Then it is what it is. I shrug. If eventually you will need to face their mockery, just prepare yourself and don't react. You will see that their mockery will lose force. Words and feelings can only affect you as much as you allow, Brandon. Get a hold of yourself, of your life. You already have their negativity. Thrive on it. You jumped just to spite me, right? On anger, use that. Hate them, hate yourself. At least feel something beyond emptiness. Use your anger and spite as a fuel till you run out of it. You will eventually reach a point where you will not hate them anymore. They will become inconsequential to you. And at that moment, you will be free. I look at him, and then you will look around and see that the sad phase will be over. I let him think in silence, just watching the street below and saving some people remotely. Adding some things here and there. Obviously you need to move your ass and make some effort. If you stagnate, you can't move forward. And like with gravity, things that go down tend to stay down. You need to change something, look at yourself, and reflect. I sigh, the 20s of a man are complicated. There's a lot of disparity between the peers. Some fly high and quickly, some don't move forward. Comparison is the thief of joy. Everyone has different times and starting points, and even finishing lines. No need to get desperate because others are succeeding while you lag behind a little. I know that there's a lot of pressure. You need to have your life figured out already, blah, blah, blah. Your time will come if you put constant effort. Don't let yourself be crushed by other people, in any way. It's their stinging words or their success. You will just be creating an extra problem for yourself. Do you have problems too, Idolin? His sudden question makes me laugh out loud. Puffed, ha 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 ha. Of course, Idolin-sized problems. I say. Hard to believe. I mean, look at you. He gestures. You are seeing me through your own life, Brandon. Yes, I don't have problems with girls or money. The things that worry the average man. But I'm in a constant moral battle. Every day is a dilemma. And the dangers too. Last week, for example, Earth was almost destroyed by an interdimensional Dark Lord. For real. For real. I nod. I was stressing. I guess hearing words from my family is not as bad as that. He is able to joke. Finally. Victory. Tell me about it. But everyone has problems, Brandon. We can't look down on them because they look insignificant to us. You are unlucky with all your relationships, almost like you are cursed. Pretty bad. I joke, and he chuckles. Humor is a very good coping mechanism, but if you still want that tour, I offer. I think I'm too scared now, but I'm curious. He says, can you tell me about it? Okay, let me give you some examples. This all happened last week. Pretty mild stuff. A guy in the army comes back from deployment to find that his wife cheated. He lost the court battle, by the way. And still paying alimony and child support. Very common. Damn. An old woman has a husband with Alzheimer that forgot about her and now is in love with another woman with Alzheimer in the care facility. Ugh. A little girl watched her mother die because her father refused a blood transfusion. They are Jehovah's Witnesses. A father has a stroke while taking a bath with his baby son. The son drowned, he blames himself now. Geez. A brilliant young lady was just accepted into her dream college, but she got paralyzed from her waist down because of a drunk driver. Okay. Stop, stop. I'm getting depressed again. He shakes his head. Can't you help them? I help who I can. And that is another Idolin-seized problem, Brandon. I can't help everyone, and it's never enough. I confess, can you imagine? Everyone's problem is my problem. All the powers and advantages that you envy so much create expectations thousands of times worse than the one you dread. Another day, a woman spat on me because, in her words, I let her baby die. I was completely unaware of her existence. Her baby died from a congenital disease. Apparently, she pleaded for me to appear. I never did. I was out of the world, not that she cares. It's not your fault. Say that to her and to my feelings. I scoff. Every day the thought crosses my mind, Brandon. I would be better if I stop, those people don't deserve me. I'm not proud to admit that, but I'm proud to say that the thought is squashed in the same millisecond. I smile, I'm getting pretty strong, and not because I can bench press the earth. I turn to him, and if you got over the desire to end things today, you too got a little stronger, Brandon. I pat his shoulder, you are stronger than you think. You will survive this bad phase. Now he cries. With a smile, I shake him a little while he covers his face. Come on, dude. If you think just a little, I bet you can find something silly worth living for. This planet has goth girls, tomboys, and Latinas. Are you really gonna miss this? Now he laughs while crying. While still shaking him a little, I declare, it cannot be that cowardly, but suicide is pretty gay. I say, making him laugh harder. Now you've convinced me. You should have started with that. He says between laughs and sobs. I laugh too. He recovered so fast from the dead eyes. That's the indomitable human spirit. I say, and we are so close to space exploration. You can't die before bagging some hot alien babes. Third-person POV Idolin helped Brandon get home. Wanna fly or go through a portal? He offers. The young man appears to think hard. That is a hard choice. I think. A portal. It's rarer, and my home is not that far from here. It would not be a long flight. He seems in a better mood after the talk. And I think I have had enough of heights for today. Haha, good choice. Then go in. The hero gestures, and a portal appears close to him. Brandon hesitantly, and maybe a little excitedly, goes through the dark portal before stopping Idolin. Thank you. All good, Brandon. The hero waves him off. It's rewarding enough to see you turn your life around. Like I told you, I see a lot of bad in this line of work, but the good makes everything worthwhile. If the bad is inevitable, focus on the good things. That is the choice you can make. It's not easy, but you can do it. After that, Brandon goes through the portal, and Idolin remains alone on the rooftop. He walks to the ledge and looks at the city. So many people, so many with their own stories. This is common knowledge, but it is something that normal people simply don't think much about. But him. He can see their lives. From where he stands, he can see their intimate moments, living their lives without anyone nearby, being genuine and showing their true selves. Who would have thought that having all this power would make him get attached to them? Normally, it's marketed that when you acquire powers, you become unfeeling and uncaring. Now he finds himself cheering for them even in the moments he can't help. Like a nervous little kid going through his first day at school, like he knows him personally. Or a youngster going to confess to his crush. Or someone is having a job interview. Performing on a stage. Meeting the parents of their loved ones. He is getting invested in all of them. Amen. That One Piece vacation. It all started there. He still doesn't know if it is a good thing or not. Being so invested also means that you become vulnerable. As dark as it sounds. Maybe not caring is for the best. He holds back his overthinking mind for once and decides to continue to go with the flow. Only the future will answer. This is one of those says where I love this planet goddamn too much. He shakes his head and chuckles. Next week I will probably be contemplating end of Evangelion level measures. He does one last survey around the nearby area, which is very large on his standards, before calling a day and going to rest for an hour or two before starting again. During his break, unless something really big happens, he is not gonna move. His senses capture the presence of two people whom he knows. Oh no. He moves fast, becoming a blur before disappearing from his spot. On another part of the city, Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man, had the surprise of the week when he met another person with spider powers like his. The obvious Asian woman with a black and white spider-themed skin-tight suit was probably trying her first web-slinging around the city. Peter obviously went to talk with her. It's another spider person, after all. The talk didn't go too far before a gang suddenly invaded an ATM place near them. Spider-Man obviously changed focus to catch the perpetrators. It was fairly easy. Despite having guns and bombs, they are afraid of using them, for obvious reasons. They don't want to summon him, after all. But they have some devices that seem to come from a sci-fi movie, like the one that melted the door in seconds. But the criminal would need to touch the surface he wants to melt. It's not something that can be shot. So it's an easy job for Spider-Man. The female spider-person even helped a little, not that it was necessary, but no one expected another spider, so she easily helped some criminals, easing Spider-Man's burden. Peter even gives her a thumbs up while doing his usual acrobatics while fighting. After finishing to deal with the criminals, Peter jumps to the female spider and says, "Let's go before the cops show up. It's always a lottery. They can ask for an autograph or shoot you." Cindy doesn't need to be told twice and follows him. She is also curious about him. Anyone would be in her situation. They stop to talk while clinging to a wall of a building, like how only the spiders can do. So. I know that is a weird question to ask in a first meeting, but. Spider bite. Spider-Man asks awkwardly. Is he flirting with her? Yes, I guess we have a lot in common. She answers. Is she flirting back? The two talk a little more about the only thing in common, without a care about revealing some secrets. Like that happened in Oscorp. They get closer. And closer. They didn't even notice. The other is just. It smells good, they just want to make sure if they're feeling it right. Just a little closer. Their masked faces are too close now. Then suddenly Theta re-yanked back by the scruff of their neck. Saved. Eidolon says. Dude, what the hell? Peter says while struggling. Don't make me throw cold water on your two. Eidolon throws them to the top of the building, gently to the superhero's standards, but very far from each other, before floating between them. Oh boy. I feared this day. We need to have a talk about the birds and bees, I mean, the spiders. Hello there, I promised myself to stop with the long notes, but hear me out for a minute. That's the reason I went with character development and foundation instead of something deeper. It was fun writing the interactions, so it's okay. Just saying. I feel that it is fair to explain. The thing is, those last weeks have been horrid. Damn, don't want a trauma dump, but... You remember the suicide help part? That sometimes bad phases happen. Yep, I am in a bad phase, lol. First, my car broke down, so already losing money and the inconvenience sucks. Misery loves company, so my dog, who was sick for some time, needed to be euthanized. She had tumors, already old, suffering a lot, the procedures would be problematic, and she was not reacting well to the chemo, and even in the best case, she would lose a leg. So I made the call. I killed my dog. It's something I don't wish on anyone to go through. Exactly 1 week later, my grandpa dies, yep, bad phase. But don't feel so bad for my grandpa. He died in his sleep peacefully, at 93 years old. Probably the most enviable death possible, after a very long life. After 16 children and who knows how many grandchildren. He didn't suffer and was healthy till his last days. And last, my other 2 dogs got sick of rat poison because of negligence. I had 3 Labradors, 1 died, so 2 now. I didn't sleep the night that they got sick. Thankfully, they are recovering now. Man. Life hit me with a combo. 1-2, liver punch and an uppercut. Anyway, no trauma dumping, just saying. Maybe to help me or anyone reading this. It is what it is, fellas. This bad phase sucked, but I know it will go away eventually. I will go through it and keep my head up till the good phase so that I can grab it. Not the first time I went through shit like this. It happens. Despite everything, I can't complain much. I am healthy, I can work, I have some good friends. Focus on the good things. If anyone is going through something similar, hang in there. Good days will come. Be safe out there. And as morbid as it sounds, I wish you guys to live and die like my grandfather. Everyone says from all his grandchildren, I'm the most similar to him, so let's hope I take after his longevity too. Bye-bye, till next time. Thank you for the support. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it, make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye-bye. Chapter 121, Visitors Across Space and Time. Third-person POV. New York. Pheromones. Spider-Man asks, baffled. Keeping his distance from Cindy like she is radioactive. That's gross. Cindy completes. I was about to say very weird, but that too. Peter says, trying not to look at the female spider. Embarrassment keeps hitting him every time he looks at her. Not that weird. Eidolon that stays in the middle, keeping attention on the two, like they're gonna start mating at any moment. It's pretty common for people with similar powers, and funny enough, opposite powers, to attract each other. He comments, remembering Cloak and Dagger. But your situation goes beyond simply a psychological factor, you two are literally bio-wired to be attracted to each other. Still revolting. Cindy says. I can understand your distaste, I just don't want any of you to hold this fact against each other. He turns to her, as much social convention would make us, at first glance, think you as being the one who is taken advantage of, because you are a woman. Spider-Man there is in a very happy relationship and he doesn't want this more than you. Like on cue, Spider-Man crouches down with his head on his hands, oh man. Almost. Dang. I will need to tell her. Arg, that will not be a fun talk. Thanks, Eidolon. He is cringing so much that he is almost turning into a ball before thanking the black-clad hero for stopping him from committing a big mistake. It's okay. Good thing that you want to be transparent, communication is the key. You did nothing wrong. Eidolon replies. It's that always gonna happen when we meet someone with spider powers? Cindy asks. No, relax. You two apparently are bitten by the same spider and are of the opposite genders and ahem are in the fertile adult phase, he explains. Those are the conditions, apparently. What? Imagine if a 10-year-old spider boy appears. He shrugs while answering Cindy's glare. Okay. Stop. Ugh. Cindy looks like she is gonna puke. Good to know at least. While she is talking, Idolin looks in a certain direction, distracted. Idolin. Spider-Man tries to call him. So that is why there are 4 portals. He says absent-mindedly, wait here, a test subject just appeared. Great timing. And he disappears in a blur. A second later he returns, dropping someone unceremoniously. What in the actual, wait, Idolin? Spider-Man. Another one. Idolin brought Jessica Drew, in a red tight spider costume, and after the initial surprise, turns her gaze to everyone around her. Now there are 2. Things are getting out of hand. Peter comments. So, any strange feelings for her? Idolin asks him. I'm afraid of getting closer. Go on, I will save your relationship. I'm super fast. Idolin assures him. Okay then. Then like he is walking to defuse a bomb, Peter slowly approaches Jessica. Spider-Woman looks at the situation with raised eyebrows. Okay, will anyone tell me what is happening? If this is some sort of heroic initiation ritual. I'm out. Awkwardly, Spider-Man finally gets close to Spider-Woman and puts a hand on her shoulder. Good, you can back down before she files a restraining order. Idolin says. Oh yeah, sorry. Peter apologizes while removing his hands from Jessica. Idolin steps in to explain, you must be confused. Just making some tests that are pertinent to you, too. Seeing as you are also a spider-person and all that. Spider-person. Is that a real term? Cindy asks. It has been since more than a Spider-Man exists. There are a lot of spiders in Oscorp, so. He left the rest unsaid, but all 3 can understand his words. And we are not even talking about the multiverse yet. The what? Anyway, before continuing our little talk, what are your names? Idolin says, like he doesn't know their names, hero names in this case. Well, I guess Spider-Woman is good enough. Jessica says nonchalantly. Silk. Cindy says after some hesitation, as if she is afraid of being made fun of by her choice of a name. Silk. That is cool. I should have thought of a better one instead of the female version of the neighborhood hero. Jessica says, maybe there's time to change. No, there's not. Idolin interrupts, so, Spider-Man and Woman and Silk. You 3 have been bitten by radioactive spiders and didn't die. Congratulations on passing the first hurdle. He nods. But there are a lot of problems ahead. Example, this strange attraction between Silk and Spider-Man. His words make the 2 groan. The what? Jessica looks amused at their expense. Spider-Woman and Silk, it will be for the best if you 2 go through some exams and tests to check your bodies. I can help with that because of the dangers of going to a normal hospital. Tests. The 2 female spiders look a little uncomfortable. I understand that you 2 can have some misgivings, but please remember who I am. I would never do anything to hurt you. If it makes you 2 feel better. I, myself, have the spider power set too. At that moment, all 3 felt a tingling sensation in the back of their head. Looking back, Peter and Cindy felt something similar when Jessica appeared, but the strange situation made them ignore that. But now it's obvious. It's like they connect with a group call for an instant, they are suddenly extremely aware of each other. Something like that. Idolin says before stopping and hiding his presence, I'm a specialist. You can trust me with anything metapower related. I think Red Hood offered something similar. How is he? Cindy asks. Who is Red Hood? I'm really out of the loop in this conversation. Jessica comments while looking around. One of my people. Not famous because he deals with underground stuff. A little happy trigger murder hobo, but a good guy if you never killed anyone. Idolin says to her before turning to Cindy, he is on another continent, I can only say that. And his offer is the protocol of the SCP. So you always offer help to everyone with powers? Jessica asks. Idolin looks at her with a raised eyebrow, opens his arms like saying, duh, look again how I am. Okay, sorry. Stupid question to ask. Having powers, even if you want to live a normal life, can be challenging. From the troubles of having an extra, and possibly uncontrollable and detrimental ability, to you landing on the aim of a lot of villains. I do what I can to make the meta's lives a little easier. Idolin explains, by the way, you 2 are leaving your hair in the open. It's okay for the style choice, but you can be cloned. I'm gonna give you some magnetic hairpins. All the women of the SCP use it to hold the hair together in a force field, it looks completely natural and prevents hair loss and obstruction. He raises his hand from beneath the mantle, holding 2 small black hairpins. Clones. Yes. He says simply while still holding the hairpins in his palm. Now this is handy. Jessica comments while taking one. Just put it as close as possible to the scalp, you can hide it pretty easily. Idolin instructs. They fiddle with it for a little while, and Idolin does the courtesy of materializing 2 mirrors in the air for the girls. After putting it in, Jessica even shook her head to test, and her hair ended perfectly in place after she stopped. If you commercialize it, you would become a billionaire, she says. Then I would get poorer. Idolin scoffs. Anyway, we are in a period of transition where humans get powers, some not so ready. So you two need to check for the long-term consequences. I don't want to scare you, but you can develop cancer, for example. Cancer? Just saying, a possibility. I had this talk with Spider-Man here before. He points at the red-blue hero with his thumb. You may have developed new allergies and other changes. Wouldn't you like to know it earlier than discover it by yourself in a not-so-good situation? You have a point. Jessica finally concedes. Where can we do those tests? Idolin pulls a card. Find this address in Metatown and tell anyone there that you know me while giving this card. You can go full costume and at any time, but be prepared to spend some hours. Clear your schedule. Same place from where I was kept. Cindy asks while taking a card too. Did you do tests on me while I was unconscious? She asks, suspicious. Just non-invasive scanners to check if you are not dying at that exact moment. Idolin shrugs. I was bitten by the same spider as him. Wouldn't we have the same things? Cindy asked while pointing at Peter. Powers vary from person to person even when they are the same. Example, you apparently can make your own web. You can. That's cool. Peter finally seems to forget that he is in trouble with his girlfriend for a moment. You can't. Cindy asks, confused. She thought it was a normal thing. Wait, I can't do it either. Am I abnormal? Jessica asks. Like I said, variations. I will give you a web shooter later too. Idolin says. He then gives a small talk about the heroic life if they really want to enter it, saying that there's nothing wrong with not doing so, even if it goes against the with great power comes great responsibility belief of all spider people. What do we have here? Some sort of secret hero reunion. A female voice says from a little above them. Hello, Black Cat. Idolin greets without even looking at her, the other 3 looking up to see the cat burglar sitting on the top of the entrance to the rooftop. Showing off her athletic abilities, she does an arm stand before throwing herself at the black-clad hero, who, even without looking, sidesteps the flying double kick. Black Cat looks like she is up for a very rough fall before she stops in the air and slowly floats to an upright position. Can you stop with those dangerous stunts? Idolin asks in a deadpan tone. Why? When you are around is the best moment to do those things and play the damsel in distress. Look. She says, and that is the only warning she gives before doing a backflip to the edge of the building and falling. The mood was strange, so I hesitated to jump to save her. Peter says in an awkward tone, you are gonna save her, right? He turns to Idolin. He sighs, yes. In a moment. He massages his forehead while sighing, maybe I should throw her in jail. Despite looking annoyed, he still saves her by opening a portal on his side. Black Cat emerges, falling horizontally. The change in gravity made that she lose momentum and then simply stabilize herself after some unsteady steps. A sharp eye would see how good Idolin control is. It must not be easy to open a portal in a falling individual and calculate the dispersion of force without interfering with it directly. Hee that was fun. I was scared for a moment, thinking that I finally annoyed you enough to let me fall to my death. Black Cat smiles widely and reaches for Idolin, putting her elbow on his shoulder while leaning on him. I was tempted. He answers with a tired tone, but stupidity is not a crime. The roast makes her laugh. So it's true. Are you guys really a thing? Jessica asks curiously while pointing at Idolin and Black Cat, so close together. The duo looks at her and answers together, yes. No. Oh, come on babe, are you gonna deny our love? Black Cat pouts while making doe eyes at him. What love? Our relationship is based on annoyance. Idolin scoffs, I annoy you by frustrating your robberies. You annoy me by being you. Don't call it robbery. It is what it is. The trio of spiders watches the interaction and can pretty easily guess what kind of relationship they have. It can be resumed in one sentence. Get a room already. And Cindy says the sentence that everyone was thinking. Idolin turns to the Asian girl, look who is talking, miss it was not me, it was the pheromones. Hey. Okay, I just heard something really juicy and I want to know the whole story. Black Cat suddenly says while smiling widely, trying to put the pieces together. Spider-Man's obviously embarrassed body language. Idolin words to the Asian spider woman. The other one looked amused too. Spidey. You dog. Her woman's intuition apparently made her a great detective in those silly things. So you have this kind of power, huh? Should I worry? Haha. She laughs while teasing the red and blue hero. The poor guy can only stutter and fail to explain himself. Be careful with the other spiders out there, I heard they eat their mates after the. You know. She continues to tease the flustered hero with a big smile on his face. Okay, stop that. Eidolon uses some power to pull the thief to him. Powers can have embarrassing side effects. Even I have some weird ones. He says to help. Really? Like what? Black Cat allows herself to be pulled, a little too much, because she falls into his torso without resistance. She asks that because she can't let go of the opportunity to gain some ammo to tease him. He doesn't look bothered and shrugs while giving a serious answer, a lot really, from the problematic animalistic instincts to strange powers like getting stronger the more embarrassed I get, healing people by kissing them, and even empowering people by confessing my love. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Love confession. She laughs loudly, oh wait, I just remembered Eidolon. I fell in my butt earlier, can you kiss to make it better? Ha ha ha. I'm gonna leave you stranded in the middle of the North Pole, he threatens without any heat. You are not gonna do that. With those clothes, I would freeze to death, even with my cute and fluffy collar. The night is pretty chilly already, and you are not complaining. He rolls his eyes before asking in a more serious tone, but are you cold? I have those heating pads here that you can use underneath your suit. It's as thin as a cloth. It converts kinetic energy into thermal energy, so you don't need to charge, only move. And it never gets too hot. He says and pulls some to give to her, I made them myself. The surprising bout of kindness leaves Black Cat a little gobsmacked, and she absent-mindedly takes the heating pads. And stop doing those dangerous stunts, hoping that I will be there to save you. Some weeks ago, I was off the planet for some days. What would you do if something happened during that time? And he pats her head while saying that softly. Okay. He totally threw her off the loop with that. Even Jessica and Cindy shook their heads seeing that. Seriously, getting a room can't be that hard. Even Black Cat noticed that she had been played and acted like a middle school girl with a crush, so she needs to deflect. Whatever, you still haven't told the full story. She turns to the easiest to bully. Spider-Man, exclamation point. His spider sense warned him, look at the time, I need to get my glass of warm milk before going to bed. He jumps and throws a web to escape. Spidey, come back here. Black Cat shouts. Not even Eidolon can take this information out of me. His shouts can be heard from a distance, echoing through the buildings. Yes, go back, Spider-Man, save your love life. Eidolon nods in a joking tone, I will hold back the sexy ladies that are a threat to your relationship. He says with his voice full of faux righteousness. The three laugh good-naturedly at the same time, obviously liking being called sexy by him. Don't look back. Oh my, what a heroic soul, Black Cat says sarcastically while leaning on him. Such sacrifice, even Spider-Woman rolls her eyes and says in a sultry tone. Must be hard, Silk says while feigning pity. Ladies. It's okay. It's part of the job. Eidolon raises his arms in resignation. Do whatever you want with my body, just leave Spider-Man out this. He says to more laughs before talking a little more seriously, jokes aside, I hope to see you for the exams. He turns to the Spider-Girls before turning to go. Already going. Those heating pads will not be enough. Black Cat starts in a flirtatious tone, wouldn't a hero like you keep a poor lady warm in this chilly night? She gets closer, sticking out her huge breasts at him, allowing him to get a great view of her milky flesh. Zip there. Problem solved. Eidolon closes her cleavage's zipper. Bye. Stay safe out there. He waves at them before flying away. What the hell? How did he do that? The zipper didn't even go that far up. Black Cat complains while wrestling with the zipper that now reaches her neck. Damn girl, he has you in a chokehold. Spider-Woman laughs while cocking her hip to the side. Shut up. Felicia hisses. Calm down, I'm cheering for you, really. Jessica raises her hands in a peace movement. I forgot to ask for a selfie with him and Spider-Man. Jessica suddenly exclaims, damn, but it's not like I have my phone. What? I like the two. Eidolon probably has a power to that. Just ask for it next time. Felicia says helpfully, despite the fact that she acted overly familiar with Eidolon exactly because of those two women. It was not an accident, she was being a little territorial. Trying to show off that she had a good relationship with him. You two are really close, huh? Silk comments. It seems it worked. I abuse his goodwill sometimes. Just call him if you are in trouble. He appears 95% of the time. Felicia says. She can't lie too much. So that is how you ended up getting all love-struck with him. So romantically cliché, Jessica says with mirth. HMPF, don't talk like he wouldn't be able to smooth talk all three of us in a foursome. Felicia shoots back. Well. I'm out here. Silk jumps off the building. Hector POV space station. Just saying, don't get your hopes up. She can be a completely different Pamela. I say to Harley while rolling the poison ivy card between my fingers, I'm still not sure if telling you immediately it was a good idea, but well. Transparency. I shrug. And I'm very glad that you did. She caressed my cheek. Don't worry, I'm not a fragile girlie. Even if it is not the Pam I know. I can just become her friend, too. One day, I'm sure I will meet my Pam, so it will be like two for the price of one. That positive outlook on life is exactly what I expected from you. I pat her head innocently before sliding my hand on her face till I grab her chin in a not-so-innocent way. But let me warn you. I start in a husky voice that makes her go completely still. Whispering in her ear, I continue, you are mine. It doesn't matter which Pamela Isley I bring, the fact that you are mine will not change. I can feel her body tensing in her arousal. I do not plan to give you back. Poison Ivy will need to get used to the idea that this. I grab her as roughly, it's mine. She can maybe watch. Don't be a meanie, Panicotta dear. Harley says in a trembling voice, we can all share. I don't share. I interrupt her, my appetite is too big, I want my Harley only for me. I could even eat you up right now. Maybe that is how I should summon her. The first thing she sees should see you pale as seeks bouncing on my cock. Or maybe I fucking you from behind. Your coming face will pass the perfect message, she will understand to who you belong. At this point she is already dry humping me, nipples poking under her blouse and biting her lip. Again, don't be a meanie. She breathes sultrily, barely containing herself from pouncing on me. If you think a Harley is good, imagine the whole package, huh? Don't you want to make a lesbian couple yours? Look at her playing in one of the most common male fantasies. Smart. The always manipulated is now manipulating, with her knowledge in human psychology, she can become really scary if she goes into that route. You know that I'm not a forceful guy. Poison Ivy is famous for hating men and using mind control. We will not get along. I scoff. Pam will like you. You are her type. Harley says. Am I? Now I'm genuinely confused. Yep, you are everyone's type. She assures me, but Pam is a complicated girl who, despite being an eco-terrorist who hates men, yearns for something romantic. Only you can accept and deal with that without trying to change her. She says, while we are 1 millimeter away from ripping off our clothes and fucking right here and now. So. A crazy chick. Exactly. She is your type, too. I'm not that bad. It's the Batman assimilation. Believe in me. I'm a completely normal guy that don't like crazy and dangerous women. Look at you overthinking something silly. She laughs. Never date your therapist, guys. She knows too much. Just let me handle Pam. I can soften her up to you. You saying like that, it looks really evil. I was a villain. She shrugs, but no, I would never do anything to hurt Pam. I just don't want her to sabotage the good thing we can have. She then gets close and whispers to me conspiratorially, she still has deep-rooted issues of self-esteem. Poison Ivy has self-esteem issues. I ask in disbelief. Maybe this Harley is from an AU universe. Yep, because of how she was before becoming Poison Ivy. Now that she is hot, she thinks everyone is for her just because of her looks. Another reason why she doesn't trust men and thinks no one can love the real her. I think is because she chemically charmed everyone and never allowed any real relationship to naturally blossom. I deadpan, and because she is kind of a sociopath. That too. And that is why you. A guy immune to her powers has the chance of reaching her heart. That's how I got there, too. Well, it how started. I see. I nod, I can give a chance to a start. How it will develop is out of my hands. I know that you will conquer her. She says absolutely sure of herself. I don't know where her confidence came from, but she knows both Poison Ivy and me, so I can maybe trust her on that. Okay then, if you have a plan. I concede, just know that I will not hold back. I warn. Anything different from that would be counterproductive. You can't be another doormat. Whatever. Now, gotcha. Do your part. Bring her Poison Ivy. Help a guy here. I sit on my chair, Harley on my lap, before finally summoning the famous green villain of Batman. I use a background customization card. Oh, PhD in botany. Let's make her the same age as Harley, just young enough to make this PhD make sense while making her a genius. I can make that you two met at college. I comment while editing the backstory. A certain accident is canon, just something small. Worked on Oscorp, nah, internship is enough. Unemployed now, fresh out of college. Let's pull the gold to give her a good account balance, just enough to be comfortable. So that is how it works, huh? Harley comments while watching the gold vanish. Yeah, I try not to abuse it. It's just a minor reality alteration. I don't want people with hyper-awareness getting suspicious. That is why I limit the interaction of my summons with other characters. Everyone is an introvert like me. That should be good enough. I comment after finishing the preparations. Pretty standard stuff. I don't know if she will be like Harley and not care about her secret identity, but I will give her privacy for now. Summon. The usual routine happens, the card becoming a lot of motes of light, much more than one would expect from such a tiny card, enough to form the female silhouette of the summon. Her things must be in her new apartment. As usual, she is beautiful, no surprise here. Her skin is green with a darker tone than Shago's, just a little. Her hair is red, wavy, and full. Her choice of attire is literally some plants clinging to her to make something akin to a one-piece swimsuit, but rustic and with missing parts here and there. Her body is curvy and proportional, with full breasts and a thick ass, the whole package. Mama said not to judge a book by its cover, but Poison Ivy really doesn't hide anything with her look. She uses her sex appeal and has plant-based powers. Anyone who looks at her for 1 second would be able to deduce that. Great character design, straight to the point. When she appeared, she looked around haughtily, like she was searching for the person who owed her something. It does not take long for her to spot me and Harley. Seriously, I normally summon people while I'm in front of them, and the whole room is empty. Why do they look around before simply looking forward? It must be the big window with a view of Earth. Her eyes are sharp, not angry, just unfriendly before she spots us. And then it changes. It immediately widens in surprise and softens. Harley. Pammy. Harley jumps from my lap and goes to hug the green woman. What we just talked about, this being a different Poison Ivy again and all. It's really you? Poison Ivy asks while grabbing Harley's hands with a flagger-blasted face. I'm the one who should ask that. Are you my Pammy? Oh good, she didn't forget Red. My sweet pea. Daffodil. Okay. Maybe Panicotta is not that bad of a nickname. Okay, stop with the nicknames. And yes, it's me. Who do you think I am? Another sexy green woman with red hair. You would be surprised. Do you remember what you did with Toyman when he asked you to create trees for him so that he could have a steady supply of wood for his dolls? I strip him naked and puppeteer him around with my vines. She answers casually. Damn. And that whole Kiteman spectacle? Harley asks with a challenged eyebrow. Okay, stop bringing that up. I'm not proud of that, and it was a low point of my life. Ivy huffs in annoyance. And I can feel a little shame and guilty, too. It seems that is all she needs to know because Harley turns to me and gives me a thumbs up. Okay, thanks Gacha, you are a bro. It seems I really have some small control, it's not the right word, over the essence. It at least genuinely tries to help me. I don't think it's alive, but it must feel what is best for me. That's why it brings the version of the characters with the most compatible personalities. And in bad ends, so that they can accept their new reality more easily. Harley turned to me to give me a thumbs up, attracting the attention of Poison Ivy to my existence, who immediately adopted her unfriendly frown again. HMPF, I will not get scared away by a bitch's glare. She is smarter than she looks, immediately figuring out something with the clues she had. The power that brought her here, Harley already here. My presence. She grabs Harley's face to make her stop looking at me and look directly at her. Hey, already the possessive games. Harley, you stupid. Why did you go back? She asks with a voice full of emotion. Ah. Harley doesn't have a satisfactory answer. Playing the doofus hero. Heroes die, you idiot. Harley told me the tale of her death. She said that she was kinda dumb, going back and forth between Ivy and the Joker. Getting better as a person and all that. Trying to tie up some loose ends with her past. She died making a meaningless sacrifice. The Joker can't be reformed that easily. I consoled her, saying that her intention is what matters, and she should be proud of what she did, even if it didn't achieve the desired result. Ah, Pammy. I needed to do that. If not, I would regret not trying. Harley says weakly. Really a doofus. Ivy says softly, still holding Harley's face between her hands. Oh my, what a beautiful Yuri moment. So emotional I can feel their love purifying me. Too bad I don't like Yuri. Yoink. Excuse me, can you take your hands off my Harley Quinn? I pull my girl from the woman trying to netherare my netherare on her. The audacity. Excuse me. Who the fuck are you? Now her gaze went from unfriendly to outright murder. If she were Kryptonian, I would be fried now. It's polite to say your name before asking for someone else. I use an infuriatingly calm voice, like I'm schooling her, not engaging in her anger, but it's okay. I'm Hector, by the way. The reason you are still alive, the reason you can reunite with Harley and her boyfriend. To accentuate my words, I hug Harley from behind and kiss her neck. She shivers under my touch, but in arousal, anyone can see that. Panna-cotta. Not in front of Pam. She whines weakly, and our little voyeur has the reaction I expected. Poison Ivy's eyes widen, her nostrils flare, her jaw drops. Oh, so it's real plants around her. They are moving erratically now. Oh, there are some in her hair too. She is going Super Saiyan. Pam. Don't try anything. Harley raises her arms in front of her ex-girlfriend. Step aside, Harley. First, I'm gonna kill him and then we will have a not-so-civilized talk. She growls. Pammy, please. Don't start. Harley holds back because saying that she can't win against me would just put wood in the fire. Should I become a mature person now? Nah. Yeah, listen to your ex. The response is immediate. In truth, I'm not provoking her for nothing. First, a show of strength is a good deterrent to bring people to the negotiating table. Worked with everyone till now. Second, I want to see her abilities. And third, I can judge her intentions. Will she really try to kill me over this? The place where she aims it will be a good answer. Well, it's my crotch and other non-vital parts. What did I expect? The vines around her grow more than I expected and advance to stab me. She is not trying to kill me, but she is not trying to restrain me either. She wants to hurt me. Reasonable crash out by being Netarard. I would do worse. I mean, if a girl really betrays me, I would just walk away. Thanks for taking the cheating hoe out of my hands, bro. But like what happened with Shago in the Mojo world, if someone uses their power to do something to my girls. Oh ho ho. I guess that is what Poison Ivy thinks I did. Or that I manipulated Harley like the Joker, maybe. Anyway, back to the attack that is inching closer and closer to me while I am speed thinking. I will just create a barrier. No need to hurt her plants and worsen the situation. I promised Harley to play nice, after all. Some things can be fixed later on, but hurting her plants should be a bigger problem. I know how to read the room. Whoosh, but in the end, I don't need to do anything because Harley protects me. Harley. Ivy's face of betrayal is even worse than when I kissed Harley's neck. Pamela Isley. Calm down, girl. And listen to me. Harley looks angry while holding the vines she caught easily between her hands. Only looks, I can see that she is not really angry. The story is much more complicated than whatever you figured out in these 2 minutes. Didn't he bring you here by saving your life and then manipulate you into being his subservient girl? Posio Ivy asks. Okay, that is pretty much it. Harley admits. With another roar, Ivy goes to attack me again, the vine struggling on Harley's grasp, but she is much stronger than the chlorokinetic meta remembers. Pam. Pammy, Harley advances slowly at Poison Ivy and grabs her raised hands, stopping her from commanding her plants. There's more to the story. She says softly, Panna-cotta dear is great. He is not like the Joker, far from it. I'm healthy, have my job back while still being a kicking-ass clown. No past to hold me down. I was able to start anew and slowly build a better life than the one that my bad choices created for me. I'm happy. Poison Ivy stares at Harley in disbelief, eyes trembling while looking at every inch of her former lover's face, seeking any sign of something, maybe deception, abuse, or whatever. She finds nothing. I can see the moment where it hit her, her face coming down in some sort of strange and complicated relief, her shoulders sagging. He treats me right and is good to me. And he can be good to you. Harley finally attacks. Showing her fangs in the sweetest voice possible. What? Once again, disbelief appears in Ivy's green complexion. I just sit back and watch whatever Harley is cooking. She is being very direct, I like that. Pammy, we can be together, with him. And don't lie and say that you don't like men. We know that we are both bi. Harley says, interrupting whatever Poison Ivy was gonna to say. Now she is whispering, but I can still hear, but Poison Ivy doesn't know that. Are you crazy? That is why she whispers back, him. That manlet that still reeks of his mother's breast milk. Hey. Oh Pam, he is a man, alright, I'm sure of it. Thank you for defending my honor. You cradle robber. Shut up, you are also a cougar. You like younger men, remember? Cute and waiting to be corrupted by your green touch. Harley whispers back aggressively. Interesting piece of lore, and look at him. Does that thing look like a kid? Thing. Harley. Should I flex my pecs now? No, time to play cool. Act like you are in an edit, Hector. Poison Ivy steals glances at me while I ignore her to read some reports. Okay, he is cute. I admit. She confess, but what is your big plan? A throuple. More than that. But let's focus on the now. Harley's words make Ivy narrow her eyes, but she doesn't press the issue. Pam, we are not bound by moral or law. Forget about any weirdness for now. Panna cotta, there is everything you want in a man and more. She is gonna make me blush. Stop. Hi. Panna cotta. Ivy raises an eyebrow. Yep. White, sweet, fluffy with a dark topping. Better than pudding, I guess. Finally, we agree on something, Pamela. He said the same thing. Harley laughs in a low voice before continuing her conspiratory whispering. Seriously, Pam. He is great. I know that you two can get along, he can accept all of you. She takes her phone. Look here. He is a hero in this world. Look at him saving the planet the way you like, cleaning rivers, reforesting. He does more than save cats from trees and beat criminals. He wants to make a better world. I think that is the point. Pamela at least started hearing Harley a little seriously. Before, she was looking at Harley like a mother humoring her little daughter ranting about a fictional crush. He put up with my craziness without trying to change it. He is not controlling me as much, I'm taking advantage of him. I know that it sounds weird and too sudden, but give it a chance, for me. Oh, there you go. Harley Quinn uses puppy eyes. That is a strong attack. Even with my passive, gender equality plus 99, is hard to resist that manipulation. How will Ivy fare against it? Yep, not so well. She is weak as fuck against that, like me. I can see the brief struggle, the loss, and the moment she decides to do whatever Harley wants. I bet that is not the first time something like this happened. Another thing we have in common, Pam. I also like to spoil Harley. Ugh. The green woman gives me another look. This time, she is not subtle, so we make eye contact. Should I do something? I decide to simply wave at her while changing my hand with my plant pan fruit in a little show of, we are the same, you and I. Not as subtle, but the message is clear. Fine. I hear Pamela finally whispering back at Harley and the clown woman vibrating with glee. Seeing her so childishly excited like that softens both mine and Pamela's gaze. Okay, I will try to really conquer Poison Ivy and make this work. Oh, I also received AoE damage from the puppy eyes. Yes. Give it a chance to know him. Take it slowly. You are gonna love him. Harley says. No, I will not let him try to manipulate you like he manipulated you. I'm taking matters into my own hands. On my way. Ivy ignores Harley's advice and walks past her to reach me. You are getting too cozy with my girl. I answer her combative stance with a challenge of my own, still sitting relaxedly in my chair, cheek supported by a fist. She is my girl. Past tense, please. I'm not a grammar Nazi, but that mistake is too big to let it pass. Despite my words, she smiles sultrily at me and puts a knee on my thigh, ? Harley said many good things about you. She whispers while putting her hands in my torso, she didn't lie about your hot body. She praises me with a flirtatious smile, now I'm curious to discover what else she didn't lie, the switch up is crazy. Red lips incoming. My hand is already moving to put a finger between us. Oh, she is gonna try to use her pheromones on me. Or maybe even her toxin. Or to incapacitate me or to make me look like a fool in front of Harley. To expose me as the thing she believes I am, and that Harley is blind to see. That is not gonna work. While Poison Ivy approached me for the kiss that I was about to stop, I caught a glimpse of Harley over her shoulder. She is showing the biggest shit-eating grin that I have ever seen on her face while looking at what is about to happen. Pfft. I see, you're scheming bitch, so that is your game, huh? Okay, I will play along and give her the same treatment I gave you. If you think it's gonna be effective. Poison Ivy's lips finally touched mine, and I didn't stop it. Time to turn the tables on this arrogant woman who thinks she can look down on men. Instant loss, 2, tag incoming. Third person POV. While Hector has a howling Poison Ivy in a mating press, something interesting is happening in a Hydra base. Something that would make even Hector surprised and go full alert. Agent Cole is the Hydra operative rescued by Hector as Lord Draken as a test. From the thousands of Marvel characters, Hector is obviously unaware of most of them, and Agent Cole is one of them. He obviously kept an eye on him, but he doesn't know why he is so important. If he knew, he would have snapped the man's neck in their first meeting. Despite his common appearance and presence, Agent Cole has a genius-level intellect and is making breakthroughs in a very important type of research. Time travel. His research, Project Backtrack, receives special attention from the higher-ups of Hydra. Despite looking like a distant dream, if he is able to do it, they will be able to rewrite history. Make that Captain America never frustrated the Red Skull's plans. steal important technology and information lost in history. And even make that certain people were never born. It doesn't matter how strong Eidolon is now, they could still smother him in his cradle. Hector dislikes time travel, and if he knew everything about Agent Cole, he would have traded his plan of infiltration and killed everyone in Hydra at that time. Too bad only a select number of people know that. But he doesn't have much to worry. It's the same principle of not trying to step on the shoes of the slumbering powerhouses hidden around the world. When you stare at the abyss stares back at you. So if you start messing with time, you are bound to be noticed. You can't have a clear shot on someone without exposing yourself, after all. So, Agent Cole, who is working overtime in his laboratory right now, suddenly feels that something is different. If asked, he would not be able to explain what, but something changed. Then it happened. A white vortex starts spinning in a point of the room, expanding quickly while messing with the surroundings. It's like a storm just spawned in the laboratory. Electricity made the electronics go haywire, and the wind moved all the papers. Agent Cole obviously didn't stay shocked for long, so he ran to press the button to call for help before running to the door. But the door is locked, and there's no reaction from the button. Don't bother. You are isolated from the world. A feminine voice talks with him. The voice is clear despite the chaos, obviously coming from the vortex that has already opened as a portal. Now he knows what the strange thing that happened before was. He was cut off from the world. He fell into a trap. Can he turn this situation around? Maybe. If the culprit wanted to kill him, they already would have done that. Maybe they want his skills too. He can live. Now he waits while staring at the portal. A feminine silhouette slowly appears and walks out of the vortex. You are the last one. Truthfully, chronologically the first one, but I'm going from backwards. She says while calmly stepping out of the vortex before it closes. Behind her, a floating throne hovers just a little above the ground. It looks technological, black and with some white highlights. Who are you? Agent Cole asks, losing a little of his fear. It's just a young woman, in a maid uniform. The woman is beautiful, with silver hair and gray eyes. She has 2 small braids on each side of her head, and her expression is calm. Wearing a maid uniform with a medium-length skirt. A maid. The situation is crazy. Oh, where are my manners? Sorry, I just went through this a lot of times already. But is no excuse to get sloppy. She says before grabbing the hems of her skirt and raising it a little in a polite greeting pose. I'm one of my master battle maids, from the maid squad. The time maid is Aoi Sakuya. She speaks like that would explain anything, but it only left Agent Cole with more questions than answers. I see. Despite the strange situation and her outfit, he is not stupid enough to underestimate her. What do you want then? Straight to the point. Good. Ahem, after clearing her throat, she raises her arm and a holographic projection appears above her wrist, and she starts reading from it. Agent Cole noticed that holographic projection is very advanced, leaving no traces of light. The screen simply appears, Cole J, Hydra operative. To his shock, she starts reading his whole information. From his hidden surname, to where he was born, and even some erased background. Crime of trying to do irreparable damage to the timeline by affecting my master past, you are sentenced to existence erasure. Resistance is futile, and any argument that you didn't do anything yet is null based on the principles of the law of time travel, paradox section. The consequences of your actions have already been dealt with outside space and time, so there's no problem in erasing the cause. What? He says in shock. I think I was very clear. The maid says in a calm, chiding tone, let's go over it, after you, I can finally return to my master's side. She turns her back on him, and that's when Agent Cole acts. He reaches for a gun beneath the table, only to discover that his body is frozen in space. No, in time. I told you that resistance is futile. The maid says without turning back. She walks to the hovering throne before turning a little sideways and gestures to it while looking at Cole. My master lent me his Mobius chair. You are too early in the timeline to recognize it and know who my master is, though. But it is commonly called the Eidolon chair. She does the courtesy of explaining who is behind his demise. With its power I will erase you, don't worry, you will not feel pain. Then she turns to the Mobius chair and, after a small bow to it, sits on the throne. Cole watches helplessly as the Mobius chair lights up, the lines empowering the maid and her eyes shining in a bright white light. From her mouth, a robotic tone comes while she lists some information that he can't understand. And then he disappears slowly. There's no attack, no beam of light hitting him, he was not smited off existence, he is simply erased. Task completed. Is Aoi breaths out, or almost. With a press of a button, the chair shines and then brings her back to her timeline. She ends up in a huge corridor, so big that giants can walk side by side and on each other's shoulders without a problem. In front of her, a giant double door blocks her path. Izayoi Sakuya is a little nervous. The report that she needs to give has a little problem. It seems she will not have a long time to prepare herself mentally because the double doors open slowly, only a tiny bit, but that is already enough to let her pass comfortably. The Mobius chair becomes a ray of light and flies inside. To its true owner. Excuse me. She breathes out to compose herself and enters. What greeted her was a familiar sight. She had been in this secret place before. 3 people are here too. Despite being a room, it's a cliff. It's like the outside world. A night sky, rocks and soft grass, a lake below. It looks normal. If the night sky isn't one that is unrecognizable by anyone, if the rocks are not precious metals and gems. If the grass isn't some high-grade plant that are able to extend the lifespan of mortal beings and even heal the worst of injuries. And if the lake beneath them was not a vortex of multicolored stars, like a rainbow galaxy spinning. Welcome back. The only male in the room says in his smooth voice without turning around. He is fishing on the lake of stars, using a special black and white fishing rod. The rod looks like it is space consolidated, while the line is light, given form. Master. I completed the mission. She goes down on one knee. In truth, how any of his people greet him is up to them. He doesn't care, a simple small bow would have been enough, or nothing, but she still kneels this time. Because she feels some guilt in her heart. Good job. He says in a calm tone. Her head is down, and she can't even look at him. And he knows. No point in hiding any longer. And one of the young ladies was able to follow me and drop down in the past. She confesses. Her job was to make sure no one could interfere with the timeline, and she allowed someone to time travel. That was inexcusable. Oh, I didn't know my daughter was so good with chronokinesis that she could sneak on you, Sakuya. He says in amusement. He then pulls with his fishing rod, and the line brings an orb with something inside. Oh, a Frisia Saga Goku. There would be a time I would have been excited about this. Nowadays, I can simply make my own science. He comments with a melancholic tone before putting the orb away. It's different from the past, but he is playing the gacha. That's why there are so few people here, one of the rare moments where he can relax. If her mission were not so important, she would not be here either. There's obviously an unnecessary bodyguard too. His people are adamant about making so that he always has a bodyguard, someone that he can sacrifice in case things go bad, because no one is strong enough to protect him. You allowed her to follow you and didn't bring her back, right? So useless. The said bodyguard barks at Sakuya. I didn't allow her to follow me. She was really able to sneak up on me. The maid defends herself. She can take anything criticism from her master in silence, but she will not hear it from this woman. Sakuya doesn't like Altair. The white-haired woman in military clothes is not a pleasant company for many people. Then you should have been able to bring her back before she messes things up. Altair says back. The young lady said that she would deal with the time traveler of that moment. You are simply too soft. Altair scoffs. As if you could refuse her. While the two are discussing the third woman in the room, the one sitting on Hector's lap finally decides to say something. Noisy. She says in annoyance, making the other two shut up. Hoo-hoo, girls, please. You are annoying Ophis. Sakuya finally looked directly at her master. She is seeing his side profile, relaxedly fishing with a young girl on his lap. The gothic Lolita is casually grabbing infinite sweets from his pockets. Despite his power, he is wearing casual and comfortable fishing clothes. A white shirt, shorts, a fishing vest, sandals, and even a hat. They know he has a lot of lucky charms in his many pockets. Izayoi Sakuya just went OT the past, and obviously sneaked around to watch the young version of her master. So she can say that he didn't change much, only a little in the size department. He is bigger, taller, still proportional, and more masculine, too. After losing all the baby fat. Sorry. The two girls need to say. I do not blame you, Sakuya. Let's say that my girl is really hopeless, but no one laughs at his dad joke. And by the way, another son of mine sneaked too. He piggybacked on the trail a little late. His powers are better for that, so obviously you didn't notice. He just entered the timeline after you left and went that way through all the jumps. Now that surprised her. She really didn't notice anyone else. Thomas. Yes. I'm surprised and a little proud that he acted so patiently. Her master confirms her suspicions. He is one of the few of his sons who can do that, and the one who would really try. You are so useless. Altair shakes her head, making Sakuya glare at her. How will you take responsibility if the timeline is damaged? She was going to answer that, but her master beat her to it. Relax, you two. The timeline where I stay is not so fragile that it can rupture for something so trivial. He smiles with great confidence, making Sakuya's heart flutter. While doing this, he pulls another capsule from the Lake Galactus. That is weird now. He laughs alone again. Which man would summon another father-in-law? He puts the orb with Galactus aside before continuing like I was talking. Time travel paradox is tricky. I don't remember my children going to the past to visit me, but paradox time travel corrects itself with me in the center. So I just gained the memories of two timelines, neither more real than the other. Remember me to punish them for the teasing they did to my younger self and their mothers. They went a little too soon, we are not even together yet. It created some awkward moments. He says while finally putting the fishing rod aside, they are lucky I am who I am, or they would not be born. It didn't change much, though. Some things happened a little earlier, others a little late. But everything balanced itself in the end. He shrugs and stretches his arms. It's okay if it happens. What is Marvel without a time travel saga, right? Even I have gone to the past many times. Do you remember the timeline I created, but erased afterwards, that I was Doom's father? Pfft, little Victor is Hector's little boy. One of the funniest things I did. He laughs loudly, and I still have all the baby pictures I took from everyone, too. Good blackmail material. He stands up while putting Ophis down. He is simply that strong. Two timelines. He will remember the two. Existence erasure. He would come back. Prevent him from being born. Impossible. In truth, trying to do anything with his existence would hurt the universe more than it would hurt him. Sakuya watches her master straighten his back. 7 feet of perfection in the center of creation. Sakuya, follow me. Some people noticed my children's mischief and are thinking that they can discipline them. Can you believe that? Discipline my children. I stayed quiet for too long, it seems. He smiles lightly before stepping forward. My children are old enough, already raised. I can add an extra thing to care now. Space crumbles where he passes. It's like he is going through tempered glass and immediately arrives at his destination. At his level, distance is irrelevant, everywhere is one step away. Normally, he would not be so aggressive. But a message needs to be passed. She and Altair quickly follow through the gap in time and space and arrive at the lobby of a building. She also recognizes this place. Altair smiles toothily on the side. She watches her master walk to the reception calmly. The receptionist kept her head down, not even noticing him. He hits the bell calmly, like he is a customer. When the bell rings, the receptionist finally looks up and almost has a heart attack seeing his face. Excuse me. I would like to schedule a time to destroy all of you. Preferably right now. Everyone here is busy, so I would like to do it as quickly as possible. He says in an upbeat tone that doesn't match his words. He then grabs a paper on the side and a pen. Reason to visit. Totally annihilation of the TVA. They are doomed. The TVA was on her master ass for a long time, but he never bothered with them too much. She remembers what he said before. His children are old enough, now he can take on other responsibilities. He is gonna take over the TVA place. Don't worry, I will fill out all the paperwork later. Bureaucracy, right. He rolls his eyes while filling out a form at the reception. A.N. Hello there. So some children are coming to cause mayhem. Mandatory thing really. Can you guess who the daughter is? It's pretty easy. There are clues in the chapter. Bye-bye. Chapter 122, Relationships are complicated. Third-person POV. Poison Ivy can't argue with Harley. Now, there are many reasons for that at the moment. She is weak against her puppy eyes, she really lacks understanding of the whole situation, and Harley is surprisingly making a lot of sense. Since Poison Ivy appeared on the space station, she felt like she was forced into a defensive position. She doesn't like it. She is out of her comfort zone, she needs to gain control again. And she will achieve that when she gains control of the men in this room. That's why she catwalks to him. It has been some time since she went full original Poison Ivy, the time of her seducing everyone left and right is behind her, but she still has it. Albeit she noticed that his eyes are surprisingly calm and steady while keeping eye contact. Those clear blue orbs that almost look fake because of how beautiful they are. She didn't notice them before because of the reflection of his glasses. And now that she is thinking about it, Hector initially looked very unassuming, almost boring, but every time she blinks and looks again, a little more attentively, she notices his good points. He is not really skinny. He is wearing loose clothes. She can see the shape of some powerful muscles beneath that white shirt when he moves slightly. His hair looked messy, but there's order in that chaos. It's also so shiny, and he has no frizz. Now that she is almost straddling him, she also noticed that his skin is flawless, too. It reached a point that she is frantically looking for defects, and finding none. Putting her knees on his thighs, she also immediately noticed that they are muscular and strong. She grabs his pecs, confirming what she saw before. Beneath all those clothes, he is hot. Harley said many good things about you. She whispers while feeling his pecs. She needs to act like she is not really surprised, while still acting coy. She didn't lie about your hot body. She praises me with a flirtatious smile. Now I'm curious to discover what else she didn't lie. Then she goes for the kiss. The nail of the coffin to all her victims. Few have resisted, none if she really put her mind to it. Her pheromones are simply that strong, the toxin in her bodily fluids only enhancing its effects. She noticed him narrowing his eyes, a strange response to a beautiful woman's advances, but she said nothing because her lips were already on his. Hector doesn't take long to respond to the kiss, and she needs to admit that he is a good kisser, too. She is starting to hate him. But that doesn't matter, because now he is hers. After the good kiss, which she allowed to go for much longer than needed, just to make sure, of course, she took her lips away from his. Poison Ivy immediately saw his glazed eyes and smiled triumphantly. She runs a hand through his soft hair, patting his head. Do you want to be a good boy to me? She asks sultrily. Puffed. He immediately laughed. Okay. I tried to play along for a while just to see where things would go, but... Good boy. He tsks. You haven't earned the right to call me that. He says completely sober and normal. Poison Ivy's brain short-circuits a little. He is immune too. Even Harley was affected at first. The clown villainess didn't die from the toxins of her stronger bodily fluids, but even she was affected by the pheromones enough to get horny. But Hector. He doesn't have some resistance, he is completely immune. Oi Harley, your ex tried to mind control me. Hector says over his shoulder. Harley quickly goes to his side to appease him, like he is some sort of beast. Forgive her, Panicotta. It's just Pammy's defense mechanism. She says while delivering kisses on his face. Only Harley knows how much aversion he has to mind control. I'm not angry, I was aware of her style. But that will not happen again. He says with finality, like it was a decree. You are so tolerant, Harley praises him while still kissing his lips, to take his attention away from Poison Ivy. She knows that Hector is a very tolerant guy, but they should get over the line of his boundaries. So tolerant that you should give her another chance. I know you like green, she whispers in his ear. I know what you are doing. But I will allow it. He smiles at her before turning to Ivy, his eyes deep. So. Still want to try? Or you can only seduce a man by cheating? He asks with a smug expression. That irked Poison Ivy beyond what she thought possible. She is a certified femme fatale. This boy doesn't know where he is getting into, I will rock your world. She hisses. Don't threaten me with a good time. Hector only smiles at her, but he is the one who acts first. Poison Ivy releases a very girly yelp while he stands up while easily carrying her with one hand on her ass. He is strong. She thinks before being thrown into a bed that suddenly materialized in this empty room. Hector POV. You know, I really don't have too much to complain about my life. I'm not even talking about the fact that now I'm lying on the bed with beautiful women at each side, sleeping with satisfied smiles after giving them a good dicking. This makes wonders for my ego, by the way. I'm talking more about my general life. I'm not blind to my advantages and privileges, and that's why I'm so careful. Hector, you are so paranoid. Of course. I don't want to lose this. The minimum I can do with all of this, that I have, is not to abuse my power and take care of it. I would be an irresponsible little shit if I didn't. It's the saying, easy come, easy go. I'm one intergalactic laser away from having my planet blown up and losing everyone. Do you think I would not put satellites through the whole solar system? With a defense mechanism to activate the instant they read any energy signature strong enough to damage a mid-size asteroid. Most people don't need to worry about it, but that is because they can't do anything about it. Great powers and great responsibilities. It's funny how it always comes back to those words. The thing, if I can do something, I will do it. I shouldn't get comfortable. Even now, instead of indulging in the soft flesh of my bed companion, I'm still working. Checking my projects, I notice the ping notifying me that kaleidoscope nexus of my portal stabilized, which means it is workable now. I just need the coordinates. That I can acquire by cheating with any of my powers, either D4C or the recently gained Angstrom Levy power. This project is the last assurance in case things get real bad. Like universe-destroying bad, and there's nothing I can do. I will, at least, be able to take my people away and get strong before doing something like restoring the timeline. It's possible. Talking about my assimilations, let me see how it is going. I open the list and... Damn, there's a lot. More than one page already, and only with the names. At this point, where I can copy powers, learn martial arts and magic on my own, and even some physiologies with Rogue and Panacea's powers, I will really want to have a skill of a character to assimilate them. Like, I still haven't noticed any problem, but maybe this bunch of people in my head is not healthy. Just maybe. There are also some people with esoteric, blessings. Like Yuki Rito and Rentaro, it made me lucky with women. A little too overpowered, though. A proof of that is sleeping peacefully while hugging me. 2 proofs, in truth. And there's also that childish desire to be a character. Did I need to assimilate Darth Vader? Maybe he is the chosen one after all. But I did because I want to be Vader, sue me. Now I can say his quotes without caring about copyright infringement. Deadpool would love this joke. Talking about Deadpool, I need to introduce him to Zombieman. And maybe I should be a little more active with my other summons. Looking at Poison Ivy, I see that the relationship loyalty is already level 5 out of 10. It didn't max quickly like Harley, she is kinda easy, but it is a big jump. Maybe I really should give more of my D to my female summons. Yuri and Widowmaker are just waiting for it. The brats Tatsumaki and Nemesis deserve to be put in their place, and Chun-Li, my beloved, deserves the world and is due time I make a real move on her. I don't play favorites, by the way. I decide against summoning anyone now. My social battery is low after dealing with Pamela, and as always, the people on the line to be summoned are all weirdos. Third-person POV part of the X-Men are going on a little mission. Wolverine took Laura, Kitty, Spike, and Kurt to investigate some clues discovered during the operation conducted by the 3 groups, the SCP, the X-Men, and the Brotherhood. The biggest motivator of this mission is the existence of Laura Kinney, aka X-23. If she exists, it would not be weird that at least 20 others are also out there. Obviously, that is just some rough estimate, but Laura remembers hearing about others, and Logan's instincts are telling him that something smells fishy. After analyzing the data left by Eidolon, they notice the existence of some abandoned labs and hideouts. Some of them are suspiciously in places that Logan has traveled before. He recognized them after recovering his memory with the help of Xavier. Not to be that guy, but aren't we kinda going blind here? Spike says from his spot. We need to start somewhere. Kurt says in a calm voice. My instincts are telling me that this is the right path. Logan says. In the end, it's just a question of where we start, and we don't have any other clue. Kitty, the one who is piloting the Blackbird, says animatedly, and I always wanted to come here. Japan. Not that I don't share your enthusiasm, but I don't think we will have time to sightsee. Kurt says. Man, we are just gonna check some abandoned places, like 1,000 years old. It's not like we are gonna find some mighty foe or anything like that. Kitty laughs his concerns off. I just jinxed it, right? After an awkward pause, she adds. Yes. Absolutely. Ahem, come on. She tries to say weakly, before hyping them up, whatever happens, we can deal with it. That is a boring job for Lord Draken. The Power Ranger says with his arms crossed while staring at Ophelia Sarkisian. Are you referring to yourself in the third person now? She deadpans while avoiding his question. I always did that, green snake Nazi lady. You are horrible with names. She says as a matter of fact, I just thought that after being dragged around by sin, you deserve some rest. Evil doesn't rest, so neither should I. He declares strongly. And now you are back to using first person. Ophelia comments. She has started to get used to this guy's inconsistency. She thinks he is a pathological liar. That is, of course, something Hector is doing on purpose. We need to move everything from this facility. She says after some time, just keep the cargo safe, in case the Yashida clan can try something. Or worse. Rightfully so. You are stealing for them. Lord Draken scoffs. We are just getting our payment after years of cooperation. Ophelia says coyly. Lord Draken says nothing more, he only shakes his head at her. Just relax for a little, my hero. She pulls a finger under his chin and says slowly, I don't want you to burn out. His plan is working. The way that he is integrating into the ranks of Hydra is by becoming an invaluable asset. He is simply so good, it reached a point where they are almost addicted to it. Every mission delivered to him is always complete, it's almost a cheat code. Cynthia herself abused his prowess a lot, taking him on every mission. That's why Ophelia brought him to this boring activity. It's not about needing him, it's about taking him away from Sin for a while. Despite being allies, she obviously tries to keep some advantage over Cynthia, and this advantage is the fact that Lord Draken is hers. Or so she thinks. She will not allow him to be swayed by anyone else, even her own ally. The cracks on Hydra are slowly starting to appear, and he barely did anything. Just be a good boy and wait here. I will find some evildoers for you to deal with later. She says while caressing his helmet. If Hector were a less controlled man, he would have killed her here, but he can play along. She doesn't have the right to call him good boy, but a spy has to put up with worse things than being flirted with by a hot goth mommy. He then just stares as she walks away, swaying her hips to him. I will forgive her this time because she is hot, but I will tell Shago. He thinks, knowing that when the opportunity presents itself, his girlfriend will kick Ophelia's ass. After leaving Lord Draken, Ophelia walks to a separate room where she can supervise the proceedings of the moving operation. It is a strenuous task, moving so much material, much of which is fragile and valuable. She even asked Lord Draken if he could transport it, but he said that he couldn't move large amounts safely. There are 2 other people, 2 men, in the room, staring at the proceedings through many screens. I trust that you didn't forget our deal. The tallest man says in a gruffy voice, the smaller one remains in an unnerving silence. HMPF. Ophelia scoffs, you are the one who changes partnerships based on convenience. She doesn't like either of them because of the resemblance to a certain someone from her past, Logan. My previous partners become unavailable. The tallest man finally turns to look at her. I guess it can't be helped if he puts his sights on them. I guess it can't be helped. She needs to agree. This man is Romulus, and any Marvel fan who looks at him would think the same thing, Wolverine's father/older Wolverine/Wolverine's ancestor. The resemblance is uncanny. The only difference is that Romulus is much taller than Logan and has long white hair, with the exception of the 2 dark bangs framing his face. Even his powers are similar, and Romulus was a key mastermind behind many occurrences in the feral meta's life. But the real relation between the 2 remains unclear to this day. Even Ophelia doesn't know the truth, but she guesses that Romulus is a very old ancestor of the Howlett family, so old that he was erased by history. Or not. She remembers that supposition that maybe this man in front of her is one of the twins who founded Rome. Romulus and Remus, who, the legend said, were nursed by a female wolf. She would not dismiss this ridiculous theory that easily. Some parts can very well be true. Ophelia gives a side glance to the 3rd person in the room, remembering Romulus' words about the end of his last partnership. She stares at the young man with a complicated gaze. At least you are able to save some toys before he drops on your hairy ass. She provokes, a smirk on her painted lips. Romulus, despite his rough and unfriendly appearance, keeps a calm face despite the taunt. A pity, indeed. He says while looking at the young man, young Dakin here was about to go through some betterments. Even more regrettable was the loss of his sister, she was a promising one too. Another daughter of his. Ophelia almost hisses, I can't imagine. Her voice is dripping with annoyance. Still holds a grudge. Romulus says with a small smile. He is not that important for me to hold a grudge, the only interest I have in him now is related to Weapon X. She says and gives him a look. And I hope we can work together to keep it after the destruction by his hands. I have more interest in that than you, girl. So you can rest assured. Romulus says. If Dakin has any feeling about the talk, about his biological father or his sister, he doesn't show it on his face. The young man with short black hair remains stoic and emotionless in his place. While the trio continues to watch the Hydra agents carrying the equipment, research, and materials in the submarines, a siren attracts their attention. Is that? Ophelia says while looking at the group invading the facility and immediately attacking her subordinates. She notices a silver figure in the forefront of the attack. The Yashida clan. Romulus says. Do you think they are here for you or for me? Ophelia asks with mirth. Anyway, they will return with empty hands. Or no return at all. The tall man said before turning to Dakin, go deal with them, be aware of the silver samurai. With a nod, the young man immediately leaves the room. That is Kanuchio wearing the armor, right? They grow so fast, Ophelia comments, amused. Just a little pup seeking the approval of his father. Isn't that how you also brainwashed the boy? Kaha the opposite. I taught the boy to hate his father. Romulus says with a malevolent smirk. Then I have something in common with him, I also hate his father. She says, do you want my help? I can send my guy too. No need, this will be a good way to sharpen his claws. It's better that he doesn't mess this up. She warns, with little patience to the 2. Ophelia only needs an excuse to release Lord Draken on them, orders be damned. In another part of the facility, the X-Men used Kitty's powers to bypass the usual routes and appear in an remote area. I smell people. Laura says, sniffing the air immediately after arriving. And it's recent. Logan adds. The 2 look at each other for an awkward moment before turning away. Let's go. Wolverine leads the team. Do you think they will one day have a normal conversation or just stare and growl at each other? Spike asks Shadowcat and Nightcrawler if the 2 metas with adamantium skeletons go ahead. I don't know. Nightcrawler, the demon-looking meta, says. We should be happy that this is the limit of their animalist shtick and they don't sniff and lick each other. Shadowcat comments. Yee-wee. Why did you put this image in my head? Spide looks horrified. What? It is a valid concern, we are weird. Are you gonna shame a meta that does that and think it's natural? Let's hope the human and metahuman continues prevailing then. Nightcrawler comments, not less perturbed by the talk. I, myself, never felt the urge to sacrifice anyone and never burned under the cross. In the end, they can only blame their lack of social skills instead of their powers. As Kitty was saying that, Logan raised his fist in the universal sign of stopping, and the young X-Men stopped joking around. Carefully, they go through an intersection. There's a small metal bridge ahead, and looking down, they can see many men carrying boxes and operating small carts to transport other types of goods. Someone is doing a spring cleaning. Shadowcat says in a low voice. What should we do? Can we take all of them? Spike asks. Maybe we should call for reinforcements. Nightcrawler suggests. No one will arrive so fast. Wolverine says. We can call Eidolon. Shadowcat adds. And how would you call him? By shouting. This would alert everyone in this base. Wolverine answers. I bet he would listen. Kitty doesn't take the rejection of her proposal well and comments in a low, resentful voice. Wait, there's some commotion there. Nightcrawler notices. It was not subtle and everyone noticed too. After all, the wall exploded, and some Japanese men in ninja clothes were sent flying, together with a youngster filled with burns. The interesting thing is that the young man is regenerating, and he has 3 claws. Despite having an odd claw that comes from his wrist, the familiarity is obvious even though the claws are not coated in adamantium. All the X-Men's eyes instantly turn to Logan. The man himself is growling angrily. Should we help him? Let's observe a little more. Surprisingly, Wolverine is the one who holds them down. His inaction even makes Laura glare at him. If he is what we think he is not gonna die that easily. Wolverine says. A little heartless. He ignores the comments and continues to observe. His decision is very rational, but rationality doesn't always prevail in those cases. Especially when a big samurai in silver armor was able to step on his back to pin him down and raise an adamantium katana, ready to remove his head. Laura is the one who acts. Jumping with a fury that only a Wolverine can have, she immediately attacks the silver samurai. The samurai seems to be well trained because he reacted fast and calmly parried the adamantium claws. Well, that happened. Shadowcat says simply, and there's nothing more to be said, time to action. The X-Men enter combat, their powers giving them an edge over the Hydra agents and the ninjas, even with the numerical disadvantage. Laura and Daken fight the silver samurai. They look like they are winning, but when Wolverine arrives to do a 3 versus 1, something unexpected happens. Daken turns and attacks the older meta. The change of events only makes the situation more chaotic. Romulus and Ophelia are also aware of that and are moving too. Meanwhile, Lord Draken watches everything from a calm place above them. What sort of chaotic family reunion is this? And Ophelia is Wolverine's ex, right? Geez, he says, even I don't want to put my foot down there. Maybe I am not needed and they can solve this issue peacefully. Rarark. Where is Harley when he needs her? A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 123, Wolverine's Family Feud. Third-person POV. A certain impasse happens when all players appear. When the key figures of this event are facing each other, peace reigns before the battle, like the calm before a storm. Everyone is here, Viper and her agents, Romulus, Daken, Silver Samurai and his people, Wolverine and the X-Men. And Lord Draken is just watching the drama unfold. Well, I guess it's true that if someone is alive, you are gonna eventually meet him again. And who would be able to kill you, right Logan? Ophelia Sarkisian is the first to open her mouth while staring down at Wolverine from her high ground above some steps. Ophelia. Wolverine says in a low voice. Oh, so you remember me. What a surprise. Viper exclaims sarcastically. Who is the Walmart Lady Jade? Shadowcat asks from the side. My ex-wife. Logan says slowly, his voice carrying a strange and foreign tone to his voice. Shame. Guilty. Logan. If this were an anime, Kitty's eyes would have grown so big that they would obscure all her other features. She is not the only one, every X-Men is also mouth agape. Damn. Kitty mutters, looking between Logan and Ophelia, a goth mommy, really. My apologies, Logan. I was not familiar with your game. She says, impressed, and is that a whip on her waist? You kinky dog. Putting that healing factor to use, huh? Huh. Her grin is wide while she nudges him with an elbow. Logan wisely decides to ignore anything coming out of Kitty's mouth. Playing the babysitter, Logan. Ophelia comments sardonically while sparing a look at each of the X-Men, her eyes lingering more on Laura. Never thought you the type. You know, the responsible type, I mean. She spat the word responsible. People can change. He plays it off, I'm not surprised that you didn't. He shoots back while also looking at her company of criminal minions. Don't you dare say that to me. Don't you dare. Ophelia snaps angrily, you have no right. I have given up on my past for you. For us. And what did you do? What did you do? Abandoned me. Now, everyone looks at Logan again. Lord Draken is wishing for some snacks now, damn, this is good. If that is true, you are in the wrong, Logan. Kitty immediately sided with Ophelia, making Wolverine look at her with an angry raised eyebrow. What? You fumbled the baddie, man. I love you, and because of that, I'm gonna keep it real. Kitty raises her hands in a sign of peace. Ophelia continues in an angry voice, you are the one that can't change, Logan. She spats before turning her attention to Laura and the X-Men. Do you like him? Do you think you can trust him? Do you think he is ride or die? Do you think he has your back? Ha. She scoffs, you will just be the last ones in the long line of people he disappointed and abandoned. It will not take long for him to find an excuse to leave you all. He doesn't care. He knows nothing but killing and being in a bad mood. He is all moody because he has to kill, and he kills when he is in a bad mood. He is the one to blame for his own actions, but only the others get hurt. Such a long life, and he never stopped despite the many opportunities. Why that? Because that is his nature. He can't change. He will be that way till the day he meets a miserable end. The words cut deep. She can't be refuted unless they use some weak emotional arguments, but those will not hold against the proof that is her own experience. Don't even try to argue. I was not the only one. Ophelia controls the conversation so that they don't have the time to argue, her tone changes to one that is disgustingly sweet. Why don't you try to guess who is the mother of Dakin over here, Logan? Oh, do you think he is a clone like that one? Oh my, wrong again. She covers her mouth with her fingers, faux surprise evident in her expression. Logan's nose furrows in anger. Come on, even your animalistic brain can piece 1 + 1. We are in Japan. It's your biological son. Her voice is like a knife buried in Logan's flesh and twisting inside. A memory appears on Logan's mind, a memory that is fighting hard to keep buried. But Ophelia's words are digging them. Logan had a wife in Japan, long ago, but like most people who get close to him, she died. One day, he came back home to find her pregnant wife, Akihiro Itsu, dead. The famous killer Winter Soldier is standing over her dead, mangled body. That night is not only what he likes to think about, but he doesn't even remember much beyond seeing red and going into the famous Wolverine rage. It was awful in many ways, he was not even able to kill the bastard. It can't be. Logan's horrified eyes slowly move to meet Dakin's angry ones. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that expression on his face brings unspeakable joy to Ophelia, so much that she can't help but cackle like a witch. You. Wolverine turns to her with accusatory eyes full of anger. Oh dear, I wish that was me. Ophelia says full of regret, still looking amused. Romulus hasn't fully revealed himself yet, his silhouette hiding in the shadows, which is why he was not suspected. Ophelia's denial is not good enough for Logan, and in a Wolverine fashion, he jumps to attack her. Maybe he should focus on other issues, like his long-lost son, but his instincts tell him to get rid of the real enemies for now. Or maybe he is simply avoiding the issue, running away. Fighting is easier than talking. Jumping to violence, huh? Typical, Ophelia scoffs, better that than face your past, right? She removes the whip from her waist and cracks it at Wolverine, who was mid-jump. The dark green whip hits the meta on the shoulder and back, with enough force to throw him straight to the ground. Viper is also an enhanced individual, older than she looks, so she was able to react to Wolverine's attack. You really don't change. So predictable. Viper drawls. The start of their battle jumpstarts the action throughout the whole battlefield. Hydra minions fighting ninjas, Dakin fights Spike and Laura, Nightcrawler and Shadowcat dealing with soldiers of both sides. Spike's help doesn't go far. He pretended to assist Laura in subduing Dakin without the need of fighting too much, but he underestimated the ferocity of Wolverines. It's a bloodshed, something he can't keep up without a healing factor like theirs. He also quickly discovered that Dakin would not be easily subdued without a lot of bloodshed. Dakin looks a little worse for wear because he doesn't have an adamantium skeleton, Laura's claws go through his like a knife through butter. But for some reason, at some point, Laura starts fighting a little sluggishly after some time, like she was drugged. They don't know, but Dakin has an extra power that allows him to secrete pheromones. Beyond the normal use of pheromones to influence females, he can also instill all kinds of feelings in people exposed to this, messing with their perception. He starts gaining an upper hand when Laura starts blinking uncontrollably, her small nose furrowing. He took an opportunity to dash at her and gore her with his claws. ATCHOO, but too bad for him, she is 90% unaffected. After that sneeze, she focused again, took the attack on her stomach, but cut his arm afterwards. And then the other, making him a stump of a man. There's a certain interesting piece of knowledge about metapowers that is still unknown to almost everyone, even for most of the metahumans themselves. For some reason, blood-related metas tend to be immune to the powers of each other. From his pheromones, Laura just felt some annoyance on her nose, like she had breathed out pollen, which is why she was distracted. Some other famous cases are the instances where Emma Frost can't mind control her sisters. This goes as far as powers that you wouldn't think would work like that. For example, the Summer siblings seem to be immune to the energy projections of each other. The reason is still unknown, and even Hector lacks understanding of this phenomenon because of the lack of material to study. He is especially intrigued by the Summer siblings case. How can you be immune to such direct attack? He can understand telepathy and pheromones. There are obvious exceptions, too. Like the fact, it's impossible to be immune to truly physical powers, like the claws that are cutting each other. Maybe the fact that it affected Laura a bit is because she is half Logan clone and half his daughter. I don't know if it's the same with the parent-child relationship. I'm gonna ask Emma later, she dealt with her father. Lord Draken thinks while watching everything that is happening below. He thinks that despite her cute, doll-like appearance, Laura is really ruthless. She removed her brother's arms without even blinking, and now she is going to do the same with his legs. If someone didn't intervene, of course. Laura was pulling her arm back to do a full swing when Romulus suddenly appeared to teleport beside her. His big hand grabs her head, forces her down, sliding it through the ground before throwing her at a wall like a rag doll. The sudden development causes some pauses, but each one has their own fights, so they can't do much. Now there's a Grandpa Wolverine. Except Kitty, who appears from the wall where Laura was thrown a little before Romulus gets to her, grabs Laura, and disappears. Romulus looks at the empty wall with narrowed eyes, his instincts warn him, and he is able to dodge the trap set in the next moments. Laura suddenly phased through the ground behind him, emerging from it with a jump. Romulus was able to see Shadowcat's hand beneath one of her feet before it disappeared on the ground again. The combined sneak attack was effective, but not by much, only able to allow Laura to sink her claws into Romulus's forearm and chest. The bigger man also has a healing factor, so he just takes her attacks and locks her between his arm and torso. Ugh. Grr. She struggles a little in the bear hug. Romulus is confident she can't escape, but she pulls her feet back and kicks his crotch. Snicked with the hidden claw appearing just before her foot connects. Not even the ancient Romulus can keep a straight face when an adamantium blade pierces that area. Lord Draken also visibly winced. I would feel that even with my powers to literally turn off pain. That attack was enough to give Laura some edge, but Romulus is disciplined enough to ignore it after a few seconds of pain. He is a better and experienced fighter too. A healing factor will not help after I break you. He growls and punches Laura's face viciously, sending her flying. Romulus doesn't know that, but he almost died at that moment. The immortal man's life expectancy is dwindling because one man is watching him. That attack made Hector narrow his eyes behind his red visor, if not for the fact that Laura is a crazy ball of fury and he knows that she is not that fragile mentally. He also thinks that Eidolon doesn't need to make an appearance here, it would mess up his plans. And they have Shadowcat and Nightcrawler, so no one here should be able to hold the X-Men. But he doesn't like Romulus. He will sabotage the ancient man's partnership with Hydra. He observes everything happening from his privileged position. The X-Men are well trained, and their powers make it easy for them to deal with even trained humans. They also have more metas. Surprisingly, Viper is dealing with Wolverine and apparently winning. It seems the saying that, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, is true. Hector's trained. I can see that her movements are pretty good against Logan. She trained to fight him. She visualized this day many times. She is keeping her distance, from a high ground, keeping a medium distance, attacking unpredictably to explore the best quality of her whip. And her whip is not normal either, it has a high voltage running through it, a good counter to any brute with a healing factor. Logan can't try to hold and cut the whip, and the thing even resists the adamantium claws. Looking attentively, Hector can see that the whip is covered with scales to simulate a snake. Each scale is made of adamantium and gives flexibility to the whip. She really prepared for this day, it almost makes the Batman on him praise her. And she is enjoying every moment. Each strike that takes a chunk of the feral meta makes her smile with joy. And maybe that is why she didn't see the danger approaching. The Silver Samurai is skilled enough to almost kill Spike and be on high alert for Nightcrawler, who is teleporting away his subordinates. Kurt decided not to risk having a blade on his gut during the 2 seconds needed to do his trick. He almost died once in this battle against the samurai. Having time to breathe, the Silver Samurai didn't hesitate to advance on Ophelia. The Viper and the Yashida family have some history, and she stole some secrets from them. Secrets that they would prefer that get buried with the woman. Swish SSZZZ. The heated adamantium blade cuts the air, a long thrust propelled by the simple but powerful adamantium power armor. Viper only has the time to widen her eyes when she notices the tip of the katana just a foot away from her. Her choice of weapon, the whip, is a bad matchup to defend against this attack. Luckily for her, she has the strongest ally. Makiri counter. Bam! Lord Draken says casually while he appears and immediately steps on the silver samurai's hands, making the blade go down and pierce the ground. He doesn't waste time before grabbing the silver samurai helmet-covered head, his fingers acting like claws, and spinning once before throwing him into a wall. Boom. Don't you know that it is rude to pierce people with 3000 degrees adamantium audacious? Lord Draken asks, I thought the Japanese are polite. Took you long enough. Ophelia says, trying to sound calm, but relief is evident in her tone. I was napping. Didn't you say that evil never sleeps and neither you? She deadpans. I never said that. Lord Draken denies it shamelessly, it's always good to recover your energies to fight evil at top shape. After saying that, he strikes a Super Sentai pose, crouching down a little and with his arms stretched in odd directions. That suit is super cool. Kitty says, her eyes shining in amazement. Thank you, finally someone appreciates it. Lord Draken gives her a thumbs up. Don't get all chummy with our enemies. Viper interrupts, I still want to kill my ex-husband. You married him. Lord Draken seems surprised, even with his helmet covering his whole face, looking between the two, you could have done better. Thank you, I know now. Viper smiles, acting all intimate with him to make Logan jealous. I was talking with him. Her smile freezes pretty fast, her hand caressing his chest too. Ha 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 ha. Kitty has a belly laugh because of that. I like that guy. Which side are you on? Viper deadpans again. Justice. She sighs and facepalms, whatever, go deal with them. Don't wanna. He answers immediately, crossing his arms. What? I say that I don't wanna. He repeats himself, if you ask me, I would say that everyone here is kinda wrong, except the miners. So, I really don't want to get involved with this whole debacle. I just intervened because you would have died. You are welcome, by the way. There it is. The uncontrollable nature of this guy, Viper needs to play smart. But your mission is to protect the cargo, and they are attacking us. It doesn't look like it. Lord Draken answers and folds his arms in front of his chest. This battle looks petty and meaningless. The exchange is heard by everyone, and the whole battlefield finally really pauses to listen, because they instinctively feel that it is important. Whatever is decided on this talk can change the course of the battle. Let's do this way, I will send my men to continue to carry everything and you protect our retreat. Viper compromises, focusing on the mission. Lord Draken is all about completing the mission, so she will put him to use. That I can do. He finally agrees. And grab that small hairy man over here for me too. She points at Wolverine. No promises on this part. Lord Draken says and starts walking towards the battlefield. Grabbing hairy man is gay. The Hydra agents quickly scurry back while he alone faces Wolverine, the X-Men, Silver Samurai, Romulus, Dakin, and all the ninjas. Ikuzo. Removing Saba and his dragon dagger from his waist, he looks at the Silver Samurai but says to everyone, this will only take a moment. It seems that he is surfing on the Sekiro wave now. He is probably gonna make references, like quotes and moves from the game, through the whole fight. He attacks both Wolverine and the Silver Samurai at the same time. He dashes between the two and spins to make a circular slash. His blade cuts Wolverine in the chest but passes harmlessly through the Silver Samurai armor. The two are unbothered and immediately retaliate with slashes on their own. Lord Draken sidesteps quickly enough to leave a faint afterimage and looks at his weapons and at the damage caused. Okay, let's do this the old-fashioned way. He puts the blades back on his waist and assumes a fighting stance, his hands simulating dragon claws. No need to dispute sharpness with adamantium, he may try to coat his weapons in some energy like Nen or Haki, but maybe Logan's acute senses could recognize him. He is really going with the old way. The Silver Samurai comes with a powerful step and brings down his sword at Lord Draken. Ikemanji. Lord Draken kicks the samurai's support leg and delivers a palm strike to his chest. The shockwaves of his attack bypass the armor and hit the men inside. The Silver Samurai would be sent flying by the attack, but surprisingly he stayed in place, the force not dispersing in momentum to move him, but instead rampaging through his body. While the body of his enemy is shaking, Lord Draken grabs his forearm, tugs it to make him drop his katana, and then dislocates all three joints before kicking him in his unprotected chin, sending him flying. I guess I need this guy alive for now. He thinks before changing focus to the snarling Wolverine jumping at him. Time to make your curse your healing factor, Animal Man. Lord Draken declares before facing the dangerous claws without fear. His hand grabs Wolverine's wrists, rendering his natural weapons useless, and then he mercilessly kicks Logan's balls. Bam. The blow is strong enough to create a loud, muffled sound. Wolverine doesn't shout, but his face becomes red and filled with veins, and a heavy snarl appears. Lord Draken doesn't respect any code of honor, he doesn't even give Wolverine the courtesy of recovering. He stabs the Meta's eyes with 2 fingers and then delivers consecutive fast strikes in places where it will hurt. Throat, solar plexus, liver, joints. He is stun-locking the feral Meta through continuous pain. But to Wolverine, pain is nothing new, he recovers his bearing incredibly fast and swings with his right arm. Lord Draken simply takes a step back, and the adamantium claws cut nothing but the air. Oops, too bad you have short baby arms. He taunts, despite not understanding his enemy. He spins on himself, and his bigger range allows him to safely deliver a kick to Wolverine's chest. He stops caring about Wolverine in the next instant, changing targets to Romulus, who is almost dominating and capturing Laura. Lord Draken appears above him and brings down an axe kick on the Ancient Man, stopping his actions. Boom. Don't you know that I was with Viper? Romulus says while standing up from the small crater created by the attack. Oh. I don't care. Lord Draken says before grabbing his face the same way he did with Laura and dragging him across the ground. After that, he put more strength in his arm and literally buried the Romulus's head, and then started delivering a flurry of attacks on the rest of his body. Tack 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 tack. Each strike deliberately hits a joint, nerve, or tendon. With surgeon precision, he makes Romulus' whole body go numb, too. Mata mata koinu. After the job well done, he quickly moves to Dakin and simply dodges a swipe and kicks the young man into a wall. He obviously can't forget about the X-Men. Dashing at Shadowcat, he punches her. Boom, but his fist goes through her, creating a hole in the wall behind. She looks down to where his arm is going through her chest and looks up to look at him. I liked you more when you were not trying to kill me. Is that really a friendship breaker? Lord Draken asks. Well, in Logan's book, no. See. Bamf, while they are having a casual chat, Nightcrawler appears behind Lord Draken, grabs his shoulder, and teleports away with him. Bamf, then he goes back 2 seconds later. He almost tore off my arm. Kurt comments. SSSSSS. Before Kitty can comment, they hear a strange sound close to them, and looking around, they notice a thin line in the air growing in length. When the tip of a blade appears from the other side, they start getting worried. What sort of sword of actuation bullshit is this? Kitty asks while seeing Lord Draken stepping out of the cut in space, is there a sale on those kinds of blades? I want one too. That's the second time someone tried to do this to me recently. Lord Draken says, what happened to fight honorably? I just saw you kicking Logan's nuts. Kitty points out. There's no honor in a fight, only victory matters. He answers confidently. Dude. Are you hearing yourself? Kitty has her first taste of Lord Draken's erratic personality. Stop stalling. You're all against me. Let's go. Lord Draken strikes a Super Sentai fighting pose and gets ready to distribute his hands to everyone indiscriminately. Meoiba Yabureru, hesitation is defeat. Later, Viper was overseeing the last of the equipment being loaded in the submarines when she heard Lord Draken coming back. Turning around, she frowned seeing the ones that he is dragging on the ground. Your ex escaped. Teleporters are tricky. He says. Can't you teleport, too? She asks. His activation is much easier and faster. Lord Draken shrugs before throwing the bloodied Romulus and Dakin on the ground. And? Why are you bringing our partners this way? Sorry, I mistook him with Wolverine. Lord Draken says it, but there's not a hint of apology in his voice. You asked me to bring him, so. He looks very battered. Viper says while staring at the unconscious Romulus. He resisted, a lot. Whatever. This can work too. She says before turning to her agents and ordering, put some adamantium cuffs on the two. Turning back to Lord Draken she comments, we will need to change our methods, but not our plans. We can take the information we want from Romulus. Ophelia doesn't care what happens with Romulus, her order is to cooperate, but the higher-ups know how to cut losses and go for alternative routes easily. If cooperation is impossible now, they can always try domination. But it will take some time. So Hector delayed their plans while looking like he put her in a more advantageous situation. As if I'm gonna let you restart Project Weapon X again. He thinks. Now he just needs to set a time for another raid. He will continue like that. Gaining time, creating chaos, acquiring information. Everything to the day that Hydra will fall. I also gave an indirect lesson to the X-Men, so today can be considered a win. Poison Ivy / Pamela Isley. Pamela wakes up very lost. Her mind still hasn't caught up with the strange environment and sensations. There is some soreness in the right places, phantom feelings of a night well lived. Ah, yes. She has been fucked good. Sitting up, she facepalms. Luckily, only Harley is still peacefully snoring at her side. She has always been a heavy sleeper. That is good because now Pamela can cringe without anyone seeing. She was talked into a threesome with a man. She really went crazy with a dude she just met and was ready to hate his guts. That is not even the worst part. The worst part is that she did things. She did things that no man is worthy of. No man deserves the service she gave last night. And she really went all out. Was she drugged? It's weird to her. The poison ivy feels offended about that. But she was immune to almost anything chemically based, so she doesn't think so. Everything that happened is on her. No, on Harley. No, on that guy. He is the one at fault. That smooth-talking sleazy bastard. He looks all harmless, but he is a predator. From an outside perspective, anyone would think that the duo of supervillainesses would take advantage of the poor nerdy dude, chew him and spit him out dry and boneless. But no, oh no. He was in control the whole time. Doing the bare minimum. Why did she go through such lengths to do things to please him again? It's just because it was great sex. Was she repaying the favor for the explosion of orgasms? Am I that easy? She is starting to think that she was no different from those sheep women who think with their vagina and hormones. You are not easy, Pammy. Like she was reading her mind, Harley's first words after waking up answered her. It's just that H-man has this effect. It's normal. She says while lazily stretching herself beneath the covers like a cat. H-man. Hee, it was just another silly nickname, but he said that it was like calling him a pervert in Japanese. Eki, man hee, so I use it when talking about sexy things. Harley explains the lore behind this particular name. Pervert is fitting for that guy. Pamela scoffs, where was he anyway? Does he pump and dump? I'm not surprised. Chill lady. He is a busy man. Big hero, you know. Like the fusion of Superman and Batman. That is not scary at all. Pamela says sarcastically, and you are quick to defend him, huh? She narrows her eyes. You are quick to attack him. Harley replies, don't judge our man like that. He is probably making us breakfast. He is considerate like that. Our man. As if. Did you girls call? Like summoned, Hector appears in the room, shirtless, wearing only sweatpants. His nerdy persona is not keeping up while he has nothing covering it. As Harley said, he was indeed bringing them breakfast in bed, making some trays of food float. Pamela ignores the good smell and slowly, almost sheepishly covers her nudity with the blanket. This action baffles her a little. She is Poison Ivy, a certified femme fatale. Why is she acting all shy around this guy? It must be because he is not worthy of gazing at her female form. That's it. Good morning. He says casually, and equally calmly. He lowers himself to deliver a peck on Harley's lips and then on hers. And for some reason, she just allowed it. Seriously, what is happening to her? Okay, now she is gonna center herself. It's a little confusing to deduce what you can eat, but Harley told me that you don't mind eating meat and parts of plants that do not hurt a plant when harvested. He says while explaining the breakfast. An array of light meat, cheese, bread, and fruits. Okay. She nods, he is right, but she doesn't thank him. I have things to do today. Harley can show you your new home later. He says before smiling and standing up to walk away. Wait. She calls, the plants that are only covering her wrists and ankles growing to create a tight suit around her body. We need to talk. She says strongly, her eyes hard and her stance confrontational. Hector gives a glance to Harley, who is simply stuffing her mouth with food. The clown woman raises her shoulders in a big shrug, so he also shows an I don't care expression. Fine. Follow me then. And he turns to walk away. She stays rooted in place for a few seconds before begrudgingly starting to follow him. She. Following a man. Men chase her. That is a new experience. He doesn't say anything even when they walk side by side. As if she walked behind him like an obedient wife. He guides her to a hallway that ends in some double doors that open to them, but Hector stops her before crossing them. What? Just changing some of the security features, done. Let's go. He says and then allows Pamela to walk inside. It's the bridge of this space station, the commanding center. Pamela can see many empty seats, from workers who are not here or don't even exist. Only some small robots walk around a little. In the front, many screens shows the most diverse things, security camera footage, news reports, graphs, scans of certain areas that she doesn't recognize, faces of people she doesn't know. We can talk here, he says. His body is turned to her, but she can feel his attention on the many screens. Alright then, I will be direct. Poison Ivy steps toward his face aggressively. A woman being direct, we are off to a good start. Hector says sarcastically, not allowing her to control the conversation. Listen here, you little shit. What is your deal anyway? Poison Ivy points at his calm face, her own features a half snarl. Deal. You are gonna need to be a little more specific than that. Your deal. What are you up to? What do you want from me and Harley anyway? I swear, if you hurt her, I'm gonna put seeds up your ass and make them grow in sequoias. She threatens. Despite the horrible threat, Hector just chuckles. I see. We kinda skipped the conversation to acclimate you to your new environment. I'm sorry, I kinda got lost between your legs. He smiles roguishly. Pamela controls a blush. She shouldn't blush that easily, but the memories of last night are still too fresh, and whose fault is that? She shoots back. Harley, he answers without missing a beat. Yeah, that's true. She needs to concede on that, but don't act like it was some chore that you need to do, you bastard. Don't act like you didn't enjoy either. He continues to answer immediately. Pamela is not liking losing the argument here, so she changes to some reliable ad hominem. Fuck you. You already did. Wanna do it again? Grrrrrr. This guy is simply so infuriating. The plants around her body are already starting to shake. Okay. I will stop rage baiting you. He laughs while saying softly. He lowered his guard and casually stroked her hair. Why don't we start again properly? Poison Ivy defensively slaps his hand away, but that only allows him to grab her hand and kiss her knuckles romantically. Come on, Pamela. What do you gain by antagonizing me? He asks with a smooth voice, his lips still grazing her fingers while he speaks. That sight is strangely stimulating to Poison Ivy. It should be very innocent, but last night. She had a very similar view. Eye contact while his head is down, his lips kissing her skin. Even the way he kisses the gap between her fingers. He is simulating the way he kissed her lower lips. This guy is a fucking manipulative menace. The worst thing is that it is working. Tingles spread through her skin, it was like his kisses were triggers that made her body remember everything. Stop that. She pulls her hand away. Stop what? He asks innocently. Stop making it work. Sorry, but I promised Harley that I would make the effort. Then you can forget about it. Whatever is this? She gestures between them. It's not gonna work. Why? Why? The question is so sudden and broad, she doesn't know how to answer. Because I don't want it to work. She decides to go with something he can't refute. Why? He keeps his calm tone. I am seriously gonna kill you. His calm is infuriating her. She feels like she's walking in circles on the palm of his hands. And I'm seriously asking a question, why? He tilts his head to the side, looking genuinely curious. Why don't you want to try to make this work? Harley thinks it can work. Shouldn't we make an effort for our beloved in common? Harley doesn't know what she is talking about. She doesn't know where she got herself to begin. You're the one who doesn't know. I know it is not something you like to hear, as her ex and all that, but Harley is happier than she has ever been. Hector says, not with a smug face, but one of pity. Like a doctor passing some bad news. You don't know that. I know. She told me a lot. She told me everything. Hector says with confidence, how her life has always been an uncontrollable mess. How her mistakes always come back to mess with her present and future, like trying to keep two Dobermans in a bathtub, like trying to juggle too many balls. Now, she has a clean slate, and she is able to restart. To leave behind the things that are holding her down and keep what she likes about herself. Don't you see, Pamela Isley? She wants to keep you in her life, because she likes you, despite abandoning a lot of her past. Like her, you are also thrown into the supers world very suddenly and made a lot of mistakes that branded you deeply. You really tried to kill all of Gotham first thing after the accident. You can't tell me that you're in your right mind. You surely were overwhelmed by the new sensations, chemicals affecting your brain and hormones. Now you can start again, like her. You are wiser, have better control. You can try changing the world without the stigma of supervillainous and eco-terrorist that would make everyone ignore your good intentions. The words are getting into her. She doesn't want to listen, but she can't help herself. Hector is simply too charismatic. He knows exactly what to say, and how to sell his cause. He praises without creating arrogance. He points out mistakes without offending. He remembers them of old ambitions. Unless you gave up on changing the world. In saving nature. He asks with a tilt of his head. What? No. She answers too fast. In truth, she kinda stopped trying. It's the thing that was always in her mind. She was always planning the next step, connecting the next plan. But recently. She just lived her life. Still, the same poison ivy that loves nature, but less enthusiastic. It's okay, it's natural to be discouraged when your efforts are not rewarded. You don't need to be ashamed or feel like a betrayer of the cause, Hector comforts her, striking the head of the nail. You know that I can help you like I helped Harley, right? So that is your game. You buy us with those things. She accuses. That is an oversimplification and a falsehood. He defends himself, this is not my full game, and I don't buy anyone. After a pause to look at his computer, he continues, the screen's changing to show different scenes. You don't know it, but I'm working hard on a plan to create a better world, and not only in one aspect. I'm talking about advancing technologically, morally, militarily, and even in developing synergy with nature while progressing. He points at her on the last part, the people I bring here, like you and her, are the ones that can help me keep a hand in those many branches. Harley found her place, she is enjoying working as a therapist again, and I even had a talk with some heroes about it. A hero therapist, can you imagine how many situations would not escalate if people stopped and self-reflect? And obviously, I would want your help in protecting nature while making society advance. To create a future that is both green and metal. To illustrate that, he points at the screen showing some examples, not that I want to brag, but check this. She looks, and the screen shows all kinds of eco-friendly activities done by a black-clad hero. Hector explained that it was his hero persona, very different from his normal one, she noticed. There are videos of him cleaning rivers and seas, stopping forests from burning and even making them grow back, working with some scientists to restore icebergs, healing animals, and even a brief appearance at a fundraiser for the ecosystem. I normally don't work with NGOs, many are corrupt, but that one was small and still has a heart. It was to take care of Sanctuary Park. My appearance brought attention to the cause and saved some species of plants and animals in danger, he explains. I don't need to work with scientists, but they can learn from me and their presence can give people's peace of mind that I'm not doing anything reckless or acting arbitrarily. I sometimes help the ones that I know are good people. You are a scientist too, you must imagine how much money and time can be saved if a Superman-level hero helps, even if only to collect samples in hard places. Like the bottom of the ocean. There's also my project Noah's Ark 2.0, where I collected and cataloged the genetic material of every species on Earth, including plants. One day, I will terraform Mars and we will have a second chance to seamlessly fuse modernity with nature. He says while showing some future plans, simulations of the Mars benign terraformed, the plant's DNA cataloged, how cities will be, a perfect fusion of sleek futuristic design with the green that should cover Earth. If you want a smaller project, there's a living island meta that I have been talking about for some time. One day, maybe I can establish a nation there, obviously respecting his body. The plan is to lead by example. Showing how we can progress while respecting our land. Pamela would be lying if she said that she can't help the botanist in her from asking some questions while looking at some research titles and the information shown. Hector answers everything with an expertise that surprises her. So the guy is smart. They talk a lot, Pamela doesn't even know how casually they are talking and how close they got. This theoretical ember of Genesis would be the dream come true. She comments after going through dozens of research and plans, it would be able to terraform the whole solar system in a day. It's not theoretical, it really exists in another universe. I don't know if it exists in this universe though. Hector says. And why don't you go looking for it? I can't leave Earth undefended for now. I'm waiting for more heroes to appear, and it is not a priority. Not a priority. She interrupts with a raised eyebrow, almost offended. Not a priority to find here. When I'm really ready to use it, I can simply go to the universe where I know it exists. I recently got the means of almost freely traveling the multiverse. Ready to use. Don't act coy, you know that something so game-breaking like that needs to be used in the correct way and will need to be protected well afterward. It doesn't matter if your intentions are good, certain things need the proper steps to work properly. That's why you failed to pass your message. HMPF. It's a testament that she warmed up to him, the fact that she didn't go all defensive and simply accepted his jab. She will not admit it loudly, but trying to restore the ecosystem by committing genocide is not something most people would get behind. Don't be like that, Hector pokes her nose playfully. Now you have the chance to do it properly, with all the experience from before and my support. I bet people are gonna listen to a hot green woman telling them to save the environment. The simps are gonna be recycling like crazy. She doesn't even know what a simp is, but she can imagine, laughing all the same. The real problem is the big corporations. She says. That's true. They sold the lie that everyone should do their part to save the world, to put the responsibility on the population, but they're the ones destroying most of the world. The difference is so big that it's not even funny. Hector nods, but if we play our cards right, some PR plays, they would change their ways slowly. Do you think? She asks skeptically. Yes, he nods. They really don't care, money is their god, but we can make them care if it makes them look bad if they don't. I can expose them, I have enough influence for that. Then maybe supporting the one that is willing to work properly. I will present them as the better alternative and the people will follow me. The other companies will be forced to adapt to recover their space in the market. So it's really all about money. She sighs. It's how the world rolls. He shrugs. We can act like hippies, giving away all the solutions for free, but they would not take it. We need to play the game. Yes, the game is rigged from the start. But I'm a cheater. Hector says almost proudly, I'm gonna win in the end. A cheater, huh? She eyes him carefully. How far are you willing to go for this? She probes. His eyes get serious. The most serious she has seen him. Pamela can't help but go stiff. This is a different Hector. Very far. All the way. He says slowly, his voice deep. It's not a clear answer, but it is enough for her. At this point, she understood that this hero is not a goody two-shoes. That's why Harley said that she would like him. Poison Ivy tends to dislike the ones that look good on paper but really don't do much. The ones that keep their pristine image by not getting their hands dirty. The fusion of Batman and Superman. She remembers Harley's words. Staring at his clear blue eyes, she felt like she had finally seen a glimpse of his true self. Only a glimpse, it's not enough, and she is still curious, eager to discover more. Slowly falling into the trap. And she can't help but get a little aroused by this dangerous man. Her type. Harley knows her really well. He continues to stare at her silently, those shining blue orbs emanating intensity. The mood shifted to something a little more heated. They were close enough, she raised her chin. They don't break eye contact. Pammy. You didn't eat. Harley appears at the door holding a tray of food. Oh. Ooh, she shows surprise seeing how close they are to each other before her smile widens to comical proportions. Ahem, thanks, dear. Poison Ivy needs to defend her image, so she separates a little of Hector, her cheeks a darker tone of green. Hector, on the other hand, knows no shame, so he puts his arm around Pamela and pulls her to him. You should eat properly. And put on some clothes, Harley. Aren't you cold? Nah, I'm good. Since the procedure, I do not get cold. Harley says while bringing the food, but Hector nonetheless puts on some robes from somewhere and puts them around her before giving her a peck on her lips. So, are you two getting along now? Harley asks with a smile. Her eyes lingered on Hector's hand around Pamela's waist, despite looking uncomfortable that Harley noticed that the green villainess didn't remove his hand. We are getting to know each other. Hector answers. Yeah, he proved himself a little different from my initial impression of him. Pamela admits. She is exactly like how I imagined her to be. On the other hand, Hector roasts Pamela a little. Hey. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Pammy. Harley goes to whisper in her ear, we are exactly his type too. He doesn't deny it. Hector POV. Now I finally have some time to myself. It was harder than Harley, but Poison Ivy was not an impossible hill. As Harley predicted, we ended up getting along. She still has some walls between us, but that is okay. These ones need time, and we are bound to be close from now on. The reason for my confidence is the fact that I know her very well and have Harley's help. Poison Ivy is kinda one-directional in her ambitions and beliefs. Obviously, she is a real person, as complex as anyone else, filled with nuances and all that. But when you know what a woman likes and dislikes. TSK. Too easy. Raven is harder than her, but I guess it's because of the trauma. Why the only time daddy issues don't help me get the girl is with the girl I really want. Damn Trigon, I'm gonna put you on my list. Master, it has been some development with the Fantastic Four. Cortana reports to me. What now? Another portal. Does Reed even learn from his mistakes? No, they delve deep into the ocean to investigate some strange seismic activity and sightings of sea monsters. I think you should be aware of it. The ocean. Atlantis. I remember that sea monster Cassandra and I found that day. So there's really something happening down there. Well, everyone has their own adventures. The ocean can be more dangerous than space, but I guess they are competent enough to deal with this. And they're going prepared, not like when they are captured by Annihilus. Master. Remember the relationship link charts you made from all the people here? Cortana says in a strange tone. I pause and turn to her slowly. You wouldn't think Namor will try to kidnap Invisible Woman, right? This is not the 80s, she is not a damsel in distress and the guy would not be that much of a loser. Cortana only gives me a look. You told me to never underestimate people's stupidity. I sigh. I can already predict what is going to happen without even using any power. I guess it is to be expected that my first meeting with him to become some dick measuring contest. If he were smart, he would not try anything, neither kidnap Susan, nor fight me when I stop him. And he is smart. The problem is the other thing that affects a lot of people around here, his ego. Send a drone to watch them. Well, that can be interesting too. Things have been too peaceful lately, and I was almost dreading the next crisis. I didn't do much during the Dormammu invasion either. It has been some time since Eidolon has seen some real action, but maybe is the right move to let others shine too. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 124, Back to the Spider-Verse, more or less. Third-person POV. The Fantastic Car also works underwater, even better than a submarine, being able to withstand immense pressure and keeping the passengers safe. Just to be clear, I'm not comfortable with this. Johnny Storm says from his position behind the wheel. What is the problem, Johnny boy? Afraid of getting wet? Ben Grimm asks with a laugh. You would be too, if you had fire powers. The younger Storm sibling shoots back. Don't worry, Johnny. Water can suppress your power by a certain percentage, but it can't stop you from using it. The pressure is what would kill you. Reed says without taking his eyes off his scanning devices. Oh, thank you. I feel so much better now, the Human Torch exclaims sarcastically while Susan and Ben laugh. Ben's body can resist the pressure without an issue, so he is very relaxed. Calm down, Johnny. In the worst-case scenarios, I can protect us. Invisible Woman says to assure his brother. And then we would be a fragile bubble going up amidst the terrible ocean. Johnny says, not relaxed in any way. It's not that fragile. Susan starts, but Reed's exclamation attracts their attention. Numerous life forms ahead. A school or shoal of fish. Susan asks. They are not moving like fish. Reed says with a frown. Then the dark ocean opens, the rocks and the plants that are blocking their way are no more, and they are greeted with a beautiful sight. Whoa. Even Johnny forgot about his fear now. Eidolon said that there's an Atlantis. Susan speaks, her eyes fascinated by the bright city. It sits in the middle of the darkness like a jewel with its own light, filled with colors and life. Their moment doesn't last long because the Fantastic Car starts shaking because of water, like they are caught in a weak vortex, but the reason is scarier. Many fishes start swimming around them at high speed, people are riding them while they circle the group of heroes. Oh. Johnny says helpfully, what is the universal sign of, we come in peace? He asks, raising two fingers in a V sign. A fish aggressively starts to tackle the car, and then one after the other does the same. I don't think that worked. Susan exclaims as she raises a shield to protect them. Johnny. You just called his mama names or Sumathan. The thing shouts while holding his seat. No, I didn't. Reed quickly presses some buttons on the panel, and the Fantastic Car emits a shockwave that stuns fish and men outside. I think peaceful relations are thrown in the water now. Johnny's attempts at a joke fall flat while a tense silence prevails. The Fantastic Four would not attack, so Johnny, the pilot, steps on the gas and drives the Fantastic Car away as fast as he can. Johnny. Susan shouts. What? That is Atlantis. That is sea people trying to kill us. Let's visit after making a reservation. Or never. He still doesn't like the ocean. Susan can't argue against that. Despite really wanting to visit the place, if they force the issue now, things can get out of control. Johnny is right. We have a mission down here. Reed acts like the leader, and the matter is dropped. Fine, but are you all getting the feeling that our mission is related to the city? Susan says, we will have to come back eventually. They can't argue against her logic either. Atlantis, it would be a very good place to start investigating the strange occurrences in the sea, too bad. Let's hope next time we meet more friendly people. Far above them, Hector watched the interaction through his drones. If I were not this powerful, I would not enter the ocean either, he says. And I think I know that leader. He comments while seeing an important-looking fishman approaching to scold the guards who let the Fantastic Four get away and command them to follow. He rummages through his memory. It's not anyone that he saw in a cartoon, or even read in a comic. He reads about him somewhere, it's related to Namor. He is almost getting there. That bald-looking genie man is familiar. A phrase in an article. Ah. Warlord Krang. Namor cucked him. Hector suddenly remembers, yep, that guy is planning some coup. 100%. Eidolon doesn't meddle with politics, but the Fantastic Four ended up in the middle of it. Continue with an eye on them, Cortana. I have the feeling that I will need to appear. He says, I'm gonna visit Siko. Siko POV Busujima. Siko looks amused at her boyfriend while the two enter her unnecessarily spacious home. If not for Hector providing her with some robots to help clean the huge traditional Japanese compound, she would spend all her free time doing that. She still does some chores by force of habit though, despite his exasperation. I never expected you to pick me at the end of school. She comments, the amused smile still on her lips. What? Didn't like it? He turns to her. No, no. I liked it. But you are so careful with secret identities and all that. She says while watching his reaction carefully, does this have something to do with the many love letters that I receive? Yes. He is not ashamed to admit the fact. His immediate response made Siko burst into a quick laugh. Now they know that you are taken. In hindsight, I should have picked you up in a Lamborghini or something like that. Fufu jealous? So cute, she pinches his cheek. It was late because of the kendo club practice, but I bet it will become a hot topic tomorrow. So many boys will be disheartened, you are so cruel, she laughs. At least, I will not need to reject a love confession every day. It's good that they can abandon their delusion quickly. They should be happy that I didn't give you a hot, steamy kiss in front of the school. Hector. She says scandalized, but getting a little into it. Hector caught that too, so he decided to feed her arousal. So what? Would you stop me if I wanted to do that? He whispers in her ear and grabs a handful of bubble butt. HNG, no, she confesses, her breath getting heavy. Later, they are cuddling naked under the covers, and Siko enjoys his warmth during the cooling climate. You really should drop by more often at my home. Hector speaks while caressing. I told you. I like having you visit me. This way I would have all to myself, Siko smiles while pulling him closer. I don't want you to feel isolated from the others. He says weakly, and she understands his concerns. We don't have a lot in common. We can be civil, no need to force a friendship. She answered in a very mature way, and Cassandra, the one I get along with the best, is very difficult, he guesses with a smile. Quiet. She completes, smiling like him, there's no problem in keeping some distance even if we work together. I guess you are used to it, being alone. Always being the school Madonna or whatever. He laughs, but I think you can get along with Chun-Li. I'm gonna introduce you to. Heck, maybe even Yuri. Your calm side works with Chun-Li, and your unhinged side can get along with Yuri. It's perfect, you can be the bridge between the two. He says, seemingly liking the idea more and more. Am I unhinged? Siko asks with a challenging tone. Another man would back down, this kind of tone coming from a woman can be only answered with a, this is not what I mean, or, of course not, babe. But Hector. She knows Hector very well. Absolutely unhinged, girl. Don't even try to say otherwise. He says straight up without missing a beat. You are, in Harley's words, cray-cray in the head. That makes her laugh in his chest. It's good that you know. And I love it. You have a thing for crazy women. Not you too. She was enjoying watching him groan in exasperation. Okay, I need to defend myself. He starts. Go on. She tries to contain a laugh. It's not that I have a thing for crazy women, it's that crazy women are not just for anyone. There are risks there that normal men can't afford. I can. So that is why it fell into my hands. You crazy ladies are all amazing, and I can survive your craziness. So it's my duty to give you all the love that you deserve. So you are making the world a favor then. Her lips tremble. It's a burden that I'm willing to carry. He says solemnly. So I'm a burden? She asks, fake offended. Don't even start, woman. You are not a burden to me. I can handle all that. His tone shifts to a sexy one while his hands move to grab her assets. Kaya. Siko yelps when she feels his strong hands on her ass and breasts. She knows that he is deflecting, changing the direction of the conversation, but she can't even find the energy or the desire to annoy him a little more amidst their intense making-out session, which is just the prelude to another round of equally intense lovemaking. Ah, now I remember that I had something for you. Hector exclaims after the two take a long bath, have the third round, and put on some clothes. You. Forgetting something. What can I say? You are pretty distracting. And to make true of his words, his eyes wander lower to her curves. Hey. What? Sorry, I got distracted. He blinks, making her laugh. Anyway, let me give it to you while I have the willpower to stop the fourth round. She shakes her head with a smile while watching him retrieve something from his inventory in his left hand. It is a rectangular box, almost a meter in length and 30 centimeters, roughly a foot, wide. Do you remember when we talked about giving you alternative ways of fighting in case you find a bad matchup? Yes, that was very long ago. During our first month together. It is very far back, and she can't help but reminisce. She still remembers when she held back in front of him. Now she can admittedly be his cray-cray, murderous samurai girl. Yeah, I was making your costume, and we talked about dealing with long-ranged fighters and people immune to blades. Hector nods while putting the box in the bed. You eventually work through those issues on your own, mastering flying slashes, key projection, and even dashes to close the gap faster. You are not a slouch either in other forms of combat. Thanks to you. She can't help but say. Siko will always be grateful for her men. He smiles at the appreciation but says, don't sell yourself short, you are incredibly talented. A genius, probably only behind Cassandra in martial talent, surpassing her when we talk about katanas. He says honestly. But she also doesn't forget the fact that she is probably the only one to whom Hector gave character cards to assimilate. Her talent is not only her own. It doesn't matter in the great scheme of things, but it is something that she always keeps in mind. Both not to take things for granted and become arrogant, and to always be appreciative of her men. Hector continues, anyway, your talent made me pause the building of some secondary weapons that would expand your options. You are also a katana otaku, so there's that. She smiles, not denying him. She tried and can use other weapons very well, like a halberd and kunai. But she would simply prefer a katana or her hands. She only varies in the type of katana, maybe a wakizashi, or an odachi. Seeing that a katana is your favorite and is not even close, instead of making you choose a secondary one. What about just going with the all the above option? He smiles and opens the box. This project was paused for a long time because I wasn't able to do a satisfactory hammer space, but now I can. And I remembered about it recently during a fight, crazy that I forgot. Probably because you barely need it. Necessity is the mother of invention, after all. Siko's eyes move to the box to see a very easily recognizable object inside. A robotic arm, no, an armor's arm. She asks, not knowing how to call it. She knows that there are the gauntlets, the pauldron. But what do you call the whole arm? Is there even a specific name for that? Much more than that. He takes the arm from inside the box. From the game which inspired this piece, it was a prosthetic arm, so I have trouble with the storage space, like I told you, that holds many miscellaneous weapons that you can use in the most varied circumstances. Wanna try yourself or wanna see me demonstrate? He asks. Show it first. Siko knows that Hector will use it expertly, so it will be an excellent visual example. Okay then. He says and puts the arm above his own left arm. It has a right arm too, by the way. The black arm, with red and purple details, doesn't look like it will fit, but the thing opens and adjusts perfectly. The process reveals that it uses very advanced technology. The miniaturization and nanotechnology came from a certain genius girl in the world of heroes that I visited. The one from where Makia came from. He explains that the arm sits tightly and apparently comfortably in his arm. It covers everything till his shoulders, he flexes his fingers and does some jabs and katas, and it doesn't look like it restricts his movements in any way. Meeting the Silver Samurai, I remembered the Murasame blade that can kill immortals. The world of this prosthetic arm has something similar, that's why I remembered Sekiro. You are basically a Shura too, cray-cray samurai lady. A katana that can kill immortals. Siko is interested, not even caring about being called crazy. Yep, nullifying healing factor apparently. That's why I let the Silver Samurai go, he is destined to have it. Then I will steal it from him. He says casually, before noticing her expression, do you want it? Please. I'm collecting swords, but I guess I can give it to you. He shakes his head in a fond exasperation, I can always get another in a different universe down the line. Thank you. She beams at him. Everything for my girls. Now, back to what is important. Hector gestures to his armor-covered arm, it's pretty resistant with adamantium alloy in the inflexible parts of the exterior and vibranium and other metals in the rest. The magic happens here. Tak with a hand movement, suddenly the tip of a metal spear is ejected from his wrist. Siko even recoils a little in surprise. Kachik. Another hand movement, and the spear disappears. Another kachik and suddenly has 3 shurikes between his fingers. This prototype is programmed to respond to hand signs. I thought about putting mental commands, but it seems too much. Simplicity is the key, so I only added a voice command in case you can't move your hand or arm. You are free to change the command input if you want. You can make that you're showing one finger being the first weapon, 2 the second, and it goes on. Or link each finger with a different weapon. There's obviously the 0 is which is nothing, and you can use your sword creation power. I know you can make your natural blade come out of your wrist, too. It will not restrict you. That's cool. Siko says, impressed, better than putting it on a pouch and reaching for it. Right. For now, there is the shield umbrella. KRRT Hector makes a fan appear on his forearm and unfolds it like Captain America's shield, but it is as big as an umbrella, shaped like one too. Why an umbrella? Because it's cool. He answers immediately. There's also a grappling hook in case you need it, smoke screen bombs, with different kinds of gases, firecrackers, a cannon that can shoot lasers or act like a flamethrower, and even shoot water. Okay, I can accept the canon and the absurdity of water and fire being put somewhere in this thin thing, but... Firecrackers. She interrupts him. One day you will need those firecrackers. He says, almost offended for some reason. Are you sure? She asks uncertainly. A paranoid man is crazy all days but one. The firecrackers stay. He huffs. She feels that it is not his paranoia talking, but something else. You can use it to scare animals or shit like that. Is he pouting? She continues to watch him ramble in a low voice. The firecrackers stay. It is not even the weirdest thing, you can throw coins at people too. Hector POV. Despite my justifications, I never argue with my people when they say I'm paranoid. I had the power to travel the multiverse since day one with D4C, but I never used it beyond helping the variants of Aurora, Kitty, and Kurt to go back to their universes and to take a little peek. It has been months. Holding back on a power that many would test immediately without a second thought. There are reasons for that, of course. I don't need to test to see how it works, I have examples. And this multiverse is just a tiny bitty, dangerous. Just a tiny bitty. There's also the fact that I have other interesting things and powers to use, and the much safer travel ticket. But after so long, and after many contingencies are put in place, I think it's time to explore the nearby universes. After all, they are as much of a threat as this universe itself, maybe even bigger. The multibodies, the soul anchoring. All of this was to this moment. It also helped that the Gacha gave me Angstrom from Invincible. I feel like it's the way the essence is telling me to start these interdimensional travels already. So let's go with this. I say, stepping to the platform while two arch structures rise up from the side and fuse to make the portal. Of course, I'm going with all the care that I can. This lab is on the edge of the solar system. This is not my real body, this portal is anchored by my powers and technology, and I'm gonna start by revisiting a world I was forced to stay some time. Miles's universe. I also have to check again on that Reed Richards. For real, my paranoid brain is still itching because I didn't thoroughly spied on his elastic ass. I remotely use my technopathy to put the coordinates acquired because of the residual energies of my spider body, the one with the highest concentration, which can only be in Miles's universe. This body is not as strong as my real body, and even if it is stealth-oriented, it is still worlds apart from my spider body. It can probably kill some heavy hitters from the ultimate universe, after all, they're not as strong as the one from here, apparently. This is one of the things I'm gonna check now. Wait for me, Cortana. I say while walking to the spinning portal. Despite being a 95% safe trip, I would never bring Cortana. Always, Master. It's good to hear that. And it will not take long. BZZZT. The travel is not instantaneous, but it is not long either. It's right in the middle between Angstrom insta-teleportation and the Spider-Verse little tunnel traveling. The thing is that Angstrom's power requires precise coordinates to operate at full potential, which is why he fused with all those variants. I have his power, but I don't have a map of the Marvel multiverse in my head, so it's kinda not optimal, but not a big problem. I'm almost sure that fusing D4C with his power, using the two in tandem, will allow me to do the same. But this is a technological portal with no D4C. The coordinates are the ones I acquired on my little Spider-Verse adventure. Later, I will use D4C to collect more coordinates to safely travel around. But, like traveling the multiverse is taking a walk around the block. My life got weird, and I didn't even notice. Back to the safety, that's how I do things, no need to 100% rely on technology when I can cheat with my powers a little to cut time in the production and spend more on making sure everything is perfect. It took 3 seconds for my body to emerge on the other side, unfortunately, I appeared in the void of space. I'm on the edge of the solar system, I guess. If I could, I would sigh, but there's no air here. After a mental note to add the correction of in-universe movement in my equations, I look around for Earth. This body still has excellent vision and senses, but it may take too long. Luckily, I'm a prepared guy. From my medium-sized inventory, I pull a sleigh-like space shuttle and enter it. A press of a button later, and the panel comes to life, and it starts scanning the nearby space. 12 seconds later, it detects the satellites of this Earth and pinpoints its location. Let's go. I lock in the location and allow the automatic pilot to take me there. Again, this body is good, but it is more stealth-based. I didn't customize it to space travel. I put some teleportation powers, but nothing that would take me across the solar system in one go. The solar system is too big. Well, the first little trouble, but nothing too bothersome. This shuttle can reach almost light speed, so I will be there in no time. If it would take longer, I would study the workings of hyperspace around here. Like this body, my small shuttle is also stealth-based, so I easily invade Earth's atmosphere without alerting anyone. I think I will not underestimate anyone around here. So that is why I jump off the ship before putting it in my inventory, and quickly teleport kilometers away a few times while erasing my presence. First stop. Baxter Building. I say, my full body suit receiving my mental command and closing the mask around my head, now my whole body is covered in a thin black armor. It has been a long time since I used something like this, since my home was invaded. I look like Black Noir. Hee hee, Edna's annoyed face after seeing this costume was funny. She was so offended that I wasted good materials in such an unimaginative piece. But that is the point, no. That is not a hero costume. It's not to be seen. I reach the block of the Baxter Building pretty easily while invisible, it's hard to miss the big building. From my advantageous observation point, I can also see the Avengers Tower and other places of interest. Maybe I will check there later. Now, I will focus on the place in front of me. He hadn't noticed the bug I planted last time. So sloppy, read. That is not how a villain acts. Using my technopathy, I reactivate the spider bots I put in his lab, and once again, I have a good view of almost every room there. Reed is working there alone. No other member of the Fantastic Four in sight. Him stretching himself around is really weird. I can do the same, or even weirder, but I prefer a classy usage of telekinesis. Can't you make an assistant AI? Where is HERBIE? Beyond using the spider bots, I have a lot of other investigative powers to spy on the lab. Activating the pseudo-all-seeing eyes of God of this body, and many other powers, I check everything that I can. He put some protections. He is more experienced than the Reed of my universe, at least. I comment out loud. Some areas are protected against X-ray vision, and there are some rooms filled with photons at a frequency that blocks remote scrying. In Invincible, Cecil has a white room where people can't see anything. It's something similar. It's a good idea, I'm gonna steal it. Simultaneously, I carefully use my technopathy to hack what I can. This is where his defenses are the strongest, one misstep and I will be caught. I guess he has been in a lot of cyber battles with other genius, it's probably a constant thing. There are some encrypted files filled with traps, too obvious but also kinda unavoidable. Makes sense, the first hurdle, instead of protection, is basically a wide net to detect whoever is hacking him. I pause. Chin between my fingers while I consider my next move. It's like those glitter bombs. Obviously, a trap, but if I push through it, nothing will top me. The thing is the consequences afterwards. But I bet he was not counting on a visitor from another universe that doesn't give a fuck. Should I poke this wasp hive? How many seconds till he is on my ass? Considering human reaction and response beyond the time it would take to detect me. Some seconds. This body is expendable too. It doesn't have miniaturized nuclear warheads, this is a civilian area, but it can be reduced to atoms pretty easily. Well. If I'm gonna get caught. Let's go big. With some minutes of preparation, I stretch my technopathy very thin. I also invade other servers. S.H.I.E.L.D., PIM, X-Men, Doom. It's like a million mini-MES are waiting just at the entrance of their servers, ready to invade and loot everything amidst the chaos, like those peaceful protests that happen constantly. If I'm gonna step on a trap, I'm gonna step on all of them. With a little manipulation, I may put them on each other's throats. Not gonna lie, from the little that I discovered, everyone hates each other here. With a few exceptions. It's like everyone has a Hector on their shoulder preaching the paranoia gospel. It's not as bad as the real Ultimate Universe, but in this world, bad ends happen more often, and the people are to blame. The amount of trouble that misunderstandings, power trips, and egos created. Whoa, they need therapy. It's not for nothing Peter Parker died here. Pym is stealing from S.H.I.E.L.D. for his research, his marriage is going to shit, the Fantastic Four is on the brink of collapse. Black Widow and Iron Man are a thing, but she is using him. Captain America still keeps the war mentality and kills people left and right, inciting people to seek revenge on him and becoming evil, people who could have become good. And I don't even want to talk about the metas here. Geez. Miles, I'm glad I'm not you. Well, that is their problem. This issue is rooted deeply in their character, not something that an outsider can change without some brainwashing. From my understanding, the best future for them is simply everyone slowly dying. Yep, that is the best future. Each new problem, a hero or villain dies. Till none of them remain. Seriously, the worst-case scenario is if things escalate into a civil war. Better that those numbers go down slowly. If my world during the dawn of Mets, this world is like during the Cold War of metas, one spark and things can go to shit, and they will not magically heal in the next comic issue. The future is bleak. And as a trying to be wise guy, I'm gonna learn from their mistakes now. Time to rumble. From an outsider's point of view, nothing happened, but my mind exploded with activity. A few times in my life, I focused this much. A few seconds, that is all the time that I have to acquire and process the information. I will not download anything, I'm not dumb. Luckily, I made the brain of this body pretty OP. I went through a lot of information. Reed's Demolo gun. Doom's Hell portal. Shield cloning program. Stark and Natasha's sex tape. How the guy recorded that without her permission. I got some blackmail material that Shield is safeguarding, Mr. Sinister's confusing hive mind. Cerebro schematics and a hidden function to always spy on the mutants with a backdoor. Oh, chaos has already started. I decided to lock their system to gain more time. A black screen with an 8-bit childish skull laughs at them from their screens. Their countermeasures start acting, and a good chunk decide to just terminate their operational systems. They must have backup somewhere, disconnected from the world in a hard drive or something. They fight hard. It's a battle that I'm destined to lose. I literally bite more than I can chew. My technopathy is OP, but I like the heavy guns they have. Oh, they are starting the attack, damn Doom, for real. Magic cyber virus. Cursing me. Ingenious. Mr. Sinister also has some nasty things. Already tracking back the source, huh? I start slowly pulling back, they are relentless in their pursuit, but I'm not a computer. I'm a human who can deactivate my power at any time. I didn't get much. Some projects, but none that are innovative. From what I can say about them, the heroes are not secretly evil, for now, just very flawed. This is an edgy universe. Those geniuses are literally a laboratory accident away from changing sides. None of that virtue and unwavering moral compass you would expect from them. But that is not enough for me to go and kill them for assurance that one day they would turn against my universe. And most importantly, the chances of this Reed becoming the Maker are like 16%. I discovered that he made contact with the Council of Reeds, so I guess he is gonna be one of the sheep there because there's nothing really holding him here. Especially not Susan Storm. I turn my face, my eyes piercing through buildings to see the woman walking side by side with an incredibly handsome guy, me. Way to go, Hector. Holding hands in public. TSK, how can a variant of mine be so lewd? Is this a hentai world? They are going to his house too. He is nothing special, in the meta aspect, I checked. Has a dormant meta gene, but he is basically me if I didn't have the essence. His backstory is a little different, too. He has a personal lab in the hospital, but nothing on the comic book genius level, but I think I underestimated my raw intelligence. The guy here is a very respectable researcher in the medical field. Cured rabies and dementia. Impressive. And he got the girl. Happy for you, dude. It's strange seeing the script flipped, myself being the normal one, dating a superhero. Maybe it can work. He is going to die, isn't he? Let's hope not. He looks happy. Smiling all the way while walking with Susan, telling her something that makes her laugh. HMPF, I have more. It's not a competition, but I would win if it were. Anyways, I need to stop wasting my time stalking myself because the people around here are more competent than I expected. Croc boom. Standing up, I organize the new knowledge in my head and look at the center of the rooftop where I was staying. Maybe is destiny. So the is the one that stole information. Another fight with Thor in New York. I have the same belt, but I guess it would not be a good icebreaker. The god of thunder of this reality is wearing the EDI suit, holding a Mjolnir with a sharp side, capeless. Edna would like him. He arrived fast because apparently he can teleport through his lightning. Instead of answering, I just ran. Coward. He roars and points his hammer at me, but I easily predicted that with my danger sense and avoided it before speeding up. Like I would stay. There will be obvious reinforcements. What do I gain from fighting him? Property damage. By the way, he doesn't seem to care because that lightning hit a building. Now he is forcing me to fly higher so that his attacks would fly harmlessly to the clouds. Their response was pretty fast, and this is not S.H.I.E.L.D., they are not that competent, so Reed contacted them to use Thor. Maybe hacking from so close was not my smartest idea, he pinpointed my location faster than everyone else. Maybe it was Hank, Cerebro may have traced my brain waves. After all, I can't hide while using technopathy, that's not how thing works. You can't be silent while talking, it's the same. When you make a move, you expose yourself to others. It was a risk that I took. It was not a perfect operation, but still within my calculations. I become invisible and try to shake this Thor off, but he appears to be locked on me. Does he have some sort of cosmic awareness? Or was he super senses that good? Is he manipulating the wind around me to feel my presence? I became intangible, and he seems to be still following me, being carried by his hammer. And even riding lightning to follow my teleportations. Should I destroy this body and call it a day? I kinda want to check on Miles, so. Fine, I'm gonna kick your ass. I stop when we are finally flying over an empty stretch of land, a lonely road at our side, surrounded by plains. Finally decided to face your destiny like a man. I'm gonna make you crawl back to your weak-knee father. Thor shouts while hovering down on lightning. It's kinda cool but. He let his guard down, and no one badmouths my parents without a little retribution. Wacko, look, the comic sounds again. After a well-placed blink, I was able to deliver a heel kick to his jaw. He got groggy and gave me time to follow up with an axe kick that sends him flying to the ground like a cannonball, a crater forming on his fall. That was an inescapable combo. It looked simple, but I did a lot of things just to land these 2 attacks. I used invisible threads to restrict his movements, a quick duplication left behind while I got intangible and invisible to hit him for free, a quick use of a mental attack too. Once, Thor and the Warriors 3, plus Sif, had a talk about how fighting me sucks. And now this Thor has just received a demonstration of that. I immediately followed him and stabbed his back with my hand. It went intangible through his torso, but then it vibrated and messed with his intestines. My other hand goes to the side of his head, 2 fingers entering intangible on his skull and messing with the small bones of his ear. Did I say that this body of mine is stealth-based? What I really mean is that it's a killer body. It's not gonna win against the Hulk in a fair arm wrestling match, but it can win with dirt tricks and hacks. Blearg. Goo. Thor starts emptying his insides. Vomit, blood, saliva, and probably a lot of beer. He is out of commission, so I'm not worried anymore, and from what I saw, this Thor's only flaw is a little arrogance and hot-headedness. No need to kill him or anything like that. So my focus shifted to his hammer, which he dropped down. On my first gacha, I gained the EDI mech suit, but not the hammer. The hammer, it's what gave some interesting powers while the suit buffs the status of the user. I crouch down a little to grab it and feel a lot of resistance. Weird, it's enchanted too. No. Cough cough haha. Cough, the is not worthy of Thor's hammer. Cough, props to the guy, he was able to stand up, albeit shakily, and laugh at me. I look at the hammer and look at him for some seconds. I see. Some electromagnetic link with the belt. Only those who are wearing it can effortlessly lift the hammer. I say, discovering the trick. My words made him stop laughing, the corner of his bloodied lips dropping. Well. If I can beat you with your hammer. I start, my tone low, I can beat the hammer with you. Then I grab his head and wham 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 wham. The hammer is now his head, while this fake Mjolnir is a nail. I hit his head till it is covered with blood and he is unconscious. He is a tough nut to crack, but he eventually cracks. I normally don't do this, but that is another scary thing about me. I seek to be overpowered so that I can hold back. So if I can. Well, I look at the fallen Thor, his head covered in blood like a helmet. This happens. It's the Batman in me, I swear. This fight shouldn't be this easy. A bad matchup, I guess. His body looks very mortal, too. I'm gonna take some samples. After that, it was easy to shake off all the pursuers. I had time to change bodies, yep, I brought an extra body in my inventory just in case. I can change bodies like people can change clothes. Now my energy signature, vitals, and everything else are completely different. Whatever method anyone is using to track me, it will not work, I'm untraceable. I made sure to wait 1 hour, acting like I stopped in my hideout, and no one else showed up. Triple-checked for anyone in my trail, and then 5 more times disappeared before reappearing in an unsuspecting alley in Brooklyn. In my full civilian identity, I walk through the streets as the lampposts light up and the sun goes down. I'm gonna mess with Miles a little. Finding the Morales residence, I already know that he is inside. I ring the bell and wait. The door opens after some time, and Rio Morales appears before my eyes. And you are. She frowns slightly and looks at me up and down in a way only a mother can do, judgmental and all that. Like she is trying to remember which friend of hers I'm a son and if I turned up as a decent youngster. Oh, sorry. I think I got the wrong house. I smile charmingly, I'm looking for Miles Morales, a guy your age, more or less. Do you know which home is his? She laughs in surprise, ha ha ha. Okay, boy, that is a new way to say that old cheap flattery. She gives me an amused smile, trying to act nonchalant, but all women like to be called young. I do not understand. I tilt my head innocently, but allow a smile to hint that I'm not serious. Are you a friend of Miles? He is in his room. She rolls her eyes, seeing my act, before shouting behind her, Miles. Visit. What? Who? Who is at the door? 2 figures appear, Miles and his father extend their necks to see me. Miles is holding some food in his hand, so I guess he got out of his room to grab a snack. What are you eating before dinner? His mother shouts angrily, Lo juro por Dios. I was hungry. And relax, I'm gonna eat everything. he says back, confident in his spider metabolism. Then he finally spots me, PFFFT. He Hector. He even spat his food in surprise. Sup, dude. I raise my hand in a greeting. I was passing through the neighborhood and I brought that thing. I concoct a lie. If they ask, I'm gonna pull a comic or whatever from my inventory. Yes, I have all kinds of things in my inventory even now. I'm always prepared. I thought I got the wrong house, you didn't tell me that you have a sister. I say with a smile, wiggling my eyebrows at his mother. Now here is the old flattery. Mrs. Morales laughs jovially again, covering her mouth. Dude, that is my mom. Miles says, unimpressed. Your mom. I turn my head slowly. Oh no, did I step into a landmine? You must have Miles with what? 10 years of age. I act concerned, making her laugh, her hand moving down to her heart. Is that him, ma'am? I can call the police. I point at her husband. Oh, stop, she laughs even harder. Silly, he is the police. She says, already warmed up with me. So this is one of those cases of, we investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong. Typical. I shake my head exaggeratedly in a disappointed way. Despite Mrs. Morales and me having some fun, the two men of the family are looking at me with dead eyes, they mouth flat lines, it's like we sucked all the joy out of them. So I cough awkwardly and start again, ahem, jokes aside, it's a pleasure to meet you too, Mr. and Mrs. Morales. I gave a nod to the mother and extended my hand to the father. Mr. Morales is still looking at me like I just committed battery, but in the end, he also extends his hand to shake mine. Ow, ouch, I let it escape my mouth as he tries to squeeze it too tightly. Obviously, it didn't hurt, but I can let the guy have it. I kinda flirted with his wife. I have no intentions regarding Rio Morales, even if she is hot. This is double wrong. She is married and Miles's mother. It goes against both men's code and the bro code. I just took the easy opportunity of messing with Miles. Obviously, I will not stop here to take the focus off me, I will just. Don't take it the wrong way, Mr. Morales. I was just being friendly, I say while watching Rio lightly slap his husband for acting silly and childish. He is not wrong, in my opinion. I then turn to Miles, and they say I'm the one with an Oedipus complex. America Chavez is literally your mother sculpted in Carrara. But seriously, they are very similar. Like Shago and Ophelia. My words make the three pause. Miles visibly winces while his parents' faces are hit with realization as their minds process my words. Then their heads slowly turn to their son in a comical fashion. Miles. His father starts in a calm way. Who is America Chavez? His mother is not that calm. It's a friend. He was able to say while both avoiding eye contact and fidgeting with his hands. Damn, those spider people can't lie to save their lives. I, on my part, make a show of gasping and realizing that I may have done something wrong. Oh my, did I talk too much? I ask innocently while covering my mouth. The family trio looks at me with varying expressions. This is as fun as trolling Peter. It's just a small moment, but I feel that is how life should be. One moment I'm brutally beating a god, and in the other I'm in a silly sitcom moment. It's all about balance, living everything life can offer to the fullest. Yep, I like my life. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it, make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 125, Trouble Undersea, Part. Third Person POV Xavier School. Ouch. Kitty groans while she pulls her feet off the ground to lie down on the couch. Still hurting? Rogue asks, a little concern appearing on her usual flat tone. Just a little. The intangible Meta answers, that guy stomped on the ground while I was sinking in. Almost everything on my body was intangible except a little of my foot, you know. To stay afloat. That was how I twisted my ankle. It could have been worse. A good reminder that you are not invincible. The goth Meta scoffs. Believe in me, I know. I was holding my breath all the time. It's terrifying to fight someone so much quicker than you. I felt if I became hideable even for a second, I would have died. Good that you all escaped then. How could we not? With Kurt and I, not even that motherfucker could keep us there. Kitty grunts, too bad we aren't able to grab Logan's son. Another one, huh? Well, the guy is old, so, statistically. Kitty defends him with a shrug. I'm surprised he doesn't have more. Not to sound mean, but I think the world is a better place with as few Wolverines as possible. Rogue jokes. Yeah, I agree. The food chain would not be able to support this species. I heard they don't have a natural predator. And they are very aggressive to humans. Very aggressive in general. The two laugh together for some time before the rest of the girls arrive. Jean, Jubilee, Ileana, Tabitha, Laura, Paige, and others. What are you guys laughing at? Jubilee asks while propping herself on the couch. Kitty needed to make her feet intangible to avoid being sat by the short-haired Meta. Just talking about Kitty's last mission. Oh, the one where you guys get your asses kicked. Jubilee laughs. She can joke about it because everyone came back safe and sound. Shame on you all. Ileana shakes her head in a disappointed way. Hey. That guy is strong. And I was busy looking at the sexy body of Logan's ex, respectfully, of course. Kitty jokes to defend herself. Now, excuse me if I'm not willing to relive the awful experience of having my ass handed to me by an evil Super Sentai guy. She turns away and takes her phone from her pocket. I'm gonna go to my comfort zone and see Eidolon content on the internet. Here we go, you're addicted. Jean smiles. One of Kitty's favorite pastimes was navigating the rabbit hole of heroes on the internet, with a special focus on the most active here, Eidolon. Shut up. Kitty gumbles without even looking at her, easily clicking on her favorites tab to go to the threads about Eidolon. There are threads about all heroes and villains. In truth, there are threads about everything on this site, but Eidolon is always in the top 3. Here, people can share their experience with a certain hero, videos, memes, artwork, etc. Kitty checks every day because it never fails to entertain her. First post is a video during the convergence thing that happened in London. Showing Eidolon avoiding that elf queen advances. Kitty starts, it says, why Eidolon never falls for honey traps. The average woman around Eidolon, and then an edit of a bunch of hot women that he interacts with. Oh, that warrior woman friend of Thor was giving him the eyes. Fair enough. Jean nods. Do you think I'm one of the hot women he interacts with? Paige asks. Not you. Jubilee answers mercilessly, and Paige gives her the middle finger. In hindsight, even Kurt's mom was flirting with Eidolon. Jean appears to notice a pattern. And that Psylocke during our mission. Jubilee says. And those elf queens during the convergence. Damn, every time the guy needs to avoid the advances of women. Poor guy. Jubilee shook her head sarcastically. While some are dying of thirst, another drown. All is said in a joking tone. There's another similar video. Kitty says, Eidolon is with Thor on the street, and they are being approached by some female fans. Put it on the TV already, no need to keep narrating. Rogue cuts her off. Okay, geez. A minute later of pairing the two devices and Kitty was able to share the screen of her phone with the huge TV in the living room. The video is titled, The Eidolon Fanbase is Crazy, filmed from a fan perspective. It starts with a lot of girls running to Thor and Eidolon, who seem to be chilling after the black-clad hero defeated a small villain. From more or less half a dozen girls, half approach Thor and half approach Eidolon. Kitty laughs immediately, seeing the clear division. While Thor fans look pretty normal in their girly clothes and makeup, Eidolon fans are rocking the goth/emo/punk archetype. Black clothes, tattoos, dark lipstick, heavy makeup. Even Thor said that on the video, your fans are very unique individuals, my friend. He speaks with a good-natured smile. Shut up, your fans once made some ritual topless dance for you. Mine are pretty normal. Eidolon defends his fans equally in a joking tone. Then he goes down to sign the autographs, but for some reason, he pauses. Wait a minute. Eidolon then unfolds the paper and peels the external layer, revealing a full document underneath. This is a marriage certificate. Oopsie, one of the goth girls says, not looking ashamed at all. Kitty is already laughing loudly while the rest of the X-Men are shaking their heads while holding out a laughter. And this one is an adoption paper. And this one too. Eidolon unravels their evil plot. We can be a happy family. One of the girls says in a pleading voice. Now, everyone laughs while watching him shake his head like a disappointed father, and I just defended you guys. Sorry, Daddy. Don't. While Thor guffaws, Eidolon signs now blank papers. Now I know why Stark doesn't accept anything handed to him, but his fans are not done. When they are leaving, they suddenly turn around and grab the hem of their shirt and pull it up. Luckily Eidolon is pretty fast and holds it down. Behave. He says in a deep voice, a little more serious. Yes, Daddy. Sorry, Daddy. The video ends with Thor laughing while Eidolon sighs. They are gonna flash him in the middle of the street. Jean is facepalming. Bitches are crazy. Jubilee shakes her head. Really down bad. Rogue scoffs. They are giving women and goths a bad name. Paige comments. Don't look at me while saying that. Rogue glares at Paige. This reminds me of that goth girl who asked Eidolon to make his autograph a tattoo. Kitty is still laughing, marking ownership on her body or something like that. Did he do it? No, he only signed her skin and said if she wanted, she should cover it with a tattoo on her own. Smart, not taking responsibility for her actions. Jean approves. Still weird because she asked on her belly to make a wound tattoo. Kitty shakes her head. Idolin is nice enough to begrudgingly stylize the tattoo. Look. She searches and finds the picture saved. It shows the belly of a pale tattooed woman, her belly button is pierced, and she is wearing only black panties that don't hide her thighs filled with tattoos. The tattoo is the name, Idolin, but the hero made the central O a spiral and made that both Eid and Lon look like wings in the way he wrote in cursive. That is kinda cool. Rogue comments. I'm telling you, Idolin is a man of culture. That is exactly how a wound tattoo should be. Kitty exclaims, his mistake is that now a lot of girls are copying it. She laughs loudly. Let me guess the type of girls. Jubilee gives Rogue a look. Stop lumping me together with those maniacs. The goth woman shouts while the rest laugh. Kitty goes back to scroll down and finds an interesting thread. Idolin can turn into anything. What would you ask him to turn into to have sex with you? Kitty reads, pausing her scrolling. I'm afraid to look. Jean says. I'm curious. Jubilee admits. Ileana looks disgusted at them and at the screen. Click on it. Paige says urgently. I'm already seeing where this is going. Kitty, the more experienced with the internet, sighs. The first answer. A vampire. Okay. Jean says. Valid. Jubilee adds. I don't see how much different he would be. Ileana comments, and they can't disagree. Dark clothes, a mantle, white hair, he is kind of a vampire already. Second answer, a werewolf. Valid. Jubilee says without thinking. And everyone turns to look at her. What? She shrinks a little under their gaze. They are kinda sexy. And don't shame for covered people. Dr. McCoy is one of them. Wolverine is one of them. Paige jokes. Better than the answer below, at least, a dog. Kitty comments, and everyone's face changes. There are all kinds of answers. From wholesome ones like, Idolin. He is already my ideal man, that makes the girls nod to, tentacle monster that made everyone but Kitty shudder. Some guy said, on a woman. Kitty laughs. The Hulk? Just go for the Hulk then. Paige shakes her head. Is that Cthulhu? Jean frowns. People start sending pictures too. There are normal people and celebrities, too. There are demons and all kinds of monsters. And that is a Roswell alien. Jean says again, looking at the picture of the standard gray alien, with a big head and big black eyes. The answers get more and more unhinged. Someone said, a horse. Tabitha says in disgust. It took too long to appear. Kitty laughs. Just below, someone replied, why not a centaur, and the horse girl replied. Kitty's face fell as she read it, I want to hear him neighing. There's more, but she can't read that out loud. That is enough internet for today. Kitty says and shuts off her phone. Next time I'm gonna stick with, Idolin helping animals montage. I feel dirty. Women are as freaky as men. You guys need to see women's fantasy romance books then. Ileana, don't turn up like that. Jubilee says to the pre-adolescent. The blonde girl stares at the older X-Men with dead eyes. She hates being treated like a kid. She is probably more mature than they are because of all her experiences. Whatever. I forgot to tell you guys, Idolin told me that this weekend we can visit the person who made my suit. If you all want. I want. Jubilee says immediately. Me too. Your costume is so cool. Kitty adds. It will be nice. Good, she said that all of your costumes are a sacrilege against fashion. Ileana gives them a mock grin. Hey. Kitty doesn't agree. Okay. Not everyone needs to wear yellow. I mean, it's my color, not everyone gets as good as me in yellow, so you guys should change. She brags smugly. Like I wanted to wear yellow. Rogue scoffs. Let me guess. Black and a wound tattoo of Idolin. Kitty taunts, needing to become intangible to dodge the pillow thrown at her face. Hector POV Earth 1610. I control myself from grabbing a snack to eat while Mrs. Morales chews Miles for details about America Chavez. Who is this girl, from where is she? Who are her parents, where did he meet her, why are you hiding her? All difficult questions to answer. Like, from where she is. Really? Not even I know her origin universe. Miles sputters and struggles with his answers while his parents loom over him threateningly. Oh boy, his mother started talking in Spanish. I'm sorry, Miles. All spider people have to suffer a little. I. Okay. Calm down. Miles raises his hand to his parents while subtly walking to me. Then he quickly pushes me till we are in his room. His parents are on our tail. I will answer your questions later. I promise. Blam, and he closes the door while his mother was saying something. You slammed the door on your Latina mom's face. You are braver than most, Miles Morales. I nod in admiration. And whose fault is this? He glares at me. Ah, come on, think about it. What if Miss Chavez drops by one day without warning and your parents meet her? They will have, at least, a not-so-good impression because they will think you hide her from them. I say. In truth, I am helping him, and he is too blind to appreciate it. And how do I explain that she is a multiverse traveler, huh? Omit this part for now. Example, I am an exchange student who is going back to his country after today. I say, I don't plan on returning here anytime soon, anyway. Why did you come back anyway? Geez, is that how you treat a friend? I thought you would be happy on seeing me. I shake my head in a disappointed way. No homo, by the way. Your pheromones don't work on me. Stop saying that, I was worried that it's a real thing. It is, I just dealt with a Peter almost cheating on his girlfriend with another spider girl in my universe because of pheromones. Really? Really? Same spider, different genders, it can be dangerous. I nod. And apparently there's a specific one that has pheromones that can affect everyone else. Jessica Drew is like that, for what I saw and felt. Then I'm glad I can become invisible and electrocute people. Right. Best spider. And we high-five. Anyway, I came here to test some things and to learn a little. Learn. He sits on his bed while I pull his study chair to sit. Yep. This universe is very advanced in the timeline compared to mine, like a little more than a decade. I can simply get the list of superheroes and supervillains and go check on my universe for them. Isn't this dangerous in some way? His brow furrows slightly. Good that you have this kind of thinking. I point at him. Yes, it can be dangerous if I create some preconceptions of certain people and things ended up being different. It is different after all, slightly. The thing is that I already have those preconceptions from the beginning. I continue, it is about how I will act. I will be careful. Only keeping an eye on things, maybe doing something in the last second. Example. What if someone's origin story involves a tragedy? Maybe I can lessen the damage a little, or maybe redirect a future villain to a path of righteousness, or simply stop the event that would give him powers to begin. Like how I will not allow Venom to give birth to Carnage and all other symbiotes. I see. I get what you mean. His face shows understanding. That can be a crazy-ass advantage. Right. It is more like an excuse for my meta-knowledge. Power manipulation is the excuse for the assimilations, and multiversal travel is the excuse for my meta-knowledge and subordinates. And even items. I can simply say that I traveled a lot around the multiverse. Change subjects. How is your life as Spider-Man going? Had any trouble? Not that much. Schedule is a bit tight though. He says. That is a given. Things can get pretty hectic all of a sudden, so be prepared. Ah yes, you are the paranoid of the bunch. Miles rolls his eyes. Shut up, noob. You know nothing. You can be kidnapped and then dissected and cloned, media can start a crusade against you, S.H.I.E.L.D. can be in your ass. By the way, they are. It's just that I disabled their devices with this thing here. And then I put my nameless anti-bug disk on his table. It can only be used with my technopathy, but it is convenient. For real. He almost shouts in surprise. For real. There's none in your home. I'm surprised. Who is the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. now? Maybe they are short-staffed. Anyway, you are already on their radar and you didn't even notice. Damn. How did they discover that? Ah, please, it just needs one display of superhuman ability and they profile you. Are you leaving a Spider-Man through your window? I ask, making him wince. They know a Spider-Man probably lives in the area they work because of their powers, so they probably passed a thin comb through the whole of New York. Your height is enough for them to get to you. What a hell. How can I keep my identity a secret then? Miles looks exasperated. That's the thing. You don't. Just don't be surprised if you get home and you find a spy in your bed. Not in the fun way. They like those power plays. That's messed up. Tell me about it. I shrug. Let me give you some tips. We talked for some minutes. I told him the basics, reminding him that he is still human and can be knocked out if he is caught lacking. Always check your surroundings, be wary of poison gas, closed spaces, etc. You know, my experience as a hero and all that. He even gave Miles some trinkets, a superhero starter pack of some kind. The guy can't depend on Aunt May's goodwill forever. But it didn't take long for his mother to knock on the door and immediately open it to talk with us. "Dinner is ready, Miles," she says after breaching the guy's privacy. "Well, time to go." I stand up and pat my clothes. "Already? Stay for dinner, Corito." Mrs. Morales turns to me. "I don't want to impose," I reply. "Oh no, no, no. You will not." She shakes her hand. "Are you sure?" I double-check. "Of course, I already put your plate. Don't refuse my hospitality." Far from me to do that. Well, if I have the chance to watch this sitcom. Mrs. Morales, this is not flattery. Your food is so good. How are you able to do that and still work as a nurse? I complimented before giving her a conspiratory smile. "You are a superhero, right? You can tell me, I can keep you secret." She laughs while putting more things on my plate. "All moms are superheroes," she says before walking back to the kitchen. I can feel Mr. Morales' eyes digging holes in me while I look at my plate. Luckily, he is not the superhero of the family. He was watching me very closely to see if I would check on his wife's but as she went back to the kitchen. Not that I can't appreciate a Latina mommy, but I have much more self-control than that. So I just stare at my plate while I eat, ignoring the looks that Miles and his father give me. I have a thick face, so acting shameless is a piece of cake, and seriously. The more they look annoyed, the more I want to poke them. Mrs. Morales comes back to the table and talks with me. "You don't look like it, but you eat a lot, Hector." She smiles happily. "You will need to find a nice girl who can cook for you." She is already acting like an aunt of mine, asking for my novias, girlfriends. "Do you have any nieces to introduce to me then?" I smile back, "That cook like you and looks like you." "Ah, you flatterer, stop that," she waves me off playfully. Ahem, Mr. Morales coughs loudly. And what about Gwen, Hector?" Miles suddenly says. I pause mid-bite. "Well played, Miles. Well played. Who is Gwen?" Mrs. Morales looks at me with a teasing smile. "Yep, she already turned into an aunt of mine. She is a friend of mine." I answer slowly, "She, Miles, and I became friends because of a project, but there's nothing else." "Oh, why so?" "Well, we live too far. I'm from another country, you know. Double nationality. I'm going back tomorrow morning, that's why I came to talk with Miles before going. We are in a project together at school, after all." I weave the lie effortlessly. "From which country are you?" "It's in Europe." Mrs. Morales asks. I chuckle a little. "Brazil, my father is from there. I'm coming back to live with my grandparents." "Brazil? You don't look like it." Miles's father comments while eating. What a good opportunity, what do you mean by that?" I tilt my head while narrowing my eyes. Ah. He almost chokes on his food while his wife glares at him. "Oh, look. He is exactly like Miles on this." I decide to help the guy and I laugh to disperse the awkwardness, ha ha ha. "Okay, I understand. It's natural to have some images in your head when you think about a country. Skin-wise, I took from my mother, you know. My father was as black as you, Mr. Morales." "Is that so?" He blinks in surprise. "Yep, but much more friendly." I give him a knowing look. He coughs, a little ashamed. Again, I don't blame the guy for giving me the cop look, but from his perspective, he must be acting immature. "Brazil, huh? So you are Latino too?" I should have known. Hector is a Latino name. Mrs. Morales chimes in to change the subject. "I never visited Brazil, it looks like a beautiful place." What is beautiful, what is ugly, it's ugly. Like all countries. I shrugged. If you are gonna do tourism, it's a good choice to see the beauty of nature and many cultures. Avoid the dangerous areas, please. You are from Puerto Rico, right, Tia? Can I call you Tia? Of course, dear. And yes, I'm from Puerto Rico. It's a beautiful place too. I nod. Have you been there? Yes. Being Idolan is easy to travel on a vacation once. I lie easily. I know enough to have a talk with Rio Morales about her own birthplace. But tell me, how you and Miles get to know this? America. And Gwen, too. I knew she would not let go of the juiciest gossip, her son's love life. Asking while I am here is also a good way of getting answers. While Miles was shell-shocked, I decided to concoct a story to help the guy. We didn't know each other before, we got to meet because of a project. Gwen, America, and I are exchange students. Oh, I just remembered we took a picture together. I pulled my phone and, Quickly with my technopathy, I edited our costumes to normal clothes. The photo is real. Gwen and Penny wanted to take some to remember the adventure. Let me see. Rio receives my phone and looks at the screen. I think I can safely guess Gwen is not the Latina one. She jokes. Yes, haha. Sometimes the image in your head is accurate. I laugh. Okay, I'm seeing the similarities. Her husband says while stretching himself to look over her shoulder. Really? Yeah, she even has the same arc earrings. I don't think so. Rio says while staring at the picture. Aren't those girls too old? The couple starts whispering between themselves while I secretly laugh, and Miles tries to shrink into his seat. Too bad you can't use your invisibility, huh? I don't know, they look young. Mr. Morales whispers back. I'm not saying they are old. I'm saying they look like college students. Maybe early 20s. Rio shouts in lowercase to her husband. Maybe. At least that America girl doesn't have piercings. Hey. She is too tall. She is absolutely older. Rio is still on that. And yes, America is pretty tall for a woman. She was taller than Miles before, but he is on a growth spurt. I think they are taking advantage of them. Rio says in a lower voice, filled with worry that his son is being groomed. Puffed. I need to hold back to not to guffaw. She is so protective of her little boy. Don't worry, Tia. I will not let her eat Miles. I joke. I just need to make sure he is in good company. It's a mother's job to do that. Your mother should do the same, little man. Mom. Miles visibly winces at the side while I keep a light smile on my face. Come on, it's all about intention, she doesn't know. It's okay, Miles. Don't make this more awkward than it needs to be. I say, still chuckling. The couple already noticed something was wrong. Well. Please don't feel bad, but my parents died in an accident some years ago. I say. Oh Dios mío. Mrs. Morales immediately puts a hand over her heart, looking mortified. Yeah. I guess it's expecting too much not to go through it. Even the animosity Miles's father had with me disappeared. Ugh, don't look at me like that. Now I have lost the desire to tease you. Hector, I didn't know. I'm so sorry. She reaches out to grab my hands. It's okay. Don't feel bad. Acting normal is the best way to get over it, so please don't bring it up, okay? Let's just enjoy the nice dinner made by the beautiful matriarch of this family. I say in an exaggerated, pompous tone, to keep the mood light. The couple exchanges a glance before nodding with forced smiles. Geez, awkward humor is not really my thing. Bye, Tia. I wave at them while Miles and I go down the stairs to the streets. Dinner went back to normal after some time. Bye, Hector. You are welcome to visit anytime. Rio says at her husband's side. Yes, you are. The guy started treating me better after knowing my sad origin story. A little boring because the guy is genuine. A rare good cop around this area, he is going to die, isn't he? No backsies. I point at them, I will take advantage of your goodwill next time. You will wish to throw me out next time. I doubt it. Miles accompanies me to wait for the taxi. A lie, obviously. Your family is nice. Especially your mom. I tease. Dude. He deadpans. Okay, sorry. I raise my hands in surrender while laughing. You are lucky your mother is dead. He says, and we pause. Okay, that came out wrong. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Ignoring his guilty face, I laugh hard. Shoo. It's fine. It's not about the words said, it's about intent. Words can't hurt me, and the moment is pretty comical. My mother would laugh if she were watching us now. I give one last laugh that ends with a sigh. He continues to look at me strangely. Seriously, your pheromones don't work on me. Stop with this pheromones thing. Then stop looking at me like that. My spider sense is tingling. I shudder. Anyway, I'm going back now, Miles. Multiversal travel is not something that I do often, so don't wait for me. How did you do that anyway? A mix of being a genius and a cheater. Why? I say before smirking, want to search a certain multiverse hopper. I wiggle my eyebrows at him. I don't know. It's just pretty cool. Look at him trying to play it off while blushing. Okay, dude. If she likes you, she will come back one day. I assure him. Are you gonna visit Gwen? He asks to change the subject. No. Why? You know that is complicated. I give him a look. Yeah, you are her ex and maybe future boyfriend, pretty wacky. Right. I can't reciprocate her misplaced feelings like that. I shake my head. She needs space to get over it. Miles sucks some air between his teeth, not knowing what to say. That's rough, buddy. Thank you for your helpful words. I roll my eyes. Anyway, I'm going. Be careful out there, Spider-Man. You inherited more than the great powers and responsibilities. I press the button on my wrist device, making a portal appear behind me. You inherited great trouble too. No one told me. He shouts in a joking tone while I am being sucked by the vortex. The anchoring is working to pull me back to my real body. We fucking did. We have a whole ass intervention about it, motherfucker. I shout back, the last thing I hear is him laughing loudly. Third-person POV. Night falls on the city of Detroit. Huntress, the hero vigilante who took it upon herself to take care of this crime-infested city, is starting her patrols of the night. This time, with 2 sidekicks. Do I really need to go through this? Virgil Hawkins, now wearing his new Static Shock costume, his new retractable board also in hand. Yes. New world, new many things. Huntress says in a non-nonsense tone, I don't doubt your expertise, but you better go through a supervised night before acting alone. On the side, Shadow just observes the two. She is tagging along because she doesn't have anything better to do. What Huntress doesn't say is that this little team-up is more to help Virgil therapeutically than to see his skills. At least, that was Hector's intention, but she doesn't think she is in a position where she can help anyone mentally. It's not because they are from the same universe that they can create some sort of support group. Helena, Harley, Cassandra, Virgil, Pamela, Killer Croc, King Shark, and anyone who Hector has a card and just didn't summon yet. Despite having this main thing in common, they couldn't be more different from each other. And Helena thinks that she is probably the most different from them all. Just because of a single experience that puts her apart from all others. She saw her universe being destroyed. This still weighs in her mind. The powerlessness, the unawareness. She only watched the last seconds when everything became nothingness. Just a few seconds of realization, not even enough time to settle her feelings. Was she angry? Sad? Unwilling? She doesn't know. She can't replicate the feeling, she only keeps feeling it in a constant lesser degree. Her universe ended, and she still doesn't know how to feel about it. Maybe that is why she reached back at Hector's power and came to the Marvel Universe. Whatever she felt, it was still nagging her, and she was maybe seeking some kind of closure. Maybe discover that her universe was re-established afterwards. Hector said that it is possible, or simply know what ended everything. What was their mistake? Her mistake? Should she have done more? How? She is so weak. Was weak. She is getting stronger. Helena had close contact with the top of the hero world in both universes, so she will not get conceited, but she is stronger now. Sometimes she stays awake at night wondering if the her of now would be able to make a difference. It's silly, but she still can't help but wonder if she would be able to tilt the balance just a little to the right side, even if she were a weak normal woman. Or if Hector would be able to save her universe in some way. Maybe not with strength alone. That is one of the reasons she follows him. The guy is like her, aware of the risks and is actively working every day to prevent all horrible futures. It's her tragedy that brought her close to him, and ironically, it's her tragedy that creates this invisible wall between them. Helena can admit in her mind. She thought about Hector romantically. How can she not? Ignoring his age, that is more of a formality right now, Hector is indeed her type. She just won't say that close to Shago's ear, of course. He is an attractive guy with a good personality, the two have a very close platonic relationship, they are in the same boat. There are a lot of reasons for them to eventually get together. Seeing his polygamous relationship working so well also creates mixed feelings inside her. Sometimes she looks at it with some small envy, wondering a what if. Even Harley and Poison Ivy ended up in a relationship with him, albeit the latter is still not officially established. Helena obviously thinks about it. A part of her often wonders, why not? What is holding her? Hector obviously has, at least, a very good impression of her, she would dare to say that he thinks the same in the depths of his mind. But then, that constant nagging feeling she has since the destruction of her universe makes itself present. She once lost everything, so what is stopping it from happening again? Keeping her distance, not getting attached, is a defense mechanism in case things go wrong again. She can be as pessimistic as Hector sometimes. Or realistic, as they would call themselves. There's also the fact that maybe all of her feelings and goodwill for him are fabricated, a byproduct of his power. But for some reason, she can't bring herself to care that much. Maybe even this is something created by his power, too. Unfortunately, thinking about it will not give her an answer. The only answer she has is his attitude toward his people. He never abused his power over them, so she believes that his power also doesn't influence her mind as much, and if it does, it's not his fault, so she will not hold it against him. No use to think about it. She will not make a move on him, and Hector is too nice to do the same. She would not call him a passive guy, because that is what one would expect of someone in a relationship, albeit a strange one. If Hector starts actively making moves on women, his harem will grow faster than the Avengers. So the two will stay in this romantic limbo, keeping a platonic relationship, and she is happy about it. Yep, she is satisfied with this. Let's go kick some butt. Meanwhile, I will tell you the differences between this world to ours. Huntress says and then steps into the air, making the two follow her. Yes, ma'am. Static Shock salutes before stepping on his board. Did you watch the class that he prepared? She asks. Well, I read the leaflet. Virgil says slowly. Watch the class. As goofy as it is, it really helps. She deadpans. Hector asked her to at least give some support to the kid. Helena doesn't think she can help much, but she at least can be a familiar face in this unfamiliar world. The Fantastic Four. Earth's ocean. Deep in the ocean of Hector's universe, the Fantastic Four continues their investigation. We are close to the epicenter of the seismic activity. We just need one more demonstration to pinpoint it. Mr. Fantastic says, his eyes glued to the scanners on the panel of the Fantastic car. I don't know if I want any seismic activity right now. You know, we're so close to their origin point. Human Torch comments while driving the Fantastic car, now turned submarine. This weird seismic activity is still not strong. Invisible Woman says to her brother, but it is unnaturally constant and is gradually increasing in force. That's why we are investigating it now. So it's man-made? The Thing asks from behind. He on his human form, still wearing Eidolon's gift that allows him to turn off his rocky form. With all the broad possibilities open in this modern world, it can be anything really. A strange natural phenomenon never once registered, someone with powers, an asteroid, or a spaceship. Mr. Fantastic is saying. A magical artifact. But Invisible Woman interrupts him with a smile, making the older man groan. Despite the two being people of science, only one of them strongly rejects magic. Susan accepts that there's magic outside and inside science, while Reed thinks everything is science and magic is just a subsection of the whole, that is, science. Seeing Reed's disgruntled expression, Susan laughs a little. Just saying all possibilities. We need to keep our minds open. If we go looking for something specific, we can miss what really needs to be seen. Alright, let's keep our minds open to anything that can be suspicious. Reed says, it can be something small and inconspicuous. He is proved wrong not even 5 minutes later. As they continue to travel for some time, they are met with a shocking sight. Guys, I think that is the thing we are looking for. The Human Torch states the obvious. You think? The Thing asks sarcastically. What they find is a huge facility between a cliff on the seabed. It looks like an underwater industrial area, filled with machinery and tubes for transporting cargo. The most eye-catching thing is the glowing building in the middle, pumping the ground and the water around it. Is that trash? Susan squints her eyes to look at what is being transported by the tubs that go everywhere. Are they cleaning the ocean? Is this a good thing then? Ben asks. Not if they are just tossing around on the other side. Johnny points to where some tubes end, they're simply releasing the trash in the ocean. Okay, that makes no sense. We are missing some pieces of the whole picture here. Reed says. Susan goes to operate a camera beneath the Fantastic car to check things with more clarity. Look, those wrappings. Companies from the surface. She says while zooming in. And Johnny doesn't see why that is important. That is a Japanese company, and that is a Swedish one, and that is a Brazilian one, and that is an Australian. She points out, why would the trash of all around the world be here? The ocean is around the world. Ben tries not to sound sarcastic. Maybe an ocean current. Reed adds. This sounds fishy. Susan shakes her head. Heh. Fishy, Johnny laughs before being slapped in the head by his sister. Maybe that building is burning the trash to generate energy. Reed tries to guess, but why? There are volcanic oceans that are better options close by, and the trash being discarded also goes against this theory. In the end, they don't have much to go on. The only thing they know is that this place is creating strange seismic activity that has increased the sea level slightly in the last weeks. It also threatens unknown maritime monster life, enough to make it move closer and closer to the surface. What do we do then? Destroy the whole place. Johnny suggests. We can't do that without understanding the whole situation. Susan shakes her head, it can have dire consequences. I'm going in. She finally says after a pause. What? Her brother is the first to turn to her in surprise. It's the logical next step. I can turn invisible, let me check what is really going on there. That is too dangerous. Her brother replies immediately. Yes, you may not even understand things there. The language, the kind of technology. It can all be too different. Reed is against it, too. Look, I'm the first guy to always head in. But maybe this time we should take a step back. Ben says calmly, it's not a huge priority, right? That thing will not flood the world tonight or sink a continent in the ocean tomorrow. Let's go back to the surface, talk with more people about it, and then see what we can do. Even so, we need to bring something back to discuss. Susan argues. We have their location. What if they move? From all we know, this is a moving fortress that can grow crab legs and walk away. She shoots back, already removing her seatbelt, or it can really sink the world today, or just a city in the Netherlands. It doesn't matter, we have the chance to at least start doing something now, anything we can. It's hard to argue against her sincere desire to help. Logic doesn't hold up well against those emotional and moral reasons. Don't worry, guys, my suit has a tracker and I can call for help at any time. Yeah, but my hands are kinda tied down here. Johnny says, not happy at all. You are our escape driver, that is more than enough. She pats his cheek. I swear, this car better be very durable, because I'm gonna shove it right through a wall. Any wall. Johnny says, making her laugh. And I will allow it this time. She says and gets out of her seat to squeeze into a passage below the seat that would allow her to leave the car without filling it with water. She puts on a portable diving helmet while moving, one that covers only her shoulders and above. It only has enough air to last 30 minutes, don't forget. Reed remembers her. I will not. With those last words, she is launched through the small compartment directly to the ocean. But if you find a place with air, it will naturally recharge. He says now on her earpiece, testing their communication. Okay. She says back to confirm she is hearing him. A clever use of her powers protects her from the pressure and pushes her forward much faster than her simply swimming. She also becomes invisible, but continues being careful. Her invisibility is not perfect, she already knows that. And she is underwater, basically creating a her-shaped vacuum. Anyone can still see the outline of her body if they pay attention, or the water moving behind her. Invisible Woman moves while looking around. The whole place has a certain alien aesthetic that would only be possible underwater, whole buildings in impossible positions glued to the side of the cliff or upside down, all because of buoyancy. The number of sea people, for lack of a better name, was big. Susan marvels in their anatomy and different colors, despite the circumstances, seeing another culture like that is something incredible. Unfortunately, she doesn't have time to enjoy the sight, she quickly looked around, the big glowing building looked tightly closed. If that thing is even a building. So she identifies the most important one, the biggest, and with the highest influx of sea people going in and out, and swims there. She waits for a distracted one to enter, and she follows close behind, as silently as possible. There's a room where the water is drained before they can really enter the building. So they are amphibious. Invisible Woman thinks, I guess it's to protect delicate technology. Walking carefully and close to the wall, she stalks around some sea people, following them till she finds what she is looking for. On her way, she tries to hear some talks, but most of the language is foreign to her. To her surprise, she noticed that they indeed use some broken words of the languages of the surface here and there. Two even had a conversation entirely in Spanish. Another was reading something in English. Susan. Are you there? Time is running out. She hears Reed's voice on her comm. I'm okay. I found a pocket of air. She assures them, I think I'm close to something important. I'm looking for any computer or any access point. Be careful, then. You can use the bug on your kit to invade whatever terminal you find, then you can leave without taking any more risk. Reed says from the other side. I will do that. She nods. It doesn't take long to find what she is looking for. Paying attention to the people moving around, and thanks to the huge building, she was able to use her powers to make some walls invisible to check a room before entering. It was risky, but she was rewarded quickly enough. She found a storage room and, in a stroke of luck, was able to enter when some sea people were leaving. It seems this room also catalogs the items being moved around the building. Not the ideal, but Invisible Woman can't be picky, right now. She thanks her good luck that the computer available has an entrance compatible with her device. I'm in. She says in her comm, and out. She only waits till the screen showing the virus loading before removing her USB and retreating quickly. A quick scan by turning the door invisible later, she opens it without worries and runs away on the same path she entered. Despite the lack of need to explore, she took longer to go back because her luck ran out, and she needed to wait till the sea people moved and passed around her. She couldn't enter an elevator with them, for example. But there's no surprises. She was able to go back to the edge of this complex facility and find the fantastic car parked in the midst of a lot of algae. She doesn't even need to turn off her invisibility, her suit still has a tracker, so the fantastic car rises up slowly, and she goes beneath it to enter again. Good job, girl. Ben greets her, his big, normal human hand extended to pull her. Thank you. She says, removing her helmet, what did you find? She turns to Reed. It took a while to decode their language, but it was worth it. Reed says with his eyes glued to a screen, foreign words being translated to English in real time in front of them. Maybe it's because they are cut from the rest of the world, but they didn't put a lot of protection and safeguards on their files. Their plan is simple, but devious. Mr. Fantastic then starts explaining. The shining building that they saw earlier is called Tidal Expander, a very unimaginative name for what it can do. A device that slowly increases the sea level of the world. Despite the slow effect, it is an honest-to-God apocalyptic device. It seems that a certain radical group of Atlantis wants to attack the surface. The tidal expander would obviously give them a tremendous advantage. A small setback to their plans is the fact that the actual ruler is not so inclined to do such a thing, despite his dislike of how the people of the surface treat the ocean. So to exacerbate that negative feeling, those radicals are collecting the trash and dispersing it around Atlantis to make the situation look worse. They actually are also what has influenced the sea wildlife. Okay, we stepped in some big shit. Ben comments. Can they really do that? Invade the surface? Johnny asks. They are just a city. Atlantis apparently is as big as Australia. We saw just a small part of it. Reed explains while checking the logs. Still losing in size. The ocean takes 2/3 of Earth. Susan says. We have more people and nukes. Nukes are the last thing we want to use. We have the Avengers, us, and Eidolon. Johnny argues. Okay, that is more plausible. Susan concedes, but a war, in any form, is not the ideal. We need to stop it. She continues strongly. I agree, but this has become a political issue. We need to tread carefully and think thoroughly about our next step. Reed comments, we are representing the surface now. Nothing we can't deal with. To their surprise, Johnny is the one saying that. I thought you would say to go back to the surface. Susan looks at him. Whatever, we are already here. And it doesn't sit well with me having to ask for help from other heroes. He shrugs, we dealt with Moleman before, too. I don't think the problem is asking for help. We should do the two, trying to solve things here and send a message back. Susan says to them. We are a little too deep, but we can send a capsule that can deliver a message when it reaches the surface. Reed says, already doing that. Some seconds later, a torpedo is ejected from the Fantasticar in a diagonal line to the surface. I think our best course of action is to go talk with the King of Atlantis. Susan suggests his subjects are doing things behind his back. I think he would not be happy with that. The problem can solve itself. The problem never solves itself. Ben is not that optimistic. Would he believe us? We have the data. Reed points. Would we be able to even talk with him? Last meeting was not a friendly one, I will tell you that. Good that I can go in unnoticed, right? Susan smiles while the rest sighs worriedly. Her brother groans loudly. My words from before stand. I'm not afraid of hammering this thing through a castle wall. Johnny says while holding the steering wheel tightly. Some time later and many kilometers above them, Hector finally returns to the space station. Master. Cortana says, sending information straight to his brain while he returns to his main body. I intercepted a message from the Fantastic Four. Okay. He opens his eyes slowly. I'm going. He stands up, his body morphing into Eidolon. With a flick of his wrist, a card appears between his fingers, and he looks at the image of the gargantuan Leviathan. Nah, it would be cool but kinda overkill. He eventually says after hesitating. He was weighing whether the future trouble it would be worth the cool points he would gain by appearing on the head of the colossal beast. If not for my powers, I would never enter the ocean. Subnautica gave me thalassophobia. He jokes, I'm taking some people with me. I haven't bonded yet with Killer Croc and King Shark. And it has been some time since I did some outdoor activities with Machia. You and Gigantomachia are overkill, master. Cortana deadpans. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it, make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 126, Trouble Undersea, Part. Pamela Isley, aka Poison Ivy. I have to admit, this is indeed quite nice. Pamela comments with a smile while taking a sip of her drink, waiting for the waiter to bring her food. She and Harley are sitting on the front of a renowned open restaurant, not one stop to look at them beyond the occasional gawk of some male and the envious gaze of some female. This she can endure, much better than the screams of terror or any other overexaggeration that would happen anywhere in their former universe. Not that she could blame them. It has been some time since I experienced this feeling. Pamela continues. Thanks to Hector's gift, her earrings, her skin is like it was before the accident that turned her into poison ivy. I told you. A clean slate, not being tied by the mistakes of our past selves, countless opportunities ahead of us. Harley, who is sitting in front of her, says. I think they are pretty limited if we are tied to that guy. Pamela can't help but say. Don't even start, Pam. He is not imprisoning us, and you have to admit that staying with him opens a lot of doors. Harley defends Hector. We have new identities, our own apartments, filled bank accounts, the papers to start our careers. Pamela rolls her eyes but doesn't continue to argue. Seeing that, Harley continues. Do you still think he is up to something? Some evil scheme? You are already acclimatized enough to this world. You saw Eidolon. Do you really think he needs to go through all this trouble if he wishes us harm? Another good argument. Pamela and Hector's meeting was all over the place, starting with fucking each other silly is not how a first meeting normally goes. She didn't even know his last name, and she was moaning his first name. After that, with Harley's help, she was able to catch up with the common sense of this world. What is different and what is similar to her previous one? The geography, like the names of cities, history, like the presidents, and other things that she needs to learn. While doing that, how could she not be aware of Earth's greatest hero? The same boy that fucked her brains out is the face of heroism and metahumans in this world, a revolutionary trying to bridge the gap between the normal people and the ones with powers, who, for some reason, are discriminated against around here. She also saw clips of his feats. Punches and strikes so strong that they change the weather and disperse a tsunami completely harmlessly. He moves so fast that the camera can't catch him. He trades blows with the god of thunder, blows that the shockwaves alone crack buildings. He is like Superman. But he does more. Pamela saw him exposing rich and powerful people's dirty laundry to the world, she saw him restoring nature and influencing people to take care of it, and she saw him healing kids with cancer. Harley said that he is like the fusion of Superman with Batman. She can't disagree with that. He embodies the two heroes in their best, the friendly symbol of hope that puts people at ease, and to the criminals, he is the nightmare that she remembers Batman was. Pamela never liked the heroes. At most, she understood why they were necessary, but she was never gonna square up to fight any alien invasion. She never tried to kill a hero because they protected her planet, albeit not the way she likes, against external threats. There's also the fact that she doesn't want to direct their anger to her. She doesn't buy their saint persona. They are able to snap as much as anyone else. If she kills Batman, maybe she will never notice her death by a heat beam or a Greek sword. But there's something different in the way he does things. In the past, she would look at Superman's good deeds and scoff. The goody two-shoes was changing nothing, just keeping the status quo, the planet slowly dying still. He was only delaying the inevitable. Such potential. Such waste. Hector is not wasting his potential. She saw what he was doing and she saw his plans. All his actions would one day culminate in something big. A plan that would label anyone a villain, but the road to get there will be built on heroism and goodwill. He is more patient than I. She will give him that. Maybe her biggest mistake is how quickly she jumped the gun and tried to, kill everyone and give the world back to the plants and nature. But it is not her fault, she will never admit it. It was her hormones, the emotions, the circumstances. She was not in the right mind after just becoming a metahuman. I guess I can stick around with him to see if he will accomplish anything. She ends up saying, after all this contemplation. Harley gives her a mysterious smile. Good, you will end up falling for him then. Never. He is a convenient sex toy, but nothing more than that. Pamela denies immediately, too much pride in her bones. We can use him to spice our sex life sometimes. Well, Pam. About that. Harley shows a strange expression. We, you and I, are kind of not dating again. You are aware of that, right? She completes with a small wince. What? Pamela turns to her in disbelief. What do you mean? I don't remember we ever breaking up. Pam. I'm dating him. Harley says slowly, you said yourself that you are not gonna officially become his woman. He is not gonna force that on you either, but I can't be in a relationship with you this way, at the same time I'm dating him. Harley. Pamela uncrosses her legs, changes her stance to stare at her girlfriend, or not, with incredulous eyes. Break up with him then. I'm sorry, Pam. He kinda comes first because you arrived late. I can't leave him to be with you. I like you two equally. Harley assures her, but I can't choose, and he comes first. And I'm the one getting in the way of your ideal throuple. Pamela says coldly. Harley nods. Is this some sort of emotional blackmail? Pamela's voice is still cold, angry even. No. Oh no, no, no. I would never do that to you, and he would hate that too. Harley says quickly, a little panic in her voice, I'm not denying that I want to set you two up, but I would not do something like that. I'm just stating this fact, establishing this boundary, Pam. Please don't hate me. Try to understand, if I get involved with you in these circumstances, I would hurt him. Hurt him. Poison Ivy hisses in disbelief, we fucked together for hours. Are you gonna say now that he is gonna get jealous? The key word here is together. Harley smiles weakly. We literally rubbed our pussies together in his dick and now he has a problem if you do anything with me alone. Pamela is still hissing, but in a lower voice. That is too embarrassing to be heard by anyone, she still can't believe she did that in the heat of the moment. Aren't you seeing his controlling behavior? He is not controlling. Not in a toxic way, at least. Harley says slowly, he is a man with a lot of self-respect, Pam. He is not gonna allow himself to be cucked just for the promise of some occasional threesomes without strings attached. He is not like that. He did exactly that. I convinced him of that, he was gonna reject you. Harley replies, he likes to have an emotional connection with his lovers. I believe that you two can form this emotional connection, eventually he believed in my belief, but you. She still looks at Pamela weirdly. But I'm making things difficult. The redhead huffs, sorry if I'm not playing on your tune and becoming one of his side chicks at a snap of his fingers. She crosses her arms over her bosom and rolls her eyes. Pammy, be real. Why all this animosity with him? Don't start with the therapist tone with me, Harley. Poison Ivy glares. No, I'm serious. You two are looking so good together, the chemistry was there, he was engaging with your interests, your bodies are so compatible. Harley says the last part with a sly smile, trying to make the conversation lighter. It seems it works a little, because Pam doesn't look that angry anymore. I don't know, okay. You don't know. Harley repeats while raising her eyebrow. Yeah, I don't know. Pamela confirm, I just think that it shouldn't be this easy. I shouldn't be this easy. Oh. Ooh, Harley slowly says, realization appearing on her face as she slowly nods. Ooh, what? Pamela asks angrily. You have nothing against him, and that makes you angry. You are angry that you have nothing to get angry about. Harley analyzes. Shut up. Drop the fucking therapist act. Pamela says in a low voice before gaining some strength in her tone, what is wrong with putting your guard up in something too good to be true? I arrived here, and you guys are already setting me up in some scheme. Understandable. Harley admits. Any respectable supervillain needs to be at least this careful and suspicious of everything. This. Pamela tries to gesture to the whole situation, it's unnatural, it's moving too fast, and again, too good to be true. I have to disagree, Pammy. Harley tilts her head while pouting her lips slightly. With my degree in psychology, I have to say that getting attracted to him is very natural, I would far as to say that is an inevitable outcome. I swear, Harley. If you are about to talk about Freud, I'm gonna crash out. Hee hee, I don't even need to do that, Darwin is enough. Harley laughs. Seriously, he embodies all the traits that women naturally seek. The blonde was starting. Don't even start listing it. Pamela interrupts Harley, almost pouting, I know what you are talking about, but simple attraction is not enough. It's the start, but you are fighting too hard against it, Pammy. Harley says softly, your feelings are going in that direction, so you are trying to go in the opposite direction with your head. She points her index finger right and the other to the left, the two tips touching. You are conditioning your thoughts and attitude to fight it, that is not healthy. I told you this is not a therapy session. Just a counsel as your friend. My friend. Not his woman. Harley stares at the disgruntled Pamela Isley, okay, I'm gonna be direct. She finally adopts a serious posture, no more games, even though I know you like them. Become his woman. She says it with the most serious tone and gaze she can muster. Are you kidding me? Poison Ivy gives her a side glance. No, I'm not. Harley's face is 100% serious, something that even Pamela rarely sees. It's something I want. Something I really want, and I believe it can work. I tried to make you want it too, and I know it's working. But you are at an impasse now, and I guess it will be for a long. So why don't we skip the trouble and just try it? Try. Yeah, try being his woman. Official. For real. Pamela makes a face. What is the problem? We are adults, you can just break up with him if you don't like it. If you don't want to hurt your ego by asking him, I can talk to him to make the first move. Harley suggests, just assure me that you are gonna say yes, and I will convince him of going against his modus operandi and actively ask you out. If you say no to him once, he is gonna lose all interest in you forever. Now Pamela is at a crossroads. It makes sense. She really doesn't want to be separated from Harley, and she can admit in her mind that one of the reasons for her resistance is that she doesn't want to look like an easy woman. She has her pride as a femme fatale who uses men, after all. But again, this makes too much sense, like everything else. And it annoys and scares her. No tricks anymore, Pamela. Harley continues seriously, I already accomplished what I wanted, show you how great of a guy he is, you experienced it firsthand. I'm sure it's gonna work, but now the ball is in your hands. What is gonna be? Harley finishes with a resigned expression, like she just washed her hands of this issue. Now, what is gonna be? Third-person POV. The Fantasticar moves silently beneath the ocean. But seriously, what is the plan? Johnny, the Human Torch, asks, are we really gonna go to their top guy and throw at him this whole evil plot in his face? Truth is on our side. Susan Storm, the Invisible Woman, says. Your positive attitude is almost contagious, sis. Johnny drawls. I'm gonna use my invisibility, obviously. Ugh, here we go again. But how are we gonna find the guy's place? Johnny sighs. Well. He is a king, so. Ben starts, but is interrupted by Johnny. Guys, I guess that is the place we are looking for. I just had a déjà vu. Ben comments. Like before, they found a place that can only be right. They traveled extensively to find another concentration of the Atlantis population, and they discovered one with a very large palace at its center, occupying at least half of the city's space and surpassing any other building in height. If that is not where the king lives, and there's a palace bigger than that out there, he is trying to compensate for something. Johnny jokes. Well, here I go again. Susan says in the same tone as her brother. Aren't you glad that you took those swimming lessons when we were kids? Her brother asks with a smirk. And now you are the one that doesn't want to get wet. How things have changed. She rolls her eyes. Hey, I literally have a fire superpower, and in the past, you just didn't want to get your hair wet. It's obvious that my worry is much more valid. Invisible Woman exclaims before going out of the Fantasticar and immediately turning invisible. Propelling herself forward with her powers, she crosses the distance at a fast, but still safe, pace. The problem is that this city is much bigger than it looks from afar. The building is enormous for some reason. Maybe because they don't need streets. She thinks parks and other similar things must be indoors. Despite the important mission, Susan can't help but be amazed once again by this world underwater. It's even more incredible here than before in that facility. If she had to compare, before she was like in a military base of some kind, and now she is in a real city. She slowed down and avoided the many lights of the city, not to get caught by its many inhabitants. That allows her to take a good look around. She noticed that some of the sea people are a little different, writing a note in her mind that maybe they evolved from different kinds of fish. She sees the architecture, marveling at the strangeness, the materials. She noticed the strong lights, but now she understands that it is the city itself that is shining. It seems that the rocks used to create the houses and all other structures can shine by themselves, which is why the whole city is so bright despite being deep in the sea. It looks like a jewel. Eventually, Invisible Woman finally arrives at the outskirts of the palace. It's common sense that normally the most important people stay at the top. But we are in the deep sea, anyone can float. Maybe the most important people stay close to the land, opposite to the sky. Buoyancy versus gravity. Her rationality is good. Invisible Woman debates with herself where she should go. The palace is like a beehive, filled with windows and doors that she can use. The inside can be a labyrinth to any invader like her, and if some hallway is too tight, people would notice her too. She needs to make the right choice. In the end, what tips the decision is the fact that the building is more like a normal pyramid, the top being thinner than the base. Less space means fewer people, because the number of important people is obviously smaller. She also saw how fancy the top of the palace is, with some glass that she can't see through. Living on the top would also help overlook the whole city. She guesses, entering a window close to the top, and she starts searching. Then is when the other problem makes itself known. She has no idea what the king looks like. While she was thinking that, she found a statue of a semi-naked muscular guy. Maybe it's him, or this is an ancestor. Anyway, it's a start. It would be too much to find him sitting on his throne, I bet. Susan continues to look for the monarch of Atlantis. Inside the palace, there was air that allowed her to remove her helmet. But in the end, she was the one found first. While she was turning around to enter a big room, suddenly she was attacked from behind, a big hand grabbed her head and forced her face into the wall. Invisible Woman doesn't waste time before releasing a shield blast, pushing her enemy backwards and recovering her posture. You are not from here. She turns around to see the statue guy staring her up and down as her invisibility is slowly turned off. They still didn't introduce themselves, but this is without a doubt Namor, King of Atlantis. He is still wearing very little, like he is on a beach, but with an open green bathrobe. Despite living deep in the ocean, he looks tanned. His age should be in the 30s, with his face clean-shaven, whole body seems shaved, and his hair slicked backward. He has a widow's peak too. The most distinct feature is the small wings on his feet, like Hermes from Greek mythology. Are you the king from Atlantis? Susan asks hopefully. I am the one asking questions here, intruder. Namor is still giving her an appraising look. I will provide you with 30 seconds to give me an answer that can satisfy me. State the reason you invaded my palace, surface dweller. He says regally and unfriendly. Okay, your majesty. Are you aware of what you people are doing? She asks rhetorically, aware that he doesn't know. Namor would never deign himself to answer that. He would lose face if he gave the wrong answer. Your people are plotting against you and the surface. Susan says calmly, choosing her words carefully to get his attention and talk for more than 30 seconds. Equally slowly, she pulls a retractable holotablet from her belt and gives it to him. Check for yourself. Beyond the information that she got, Reed and the others also took pictures of the tidal expander. They have all the proofs, but nonetheless Invisible Woman is still a little nervous. She is not naive enough to believe that all monarchs would immediately jump to their feet and solve this situation. So she keeps her guard up against this unknown king, holding her breath while his eyes move around the information on the tablet. Paying attention to his expressions, she is happy to see frowns and flickers of anger appearing before he controls himself. Where is this? Namor finally asks. 50 miles north of here, hidden under a ravine and some natural camouflage. She answers immediately. Namor stares at her, and Susan wants to believe that he is just searching for any kind of falsehood, maybe wary of some trap to lure him out. And as much she can't deny that his gaze is half contemplative, his thoughts on that serious issue, she is also not blind to the other half of the reason for his gaze. As a beautiful woman, she is used to them. Every 5 seconds or so, Namor gives her a shameless and natural once-over, looking her up and down and going back. Men would think that they could be discreet, but women always notice. They always notice. The thing is that Namor's efforts to hide his gaze are close to zero. As a king, he doesn't need to hide his intentions. Women line up to him naturally thanks to his status, strength, and charm. And you come to me with this information. Smart. He smiles at Susan. It was the logical option. She says evenly, despite affecting the whole world, it's a problem inside your kingdom. It would be for the best if you could solve this without the need for anyone else to get involved. Oh. Did I notice a hint of a threat in your words? His smile widens, and he approaches her. Are you gonna do something if I do nothing? I'm curious now. Invisible Woman steps back as he steps forward. I prefer to do nothing, but I can't say the same about the rest of the world. Many countries and heroes would not stay quiet knowing what is happening down there. I bet you wouldn't like them intruding on the sovereignty of your nation. Oh. That makes sense, not that Atlantis fears any country on the surface. Namor declares proudly, and I would prefer not to have your Avengers running around him, polluting the water. You know about the Avengers? Susan exclaims in surprise. Haha. If I know. I'm the one who rescued the very first Avenger from the ice. Captain America himself owes his life to me. Not that I will collect this debt, I'm not so petty to charge for a good deed to such a valiant man. Namor laughs while crossing his arms over his chest, his muscles bulging. It seems you know more about the surface than I expected. But you are blind to your own people's misdeeds. She keeps her thoughts to herself. I'm half human myself, the best of both worlds, Namor. My duties keep me down there, but I often travel through the surface to see the good parts. He brags before giving her a smile, but it seems I missed some of the good of the surface. He looks at her suggestively. If you want, I can give you a tour so that I can show you the good things down here, too. I think we have more pressing issues. She says diplomatically. She would not be against visiting the amazing Atlantis, but it seems it would have strings attached. Pressing issues, huh? Maybe. As much of the use of the tidal expander is not a pressing issue, the fact that they are doing things behind my back is. Excuse me, the surface is in danger. Better that I go solve this quickly, it will save time to know you better, fair lady. Namor looks at her, I gave you my name, but you still guard yours. Invisible Woman. Your title. Very well, you can give me your real name in a more casual conversation later. Namor didn't waste time acting. He immediately left his palace and started swimming north, to where Susan pointed. But not before turning to her and saying, shall we, my lady? Offering his hand to carry her. I'm going with my group. She avoids him. While you, call you soldiers or something like that. Invisible Woman goes back to the Fantasticar, but Namor didn't call for reinforcements. The King of Atlantis simply swam alone. Susan stares at him while frowning. Follow that guy. She says after going back to the Fantasticar. Did you find the king? Reed asks. That is the king. That guy wearing swim trunks. Johnny raises an eyebrow. Not very, regal. Maybe is a cultural difference. Susan shrugs, unsure. Isn't it like 0 degrees down here? They probably adapted. Reed says, and he is fast, he already left the range of our sensors. Then let's not waste time and see if he can do this. I want to go back to firm land as quickly as possible. Johnny speeds up to follow Namor. Namor, the submariner, speed on the water can't be underestimated. He moves with minimal movement, barely creating any ripple on the water, even though he is moving at supersonic speeds. Silently and quickly, he arrives at the place that Invisible Woman told him. He didn't doubt her, he even knew there was some plot brewing in his kingdom, but when there is not one. Reigning is an eternal cycle of peace and war. Peace is only the moment when people prepare for war. Atlantis is too big and has no external enemies for a long time, obviously it would be infested with internal issues and power struggles. And this without talking about the trouble of his parentage. Despite being as old as Captain America and having reigned for decades, Namor's heritage was always a topic of discussion among the Atlanteans. The common populace accepts their king relatively well, but the top brass is a different story. The ones with pedigree, the ones that only have their status to show off, obviously would have issues with the fact that Namor reigns above them without being a pureblood. Unfortunately for them, Namor is powerful. He is not only the son of Princess Fun, an Atlantean with the noblest of the lineages, a magic user, and stronger than the average sea dweller, his human side is not his weak point either. Being a hybrid allowed him more than simply breathe both underwater and on the surface. He is both a Homo mermamus mixed with not a simple Homo sapiens, but a Homo superior, or as Eidolon would say, a metahuman. One from the Alpha classification, nonetheless, like Cyclops and Professor Xavier. He literally, and truthfully, has the best of both worlds. He reigns not only because of his status, but because he is strong. In no time, Namor is already floating above the tidal expander, looking down at the facility operating beneath him. He can recognize these men, an idea of the real perpetrators already appearing on his mind. Now to confirm. Swift like a tuna, he dashes to a certain blue-skinned Atlantean. He grabs the man's neck, his armor bending on Namor's grip. Hello, Marl. So this is where you come in your free time. It doesn't look like a pleasant vacation spot. My king. The Atlantean named Marl says with a lot of effort, his hands holding Namor's muscular arm, but not moving the monarch. I already know everything, but I will give you the chance to repent from your mistakes. Tell me what you know. Any lie or omission will be a death sentence to your family and loved ones. Namor orders imperiously. You. Marl's eyes widen in shock, negative emotion swirling on his face. Talk. Namor presses impatiently. You are not my king. Beep. Instead of talking, Marl pressed something in his hand, and alarms started blasting through the whole facility. Fool. Crack. After one last disgusted look, Namor breaks the Atlantean's neck and lets it float lifelessly on the water. The king looks down with an austere expression while the whole place becomes a hive of activity, people leaving the building with weapons in hand, securing the perimeter, stopping their patrol to swim higher. But despite the seemingly dire situation, Namor remains still, not hiding or acting. He will allow them to notice him and make the next move, and react accordingly. One last chance to surrender. Namor's actions are born from his absolute confidence and pride in his strength. Like he predicted, it didn't take long for the Atlanteans working here to spot him, their expression changing to shock and guilt for getting caught. Does anyone want to confess their crimes and explain to me what is happening here? He asks the hundreds of soldiers. They look at each other, they look around. Finally, someone shouts, "Attack!" It seems that you guys are pretty deep in this scheme. Namor prepares himself while his enemies swim around him like a swarm of fish. Standing on the center of the chaos, Namor attacks and dodges the attacks with his superior speed. Fighting underwater is different from on the surface, the three-dimensional battle is more similar to aerial combat. The Atlanteans go all out with dashes and charges, and if they miss, they need to make a long curve to go back and try again. Keeping their speed and momentum. Namor is imprisoned in a dome of enemies circling him while trying to attack his blind spot or find an opening after any action he takes. The King of Atlantis also has another advantage beyond his overwhelming physical prowess. Fighting alone against a group allows one to be pretty reckless with their attack, without fear of friendly fire, they can use some enemies as a meat shield against the rest. He grabs one Atlantean by the neck and throws him at another that was dashing at him with a spear. After the two crash, he advances and punches the two together. He also grabs another and uses him to defend himself from shots from the Atlantean army's energy guns. The mounts used by his enemies can be made to go rampage with a punch in the eye, too, creating another distraction. There's an impasse, one side has quantity and the other quality, but it is obvious that unless Namor commits some grave mistake, or gets tired, he will gain in the end. The problem is that it seems his enemies have no end. More and more arrive from God knows where, seemingly very resolved in killing the king of Atlantis here. Namor is regretting a little not bringing any reinforcements, not even his cousin. This will take longer than expected. But it will be good to call the vermin from my kingdom. He roars and gets more aggressive, grabbing one of his enemy's spears and throwing it to impale two others. It's with the hellish sight of the water becoming red that the Fantasticar finally arrives. Damn, those political issues can get bloody. Johnny comments. Johnny. Don't joke about that. Susan admonishes her brother, we need to do something. We can't help much from here. Ben says. Their powers are not that good underwater. I can. Susan declares as she stands up from her seat, raising her arms in front of her and conjuring a shield to separate Namor from half of his enemies. Even going as far as pushing them away in the hopes of knocking them out. This can lessen the burden on the king of Atlantis, maybe allowing him to go a little easier on his enemies. It works well in the beginning, too well, because the Atlanteans turn their attention to the Fantasticar, too. A good number of them start swimming towards them, and Johnny starts making some maneuvers to avoid them. Johnny, keep it stable. Susan shouts, struggling to concentrate with all the shaking. You are asking too much, sis. Well, I guess it's time. Ben says before grabbing something behind his seat. A swimming helmet similar to Susan, but his comes with a small jetpack. Small to his big, rocky frame. Clobber in time, baby. Leaving the same way Susan left earlier, Ben transforms outside the Fantasticar. In his rocky form, he still needs to breath, and his movements will obviously go sluggish underwater, but if he bypasses those two weaknesses he can be a pretty good shield. The jetpack propels him forward, and he grabs two Atlanteans before knocking the two together and moving to the others, tanking shots to the chest like nothing. Now I can counterattack. Johnny grins before turning the Fantasticar around and bringing the guns and starting blasting like he is in a sci-fi movie. The guns of the Fantasticar are non-lethal, but Johnny can finally fight back and let off some steam. The battle continues for some minutes, energy blasts lighting up the battlefield, bodies being knocked away, Susan's shield stopping attacks. It's chaotic, but now the advantage of the group of heroes is even more obvious. But the situation changes again when another big group of Atlanteans appears. The newcomers are led by someone driving a chariot pulled by two giant sharks of an unknown species. He has blue skin, a mean face, and is tall and muscular. The important parts of his body are covered by a golden armor, and his helmet also has protective glass in the front. Atuma. I knew that it was you. Namor speaks when the battlefield goes still, and you Krang, too cowardly to do something properly against me, so you sold yourself to him. I don't care about the means, I only care that you die. Warlord Kron, a bald blue-skinned Atlantean with a goatee, snarls with rage. It's because of this attitude of yours that your wife chose to share her bed with me. To feel what a real man is for the first time. Namor trash talks to anger the opponent. Before Krang was able to give an answer, Atuma raised his arm to stop him. It was not in my plans for you to discover this so soon, half-breed, but it will work out in the end. What are they talking about? Can they talk underwater? On the side, the Fantastica 4 is looking at the situation with wariness and confusion. Theoretically sound can travel even better in the water than in the air, but humans don't have the ability to understand them clearly. It's expected that a species that evolved to breathe underwater also has the necessary organs to discern clear words. I want to see their ear structure. Reed gives his 2 cents, typing frantically in the panel. I think I can catch what they are talking, here. An antenna appears beneath the Fantasticar, and after a BZZT, they can hear the talk. Too arrogant to come here alone, no one will mourn at your funeral. Atuma continues. I don't need to use my kingdom to deal with the likes of you. Namor says arrogantly, you all hide beneath your armies and schemes like boxfishes hiding under rocks. Why don't you spare your men's lives and come at me, Atuma? Namor opens his arms, men versus men. A duel to end things, one for all. The provocation is obvious, and Krang almost fell for it, but Atuma is much calmer. Ha ha ha. Do you want me to throw all that advantage away? I want to spare you the embarrassment of watching me tear through your pathetic shoal before dying. HMPF. As much as I would love to see your face being smashed by my hammer from upon close, I think I would prefer much more to watch you helpless struggles as you are devoured alive. Atuma's pointy-toothed grin is malevolent. Namor frowns at the mention of devoured. A thought flickered on his mind. Atuma sucks a deep breath of water before roaring, release the Kraken. Damn, he really said the line. Johnny comments. Shut up. Susan elbows her brother. The tension is palpable while a subordinate of Atuma blows a giant seashell. At first, nothing happens, but then they felt it. The water is moving in great quantities, like it's being pushed by something big is coming. From the dark and deep sea, a shadow moves, the sand rises, and the whole palace trembles slightly. One can make the distinctions of giant tentacles attached to a ginormous body. You madman, you can't control that thing. Namor's expression finally changes. Maybe you can't. Atuma shouts, after a lot of trial and error, I was finally able to develop a method of controlling even the worst of the deep-sea monsters. When the tidal expander completes its job, the whole world will be at my mercy. Waves and monsters will attack the surface. He shouts like a madman while the shadow of the Kraken falls over them. Wow. That is really a villain speech, and I'm kinda of a specialist on that. A calm and deep voice suddenly echoes through everyone's mind. The Fantastic Four can recognize this voice, but the situation is a little too weird to immediately put a face on it. At the same time, the figure of the Kraken is finally close enough to be clear, but it's not the Kraken. No, it's it. But the Kraken is not creating the huge shadow. The enormous Kraken is being held by an even bigger creature and being dragged, seemingly unconscious, like a teddy bear in the hand of a kid. Gigantomachia. Susan says, recognizing the giant. Despite the scary image of a mountain of a man walking on the seabed, its eyes 2 red dots glinting eerily, she only feels relief. Now the situation can be solved without an issue. The voice that talked earlier finally has a face. It's a commonly known fact that Gigantomachia is incredibly loyal to only one man. The giant barely does anything if not commanded by him. There are sightings of Gigantomachia in Indonesia and South Asia, but he never acted to help people or anything like that, he just wandered through the area. There's a clip of him watching his boss actions through a TV in a store, blocking the whole sidewalk and not moving till the TV changed. He is unfriendly and scary to everyone but one. So if he appeared here, obviously Eidolon came too. It's finally clear enough to see. Gigantomachia apparently can also breathe underwater because he is wearing nothing but pants, and Eidolon is standing on his shoulder, equally unbothered. Machia. I don't like that thing. The black-clad hero points to the tidal expander, destroy it. Gigantomachia immediately obeys. With a roar that shakes the place, he makes his big arm grow to even more ridiculous proportions, going above the battlefield. His fingers elongate in giant claws before he slaps and breaks the apocalyptic device like it is made of cardboard. The tidal expander was at least as big as a mansion, and it was easily destroyed with one palm strike. The water muffled the sound, but the shockwave still pushed everyone backwards a little. Now. Can the responsible swim forward a little? I just want to talk. Eidolon says, his voice inside everyone's head. His expression, however, says otherwise. The way his eyes shine in the shadow of the Colossus looming over everyone, it all screams promises of pain to the villains. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 127, Trouble Undersea, Part Final. Third-person POV Eidolon took his time to arrive at the place of the underwater battle, allowing Machia to carry him while observing what was happening with a calculating gaze. There are levels of threats in any crisis, and despite the apocalyptic consequences in case they fail in this particular one, the situation in general is pretty much under control. He is not worried. Obviously, he would never let his guard down. The unpredictable can always happen, and it is called this way for a reason. But while he is keeping an eye on the fight happening between Namor and the rebellious Atlanteans, Eidolon decides to take a little detour and meet the gigantic life form he felt earlier. It's as big as the one I saw in the One Piece world. He says, Machia is finally face to face with the Kraken. The mythological creature is attached to the wall of a cliff, completely still, akin to how a normal octopus would enter a stage of camouflage. But this Kraken is of a reddish-pink color, and it can't hide at all, even if it is this deep down in the ocean, everything is more or less blue. Such a creature would not need to hide, anyway. Who can predate his kind? His gargantuan Leviathan, probably. If Hector put it in the Earth's ocean. The octopus-like creature is tense, its powerful tentacles coiling, its powerful muscles are clear to anyone to see. No doubt a strike of it would be able to cut an aircraft carrier in half. But is being careful. Its instincts are warning against the threat in front of it. Eidolon looks attentively at the creature that is just waiting for an opportunity to strike. His bloodstream is kinda irregular, he is under the effect of some chemicals. And those things imbued deep in its flesh are to electrocute him. He analyzes, they are using drugs and electricity to condition it to follow their orders. A very crude and cruel way to tame a creature. Eidolon pities it now. It's in human nature to show some compassion to mistreated animals. Most people would not feel it at a monstrosity such as the Kraken, but to Eidolon, it is not that much different from a normal octopus. Right now, he feels the same as a normal person seeing a small sea creature trapped in some way, like a turtle with its neck being squeezed by a six-pack beer binding. Okay, I'm gonna save you. Removing the many electric rods deep in its flesh will be easy, but getting rid of all harmful substances in its body will be a little trickier. Eidolon will need to study its biology and discover what is good and bad for the creature. He doesn't have any other material to reference, after all. Only the one in the One Piece world that he took samples from and studied. At Eidolon's instruction, Makia steps forward slightly, but that is enough for the Kraken to spring into action. 6 of his tentacles extend at a surprising speed in Makia's direction. The giant grows in size, so that he will not be fully restricted by the attack. Now the tentacles are only an inconvenience. Holding his legs and hands, glued to his chest and back, pulling him close to the mouth filled with rows of teeth. That is the moment that Eidolon makes his move. With a flex of his will, his conqueror's haki bursts forth, the water trembles clearly while a bubble of his power is emitted from him, expanding for miles before concentrating on the Kraken. The Kraken's reaction is immediate, freezing before recoiling, his tentacles creating a protective shell around his body. Then, all of a sudden, the tentacles start moving frantically while it roars. Eidolon looks at it and shakes his head. Makia. Boom. The giant punches the Kraken suddenly. It seems that pacifically subduing the beast is impossible because of the many hurtful means installed by the handlers. Better to put it to sleep quickly and then deal with everything, controlling it while the Kraken is unconscious. Hey, it's shaken too much. Eidolon hears Killer Croc complaining from his place a little behind him, holding onto Makia's hair tightly. King Shark sometimes does the same, but he is mostly swimming around. Eidolon brought the 2 anthropomorphic predators with him because he literally spent less than 1 hour with them overall. After summoning the 2 and beating them into submission, he just threw them at Callisto and Mikhail, the latter being able to put them in their place very easily with his strength. None of them reported any trouble. The 2 former DC villains were adapting pretty well in Metatown. Beyond some brawl here and there, of course, but that is expected. Waylon Jones, the Killer Croc, is surprisingly a chill guy that have been dealt a bad hand with his power. Much like Ben Grimm, his changed appearance didn't make him any new friends, but different from the Rocky member of the Fantastic Four, he didn't have any friends prior to his transformation. And he lived in Gotham. It was not a surprise that he eventually turned to a life of crime in that city, becoming a dangerous threat after being treated like one. It's not an excuse, after all, it was his choice to give in to the easy path. But anyone with a little sense can understand where it comes from. A second chance in a place with a lot of people like him is all he needs to show that he can act normal and civilized if the environment helps just a little. Eidolon put him under observation to see how he would act now, and he was pleasantly surprised. The anthropomorphic reptilian was even showing signs of gratitude for him, which raised his relationship loyalty without him having to show his face again. King Shark is not that much different, but was still more complicated. First, there are so many versions of the former DC villain that Hector was not sure of what to expect. The versions vary from goofy and silly ones to fully cannibalistic and murder-happy. Hector was ready to put the anthropomorphic shark down if it killed and ate anyone. He would be equally disappointed if the guy happens to be pussy like he was depicted in some media. Luckily for him, his theory that the Gacha has some degree of awareness and understanding of his desires and needs is proven right once again. This King Shark is in the middle of the spectrum. If Hector needs to specify, he would say that it is more like the CW King Shark. Not the stupid one from the Suicide Squad movie, or the silly one from that Harley Quinn cartoon. King Shark has a fully functional head over his shoulder, albeit he is not as human as Killer Croc. Still a savage and quick to go into the path of violence. Hector doesn't mind, as long as he is smart enough to know and understand that his new boss is much stronger and will be merciless with him in case he steps out the line. It's all good. Stop complaining, I gave you the power that allows you to breathe underwater, you are not gonna die, just hold in. Eidolon says to Killer Croc. The former DC villain is still a little freaked out by the fact that he is miles beneath the sea line. He is out of his element, feeling a little exposed. It's not about that. What if I was sent away in a current or something? The reptilian asks. You can swim pretty well, and I can find you. The communicator has a tracker. Eidolon replies. Many more things have a tracker, like his clothes and even Killer Croc himself. Eidolon would not lose sight of him. Just enjoy the ride and be ready to fight in case it's needed. You are the boss. It's the resigned answer of the former villain. King Shark is still swimming around, circulating Makia while the giant walks while carrying the now unconscious Kraken. Eidolon, with surgical precision, removes any foreign object from its body. Finally, they are almost there. Release the Kraken. Oh, he said the thing. Eidolon chuckles while feeling the invasive devices that he removed resonating with something, probably the shell that someone is blowing. They continue to approach while hearing a very standard villain speech that he can't help but comment on. He immediately identified and understood what the tidal expander was doing, attributing that to the reason why so many deep-sea monsters are appearing on the surface. The only reason he hasn't noticed that is because the tidal expander was being used for just a little while and didn't even increase the sea level by a measly centimeter. The tidal expander is the type of machine that increases its efficiency over time. Activated, despite being very slow now, it would eventually reach a point where it would increase the sea level fast enough to be noticed with the naked eye. Eidolon and Machia's arrival brings a heavy silence on the battlefield, their presence weighing on everyone. The hero commands Machia to destroy the tidal expander, and the giantman doesn't hesitate to obey his command. Hector doesn't even care about memorizing and studying how the device works, he only briefly looked at it with his X-ray vision to see if it was gonna explode. Now. Can the responsible swim forward a little? I just want to talk. He purposefully said that in an arrogant way. He already has a pretty clear picture of what is happening, he just wants Atuma to attack first because. Don't interfere, foreigner. Because obviously Namor would try to bar him from acting. I can deal with this on my own. Isn't it you who was trembling at the mention of the Kraken? This issue outgrew the borders of your kingdom. Eidolon turns to the submariner. But it is still under my supervision and under my power. Namor replies. Eidolon is annoyed, but thinking about it. As much as he wanted to end this whole problem quickly and go back, he could use Namor as a mine canary and scout for any danger. He can also do other things while he is occupied with this issue, like scanning Atlantis. Very well, suit yourself. But it will be really embarrassing if you are not able to handle everything now. HMPF, let me worry about that. Namor replies haughtily. Eidolon shrugs and then extends his hand to pull the Fantasticar and the Fantastic Four to him, so that they can't be taken hostage or caught up in whatever is going to happen. Namor shall be the only victim of his hubris if something happens. He then unceremoniously phases through the Fantasticar while grabbing the thing with him. Hello, guys. Are you all having a fantastic underwater adventure? He asks while settling into the back seat with Ben. Because of the big size of his rocky form, the back seat is as big as a couch, so human form Ben and Eidolon can sit on it pretty comfortably. Did you say fantastic? Johnny catches on to the bad joke and joins in with a shit-eating grin. Don't even start with the puns, you two. Susan huffs, amused. Eidolon chuckles and talks with Killer Croc and King Shark, who are outside. Don't let anyone escape. And the two swim away to encircle the perimeter. Those two are new. Ben comments, seeing the interaction. Underwater metas can't be used in every situation. Eidolon shrugs. And they don't like people very much, their appearance is scarier than yours. Obviously, I helped Killer Croc to be able to go back to becoming a human. King Shark doesn't want my help on this, but that doesn't mean they are friendly with humans. By the way, how is the Metawatch? He turns to Ben. Working wonders, I will tell you that. Ben smiles while raising his forearm to show the device that allows him to turn off his powers. Good, tell me any feedback. Eidolon nods. It's really an interesting piece of technology, harmlessly interacting and shutting down the specific cell's functions without permanently altering the DNA. Reed chimes in. I thought about that, but all attempts would result in irreparable damage to the DNA after a longer exposure. I know, I cheated a little with my powers to make it faster and safer. Eidolon replies while turning to Reed on the front, crossing his arms, his body language a little cold. I know that I couldn't stop you from checking on it, after all, Ben's safety was on the line, but I would appreciate it if you destroyed any record of research of my device. Like almost every tool that can do good, it can also be used for bad things. Like collars to imprison metas. I would never misuse or be careless with that. Reed says defensively. It's what you are saying, but reality has a way of slapping our faces with our own words. Eidolon scoffs lightly, just be careful, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. After a pause, Eidolon continues, well, at this point, many are already researching ways to contain metas. It would make a big difference. That is one of the reasons I decided to give it to Ben already. Maybe it would be for the best if his enemies steal his technology. It would be easier to deal with. Meanwhile, with the presence of Eidolon, the mood in the Fantasticar got somewhat peaceful, but the tension outside is still high. If you want something done properly, do it yourself. Atuma finally steps forward, accepting Namor's challenge to a one-on-one battle. Finally, not hiding behind any tricks. Namor also prepares himself, his arms folded confidently. You have no idea of my depths, half-breed. Atuma holds his big hammer while the two face each other. Finally starting. Eidolon reclines on his seat, looking very relaxed. Is this okay? Susan asks with a frown. It's an internal issue of their country now. I already destroyed the device that concerned us. Eidolon replies, obviously, I will not stay still if the obvious villain that tried to flood the world wins, he assures them. We should just work together and solve this quickly and with fewer casualties. Susan continues, is this a man thing? She looks at them strangely. No, here is the thing. Eidolon points at Ben, making everyone but Susan laugh. This joke never gets old. Johnny struggles to recover his breath. The man thing is another, by the way. I will not deny that a man tends to try to solve problems alone, but I think it's more of a king thing. Or a Namor thing. Eidolon finally answers her after a joke that will fly over their head. Do you know him? Reed asks. Yes and no. The black-clad hero answers but doesn't elaborate. Is this one of the things that you have a database of everyone, but didn't meet them personally? Johnny asks, I saw this shit on the internet. Those internet rumors are getting out of hand. Eidolon looks at him with a paused stare, but yes. A little more complicated than that, but pretty much yes. I knew it. Johnny nods. Rumbles and shockwaves of the battle attract their attention again. Namor and Attuma finally clashed. The two hit each other and are sent back, but immediately press forward again, and a relentless battle starts, neither wanting to show weakness to the other. Who do you think is gonna to win? Ben asks Eidolon. If Attuma doesn't have any trick up his sleeve. Namor 9 out of 10 times. Eidolon answers immediately. Despite his already established small prejudice against Namor, he needs to admit that the guy is fairly powerful. He is not Aquaman, but he is at the top of the street tier of Marvel. He is a very complete flying brick that is super smart and is even stronger in the water. Attuma was not using underhanded tactics because he liked it. He needs it. Do you think he has some trick to use yet? Susan asks. Absolutely. Eidolon immediately answers. The records already confirm that. Now it's all about how good this trick is. Maybe is something dumb like a subordinate sneaking an attack on Namor or something. I mean, it can't be worse than the Kraken, if not, he would have used it already. By the way, did you kill that Kraken? Susan asks while sneaking a glance at the creature still being held by Gigantomachia. Seriously, Dr. Storm. Eidolon turns to her, amused, that is a swimming disaster, and you are worried about its well-being. Well. If you can subdue him without risking hurting yourself. She speaks a little unsure. Hoo, are you always like this or just after getting your powers? A genuine question, really. So non-confrontational. And you have invisibility and force fields, powers to defend yourself and run away. There are cases of people waking up powers based on their personality as much as there are people whose personality changed because of their awakened powers. Eidolon asks amused. So it is all because I'm hot. Johnny nods to himself like he finally understood something. If it is like this, I don't even want to think about my case. Ben releases a self-deprecating chuckle. Chill, dude. Maybe you have unsolved issues. Subconsciously trying to create a carapace to protect yourself. I know a therapist you can talk to. Eidolon suggests with a pat on his shoulder. What supports this theory is the fact that you four are hit by the same cosmic energy and awaken different powers. Even the two siblings have different powers, so it's not the genetic code that is the defining factor. I mean, it's okay not to don't have the same power, but they are so different. I theorized about that in the past. Reed speaks. As much as it vexes me, I can't deny the fact that something as ambiguous and metaphysical as personality could very well be the reason we have the powers we have. A pity we aren't able to save any readings of the cosmic energy that hit us. Any thinking about this subject will remain inconclusive without it. Our understanding of our own genetic code is still very shallow, so personality can be encrypted on that too, but I'm not gonna start the nature versus nurture debate right here. Eidolon comments with a nonchalant shrug. And to answer your question, the Kraken is just unconscious. He was being mistreated by his captors so that he could be controlled. Despite everything, I will protect an endangered life form, even if it's dangerous. It's just a very big territorial octopus, after all. He went genocide mode against an entire race of sentient beings, but he will spare the Kraken. The spineless ones from the Mojo world went out of their way to cause trouble a dimension away. The Kraken chills deep in the ocean, goes up once maybe every 10 years, and sometimes it doesn't even attack anyone. Boom boom. They watch Namor and Attuma clash once again, but this time, Namor recovered fast and, with his super mobility, made an arc to Attuma's exposed side, after the swing of his hammer, and punched the blue Atlantean in the ribs. Namor follows up quickly, propelling himself down to deliver another powerful punch to Attuma, which this time was able to block with the handle of his hammer, but his disadvantageous situation is obvious. The King of Atlantis delivers a barrage of quick attacks that don't allow Attuma to use his heavy weapon. The blue Atlantean is also kept in an awkward diagonally upside-down position by Namor's combo. His balance is off, and his posture is not showing signs of recovery. Well, the outcome is on sight if nothing happens. Eidolon says to jinx Namor purposefully. That's good, things can end mostly peacefully now. Susan completes. Eidolon even gives her a mental thumbs up for enhancing the jinx. And like on cue, Attuma finally does something. After hitting the bottom of the ocean because of Namor's attacks, Attuma finally has leverage and delivers a powerful blow with his hammer, but not to Namor, but to the ground below him. The impact creates a shockwave that pushes Namor back, small rocks flying everywhere and even hitting Namor and Atuma's own subordinates. Atuma roars, "You pushed me into this." Eidolon casually redirects the rocks flying like bullets to the Fantasticar with a wave of his hand. "Maybe we should pull back a little. Things are about to get grim." He elbows Ben in the ribs, making everyone laugh at the bad pun again. "I think I spent too much time with spider people." Even Susan is trying hard to keep a serious image, but cracking slightly. "Only now I noticed how many puns are possible with our names." She shakes her head. "Wait for you to be in the middle of a very stormy situation, and I will be there to say it." Eidolon chuckles. Susan turns to him, "Don't you dare." She playfully threatens him. "If you are so against it, I can give you my surname instead." Eidolon can't help to use his riz because it was such an easy opening and his natural charm just slipped out. Luckily for him, he has enough control to say in a very low voice. "Did you say something?" Susan asks with a concentrated stare. "No, just thinking out loud about another thing. I think I will create an attack called Firestorm. Johnny says out of the blue. Outside, Atuma finished roaring and reached for something behind him, precisely in his lower back. Eidolon's eyes focus immediately on what Atuma is doing, to see if it's something really dangerous. But instead of acting, he looks disappointed. Not the type of disappointment in the way someone would be for having his hopes up and then forcefully crushed down by some boring reality. He face-bombed like a disappointed parent. Atuma holds a cylindrical vessel that is shining in green light and connects it with his chest plate, an opening there finally shows its purpose. Immediately, Atuma's body starts changing, bulging, growing. After the cylindrical vessel emptied its contents inside his body, the armor started breaking because of Atuma's increasing in height and size. Now his torso is completely bare, showing powerful muscles and veins running through his whole upper body. He looks like a berserker from ancient times. No, he looks like a fucking Hulk. Johnny asks in disbelief. Who was the idiot who dumped gamma radiation waste in the ocean? Eidolon's muttering voice reaches everyone in the Fantasticar, even muffled by his hand. He is still face-palming, completely disappointed. "Why am I asking? I know exactly who it is. He was gonna have a little talk with the USA government later." "Isn't this bad?" Johnny says. "Isn't this your cue to intervene, buddy?" Ben asks. Namor still hasn't asked for help. And it's not as bad as it seems. Eidolon comments, recovering his impassive face. The reason why he hadn't acted yet is that he already understood what Atuma did and reached the conclusion that it would not last. With the all-seeing eyes of God, he saw that Atuma went through some bodily modifications to be able to store and use gamma radiation pretty efficiently. Even Eidolon needs to praise the guy who has the will to go that far and to keep his mind. He also needs to commend the scientist behind Atuma. The crux of his transformation is that Atuma is not really a Hulk. This pseudo-Hulk form of his doesn't have any connection with the dimension that empowers all other gamma radiation monsters. No connection with the one below all. It will not last. Eidolon says to them, Namor can still win if he holds on. Will not last. So his body didn't change completely to produce his own gamma radiation, he needed an external supplement for his transformation. Reed analyzes. Pumping himself full of gamma radiation doesn't look healthy. Ben says with humor. Right. With Atuma transformation, the tables have turned. Despite his big size now, Atuma was still able to move quickly, probably because he is an Atlantean in the water, his biology helping him ignore any hindrance the water caused. He finally surpassed Namor in physical attributes and immediately seized the opportunity by appearing in front of the King of Atlantis and punching him. A big omnidirectional shockwave spreads far enough that even the Fantasticar shook a little. Namor was sent flying after hastily blocking the attack with a crossed guard. Namor crashes against rocks before his body slowly floats up, clearly still out of it. Atuma is not a merciful individual, so he reappears above Namor and hits him with his two hands joined, making Namor create a crater when he hits the bottom of the sea. Atoms then drops down and starts beating the King of Atlantis. The floating dust makes it impossible to see what is happening to a normal eye, people can only feel and hear the shock waves, but it seems that Namor is receiving a beating. Oh my. It seems Namor will not last long enough for the transformation to wear off. Eidolon says, and despite his voice being calm, his eyes turned into crescents. He looks incredibly amused. You look vindicated. Susan accuses. You don't like the guy? Johnny asks. Do you two have a story? Ben also asks. No. Eidolon says calmly, I'm not so petty or childish to wish him harm. I don't laugh at other people's suffering. But he brought that on himself, so I don't feel bad either. And I don't have any bad blood with this Namor. This Namor. Reed catches on to his choice of words. I guess it is not a secret at this point. A good opportunity to hide his most important cheats appeared. I think I told some people that I can travel to other dimensions, including parallel worlds to this one. I just had some prejudice because of other Namors. I didn't transfer those bad feelings to him, but he is making it hard not to juxtapose his image with all others. Idolin confesses while strengthening his cover for the essence and his meta-knowledge. That doesn't look mentally healthy. Susan comments. I know. Idolin shrugs. I literally saw different versions of almost everyone. Despite being the same person, they are not the same person. There are even fully evil versions of everyone. I can't hold with their variants did against anyone. But it is a reference. And what Namor did that made you dislike him? Ben asks. Is he evil in another universe? Johnny also asks. Being evil or good is not a reference in the multiverse. There's a Nazi Captain America out there, but what does he have to do with the Captain America from here? The thing is the mistakes and not the intention. Seeing their confused faces, Idolin continues, it's more common than what I would like, but good people like you guys, the Avengers, and any other person that you would trust make questionable decisions, if not downright horrible mistakes. This often happens with smart and capable individuals like Namor, Stark, Pym, and even you, Reed. Me. Mr. Fantastic looks surprised. Yes, you guys are the reason I have a prejudice against genius heroes. If you are not careful, you try to do some good, ignoring everyone around you and messing things up really badly. Never taking anyone else's consideration in the equation, thinking you always know best. It's also the reason why I triple-check everything I do, every project that I start, and why I have multiple people close by, ready to call me out if I deviate too much. Idolin doesn't hide this fact. Maybe it will be a turning point for this Reed Richards. He doesn't care if this can sour his relationship with the Fantastic Four. Idolin is a pretty direct and honest hero, ready to call everyone's bullshit. I don't dash, Reed starts, but Idolin interrupts. You don't need to defend yourself, you are obviously innocent till you are proven guilty. I hope you never commit any mistakes of your variants, but I will keep an eye on you and the rest. He says, it literally happens in every universe. One of you will mess up. Or it will be Stark siding with the government to control heroes, sparking a civil war, or Namor trying to solve the pollution of the ocean by attacking some places as message, or Pym creating an AI that will go rogue, or you creating a prison in the negative zone that will eventually be used to hold our hero's friend that disagree with you and Stark, or you're cloning Thor after his death, or you killing a member of the Fantastic Four by mistake, or you and the rest of those smart individuals creating a small group to secretly take big decisions in behest of the whole world. Did you notice that it has a lot of you, Mr. Fantastic? Idolin stares at the leader of the Fantastic Four deeply. I really don't want any of this to happen, and I genuinely think that the you of right now is horrified with the actions of your variants. But I bet all those variants would once be horrified too. You can change, you can get blind by your own hubris, exactly like Namor, who thought that he was fully capable of dealing with everything alone and is now receiving the beating of his life. I assure you that your worries are unfounded. Reed guarantees, I will never commit those mistakes, especially with your warning now. Idolin sighs, your assurance doesn't calm me at all. You don't know the future, acting so sure only fills me with unease. Not even I dare to say for sure that I will not commit a mistake or be corrupted by evil. You being so sure only guarantees that you will walk in the same path as the Reeds that I saw. They are sure of themselves, too. And I don't plan to let it happen in my own home dimension. Idolin threatens subtly, be careful, Dr. Richards. Watch yourself, because I will be watching you. Okay, guys. Let's chill. Ben raises his hands to mediate. Don't misunderstand me. It's literally a genuine friendly warning and advice. I have nothing against any of the people I mentioned. Idolin addresses the awkward situation without missing a beat, his voice calm, I really wish that all genius superheroes accomplish their projects to make the world a better place safely. I believe in their great potential and will to make good. I'm here to prevent any mishaps, intentional or otherwise. You can think badly of me, but I am just being prepared. We are dealing with lives daily, any action affects a lot of people. Our mistakes then. He sighs at the end. You said something like that when we first met. Susan comments, remembering when she tried to hold Idolin and he went off on how she should push her view on other people. It's true, the thing is that you used your power on me and didn't take no for an answer. That was just a minor example of how those things can happen. He nods, let's all be mature people and listen to each other without taking anything to heart. I don't take things to heart. I appreciate the hard facts, Idolin. Reed Richards says. And I appreciate that you listened. Idolin nods. Nice that we talked about that. You indeed get over your head, Stretcho. Ben points at Reed with a grin. The mood instantly lightened up. Just, sometimes. Reed coughs bashfully, and they all laugh. Boom 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 boom. Namor, on the other hand, doesn't appear to be having a good time. The place of the battle is still chaotic, still cloudy with the sand that rose from the bottom of the sea. but they are still able to see Namor's body being tossed around, even if the guy is putting on a fight. Eidolon then raises his hand, his index and thumb making a L, and a holographic screen appears and starts recording. The most impressive thing is that this recording power is based on his sight, so the fight can be seen clearly, going through all the sand and rocks. The hero chuckles lightly while seeing Namor receiving a punch on his face. He even goes back to see it again in slow motion, the submariner's face deforming because of the impact. "Are you sure that you don't have anything against him?" Susan asks with a deadpan stare while Ben laughs a little with Eidolon in the back. "If he is 1% like his counterparts that I saw, he is kinda of an arrogant ass, so I want to have this to use in the future. Let's see if he can act high then. Like Loki and the puny god moment." Eidolon explains calmly. Ignoring her stare, Eidolon continues to record Namor's embarrassing moment, catching everything in 4K. Now, everyone on the Fantasticar can see Namor's bad state. No bone is exposed or limb was torn, but Namor is all bloodied and bruised, his face is swollen, and certain parts of his skin are already turning purple. The commendable thing is that his eyes are still stubborn, and the guy is still attacking Atuma. A respectable effort against very bad odds. Eidolon praises. "Eidolon, if you are not gonna do anything, I will act." Susan says with determination. Okay, he is not gonna like it, by the way. And I still think he still has some fight in him, but okay. Eidolon concedes. In truth, for him, each option is good. On one side, he would be able to see Namor having his ass handed to him, and on the other, he will be the one saving him. And this will probably be very humiliating in the eyes of the submariner. It will be a dark mark on his life forever. Eidolon doesn't even leave the Fantasticar to act. He does a relatively casual and slow uppercut, his arm disappears at some point in the air, like it entered a gap in space. His whole forearm disappears and reappears just in front of Atuma. Boom crack. The attack hits the gamma-juiced Atlantean straight in the chin, and despite looking weak, it creates a huge shockwave that pushes the water away, making an open-air space. Note to self, not using tremor powers underwater. Eidolon makes a note in his mind while looking at the whole area of this ocean trembling. With his sight, he can see how far and wide the attack spreads. But he needed to do this much to shake Atuma off Namor. The hero then extends his other hand and pushes Namor away with his telekinesis, sending the submariner even further before saying, "Makia." The order was answered immediately. Gigantomachia's eyes light up, like two headlights, and the giant roars loud enough to reverberate through the whole place. He then brings his arm down like he is nailing something, but it is just Atuma. Boom. Yeah, let's go around and rescue Namor. Eidolon suggests that while they watch, Makia gives the Namor treatment to Atuma. The Atlantean is not that easily subdued, he reappears from the stormy seabed, swimming straight to Makia's chin, hitting it and sending the giant's head backward a little. But Makia only looks annoyed and, after a shake of his head, claps his hand on him like an insect while growing even more. "Seriously, go around in a wide circle," Eidolon says. "I thought you were gonna act." Ben comments. "Nah, let Makia handle that." "Are you sure he can?" They watch Atuma swimming around expertly, hitting the giantman while taking advantage of his opponent's slow movements. "He will not lose," Eidolon says confidently. Against brutes, it's almost impossible for Makia to lose. Eidolon would be able to list the huge list of powers that would give Makia the advantage, but one in particular stands out. Sebastian Shaw's kinetic energy absorption is the one that will guarantee Makia to be the one standing in the end. They watch Makia get stronger as time passes, growing in size, his body changing to adapt. Makia is not dumb, it's just that he has a single-minded focus. Hector gave him the power to transform into hundreds of dinosaurs. After taking hits, Makia changes his body to a more aquatic efficient form, now able to deliver more attacks back, while Atuma's own attacks stop having an effect. Wow, he can get this big. Susan comments wide-eyed when Makia gets on the 300-meter mark. That's what she said. Eidolon mutters. Makia waves his hands at Atuma, skin grows between his fingers, and it is like a fan pushing Atuma down. The current is indefensible, and Atuma is forced again to the seabed. Without his quick movements, he is now a trapped fish to Makia now much stronger attack. The ginormous fist goes down. Boom. The ground cracks, and heat starts rising up, magma starts leaking from the cracks. Be careful not to divide the tectonic plate, Makia. Eidolon sighs and, with a wave of his hand, he holds the damage, stopping it from spreading. Meanwhile, the Fantasticar finally reached Namor. The guy is conscious but heavily battered, looking at Makia's battle with his one eye that is not covered by his swollen flesh. "Want me to heal you?" Eidolon offers, hand extended. Namor glares at him. "Whatever." Eidolon raises his hand in a shrug and gives Susan a look, a "see" in his gaze. They turned again to the battle. But it is over. Makia is just standing there while Atuma swims to hit him in the face before swimming away and returning to another attack. But it is incredibly pathetic. It's like a fly annoying a human. Maybe even more pathetic than that because Makia is not even the least bothered. They can see that Atuma's body visibly shrank too, he is running on embers and smoke. The gamma radiation left his body, probably used to heal him from his injuries or defend him from the last attack. His attacks get slower and slower. Makia's eyes follow his movements, just waiting for the order. The only reason he hasn't attacked again is that Atuma would not resist another one of his attacks, and because the Atlantean didn't try to escape. But Eidolon doesn't even need to do anything. Namor is the one who acts, swimming surprisingly fast with his wounded body. He arrives behind Atuma and punches the Atlantean in his back. They watch him, then follow up with another kick that creates a crater in the ground. After that, Namor grabs Atuma's leg, turns to them, and then swims away while carrying the perpetrator of this rebellion. Not even a thanks. Susan raises an eyebrow. No surprises here. Eidolon scoffs. Funny that now he probably has a bad impression of me. Like I was the one that embarrassed him. He shakes his head. After having a mature and understanding talk with Magneto and Mr. Fantastic, he was hopeful that his prejudice against Namor would die when he met the guy, but it seems to be a Cyclops situation again. He felt the bad emotions from Namor, who had no one to blame but himself, changing to him just because he predicted what was gonna happen. Shouldn't we apprehend the blue guy? Johnny asks. We are not the police, Johnny. Reed says. I thought you had a particular prison. I saw on the internet. Johnny turns to Eidolon. Those rumors. And yes, but this is an issue of Atlantis. I can let Namor bring Atuma back to judgment so that he can save face. As long as nothing like this repeats itself, I will stay away from his country. Eidolon says, but maybe I should visit him in the future to pass the message that his issues shouldn't affect the surface again. What he didn't say was that he had already ordered Killer Croc and King Shark to apprehend the rest of Atuma's entourage, including Warlord Krang. Try not to piss the guy too much. Ben chuckles. Me. Eidolon turns to him, almost offended. Yeah, you have this way of talking, Eidolon. Susan chimes in, too direct. It's good, but try to talk to him like a kid that you rescued. You are nice with children. She suggests. Namor is a 100-year-old king. I'm not gonna tiptoe around to not hurt his feelings. Eidolon snorts. I talk hard truths to those that can listen and need to listen, if they don't listen. HMPF. I still talk. So many jumped into action with their fists. He is still a reasonable guy despite calling people on their bullshit in front of them. It's just that, or he makes genuine friendships or very easily enemies. At least, no fake friends. I guess everything is well when it ends well. I didn't even need to do much. Eidolon comments, satisfied. He was only the brain. Makia would be able to deal with this crisis alone. That is good, but it also shows an issue. He is really lacking leaders amidst his summons. The reason is that he assimilated most of them. His summons lacks a certain degree of initiative, creativity, or self-control to deal with problems. Some lack all of them. There's also the issue that this sub-leader will need to be strong and respected by the rest. Many only answer to him. Maybe I should start training some of them for the role. Like Cassandra. He thinks, but it will be a very long task. Huff finally. From now on, the beach will be as deep as I will go into the ocean. Johnny comments, immediately driving the Fantastic car up. Susan turns back. Eidolon, D1, where did he go? What the heck? The guy was here just now. Ben exclaims. Gigantomachia disappeared too, and the Kraken. Reed says while twisting his neck to look around. The internet is right again. Johnny comments, do you think he is banging all the girls from his team too? Johnny, I can't believe we are having this talk, but don't believe everything on the internet. Susan rolls her eyes. A.N, hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it. Make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye. Chapter 128, The Canadian Team. Third-person POV. In an isolated place underwater, dozens upon dozens of Atlanteans are being treated by war criminals. They are forced down on the seabed by the immense pressure of the people looking down on them. Not as diverse as the ones in the One Piece world. Eidolon says to himself while taking a good look at them, biology, DNA, and all. Different from the fishmen and mermaids of the worlds of pirates, the sea people from here mostly change only their skin color. He can still see that there are different tribes between them, but not like they evolved from different races of fish. No, it's more like they lived in different regions around the globe, evolving differently, like humans, but then united on Atlantis. But that doesn't matter. I will make good use of all of you. He continues, after all, you all just tried to end the world in a genocidal plot. You can't blame me for anything that I will do with you in the future. Eidolon is ready to call the day. He can't spend his time doing nothing, but something unexpected happens, unexpected and dumb, so dumb that it caught him off guard. Warlord Krang suddenly shoots up at him, to try to take him hostage. He watches everything in slow motion, so that is what happens when I don't show off. Because he stayed on the sidelines, he, the less physically impressive of the group, was assumed to be the weakest despite being obviously the leader. So Krang, in all his unwillingness and pride, went for a last-ditch effort to turn the tables on those who came from the surface. Eidolon has 1 second to decide what to do while Krang's hand approaches him. Swish. He decides to just cut his wrist off. Krang pauses, a scream of pain and anguish leaves his mouth, together with many bubbles of air. Eidolon's gaze behind the floating blood and hand is piercing enough for him to notice that the missing hand is the least of his worries. Thumb. A muffled sound echoes when Krang's face hits the seabed. He didn't even notice when or how, but Eidolon now has his foot on his neck, forcing him to grovel on the ground. You should watch the news. Eidolon almost laughs, and control yourself, King Shark. He suddenly turns to the side because King Shark is shaking a little because of the blood in the water and the display of violence. The hero's glare is enough to stop the killer machine in his tracks to whatever the intrusive thoughts are about to make him do. Turning back to look at Krang, Eidolon continues, now you, be ready to spill all secrets of Atlantis that you know. Ugh. Gore. I would never say anything to a surface dweller. Krang spats rabidly, talking big even though he is in a very bad position. It is surface dweller supposed to be a slur or something? Eidolon asks, genuinely curious before spoofing and laughing, whatever, I will discover in a minute. After all, you don't have a choice on this matter. He says menacingly. No one will ever know what happened with this group. Isabella. The governess of Hector's household is up early every day. The first subordinate summoned by Hector initially had a lot of work and responsibilities, but it became less and less as time went on, and he brought more people. Before Cortana, she even was the one keeping an eye on the many cameras he put around the city. Now the blue AI is Hector's personal helper, while Isabella can focus on taking care of his home. It's an easy job now, but appreciated and rewarding. Hector once asked if Isabella didn't think she was a little overqualified for what she is doing, but she doesn't mind. After a lifetime of mentally exhausting duties, to say the least, she is enjoying the simple chores and routine. And again, Hector always makes sure she feels appreciated and respected. She even receives a hefty salary, which she never uses because Hector provides for everything she needs. Even her hobbies of consuming music, movies, and books from this world are facilitated by him. Isabella leaves her room after tightly tidying her hair in a low bun. It's the weekend, but she still wakes up early to make sure things are organized for her master. Knowing his routine, he will allow himself a small break during this time unless something big happens. He must have slept with some of his women, so she wants to have things ready to at least welcome him with a clean house and breakfast. Unfortunately, Hector almost doesn't sleep. When she enters the kitchen, Isabella finds him, breakfast ready, and he is feeding the pets. Good morning, Isabella. Slept well? He asks, turning to smile at her, even though from his crouched-down position, he continues to pet and caress his animals. Each one vying for his attentions, climbing on his thighs, biting and scratching. Even the pigeon Hattori is on his shoulder. I did, master. Thank you for asking. She nods, her face calm. I need to know. I still feel a little guilty for dropping power on you, he laughs. Power. The devil girl has been a challenge, to say the least. Isabella raised and took care of many, many children. Toddlers even. But power. It's worse than all of them combined. If Isabella were asked to describe the horned woman, she would have nothing but bad things to say about her. With the exception of her appearance, of course, she is still cute despite not taking care of herself, and Isabella needs to almost force her to shower every day. She is making progress. It's the nicest thing Isabella can say about her right now. Hector gives her a knowing smile, but doesn't press the issue. I just got a new maid to help you. Don't worry, she is capable. I will bring her out later. I see. Thanks, but I barely have any work, so I think we would be overstaffed. She replies. That's why I didn't bring her immediately. He says while stroking his pet's fur, alternating between them. But at some point, you are gonna need to be the head maid, better start feeling your authority when we are overstaffed than understaffed. Head maid. Well, if you want. Hector gives her a look. In my mind, one day I will have a whole battalion of maids, hoo-hoo. And you are the one who was with me the longest. Except for this one here. He raises Cathalhu to show her, the alien cat meowing slightly in protest. Hector is the only one who can manhandle him like that. I'm a little surprised, but I guess it's expected. She finally says. The natural progression, if you want, of course. Hector says nonchalantly while standing up, Cathalha still in his hands. Wanna eat? I already prepared breakfast. He points at the table. She has noticed. The reason why her job is so easy is that Hector is very independent and competent. She only needs to cover for him when he is busy. And being fair, that is most of the time, but even so, taking care of only one house is very easy for her. Isabella took care of a whole school and a farm with dozens of children. With her new abilities, she barely needs to put any effort. I should wake up Power, she says. Let her sleep for now. Hector waves dismissively before sitting on the table, signaling Isabella to do the same. He has both Kerbanig and Cathalhu in his lap, each on a thigh. He is the only one capable of having both so close without them trying to kill each other. Isabella does as she is told and sits to eat. With more and more people, I always feel like I am neglecting you and the others a little. Like, I need to give a little more attention to the newcomers while you all are pretty much established already. He speaks. That is inevitable and understandable. Isabella replies, and I bet all the others like Shago understand too. But even if it is excusable, it's still not a good thing, he completes. I'm just making sure to remember you and the others, that you are all very important to me. He finishes with a serious face. Come at me for anything, even if it's silly. Even if you just want to watch a movie together. All right. I will keep that in mind. Isabella eventually nods. But internally, she doesn't plan to do that. How could she take his precious time for silly things? Hector seems to notice that and sighs. That is why I need to do this more often. He shakes his head. Now she noticed. If she acts in a way not to disturb Hector, he is gonna get disturbed anyway and come for her. Now she is in a dilemma. Maybe she should really start seeking him out sometimes if she feels lonely. And then she notices again. He had already convinced her. With a few words and understanding, he already put her to doing what he wants. A little emotional blackmail. You are very devious, master. She compliments. I will keep in touch if I need anything. He smiles. It's just that communication is easy between smart people. Try not to use your powers for evil. She makes a small joke. Me. Do you really think I would step on the evil path? He asks sarcastically. What happens next is exactly what Hector wants. He spent the morning with Isabella, talking about the books she was reading, helping her with chores, being a hard-ass with Power, playing with the pets. She obviously knows that this is just one of his 4 possible bodies. Isabella doesn't think so highly of herself to dream of having his whole attention for a whole morning, but it is more than enough. Yesterday I watched helplessly a marriage between a 12-year-old and a plus 40 dude. The parents, the whole town. No one saw anything wrong with that. Right now, she is listening while he is ranting a little. I swear to you. Some places on earth make me want to go full tyrant. Did you do something? Isabella asks. Non-officially. Heart attack. She asks, making him turn to her with a laugh, his annoyed face gone. You know me too well, he chuckles. I investigated the bastard and apparently he has a taste for young flesh. So he made the cut. Hector doesn't always go full divine justice on people, but when the law is flawed and the person is obviously evil, he can put the mantle aside and act as a Hector. Isabella knows he doesn't like it. It's not in his nature, he takes no enjoyment, and also because it doesn't change much the great scheme of things. People will never attribute what he does behind the scenes as justice. It can't even be a warning for people to be better. It's just taking out the trash. But it still needs to be done till the world is a better place. A patchwork of some sort that has no effect on the great scheme of things, but it can protect a small number of people. You will not receive any praise for it, but you are still doing what is right, master. Isabella says. HMPF, more like hiding my evil actions to hypocritically pose as a paragon of virtue. He scoffs with a self-deprecating smile. You don't do those things for yourself. Yeah. I know that. I also know that if the public discovered what I do secretly, about all the rapists, serial killers, and pedophiles that slip through the cracks of the system, but not between my fingers, many would praise me even more. He laughs at the irony, but I'm doing this for the kids. Evil can't build anything, only destroy. To inspire the next generations, I need to act like a good guy. Fake it till I make it. In truth, I think my karma is positive, but I don't have a karma meter. She wanted to say that he is good, better than most. But he heard it before, and knows and believes in that. The thing is that he knows that he is equally evil. And as much as Hector takes pride in the good he does and even fakes bragging about it, he also mocks his evil side as much as he mocks the villains. Maybe it's therapeutic, a way to keep it in check. Evil should be mocked. They talk a little more, despite seemingly not having much to talk about, the conversation flows smoothly. Hector is simply that charismatic. You can leave Power education for me right now. Thank you for trying to teach her common decency. he says with a smile. Understood. Isabella nods with a little hesitation. After all, she didn't feel like she did a good job with the devil girl. She is not satisfied with it, but Hector can assume from now on. Now that your schedule is open, do you want another job to keep yourself busy? I did not come to talk with you only because I want something, by the way. He jokes. He knows that boredom can be a problem, so she doesn't mind. Is this about the quintuplets? Yes, my stepdaughters. He confirms, speaking slowly like he is tasting the word stepdaughter, finding it weird to be saying my daughters. He corrects himself. I see, I would love to know them. After she said that, Hector suddenly grabbed her hand. Are you sure, Isabella? If you want to keep away from children. He says, looking at her with a little worried gaze. She instantly knew what he was talking about. She has bad memories of raising children. He fears that taking care of the quintuplets can make them resurface. I'm not so fragile, master. She assures him. It's the opposite to her. She fears that he would not want her near his children ever. She wouldn't be able to blame him for it. Okay. Wanna go meet them? Now. As good a time as any. Frost is at home at this time. He says with a shrug, and that's good enough to convince her. Don't worry, I will assign you to take care of them too. Isabella gives him a side glance. As a bodyguard, right? Of course. I know you have the best intentions, but she has no real experience in taking care of kids and... He chuckles, the right job to the right person. Her cooking is a biohazard too. Come on, be nice. Hector holds a smile. One day, Hector asked the woman to cook. Isabella only discovered later that it was because he was curious if it would be as bad as he imagined. It was worse. Still true. One teleport away, Isabella follows Hector, now Eidolon, to a mansion. Looking around, she can easily say that it is old money, a family with generational wealth, probably since before the Second World War. It is surprisingly empty. She can guess that he warned the owner beforehand. She follows Eidolon's confident steps, knowing exactly where to go. Isabella right now is on her mist form, still wearing her high-quality maid uniform, but her uncovered hand and head are dark purple mist to hide her identity. What a coincidence that there's someone called Caretaker. She can also make portals. Eidolon comments, tell me if you want to change your codename. I will think about it. Truthfully, she doesn't mind. If one day he decides to change her codename, she will not object. They finally arrive in a big living room, as big as the entire floor of a middle-class family. Papa. 5 voices say in unison, too similar to be distinguishable from each other. Hello, princesses. Eidolon smiles and goes down on one knee to receive the 5 little girls who are watching a cartoon on a wall-sized TV. Well, that is new. Isabella watches her master acting as a father for the first time. She has seen him interacting with children, and with people that he loves. But that is the first time that the two terms are joined in fatherhood. How are you all behaving? He asks softly, taking care to look at all of them. The image of him crouched down and caressing his pets previously overlaps with now. It looks like a bad comparison, but Isabella thinks that is a compliment. She knows how much he loves his pets. Oh, Eidolon. A woman's voice greets him. Emma Frost, the owner of this house, telepathic meta, and the gene donor of those 5 little girls, stands up from the couch she was sitting on and walks to them. Isabella instantly noticed her choice of attire. Choice because it is obvious that her master warned beforehand of their visit, and the blonde woman still welcomed them in a not-so-proper way. She is wearing a bathrobe, a number or 2 too small, Isabella would say. The bathrobe is so short that it ends in the middle of the woman's, admittedly strong, thighs. Her bosom is a little too exposed, too. And Isabella saw the way she subtly rolled her shoulders to make it even more open. Another one. She thinks in the confines of her mind. While she is judging Emma Frost, the other woman is obviously taking the measure of her too. She not so subtly looked at Isabella up and down, focusing a little too much on the maid's breasts. But that is only because her figure is the only way to say that she is a woman in her mist form. Emma. Bad time. Eidolon says, just once, looking at the woman's state of undress, before focusing his gaze above her neck. Don't mind it. Yesterday I simply crashed on my bed after arriving late, so this morning I took a long bubble bath while I read some reports. I stayed long enough for my fingers to wrinkle, only leaving when you confirmed you would visit. Emma Frost says dismissively. Isabella doesn't believe her, not even for a second. She also noticed that Eidolon calls this woman by her name. A rare thing. His gaze is also a tad friendlier when compared with when he interacts with women outside his inner circle. It seems that being the mother of his adoptive daughters gained her some points with him. Isabella can't say that she is surprised. Despite him always saying otherwise, her master is a softie. I see, do you remember the thing we talked about? The girl's education. Eidolon ignores Emma Frost's provocative clothes and stance. The woman's gaze zeroes in on Isabella with much greater focus now. So she is the one that you vouched for. A very protective mother, it seems. Yes, I can vouch for her. The caretaker is incredibly capable in child development, and I trust her immensely. Eidolon doesn't hesitate. Isabella is a little touched by the vote of confidence, but none would be able to tell by her misty features, so she only bows slightly in thanks and as a greeting to Frost. If you are saying, who am I to doubt her? Emma comments, not taking her eyes from Isabella, I don't know your group has maids. She ended up saying in a strange tone. My group has all kinds of people. She personally takes care of the affairs of my own home, so you should understand how much I trust her. The girls will be in good hands. Eidolon assures Frost she is also a very strong, but I also plan to put a bodyguard with the girls, but that is for later. Let's talk about the arrangements. Caretaker can teleport, so she can come every day. Teleport. So convenient. Can I use her too? Emma turns to Eidolon. You need to ask her. Eidolon says back. I would mind helping occasionally. Isabella speaks finally. I don't mind paying for any extra service. Emma says, then smiles mischievously, if you want, you can leave this guy and come work for me full-time. I bet I can give you a better offer. With the exception of the 5 kids, everyone in this room knows that this question is just a test. So Isabella politely bows again and answers in a calm voice, that will never happen. Isabella Grace. Relationship loyalty, October 10th. Third person POV. Later, after arranging the specifics of Isabella's visits, Eidolon leaves Isabella to get familiar with the quintuplets, resisting the puppy eyes of his daughters. Unfortunately, he has things to do, and someone is rampaging in an urban area. Why can't we read mind? The quintuplets ask together. Isabella patiently crouches down and answers, every member of your father's group has protections against telepaths. Mine are particularly strong because I'm privy to many secrets, but do you 5 know that it is not right to read someone's mind? We can not control it, they say. I can imagine. What do you guys think about working on it? I bet it will surprise your father and make him proud. He likes it when people are respectful of others' privacy, you know that. Isabella continues in a calming tone. She is making them interested by mentioning Eidolon. A boring chore like training can become exciting if the reward is enticing enough. As proof of that, the 5 nod eagerly. Good. We can include your mother if she has the time. I bet she has a lot to teach you. Isabella turns to Emma, who was watching the exchange like a protective mama. I can do that. I just thought that they were too young. Emma says, and I don't know if I can be a good teacher. I was kind of a natural on that. From the 3 famous mutant telepaths, Jean is the one with the greatest raw power, Xavier is the most experienced, but Emma is probably the one with the greatest talent. She got her powers relatively late, she is still young, and is as good, or even better than, Xavier. We can aim for a simple way to turn off the passive telepathy. Eidolon has books about it that I can get without him knowing, keeping the surprise. Isabella says to the excited girls. It seems that you really have his trust if you can sneak into his things like that. Emma comments, then she decides to probe again, any chance I can get some juicy gossip from you? It's not that books are guarded under lockers. And no. Isabella answers flatly. Ah, come on. Not even a harmless thing like his favorite food. Or on what pajamas he sleeps. Anything and anything that he is wearing. He almost doesn't sleep. Isabella continues to answer flatly. Well, it is a start. Despite the answers giving really no answers, Emma can take it. After all, it confirmed one thing. This woman, the caretaker, is very close to Eidolon. To know how he sleeps. Very close, indeed. The type that he lowers his guard with. It doesn't matter if she answers her or not, Emma can discover things about Eidolon from her. It seems not only her daughters that will be learning with the caretaker. Eidolon moves quickly through the sky, and his destination is a city in Canada. In no time, Eidolon arrives, taking a second to assess the situation. The said city is of a medium size, isolated in a snowy area with a huge forest nearby. And it is being destroyed by the rampage of a white-furred beast. The Wendigo. Eidolon says. He remembers reading about this creature in the library of Camartage. Well, less than a creature, more like he read about the curse. The Wendigo curse is something that afflicts someone who has eaten the flesh of another human being in a certain forest in the north of Canada. The elder gods will curse anyone who commits this taboo by becoming a massive fur-covered humanoid, condemned to roam the wilderness like a mindless beast. Hector once talked about taboos with Siko and Cassandra. He was explaining how all the acts that someone does forge their lives and are imprinted on their soul. Using the example of the act of killing being used to increase someone's bloodlust, and even weaponizing it. Taboos can be used in nefarious ways for empowerment. Murder, sacrifices, rape, incest, cannibalism, bestiality. All of this taints the soul, it's evil. But it can also be the source of power. There's a reason that so many evil sorcerers torture, kill with cold blood, rapes virgins, and commit all sorts of nefarious acts during rituals. But it is a path of no return. Even killing is taboo, being even more grave if committed against family members. But Hector explained that all of this comes from belief. A religious person will be tied to the taboos of that religion. He explained to Seiko and Cassandra that if they have a strong belief in themselves, their souls will not be tainted even if they commit nefarious acts. It will be hard for evil gods or whatever to use the cracks formed by their evil actions to corrupt them. It is impossible to erase what you have done. Hector can understand why Superman has a no-killing rule, it taints the soul. He has already killed billions of sentient beings, maybe someone will one day try to use this fact to corrupt him. Then, it will be a battle of wills and belief. And the ancient curse of Wendigo came from that. The taboo of cannibalism is poorly seen by the elder gods, even in the frozen north. Inadmissible and punishable, even if the person has no other choice but to resort to that act to survive. Well, the elder god who created this curse is not any paragon of virtue. So, less than being a punishment, it's more of an exploitation to sow evil on earth. The one who committed the taboo opened a door to be corrupted. This can become a problem. If he remembers well, the curse can fall upon another if the person is scratched or bitten by a Wendigo and survives. But he also remembers that there's a limit to Wendigos existing simultaneously, so it will not become a zombie apocalypse situation. The reason he still hasn't acted is that the local superhero team is already on the case. Not that well though. Eidolon is having flashbacks of the first time he met the X-Men. The fight is very balanced, the heroes are not losing per se, but the collateral damage. He sighs, at least they evacuated. He focuses on the battle once again, taking notes of the heroes' fighting style. The Canadian hero team is called Alpha Flight. Right now, 5 members of the group are fighting the monster villain. The first and most noticeable hero is the Sasquatch, basically a brown version of the Wendigo. Eidolon read that the curse came from a similar source to the Sasquatch, one of the great beasts from the realm of the beasts, Tanarak. It seems the elder gods made the Wending use the template of Tanarak to create a corrupted version as a punishment. Unfortunately, it seems the copy surpasses the original, because Eidolon watched the Wendigo grab the Sasquatch and drags his face in the concrete. One still has his reason and the other is purely animalistic fury. Like a really angry Hulk versus Professor Hulk. This comparison is very adequate because the Sasquatch is also emitting gamma radiation. Another Hulk variant. Eidolon narrows his eyes while looking at the Sasquatch. Despite the great beasts being a group from another dimension that tries to take over the Earth constantly, Eidolon doesn't think he has to act against the Sasquatch now, but he will keep an eye on him. The same eye that he keeps on everyone who receives powers from a superior being that is hostile to humans and their dimension in general, like the Hulk, Juggernaut, Ghost Rider, and others. Another creature attacks the Wendigo, stopping the beating that the Sasquatch was receiving. An unusually big polar bear tackles the beast, allowing 2 fast streaks to grab the Sasquatch and take him away. The Wendigo recovers his balance fast, razors, and goes to attack the polar bear, which suddenly turns into a white bird to dodge. The one with a power a little similar to Beast Boy is called Snowbird. Narya is an attractive blonde woman, wearing a white bodysuit with some details in light blue, together with a cape. The only odd characteristic is the fact that her scara is black while her iris is white. She is a very ancient demigod, daughter of an Inuit goddess and a human male. She has the ability to turn into any Arctic animal, but she can't leave Canada because of a spell cast on her. A demigod with a worse power than Beast Boy. Hector shakes his head, seeing that she turns back into human form before turning into a giant white moose and attacking again. His attention changes to where the Sasquatch was dropped by the 2 blurs. With his vision, he can clearly see that the ones moving at super speeds are the Bobier twins. Jean-Paul and Jean-Marie are metamutants with very similar powers. They have a set of brick power, being able to move and fly super fast while still being able to generate concussive blasts of light. It seems the brother is more physically based, while the sister leans more toward the attacks of light. The 2 are attractive, with pointy eyes and dark hair, wearing white and black. They are the reason the place is evacuated, using their super speed to carry the people fast. They need to be together to use their powers. This is some super twins shit. Eidolon observes, chuckling a little, at least the brother is not useless and turns into things like a water bucket. The smile didn't leave his face when he saw the last member of the Alpha Flight present. Major Mapleleaf, really? He laughs, and is junior too. The Captain America, from Canada is the Guardian, but Major Mapleleaf is just as important as a symbol, maybe even more. Major Mapleleaf has no powers, not even a super soldier serum, so Eidolon respects him for standing up against villains. But guts can only take him so far. He is gonna die. It only needs one hit from the Wendigo for him to become a smear on the ground. That is when he acts. His future sight shows exactly the image of the Wendigo's big hand going through the Major Maple Leaf's torso. Thunk. Eidolon suddenly appears between the two and stops the swing with a hand on the Wendigo's forearm. Are you all right? Eidolon looks at Major Maple Leaf, who just saw his life flashing before his eyes. Both the Alpha Flight and the Wendigo stopped when he arrived, for different reasons, of course. Is that Eidolon? Wow. Jeannie Marie, also known as Aurora, exclaims. She and her brother Northstar are on the young side, so she reacted a little more excitedly than the rest. Snowbird, Sasquatch, and the Major only stare at Eidolon in some sort of wary awe. On the other hand, the monster Wendigo paused because his animalistic instincts are screaming to him that the news arrival is dangerous. He assessed the situation, removing his hand quickly and growling and roaring at Eidolon. He moves like a gorilla, advancing a little and retreating just as fast, trying to intimidate. Seeing that Major is still shell-shocked or too surprised to react, Eidolon finally turns to Wendigo. Hero and villain lock eyes, the fight is about to start. Bam swish. But the Wendigo suddenly turns around and starts running. Alpha Flight is bewildered, even Snowbird's eyes widened, Northstar and Aurora's mouths are agape. That's rude. Eidolon jokes in an even voice. Did that monster really run away just because you appeared? Northstar asks, still shocked. Well. That happens more often than you can imagine. Eidolon says before slowly starting to move, I'm not gonna let it escape. And he disappears, blinking away from their sight. He reappears just above the future point where the Wendigo will be on his escape route. He goes down and makes a chop attack that hits the creature perfectly in the neck. Wham boom. The Wendigo is forced down and creates a scar on the concrete because of the momentum, but it rises pretty quickly. That is some Thor-level durability. Eidolon praises, you are magic in nature, is the curse protecting you against hacks? As expected of anything that came from an elder god. Not only did he hit the monster with enough strength to chop a skyscraper in half, but he also used the stand power sticky fingers to separate his head. And only a 1 centimeter wide zipper appeared in the back of the monster's neck. That's why he doesn't always use those powers, many are resistant, so it would be better just to hit them with strength to knock them out. Rag. Now that running is not an option anymore, the Wendigo finally faces Eidolon. Roaring and opening his arms, making itself big to intimidate him. The hero is not impressed. The roar moves his mantle, but he doesn't even blink, waiting for the inevitable move. He is better at counters, and even if the Wendigo decides to turn around to run, it will be good because now he will be a little more merciless. But the Wendigo chooses to attack this time, the monster starts to crazily swipe his claws in front of him to hit Eidolon. The hero dodges them by an inch, barely moving from his stop, after images of the monster's arms and the black-clad hero appear. The Wendigo is pretty fast, but Eidolon will never fear a simple brute. Despite the flurry of attacks that almost has no opening, he is calm. And after a particularly long swing, Eidolon stepped back a little and put his hand forward. He doesn't say the name of the attack, but the circles start leaving his fist and harmlessly hit the monster. He just used the Noro Noro no Mi, the slow fruit, a very overpowered ability that he keeps hidden as a trump card. It has some weaknesses, like the attack being slow by itself, but the Wendigo does not even think about dodging. He is hit by the full blast, enhanced by Eidolon's own power, much stronger than anything the previous use of this power could do. The monster visibly slows down, he is still fast to the human eye, still faster than a normal human, but if compared with before, he is now in super ultra slow motion to Eidolon. Too bad it doesn't stack. The hero comments, the fist comes at him as fast as the punch of a professional boxer, but the Wendigo could very well have warned him beforehand with a formal letter. Eidolon puts his left foot forward, his right hand behind him, his wrist rolling like he is charging a punch. Boom. An uppercut strong enough to sound like a ballistic missile was delivered, and the monster was sent into the sky as fast as a ballistic missile because Eidolon deactivated the slow powers, hitting the clouds in just a few seconds. Now it's over. Eidolon follows immediately. He once again arrives above the flying monster, following its trajectory, and then sends another wave of slow powers. The attack hit the monster, and now even the flight of the Wendigo is in slow motion. So easy. Eidolon pulls his arm back. Sorry, I did nothing in Atlantis, so I'm a little antsy. And your durability is almost teasing me. Boom. The clouds disappear in a radius of a dozen miles after this next punch hits the monster. Because of the slow powers, the monster reacts slowly, even though his torso is forced back and his mouth is open in a dragged, pained groan. He barely moves, too, completely helpless. I'm gonna do some tests with you, the first one will be how tough your skin is. Boom. Jessica Drew. Jessica Drew, also known as Spider-Woman, can glide. She discovered this ability when she miscalculated a jump from a roof to another and she stayed in the air for far too long. Initially, she thought she could fly, but no. only glide. She doesn't think the other spider-persons can do that, like how she can't create her own webs. This discovery is what ultimately made her accept Eidolon's help and allow him to make tests on her. She is still wary of that, but if she can't trust Eidolon, who else would she trust? The fear of developing some kind of supercancer is also a factor. So that's why she is now jumping from roof to roof, sometimes gliding a little, in the direction of Mutant Town, or how Eidolon called, Meta Town. She grabs the card that she gave to him and looks at the back, a map showing her destination, and she has a beeping point. Jessica is surprised by the technology, like the thinnest smartphone in the world. She is close, finally entering Meta Town. It's not that bad. She comments, stopping in a crouched position at the edge of a building to look down. People demonize this place like some sort of anarchist hellscape, but it looks pretty normal from what she is saying. It is obviously a bad neighborhood, but people are just going on with their lives. It's just that they have strange appearances. Once again, Jessica thanks her luck for not mutating into a half-spider, half-woman monster. People on the internet call superpower lottery, I guess I won that. She is even fitter and healthier than before. More beautiful too if she is allowed to say. She goes to move again, now closer to her destination. But then she notices something. No. The back of her head tingles a little and makes her notice it. The other Spider-Woman, who is called Silk to differentiate from her, is also approaching. It seems that the other also noticed her, and their gazes met. They nod at each other, a little glad because they will have someone in the same situation as them. The two landed on the designed rooftop at the same time. Hey. Jessica greets her. Hi. Silk looks like the reserve type. Looking around, they notice the small bulkhead with a door to the inside of the building. The place is unassuming, but there's a card locker a little out of place. We should do this, right? Jessica pulls her card and touches the locker with the flat surface. A ping later, the word wait with 3 dots appears on the screen. She noticed the small camera, too. Not even 2 minutes later, the door opens and a woman, a female humanoid lizard, greets them with a smile. I was waiting for you. Maybe Jessica and Cindy should use a full mask to hide their expressions because the lizard woman seems to notice something. Scared. She shows a smile filled with sharp teeth. No. No, no. I don't mean it. We are just surprised. Ha ha ha, okay, girls. I understand. My appearance is different, I know that. I'm the one who did this to myself, you know. The lizard woman talks confidently, filled with a certain pride. It was just a small price to pay for those girls here. She pats her 2 legs. And I kinda like it. She passes a scale hand through the fin in her head, which looks like a mohawk. You are rocking the look. Jessica praises. Looking attentively makes she notices that the woman is not ugly, just different. Thanks. Melitai Kusuna, by the way, but I go with the codename of Komodo. She extends her hand to them, no need to tell me your real names. Spider-Woman. Silk. The two shake the extended hands respectively. Eidolon told me about you too. He put me in charge of doing the procedures. Don't worry, I am a scientist. Didn't get my PhD, but I can do the tests. Nothing invasive, too. Komodo explains. I thought Eidolon would be here. Jessica comments. He thought that it would be better if a woman took care of everything. You know, if you want to talk about anything a little embarrassing. She gives them a look so that they can say or confess to any particular change. The two say nothing, so they just enter the building to start. We are gonna divide the tests into 3, more or less. Komodo explains while the two look around the surprisingly spacious and high-tech floor. First, the easiest of all, it will be a complete scan. You will just stay still in Eidolon's MRI and CT machine so that we can check for any irregularities in your body. Second, it will be physical tests. We are going to test the limits of your abilities in a safe environment. Don't worry, it will be fun, you will be able to destroy a lot of things. She jokes. Couldn't I do that alone? Silk asks. Well, if you have a safe place to do that, but here we have better machines for accurate measurements, and no one will see you. Komodo explains. After Silk nods, the lizard woman talks again. The last one will be a little invasive, but I will ask you to provide me with bodily fluids and other samples. Sweat, pee, blood, hair, etc. Don't worry, Eidolon instructed me to destroy any sample of your DNA afterward. We have an incinerator for that. Why do we need to provide all that? Jessica asks, genuinely curious. Well, our transformations, including mine, changed us to the DNA. We are not metamutants with extra abilities, we are metamutates. Almost another species. Example, if we had children, there is a high chance they would inherit our lizard and spider physiologies. It changed all of our bodies, maybe in places we didn't see and are hard to notice. Your sweat could very well be poisonous or radioactive. That is worrisome. Silk says. Right. Let's hope not, but if it is, it will be for the better that we discovered this earlier on. Eidolon can help. He helped me. Is that how you met him? Jessica probes. Yep, I was too eager. I recovered my legs but got turned into an anthropomorphic lizard, so you can imagine that my life turned upside down. I worked at Oscorp with Dr. Connors. I was luckier than he, I kept my mind at least. It must have been crazy. Jessica says. It was a calculated risk. I knew where I was getting myself into, and I even calculated that Eidolon would help me. I was ready to leave my older life behind, trading it for being able to walk again. Komodo says with a smile after receiving a scolding for my recklessness. Eidolon kinda hired me to look out for the people here. There are not many highly educated people in Metatown, you know. Glad it worked for you. Silk says. Right. Komodo does another toothy grin. She looks genuinely unbothered by her appearance, with a positive attitude. And it's only temporary, I believe that one day I will be able to walk on the normal places again without the strange looks. She makes quotation marks around the word normal. Because of Eidolon. Yeah, I believe the guy is gonna change the world. She keeps the toothy smile. That is a lot of confidence in one person. Silk comments. It's because he is taking it seriously. At this point, they are walking into a hall when a portal appears on a wall, and Eidolon appears, dragging an unconscious white-furred monster by the head. Oh, girls. Came to do the tests. Don't mind me, I just want to use the extra durable machine in the basement. He says with a calm voice. What is that? Or who is that? Jessica corrects herself because maybe she is being rude to someone. Don't feel bad for calling this that. It's really a monster, a curse that afflicted someone. I'm gonna try to make a cure, and I need to get some things here before transporting him to the edge of the solar system. Good luck with the tests. Eidolon doesn't waste time with any more time talking with them and goes on his way. So it is normal for him to just appear, dragging Bigfoot around. Jessica asks with some amusement. You would be surprised, people don't know half of what he does. Komodo laughs, okay, girls. This way. I hope you guys don't have plans tonight. We are gonna make sure that you don't end up transformed like that Bigfoot there. Now I see the appeal of these tests. Imagine how much it would cost to wax all that. Jessica jokes, making the others laugh. That is a problem that I don't have anymore with those scales. Komodo also jokes before giving them a sly smile, but is this a change that happened with you too? What kind of spiders are you guys? The hairy type like tarantulas, or the smooth ones, like a black widow? Is this pertinent to the tests? Cindy raises an amused eyebrow. Maybe, any change is pertinent, and sharing that can create a bond moment between girls. I apparently have all the equipment necessary to lay eggs, you know. Komodo pats her lower belly. Too much. She asks them with a wry smile. Too much. Cindy nods. But thanks for sharing, I guess. Jessica completes slowly. It's a weird conversation, but their lives now are weird. It's good that they can talk about weird stuff normally. Komodo shared an embarrassing thing about her new biology so that they don't feel embarrassed to do the same. If the test says that I'm gonna lay eggs, I'm going full celibate, I swear. Jessica murmurs under her breath. Now she really wants to make those tests, for her peace of mind. A.N. Hello there. Here is the link, without spaces. Hope you all enjoyed it, make a comment because interaction motivates me to keep writing. Thanks for reading. Till next time and stay good y'all. Bye bye.